The sitting judge on another, entirely unconnected case, ordered the Government of India to begin work on the river linking project. In an affidavit submitted in response, the central government said the project would take 43 years to complete and would cost Rs 560,000 crore, $115 billion. Justice Kirpal didn't quibble about the cost, only asked that the project be completed in 10 years. And so, a project of Stalinist proportions, potentially more destructive than all of India's dams put together, was born. Justice Kirpal subsequently clarified that it was not an order, just a suggestion. Meanwhile, the government began to treat it like a Supreme Court order. How can one man, whoever he is, order the ecology of a whole country to be irreversibly altered? How can a country that calls itself a democracy function like this? Today Justice Kirpal heads the Indian Environmental Council of Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverage Pvt. Ltd. Earlier this year, he publicly criticized a Kerala High Court order which refused to grant a stay on the Kerala government's directive restraining coke from mining groundwater in Plakamata. A contempt of court case has been filed against him. So, should the people of Harsad approach the courts? It's not an easy question to answer. What should they ask for? What could they hope to achieve? The concrete section of the Narmada Sagar Dam is 245 meters high. The radial crest gates take the dam wall up to its full height of 262.13 meters. According to the Narmada Control Authority's own figures, a huge part of the submergence will take place between 245 meters and 262 meters. Can we look to the courts to explore the possibility of blasting open the sluice gates, as was done in the case of the Man Dam, keeping them open until the rehabilitation process is complete according to the stipulations? Can we look to the courts to order the reopening of the diversion tunnels so that water is not impounded in the reservoir this monsoon? Can we look to the courts to arraign every politician, bureaucrat, and NHPC official who has been involved in criminal malfeasance? Can we look to the courts to order the removal of the 4 existing gates, and stay the installation of the rest, until every displaced family has been rehabilitated? Will the courts consider these options, or will they give us more of the same? A pseudo-rap on the government's knuckles for shoddy rehabilitation, bad boy, FIDO. Naughty dog, and a stamp of approval for project upon project that violate the fundamental rights of fellow human beings? What should we expect? The charade of yet another retired judge setting up yet another grievance redressal authority to address the woes of yet another 100,000 people? If so, the question must be asked. Which institution in our wonderful democracy remains accountable to people and not to power? What are people supposed to do? Are they on their own now? Have they fallen through the grid? We left Harsad at dusk. On the way we stopped at the Bad Rahat Kendra. There were very few people around, although a couple of families had moved into the tin sheds. One of the tin doors had a sticker that said export quality. It was hard to make out the man sitting on the floor in the dark. He said his name was Kalu Driver. I'm glad I met him. He was sitting on the floor. He had unstrapped his wooden leg. He used to be a driver, but 15 years ago he lost his leg in an accident. He lived alone in Harsad. He had been given a check for Rs $25,500, in exchange for demolishing his mud hut. His pregnant daughter had come from her husband's village to help him move. He had been to Chainara 3 times to try and cash his check. He ran out of money for bus fare. The 4th time he walked. The bank sent him away and asked him to come back after 3 days. He showed us how his wooden leg had chipped and splintered. He said every night officials threatened him and tried to make him move to New Harsad. They said that the Bad Rahat Kendra was for emergencies only. Kalu was incoherent with rage. What will I do in that desert, he said. How will I live? There's nothing there. A crowd gathered at the door. His anger fueled theirs. Kalu Driver does not need to read news reports or court affidavits or sly editorials, or fly-by-night PhDs pretending to be on the inside track of people's movements, to know which side he's on. Each time anybody mentioned government officials, or Digvihi Singh or Uma Bharati, he cursed. He made no gender distinctions. Maadar Chad, he said. Motherfucker. He is not aware of feminist objections to derogatory references to women's bodies. The World Bank, however, disagrees with Kalu Driver. It has singled the NHPC out for high praise. In December 2003, a team of senior World Bank experts visited the Narmada Sagar project. In its draft country assistance strategy, CA 2004, the bank said, while for many years the hydropower business had a poor reputation, some major actors, including the NHPC, have started to improve their environmental and social practices. Interestingly, this is the third time in 6 months, since January 2004, after it was clear that the Narmada Sagar dam wall had been raised with no attention to rehabilitation, that the bank has singled the NHPC out for praise. Why? Read the next sentence in the CA. Given this, the bank will work with the Government of India and its PSU's public sector units to seek possible new areas of support on a modest scale for hydropower development. Then again, on February 15, 2004, in a report that praises the NHPC for completing projects like the Narmada Sagar within time and within budget, the Economic Times quoted a World Bank official saying, "The NHPC is moving towards global corporate performance standards and is improving its financial performance. We have done due diligence on the corporation and are impressed by the performance." What makes the World Bank so very solicitous? Power and water reforms in developing countries are the 21st century's version of the Great Game. All the usual suspects, beginning of course with the World Bank, the big private banks, and multinational corporations, are cruising around, looking for sweetheart deals. But overt privatization has run into bad weather. It has been widely discredited and is now looking for ways in which to reincarnate itself in a new avatar. From overt invasion to covert insurgency. Over the last few years, the reputation of big dams, both public and private, has been badly mauled. The World Bank was publicly humiliated and forced to withdraw from the Sardar Sarovar project. But now, encouraged by the Supreme Court judgments on the Sardar Sarovar and Tehri dams, it's back on the block and is looking for a backdoor entry into the industry. Who better to cozy up to than the biggest player in India's hydropower industry, the NHPC? The NHPC, which has left a trail of human rights abuses in its wake, Loktak, Manipur, Kamira Phase I, Himachal, Koil Karo, Bihar, Omkarshwar, Madhya Pradesh. The NHPC, which is eyeing a number of other dam projects, including the Maheshwar Dam, and aims to install 32,000 MW of power over the next 13 years. That's the equivalent of 32 Narmada Sagars. But the World Bank is by no means the only shark in the water. Here's a list of international banks that have financed NHPC projects: ANZ, Barclays, Emirates, NatWest, Standard Chartered, Sumitomo. And a list of bilateral export credit and financing agencies that support it: COFIS, France, Export Development Canada and Canadian International Development Agency, Japan Bank for International Cooperation and Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, Japan, the former Official Development Assistance, now Department for International Development, United Kingdom, Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency and Swedish Export Credit Agency. What's a few human rights abuses among friends? We're deep into the great game. It is dark on the highway back to Kandway. We pass truck upon truck carrying illegal, unmarked timber. Trucks carrying away the forest. Tractors carrying away the town. The night carrying away the dreams of hundreds of thousands of people. I agree with Kalu Driver. But I have a problem with derogatory references to women's bodies. First published in Outlook, July 26, 2004. Public power in the age of empire. When language has been butchered and bled of meaning, how do we understand public power? When freedom means occupation, when democracy means neoliberal capitalism, when reform means repression, when words like empowerment and peacekeeping make your blood run cold, why, then public power could mean whatever you want it to mean. A biceps building machine, or a community power shower. So, I'll just have to define public power as I go along, in my own selfing sort of way. In India, the word public is now a Hindi word. It means people. In Hindi, we have Sarkar and public, the government and the people. Inherent in this use is the underlying assumption that the government is quite separate from the people. This distinction has to do with the fact that India's freedom struggle, though magnificent, was by no means revolutionary. The Indian elite stepped easily and elegantly into the shoes of the British imperialists. A deeply impoverished, essentially feudal society became a modern, independent nation-state. Even today, 57 years on to the day, the truly vanquished still look upon the government as my babe, the parent and provider. The somewhat more radical, those who still have fire in their bellies, see it as Cha, the thief, the snatcher away of all things. Either way, for most Indians, Sarkar is very separate from public. However, as you make your way up India's complex social ladder, the distinction between Sarkar and public gets blurred. The Indian elite, like the elite anywhere in the world, finds it hard to separate itself from the state. It sees like the state, thinks like the state, speaks like the state. In the United States, on the other hand, the blurring of the distinction between Sarkar and public has penetrated far deeper into society. This could be a sign of a robust democracy, but unfortunately, it's a little more complicated and less pretty than that. Among other things, it has to do with the elaborate web of paranoia generated by the US Sarkar and spun out by the corporate media in Hollywood. Ordinary people in the United States have been manipulated into imagining they are a people under siege whose sole refuge and protector is their government. If it isn't the communists, it's Al-Qaeda. If it isn't Cuba, it's Nicaragua. As a result, the most powerful nation in the world with its unmatchable arsenal of weapons, its history of having waged and sponsored endless wars, and of being the only nation in history to have actually used nuclear bombs is peopled by a terrified citizenry, jumping at shadows. A people bonded to the state not by social services, or public health care, or employment guarantees, but by fear. This synthetically manufactured fear is used to gain public sanction for further acts of aggression. And so it goes, building into a spiral of self-fulfilling hysteria, now formally calibrated by the US government's amazing technicolored terror alerts, fuchsia, turquoise, salmon pink. To outside observers, this merging of Sarkar and public in the United States sometimes makes it hard to separate the actions of the government from the people. It is this confusion that fuels anti-Americanism in the world. Anti-Americanism is then seized upon and amplified by the US government and its faithful media outlets. You know the routine: why do they hate us? They hate our freedoms, etc. This enhances the sense of isolation among people in the United States and makes the embrace between Sarkar and public even more intimate. Like Red Riding Hood looking for a cuddle in the wolf's bed. 2001 was not the first year that the US government declared a war on terrorism. As Noam Chomsky reminds us, the first war on terrorism was declared by President Ronald Reagan in the 1980s during the US-sponsored terrorist wars across Central America, the Middle East, and Africa. The Reagan administration called terrorism a plague spread by depraved opponents of civilization itself. In keeping with this sentiment, in 1987 the United Nations General Assembly proposed a strongly worded condemnation of terrorism. 153 countries voted for it. Only the United States and Israel voted against it. They objected to a passage that referred to the right to self-determination, freedom, and independence, of people forcibly deprived of that right, particularly peoples under colonial and racist regimes and foreign occupation. Remember that in 1987, the United States was a staunch ally of apartheid South Africa. The African National Congress and Nelson Mandela were listed as terrorists. The term foreign occupation was taken to mean Israel's occupation of Palestine. Over the last few years, the war on terrorism has mutated into the more generic war on terror. Using the threat of an external enemy to rally people behind you is a tired old horse that politicians have ridden into power for centuries. But could it be that ordinary people are fed up with that poor old horse and are looking for something different? There's an old Hindi film song that goes, "Ye public hai, ye sab janti hai, the public, she knows it all." Wouldn't it be lovely if the song were right and the politicians wrong? Before Washington's illegal invasion of Iraq, a Gallup International poll showed that in no European country was the support for a unilateral war higher than 11%. On February 15, 2003, weeks before the invasion, more than 10 million people marched against the war on different continents, including North America. And yet the governments of many supposedly democratic countries still went to war. The question is democracy still democratic? Are democratic governments accountable to the people who elected them? And, critically, is the public in democratic countries responsible for the actions of its Sarkar? If you think about it, the logic that underlies the war on terrorism and the logic that underlies terrorism are exactly the same. Both make ordinary citizens pay for the actions of their government. Al-Qaeda made the people of the United States pay with their lives for the actions of their government in Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Afghanistan. The US government has made the people of Afghanistan pay in the thousands for the actions of the Taliban, and the people of Iraq pay in the hundreds of thousands for the actions of Saddam Hussein. The crucial difference is that nobody really elected Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, or Saddam Hussein. But the President of the United States was elected, well, in a manner of speaking. The Prime Ministers of Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom were elected. Could it then be argued that citizens of these countries are more responsible for the actions of their government than Iraqis were for the actions of Saddam Hussein or Afghans for the Taliban? Whose God decides which is a just war and which isn't? George Bush Sr. once said, "I will never apologize for the United States. I don't care what the facts are." When the president of the most powerful country in the world doesn't need to care what the facts are, then we can at least be sure we have entered the age of empire. So what does public power mean in the age of empire? Does it mean anything at all? Does it actually exist? In these allegedly democratic times, conventional political thought holds that public power is exercised through the ballot. Scores of countries in the world will go to the polls this year. Most, not all, of them will get the governments they vote for. But will they get the governments they want? In India this year, we voted the Hindu nationalists out of office. But even as we celebrated, we knew that on nuclear bombs, neoliberalism, privatization, censorship, big dams on every major issue other than overt Hindu nationalism, the Congress and the BJP have no major ideological differences. We know that it is the 50-year legacy of the Congress Party that prepared the ground culturally and politically for the far right. It was also the Congress Party that first opened India's markets to corporate globalization. It passed legislation that encouraged the privatization of water and power, the dismantling of the public sector, and the denationalization of public companies. It enforced cutbacks in government spending on education and health, and weakened labor laws that protected workers' rights. The BJP took this process forward with pitiless abandon. In its election campaign, the Congress Party indicated that it was prepared to rethink some of its earlier economic policies. Millions of India's poorest people came out in strength to vote in the elections. The spectacle of the great Indian democracy was telecast live. The poor farmers, the old and infirm, the veiled women with their beautiful silver jewelry, making quaint journeys to election booths on elephants and camels and bullock carts. Contrary to the predictions of all India's experts and pollsters, Congress won more votes than any other party. India's communist parties won the largest share of the vote in their history. India's poor had clearly voted against neoliberalism's economic reforms and growing fascism. As soon as the votes were counted, the corporate media dispatched them like badly paid extras on a film set. Television channels featured split screens. Half the screen showed the chaos outside the home of Sonia Gandhi, the leader of the Congress Party, as the coalition government was cobbled together. The other half showed frenzied stockbrokers outside the Bombay Stock Exchange, panicking at the thought that the Congress Party might actually honor its promises and implement its electoral mandate. We saw the Sensex stock index move up and down and sideways. The media, whose own publicly listed stocks were plummeting, reported the stock market crash as though Pakistan had launched ICBMs on New Delhi. Even before the new government was formally sworn in, senior Congress politicians made public statements reassuring investors and the media that privatization of public utilities would continue. Meanwhile, the BJP, now in opposition, has cynically, and comically, begun to oppose foreign direct investment and the further opening of Indian markets. This is the spurious, evolving dialectic of electoral democracy. As for the Indian poor, once they've provided the votes, they are expected to bugger off home. Policy will be decided despite them. And what of the US elections? Do US voters have a real choice? It's true that if John Kerry becomes president, some of the oil tycoons and Christian fundamentalists in the White House will change. Few will be sorry to see the back of Dick Cheney or Donald Rumsfeld or John Ashcroft or an end to their blatant thuggery. But the real concern is that in the new administration their policies will continue. That we will have Bushism without Bush. Those positions of real power, the bankers, the CEOs, are not vulnerable to the vote, and in any case, they fund both sides. Unfortunately, US elections have deteriorated into a sort of personality contest, a squabble over who would do a better job of overseeing empire. John Kerry believes in the idea of empire as fervently as George Bush does. The US political system has been carefully crafted to ensure that no one who questions the natural goodness of the military-industrial corporate structure will be allowed through the portals of power. Given this, it's no surprise that in this election you have two Yale University graduates, both members of Skull and Bones, the same secret society, both millionaires, both playing at soldier, both talking up war and arguing almost childishly about who will lead the war on terror more effectively. Like President Bill Clinton before him, Kerry will continue the expansion of US economic and military penetration into the world. He says he would have voted to authorize Bush to go to war in Iraq even if he had known that Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction. He promises to commit more troops to Iraq. He said recently that he supports Bush's policies toward Israel and Ariel Sharon completely. He says he'll retain 98% of Bush's tax cuts. So, underneath the shrill exchange of insults, there is almost absolute consensus. It looks as though even if people in the United States vote for Kerry, they'll still get Bush. President John Bush or President George Barry. It's not a real choice. It's an apparent choice. Like choosing a brand of detergent. Whether you buy Ivory Snow or Tide, they're both owned by Procter & Gamble. This doesn't mean that one takes a position that is without nuance, that the Congress and the BJP, New Labour, and the Tories, the Democrats and Republicans are the same. Of course they're not. Neither are Tide and Ivory Snow. Tide has oxy-boosting and Ivory Snow is a gentle cleanser. In India, there is a difference between an overtly fascist party, the BJP, and a party that slyly pits one community against another, Congress, and sows the seeds of communalism that are then so ably harvested by the BJP. There are differences in the IQs and levels of ruthlessness between this year's US presidential candidates. The anti-war movement in the United States has done a phenomenal job of exposing the lies and venality that led to the invasion of Iraq, despite the propaganda and intimidation it faced. This was a service not just to people here but to the whole world. But why is it that the Democrats do not even have to pretend to be against the invasion and occupation of Iraq? If the anti-war movement openly campaigns for Kerry, the rest of the world will think that it approves of his policies of sensitive imperialism. Is US imperialism preferable if it is supported by the United Nations and European countries? Is it preferable if the UN asks Indian and Pakistani soldiers to do the killing and dying in Iraq instead of US soldiers? Is the only change that Iraqis can hope for that French, German, and Russian companies will share in the spoils of the occupation of their country? Is this actually better or worse for those of us who live in subject nations? Is it better for the world to have a smarter emperor in power or a stupider one? Is that our only choice? I'm sorry, I know that these are uncomfortable, even brutal questions, but they must be asked. The fact is that electoral democracy has become a process of cynical manipulation. It offers us a very reduced political space today. To believe that this space constitutes real choice would be naive. The crisis in modern democracy is a profound one. Free elections, a free press, and an independent judiciary mean little when the free market has reduced them to commodities available on sale to the highest bidder. On the global stage, beyond the jurisdiction of sovereign governments, international instruments of trade and finance oversee a complex system of multilateral laws and agreements that have entrenched a system of appropriation that puts colonialism to shame. This system allows the unrestricted entry and exit of massive amounts of speculative capital, hot money, into and out of third world countries, which then effectively dictates their economic policy. Using the threat of capital flight as a lever, international capital insinuates itself deeper and deeper into these economies. Giant transnational corporations are taking control of their essential infrastructure and natural resources, their minerals, their water, their electricity. The World Trade Organization, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other financial institutions like the Asian Development Bank virtually write economic policy and parliamentary legislation. With a deadly combination of arrogance and ruthlessness, they take their sledgehammers to fragile, interdependent, historically complex societies, and devastate them. All this goes under the fluttering banner of reform. As a consequence of this reform, in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, thousands of small enterprises and industries have closed down, millions of workers and farmers have lost their jobs and land. Anyone who criticizes this process is mocked for being anti-reform, anti-progress, anti-development. Somehow a Luddite. The Spectator newspaper in London assures us that we live in the happiest, healthiest, and most peaceful era in human history. Billions wonder, who's we? Where does he live? What's his Christian name? Once the economies of third world countries are controlled by the free market, they are enmeshed in an elaborate, carefully calibrated system of economic inequality. For example, Western countries that together spend more than $1 billion a day on subsidies to farmers demand that poor countries withdraw all agricultural subsidies, including subsidized electricity. Then they flood the markets of poor countries with their subsidized agricultural goods and other products with which local producers cannot possibly compete. Countries that have been plundered by colonizing regimes are steeped in debt to these same powers, and have to repay them at the rate of about $382 billion a year. Ergo, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, not accidentally but by design. By intention. To put a vulgar point on all of this, the truth is getting more vulgar by the minute. The combined wealth of the world's billionaires in 2004, 587 individuals and family units, according to Forbes magazine, is $1.9 trillion. This is more than the gross domestic product of the world's 135 poorest countries combined. The good news is that there are 111 more billionaires this year than there were in 2003. Isn't that fun? The thing to understand is that modern democracy is safely premised on an almost religious acceptance of the nation-state. But corporate globalization is not. Liquid capital is not. So even though capital needs the coercive powers of the nation-state to put down revolts in the servants' quarters, this setup ensures that no individual nation can oppose corporate globalization on its own. Time and again we have seen the heroes of our times, giants in opposition, suddenly diminished. President Lula of Brazil was the hero of the World Social Forum in January 2002. Now he's busy implementing IMF guidelines, reducing pension benefits, and purging radicals from the Workers' Party. Lula has a worthy predecessor in the former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, who instituted a massive program of privatization and structural adjustment that has left thousands of people homeless, jobless, and without water and electricity. When Harry Oppenheimer died in August 2000, Mandela called him one of the great South Africans of our time. Oppenheimer was the head of Anglo-American, one of South Africa's largest mining companies, which made its money exploiting cheap black labor made available by the repressive apartheid regime. Why does this happen? It is neither true nor useful to dismiss Mandela and Lula as weak or treacherous people. It's important to understand the nature of the beast they were up against. The moment they crossed the floor from the opposition into government, they became hostage to a spectrum of threats, most malevolent among them the threat of capital flight, which can destroy any government overnight. To imagine that a leader's personal charisma and history of struggle will dent the corporate cartel is to have no understanding of how capitalism works, or for that matter, how power works. Radical change cannot and will not be negotiated by governments, it can only be enforced by people. By the public. A public who can link hands across national borders. So when we speak of public power in the age of empire, I hope it's not presumptuous to assume that the only thing that is worth discussing seriously is the power of a dissenting public. A public that disagrees with the very concept of empire. A public that has set itself against incumbent power, international, national, regional, or provincial governments and institutions that support and service empire. Of course, those of us who live in empire's subject nations are aware that in the great cities of Europe and the United States, where a few years ago these things would only have been whispered, there is now open talk about the benefits of imperialism and the need for a strong empire to police an unruly world. It wasn't long ago that colonialism also sanctified itself as a civilizing mission. So we can't give these pundits high marks for originality. We are aware that new imperialism is being marketed as a lesser evil in a less than perfect world. Occasionally, some of us are invited to debate the merits of imperialism on neutral platforms provided by the corporate media. It's like debating slavery. It isn't a subject that deserves the dignity of a debate. What are the avenues of protest available to people who wish to resist empire? By resist I don't mean only to express dissent but to effectively force change. Empire has a range of calling cards. It uses different weapons to break open different markets. There isn't a country on God's earth that is not caught in the crosshairs of the US cruise missile and the IMF checkbook. Argentina's the model if you want to be the poster boy of neoliberal capitalism, Iraq if you're the black sheep. For poor people in many countries, empire does not always appear in the form of cruise missiles and tanks, as it has in Iraq or Afghanistan or Vietnam. It appears in their lives in very local avatars losing their jobs, being sent unpayable electricity bills, having their water supply cut, being evicted from their homes and uprooted from their land. All this overseen by the repressive machinery of the state, the police, the army, the judiciary. It is a process of relentless impoverishment with which the poor are historically familiar. What empire does is to further entrench and exacerbate already existing inequalities. Even until quite recently, it was sometimes difficult for people to see themselves as victims of empire. But now local struggles have begun to see their role with increasing clarity. However grand it might sound, the fact is, they are confronting empire in their own, very different ways. Differently in Iraq, in South Africa, in India, in Argentina, and differently, for that matter, on the streets of Europe and the United States. Mass resistance movements, individual activists, journalists, artists, and filmmakers have come together to strip empire of its sheen. They have connected the dots, turned cash flow charts and boardroom speeches into real stories about real people and real despair. They have shown how the neoliberal project has cost people their homes, their land, their jobs, their liberty, their dignity. They have made the intangible tangible. The once seemingly incorporeal enemy is now corporeal. This is a huge victory. It was forged by the coming together of disparate political groups, with a variety of strategies. But they all recognized that the target of their anger, their activism, and their doggedness is the same. This was the beginning of real globalization. The globalization of dissent. Broadly speaking, there are two kinds of mass resistance movements in third world countries today. The landless people's movement in Brazil, the anti-dam movement in India, the Zapatistas in Mexico, the anti-privatization forum in South Africa, and hundreds of others are fighting their own sovereign governments, which have become agents of the neoliberal project. Most of these are radical struggles, fighting to change the structure and chosen model of development of their own societies. Then there are those fighting formal and brutal neo-colonial occupations in contested territories whose boundaries and fault lines were often arbitrarily drawn last century by the imperialist powers. In Palestine, Tibet, Chechnya, Kashmir, and several states in India's northeast provinces, people are waging struggles for self-determination. Several of these struggles might have been radical, even revolutionary, when they began, but often the brutality of the repression they face pushes them into conservative, even retrogressive spaces where they use the same violent strategies and the same language of religious and cultural nationalism used by the states they seek to replace. Many of the foot soldiers in these struggles will find, like those who fought apartheid in South Africa, that once they overcome overt occupation, they will be left with another battle on their hands, a battle against covert economic colonialism. Meanwhile, the rift between rich and poor is being driven deeper and the battle to control the world's resources intensifies. Economic colonialism through formal military aggression is staging a comeback. Iraq today is a tragic illustration of this process. An illegal invasion. A brutal occupation in the name of liberation. The rewriting of laws that allow the shameless appropriation of the country's wealth and resources by corporations allied to the occupation, and now the charade of a local Iraqi government. For these reasons, it is absurd to condemn the resistance to the U.S. occupation in Iraq as being masterminded by terrorists or insurgents or supporters of Saddam Hussein. After all, if the United States were invaded and occupied, would everybody who fought to liberate it be a terrorist or an insurgent or a Bushite? The Iraqi resistance is fighting on the front lines of the battle against empire. And therefore that battle is our battle. Like most resistance movements, it combines a motley range of assorted factions. Former Baathists, liberals, Islamists, fed-up collaborationists, communists, etc. Of course, it is riddled with opportunism, local rivalry, demagoguery, and criminality. But if we are only going to support pristine movements, then no resistance will be worthy of our purity. A whole industry of development experts, academics, and consultants have built an industry on the back of global social movements in which they are not direct participants. Many of these experts, who earn their living studying the struggles of the world's poor, are funded by groups like the Ford Foundation, the World Bank, and wealthy universities such as Harvard, Stanford, and Cornell. From a safe distance, they offer us their insightful critiques. But the same people who tell us that we can reform the World Bank from within, that we change the IMF by working inside it, would not themselves seek to reform a resistance movement by working within it. This is not to say that we should never criticize resistance movements. Many of them suffer from a lack of democracy, from the iconization of their leaders, a lack of transparency, a lack of vision and direction. But most of all they suffer from vilification, repression, and lack of resources. Before we prescribe how a pristine Iraqi resistance must conduct a secular, feminist, democratic, nonviolent battle, we should shore up our end of the resistance by forcing the U.S. government and its allies to withdraw from Iraq. The first militant confrontation in the United States between the global justice movement and the neoliberal junta took place famously at the WTO conference in Seattle in December 1999. To many mass movements in developing countries that had long been fighting lonely, isolated battles, Seattle was the first delightful sign that their anger and their vision of another kind of world was shared by people in the imperialist countries. In January 2001, in Porto Alegre, Brazil, 20,000 activists, students, filmmakers, some of the best minds in the world came together to share their experiences and exchange ideas about confronting empire. That was the birth of the now historic World Social Forum. It was the first formal coming together of an exciting, anarchic, unindoctrinated, energetic, new kind of public power. The rallying cry of the WSF is "Another world is possible." The forum has become a platform where hundreds of conversations, debates, and seminars have helped to hone and refine a vision of what kind of world it should be. By January 2004, when the fourth WSF was held in Mumbai, India, it attracted 200,000 delegates. I have never been part of a more electrifying gathering. It was a sign of the social forum's success that the mainstream media in India ignored it completely. But now the WSF is threatened by its own success. The safe, open, festive atmosphere of the forum has allowed politicians and non-governmental organizations that are imbricated in the political and economic systems that the forum opposes to participate and make themselves heard. Another danger is that the WSF, which has played such a vital role in the movement for global justice, runs the risk of becoming an end unto itself. Just organizing it every year consumes the energies of some of the best activists. If conversations about resistance replace real civil disobedience, then the WSF could become an asset to those whom it was created to oppose. The forum must be held and must grow, but we have to find ways to channel our conversations there back into concrete action. As resistance movements have begun to reach out across national borders and pose a real threat, governments have developed their own strategies of how to deal with them. They range from co-optation to repression. I'm going to speak about 3 of the contemporary dangers that confront resistance movements: the difficult meeting point between mass movements and the mass media, the hazards of the NGOization of resistance, and the confrontation between resistance movements and increasingly repressive states. The place in which the mass media meets mass movements is a complicated one. Governments have learned that a crisis-driven media cannot afford to hang about in the same place for too long. Like a business needs cash turnover, the media need crisis turnover. Whole countries become old news. They cease to exist, and the darkness becomes deeper than before the light was briefly shined on them. We saw it happen in Afghanistan when the Soviets withdrew. And now, after Operation Enduring Freedom put the CIA's Hamid Karzai in place, Afghanistan has been thrown to its warlords once more. Another CIA operative, Iyad Alawi, has been installed in Iraq, so perhaps it's time for the media to move on from there, too. While governments hone the art of waiting out crises, resistance movements are increasingly being ensnared in a vortex of crisis production, seeking to find ways of manufacturing them in easily consumable, spectator-friendly formats. Every self-respecting people's movement, every issue, is expected to have its own hot air balloon in the sky advertising its brand and purpose. For this reason, starvation deaths are more effective advertisements for impoverishment than millions of malnourished people, who don't quite make the cut. Dams are not newsworthy until the devastation they wreak makes good television. And by then, it's too late. Standing in the rising water of a reservoir for days on end, watching your home and belongings float away to protest against a big dam, used to be an effective strategy but isn't anymore. The media is dead bored of that one. So the hundreds of thousands of people being displaced by dams are expected to either conjure up new tricks or give up the struggle. Resistance as spectacle, as political theatre, has a history. Gandhi's Salt March in 1931 to Dandi is among the most exhilarating examples. But the Salt March wasn't theatre alone. It was the symbolic part of a larger act of real civil disobedience. When Gandhi and an army of freedom fighters marched to Gujarat's coast and made salt from seawater, thousands of Indians across the country began to make their own salt, openly defying Imperial Britain's salt tax laws, which banned local salt production in favour of British salt imports. It was a direct strike at the economic underpinning of the British Empire. The disturbing thing nowadays is that resistance as spectacle has cut loose from its origins in genuine civil disobedience and is beginning to become more symbolic than real. Colorful demonstrations and weekend marches are vital but alone are not powerful enough to stop wars. Wars will be stopped only when soldiers refuse to fight, when workers refuse to load weapons onto ships and aircraft, when people boycott the economic outposts of empire that are strung across the globe. If we want to reclaim the space for civil disobedience, we will have to liberate ourselves from the tyranny of crisis reportage and its fear of the mundane. We have to use our experience, our imagination, and our art to interrogate those instruments of state that ensure that normality remains what it is: cruel, unjust, unacceptable. We have to expose the policies and processes that make ordinary things, food, water, shelter, and dignity, such a distant dream for ordinary people. The real preemptive strike is to understand that wars are the end result of a flawed and unjust peace. As far as mass resistance movements are concerned, the fact is that no amount of media coverage can make up for mass strength on the ground. There is no option, really, to old-fashioned, backbreaking political mobilization. Corporate globalization has increased the distance between those who make decisions and those who have to suffer the effects of those decisions. Forums like the WSF enable local resistance movements to reduce that distance and to link up with their counterparts in rich countries. That alliance is a formidable one. For example, when India's first private dam, the Maheshwar Dam, was being built, the Narmada Bachao Andolan, the NBA, the German organization Urgewald, the Bern Declaration in Switzerland, and the International Rivers Network in Berkeley worked together to push a series of international banks and corporations out of the project. This would not have been possible had there not been a rock-solid resistance movement on the ground. The voice of that local movement was amplified by supporters on the global stage, embarrassing investors and forcing them to withdraw. An infinite number of similar alliances, targeting specific projects and specific corporations, would help to make another world possible. We should begin with the corporations that did business with Saddam Hussein and now profit from the devastation and occupation of Iraq. A second hazard facing mass movements is the NGOization of resistance. It will be easy to twist what I'm about to say into an indictment of all NGOs. That would be a falsehood. In the murky waters of fake NGOs set up to siphon off grant money or as tax dodges, in states like Bihar, they are given as dowry. Of course there are NGOs doing valuable work. But it's important to turn our attention away from the positive work being done by some individual NGOs and consider the NGO phenomenon in a broader political context. In India, for instance, the funded NGO boom began in the late 1980s and 1990s. It coincided with the opening of India's markets to neoliberalism. At the time, the Indian state, in keeping with the requirements of structural adjustment, was withdrawing funding from rural development, agriculture, energy, transport, and public health. As the state abdicated its traditional role, NGOs moved into work in these very areas. The difference, of course, is that the funds available to them are a minuscule fraction of the actual cut in public spending. Most large, well-funded NGOs are financed and patronized by aid and development agencies, which are in turn funded by Western governments, the World Bank, the UN, and some multinational corporations. Though they may not be the very same agencies, they are certainly part of the same loose political formation that oversees the neoliberal project and demands the slash in government spending in the first place. Why should these agencies fund NGOs? Could it be just old-fashioned missionary zeal? Guilt? It's a little more than that. NGOs give the impression that they are filling the vacuum created by a retreating state. And they are, but in a materially inconsequential way. Their real contribution is that they diffuse political anger and dole out as aid or benevolence what people ought to have by right. They alter the public psyche. They turn people into dependent victims and blunt the edges of political resistance. NGOs form a sort of buffer between the sarkar and public. Between empire and its subjects. They have become the arbitrators, the interpreters, the facilitators of the discourse. They play out the role of the reasonable man in an unfair, unreasonable war. In the long run, NGOs are accountable to their funders, not to the people they work among. They're what botanists would call an indicator species. It's almost as though the greater the devastation caused by neoliberalism, the greater the outbreak of NGOs. Nothing illustrates this more poignantly than the phenomenon of the US preparing to invade a country and simultaneously readying NGOs to go in and clean up the devastation. In order to make sure their funding is not jeopardized and that the governments of the countries they work in will allow them to function, NGOs have to present their work whether it's in a country devastated by war, poverty, or an epidemic of disease within a shallow framework more or less shorn of a political or historical context. At any rate, an inconvenient historical or political context. It's not for nothing that the NGO perspective is becoming increasingly respected. Apolitical, and therefore, actually, extremely political, distress reports from poor countries and war zones eventually make the dark people of those dark countries seem like pathological victims. Another malnourished Indian, another starving Ethiopian, another Afghan refugee camp, another maimed Sudanese, in need of the white man's help. They unwittingly reinforce racist stereotypes and reaffirm the achievements, the comforts, and the compassion, the tough love, of Western civilization, minus the guilt of the history of genocide, colonialism, and slavery. They're the secular missionaries of the modern world. Eventually, on a smaller scale but more insidiously, the capital available to NGOs plays the same role in alternative politics as the speculative capital that flows in and out of the economies of poor countries. It begins to dictate the agenda. It turns confrontation into negotiation. It depoliticizes resistance. It interferes with local people's movements that have traditionally been self-reliant. NGOs have funds that can employ local people who might otherwise be activists in resistance movements but now can feel they are doing some immediate, creative good, and earning a living while they're at it. Charity offers instant gratification to the giver, as well as the receiver, but its side effects can be dangerous. Real political resistance offers no such shortcuts. The NGOization of politics threatens to turn resistance into a well-mannered, reasonable, salaried, 9-to-5 job. With a few perks thrown in. Real resistance has real consequences. And no salary. This brings us to a third danger I want to speak about tonight, the deadly nature of the actual confrontation between resistance movements and increasingly repressive states. Between public power and the agents of empire. Whenever civil resistance has shown the slightest signs of evolving from symbolic action into anything remotely threatening, the crackdown is merciless. We've seen what happened in the demonstrations in Seattle, in Miami, in Gothenburg, in Genoa. In the United States, you have the USA Patriot Act, which has become a blueprint for anti-terrorism laws passed by governments around the world. Freedoms are being curbed in the name of protecting freedom. And once we surrender our freedoms, to win them back will take a revolution. Some governments have vast experience in the business of curbing freedoms and still smelling sweet. The government of India, an old hand at the game, lights the path. Over the years, the Indian government has passed a plethora of laws that allow it to call almost anyone a terrorist, an insurgent, a militant. We have the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, the Public Security Act, the Special Areas Security Act, the Gangster Act, the Terrorist and Disruptive Areas Act, which has formally lapsed, but under which people are still facing trial, and, most recently, POTA, the Prevention of Terrorism Act, the broad-spectrum antibiotic for the disease of dissent. There are other steps that are being taken, such as court judgments that in effect curtail free speech, the right of government workers to go on strike, the right to life and livelihood. Courts have begun to micromanage our lives in India. And criticizing the courts is a criminal offense. But coming back to the counter-terrorism initiatives, over the last decade the number of people who have been killed by the police and security forces runs into the tens of thousands. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, the pin-up girl of corporate globalization in India, an average of about 200 extremists are killed in what are called encounters every year. The Bombay police boast of how many gangsters they have killed in shootouts. In Kashmir, in a situation that almost amounts to war, an estimated 80,000 people have been killed since 1989. Thousands have simply disappeared. In the northeastern provinces, the situation is similar. In recent years, the Indian police have opened fire on unarmed people at peaceful demonstrations, mostly Dalit and Adivasi. The preferred method is to kill them and then call them terrorists. India is not alone, though. We have seen similar things happen in countries such as Bolivia and Chile. In the era of neoliberalism, poverty is a crime, and protesting against it is more and more being defined as terrorism. In India, the Prevention of Terrorism Act is often called the Production of Terrorism Act. It's a versatile, hold-all law that could apply to anyone from an Al-Qaeda operative to a disgruntled bus conductor. As with all anti-terrorism laws, the genius of POTA is that it can be whatever the government wants. For example, in Tamil Nadu it has been used to imprison and silence critics of the state government. In Jharkhand 3,200 people, mostly poor Adivasis accused of being Maoists, have been named in criminal complaints under POTA. In Gujarat and Mumbai, the act is used almost exclusively against Muslims. After the 2002 state-assisted pogrom in Gujarat, in which an estimated 2,000 Muslims were savagely killed by Hindu mobs and 150,000 driven from their homes, 287 people have been accused under POTA. Of these, 286 are Muslim and one is a Sikh. POTA allows confessions extracted in police custody to be admitted as judicial evidence. In effect, torture tends to replace investigation. The South Asia Human Rights Documentation Center reports that India has the highest number of torture and custodial deaths in the world. Government records show that there were 1,307 deaths in judicial custody in 2002 alone. A few months ago, I was a member of a People's Tribunal on POTA. Over a period of 2 days, we listened to harrowing testimonies of what is happening in our wonderful democracy. It's everything from people being forced to drink urine, being stripped, humiliated, given electric shocks, burned with cigarette butts, having iron rods put up their anuses, to people being beaten and kicked to death. The new government has promised to repeal POTA. I'd be surprised if that happens before similar legislation under a different name is put in place. When every avenue of nonviolent dissent is closed down, and everyone who protests against the violation of their human rights is called a terrorist, should we really be surprised if vast parts of the country are overrun by those who believe in armed struggle and are more or less beyond the control of the state? In Kashmir, the northeastern provinces, large parts of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Andhra Pradesh. Ordinary people in these regions are trapped between the violence of the militants and the state. In Kashmir, the Indian Army estimates that 3,000 to 4,000 militants are operating at any given time. To control them, the Indian government deploys about 500,000 soldiers. Clearly it isn't just the militants the army seeks to control, but a whole population of humiliated, unhappy people who see the Indian Army as an occupation force. The primary purpose of laws like POTA is not to target real terrorists or militants, who are usually simply shot. Anti-terrorism laws are used to intimidate civil society. Inevitably, such repression has the effect of fueling discontent and anger. The Armed Forces Special Powers Act allows not just officers but even junior commissioned officers and non-commissioned officers of the Army to use force and even kill any person on suspicion of disturbing public order. It was first imposed on a few districts in the state of Manipur in 1958. Today it applies to virtually all of the Northeast and Kashmir. The documentation of instances of torture, disappearances, custodial deaths, rape, and summary execution by security forces is enough to turn your stomach. In Andhra Pradesh, in India's heartland, the militant Marxist-Leninist People's War Group, PWG, which for years has been engaged in a violent armed struggle and has been the principal target of many of the Andhra police's fake encounters, held its first public meeting in years on July 28, 2004, in the town of Warangal. The former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, liked to call himself the CEO of the state. In return for his enthusiasm in implementing structural adjustment, Andhra Pradesh received millions of dollars of aid from the World Bank and development agencies such as Britain's Department for International Development. As a result of structural adjustment, Andhra Pradesh is now best known for two things: the hundreds of suicides by farmers who were steeped in debt and the spreading influence and growing militancy of the People's War Group. During Naidu's term in office, the PWG were not arrested or captured, they were summarily shot. In response, the PWG campaigned actively, and, let it be said, violently, against Naidu. In May the Congress won the state elections. The Naidu government didn't just lose, it was humiliated in the polls. When the PWG called a public meeting, it was attended by hundreds of thousands of people. Under POTA, all of them are considered terrorists. Are they all going to be detained in some Indian equivalent of Guantanamo Bay? The whole of the Northeast and the Kashmir Valley is in ferment. What will the government do with these millions of people? One does not endorse the violence of these militant groups, neither morally nor strategically. But to condemn it without first denouncing the much greater violence perpetrated by the state would be to deny the people of these regions not just their basic human rights but even the right to a fair hearing. People who have lived in situations of conflict are in no doubt that militancy and armed struggle provoke a massive escalation of violence from the state. But living as they do, in situations of unbearable injustice, can they remain silent forever? There is no discussion taking place in the world today that is more crucial than the debate about strategies of resistance. And the choice of strategy is not entirely in the hands of the public. It is also in the hands of Sarkar. After all, when the US invades and occupies Iraq in the way it has done, with such overwhelming military force, can the resistance be expected to be a conventional military one? Of course, even if it were conventional, it would still be called terrorist. In a strange sense, the US government's arsenal of weapons and unrivaled air and fire power makes terrorism an all but inescapable response. What people lack in wealth and power, they will make up for with stealth and strategy. In the 21st century, the connection between corporate globalization, religious fundamentalism, nuclear nationalism, and the pauperization of whole populations is becoming impossible to ignore. The unrest has myriad manifestations: terrorism, armed struggle, nonviolent mass resistance, and common crime. In this restive, despairing time, if governments do not do all they can to honor nonviolent resistance, then by default they privilege those who turn to violence. No government's condemnation of terrorism is credible if it cannot show itself to be open to change by nonviolent dissent. But instead nonviolent resistance movements are being crushed. Any kind of mass political mobilization or organization is being bought off, broken, or simply ignored. Meanwhile, governments and the corporate media, and let's not forget the film industry, lavish their time, attention, funds, technology, research, and admiration on war and terrorism. Violence has been deified. The message this sends is disturbing and dangerous. If you seek to air a public grievance, violence is more effective than non-violence. As the rift between the rich and poor grows, as the need to appropriate and control the world's resources to feed the great capitalist machine becomes more urgent, the unrest will only escalate. For those of us who are on the wrong side of empire, the humiliation is becoming unbearable. Each of the Iraqi children killed by the United States was our child. Each of the prisoners tortured in Abu Ghraib was our comrade. Each of their screams was ours. When they were humiliated, we were humiliated. The US soldiers fighting in Iraq, mostly volunteers in a poverty draft from small towns and poor urban neighborhoods, are victims, just as much as the Iraqis, of the same horrendous process, which asks them to die for a victory that will never be theirs. The mandarins of the corporate world, the CEOs, the bankers, the politicians, the judges, and generals, look down on us from on high and shake their heads sternly. There's no alternative, they say, and let's lip the dogs of war. Then, from the ruins of Afghanistan, from the rubble of Iraq and Chechnya, from the streets of occupied Palestine and the mountains of Kashmir, from the hills and plains of Colombia and the forests of Andhra Pradesh and Assam, comes the chilling reply: there's no alternative but terrorism. Terrorism. Armed struggle. Insurgency. Call it what you want. Terrorism is vicious, ugly, and dehumanizing for its perpetrators as well as its victims. But so is war. You could say that terrorism is the privatization of war. Terrorists are the free marketers of war. They are people who don't believe that the state has a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. Human society is journeying to a terrible place. Of course, there is an alternative to terrorism. It's called justice. It's time to recognize that no amount of nuclear weapons, or full-spectrum dominance, or daisy cutters, or spurious governing councils and loyajurgas, can buy peace at the cost of justice. The urge for hegemony and preponderance by some will be matched with greater intensity by the longing for dignity and justice by others. Exactly what form that battle takes, whether it's beautiful or bloodthirsty, depends on us. This text is based on a public address delivered to an overflow crowd at the American Sociological Association's 99th annual meeting in San Francisco on August 16, 2004. The theme of the conference was Public Sociologies. The talk quickly aired on C-SPAN Book TV, Democracy Now!, and alternative radio, reaching audiences throughout North America and beyond, and was circulated via email around the world. Peace and the New Corporate Liberation Theology. It's official now. The Sydney Peace Foundation is neck-deep in the business of gambling and calculated risk. Last year, very courageously, it chose Dr. Hanan Ashrawi of Palestine for the Sydney Peace Prize. And, as if that were not enough, this year of all the people in the world it goes and chooses me. When the prize was announced, I was subjected to some pretty arch remarks from those who know me well. Why did they give it to the biggest troublemaker we know? Didn't anybody tell them that you don't have a peaceful bone in your body? And, memorably, Arundhati, Diddy, sister, what's the Sydney Peace Prize? Was there a war in Sydney that you helped to stop? Speaking for myself, I am utterly delighted. But I must accept it as a literary prize that honors a writer for her writing, because contrary to the many virtues that are falsely attributed to me, I'm not an activist, nor the leader of a mass movement, and I'm certainly not the voice of the voiceless. Today, not merely justice, but the idea of justice is under attack. The assault on fragile sections of society is at once so complete, so cruel, and so clever, all-encompassing and yet specifically targeted, brutal and yet insidious that its audacity has eroded our definition of justice. It has forced us to lower our sights and expectations. In an alarming shift, the reduced, fragile discourse of human rights is replacing the magnificent concept of justice. The difference is that notions of equality have been pried loose and eased out of the equation. It's a process of attrition. Almost unconsciously, we begin to think of justice for the rich and powerful and human rights for the poor. Justice for the corporate world, human rights for its victims. Justice for the Indian upper castes, human rights for Dalits and Adivasis, if that. Justice for white Australians, human rights for Aboriginals and immigrants. It is becoming clearer that violating human rights is an inherent and necessary part of implementing a coercive and unjust political and economic structure on the world. Without wholesale violation of human rights, the neoliberal project would remain in the dreamy realm of policy. But human rights violations increasingly are being portrayed as the unfortunate, almost accidental, fallout of an otherwise acceptable political and economic system. This is why in areas of heightened conflict in Kashmir and in Iraq, for example, human rights professionals are regarded with suspicion. It has been only a few weeks since Australians voted to re-elect Prime Minister John Howard who, among other things, led Australia to participate in the illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq. The invasion of Iraq will surely go down in history as one of the most cowardly wars ever fought. It was a war in which a band of rich nations, armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over, rounded on a poor nation, falsely accused it of having nuclear weapons, used the United Nations to force it to disarm, then invaded it, occupied it, and are now in the process of selling it. Iraq is a sign of things to come, showing us the corporate military cabal of empire at work. As the battle to control the world's resources intensifies, economic colonialism through formal military aggression is staging a comeback. In 1991, U.S. President George Bush Sr. mounted Operation Desert Storm. Tens of thousands of Iraqis were killed in the war. Iraq's fields were bombed with more than 300 tons of depleted uranium, causing a fourfold increase in cancer among children. For more than 13 years, 24 million Iraqi people lived in a war zone and were denied food, medicine, and clean water. In the frenzy around the U.S. elections, let's remember that the levels of cruelty did not fluctuate whether the Democrats or the Republicans were in the White House. 500,000 Iraqi children died because of economic sanctions in the run-up to Operation Shock and Awe. Until recently, while there was a careful record of how many U.S. soldiers had lost their lives, we had no idea of how many Iraqis had been killed. A new, detailed study, fast-tracked by the Lancet Medical Journal and extensively peer-reviewed, estimates that 100,000 Iraqis have died since the invasion. And let's not forget Iraq's children. Technically, the bloodbath is called precision bombing. In ordinary language, it's called butchery. So the civilized modern world built painstakingly on a legacy of genocide, slavery, and colonialism now controls most of the world's oil. And most of the world's weapons, most of the world's money, and most of the world's media. The embedded, corporate media in which the doctrine of free speech has been substituted by the doctrine of free if you agree speech. UN Chief Weapons Inspector Hans Blix said he found no evidence of nuclear weapons in Iraq. Every scrap of evidence produced by the US and British governments was found to be false. And yet, in the prelude to the war, day after day the most respectable newspapers and TV channels in the US headlined the evidence of Iraq's arsenal of nuclear weapons. It now turns out that the source of the manufactured evidence of Iraq's arsenal of nuclear weapons was Ahmed Chalabi, who, like General Suharto of Indonesia, General Pinochet of Chile, the Shah of Iran, the Taliban, and of course, Saddam Hussein himself, was bankrolled with millions of dollars from the good old CIA. And so, a country was bombed into oblivion. Visitors to Australia like myself are expected to answer the following question when they fill in the visa form: have you ever committed or been involved in the commission of war crimes or crimes against humanity or human rights? Would George Bush and Tony Blair get visas to Australia? Under the tenets of international law, they must surely qualify as war criminals. Although no weapons of mass destruction have been found in Iraq, stunning new evidence has revealed that Saddam Hussein was planning a weapons program. Like I was planning to win Olympic gold in synchronized swimming. No doubt all will be revealed in the free and fair trial of Saddam Hussein that's coming up soon in the new Iraq. But we won't learn how the US and Britain plied him with money and material assistance at the time he was carrying out murderous attacks on Iraqi Kurds and Shias, or that the 12,000-page report submitted by Saddam Hussein's government to the UN was censored by the United States because it lists 24 US corporations that participated in Iraq's pre-Gulf War nuclear and conventional weapons program. They include Bechtel, DuPont, Eastman Kodak, Hewlett-Packard, International Computer Systems, and Unisys. So Iraq has been liberated, its people subjugated, and its markets freed in outright violation of international law. Once Iraq has been handed over to the multinationals, a mild dose of genuine democracy won't do any harm. In fact, it might be good PR for the corporate version of liberation theology, otherwise known as New Democracy. Corporations like Bechtel and Halliburton, the company that U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney once headed, have won huge contracts for reconstruction work. A brief CV of any one of these corporations would give us a layperson's grasp of how it all works, not just in Iraq, but all over the world. Say we pick Bechtel, an old business acquaintance of Saddam Hussein. Many of its dealings were negotiated by none other than Donald Rumsfeld. In 1988, after Saddam Hussein gassed thousands of Kurds, Bechtel signed contracts with the Iraqi government to build a dual-use chemical plant in Baghdad. Bechtel has been awarded reconstruction contracts in Iraq worth over $1 billion, which include contracts to rebuild power generation plants, electrical grids, water supply, sewage systems, and airport facilities. Never mind revolving doors, this, if it weren't so drenched in blood, would be a bedroom farce. And Bechtel has footprints around the world. It first attracted international attention when it signed a contract with Hugo Banzer, the Bolivian dictator, to privatize the city of Cochabamba's water supply. Bechtel immediately raised the water price, bringing hundreds of thousands of those who couldn't pay Bechtel's bills into the streets, paralyzing the city. Martial law was declared. Bechtel was forced to flee its offices, but it is now negotiating a multi-million-dollar exit payment from the Bolivian government for the loss of profits. In India, Bechtel along with General Electric are the new owners of the notorious and currently defunct Enron power project. The Enron contract, which legally binds the government of the state of Maharashtra to pay Enron a sum of $30 billion, was the largest contract ever signed in India. Enron was not shy to boast about the millions of dollars it had spent to educate Indian politicians and bureaucrats. The Enron contract in Maharashtra, which was India's first fast-track private power project, has come to be known as the most massive fraud in the country's history. Enron was another of the Republican Party's major campaign contributors. Enron's electricity was so expensive that the government decided it was cheaper not to buy electricity and to pay Enron damages under the contract. The government of one of the world's poorest countries was paying Enron $220 million a year not to produce electricity. With Enron's demise, Bechtel and GE are suing the Indian government for $5.6 billion for lost profits. Enron actually invested a tiny fraction of this sum in the project. The arbitration between Bechtel, GE, and the Government of India is taking place right now in London. Think about it, the notional profits of a single corporate project would be enough to provide 100 days of employment a year at minimum wages, calculated at a weighted average across different states, for 25 million people. That's 5 million more than the population of Australia. That is the scale of the horror of neoliberalism. Invaded and occupied Iraq has been made to pay out $200 million in reparations for lost profits to corporations like Halliburton, Shell, Mobil, Nestle, Pepsi, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and Toys R Us. That's apart from its $125 billion sovereign debt forcing it to turn to the IMF. In New Iraq, privatization has broken new ground. The U.S. Army is increasingly recruiting private mercenaries to help in the occupation. The advantage with mercenaries is that when they're killed they're not included in the U.S. soldiers' body count. It helps to manage public opinion. Prisons have been privatized and torture has been privatized. Other attractions in New Iraq include newspapers being shut down, television stations bombed, reporters killed. U.S. soldiers have opened fire on crowds of unarmed protesters, killing scores of people. The only kind of resistance that has managed to survive is as crazed and brutal as the occupation itself. Is there space for a secular, democratic, feminist, nonviolent resistance in Iraq? There isn't really. That is why it falls to those of us living outside Iraq to create that mass-based, secular, and nonviolent resistance to the U.S. occupation. If we fail to do that, then we run the risk of allowing the idea of resistance to be hijacked and conflated with terrorism, and that will be a pity because they are not the same thing. We know very well who benefits from war in the age of empire. But we must also ask ourselves honestly, who benefits from peace in the age of empire? Warmongering is criminal. But talking of peace without talking of justice could easily become advocacy for a kind of capitulation. And talking of justice without unmasking the institutions and the systems that perpetrate injustice is beyond hypocritical. It's easy to blame the poor for being poor. It's easy to believe that the world is being caught up in an escalating spiral of terrorism and war. That's what allows the American president to say you're either with us or with the terrorists. But we know that that is a spurious choice. It is mendacious to make moral distinction between the unspeakable brutality of terrorism and the indiscriminate carnage of war and occupation. Both kinds of violence are unacceptable. We cannot support one and condemn the other. The real tragedy is that most people in the world are trapped between the horror of a putative peace and the terror of war. Those are the two sheer cliffs we're hemmed in by. The question is, how do we climb out of this crevasse? For those who are materially well off but morally uncomfortable, the first question you must ask yourself is, do you really want to climb out of it? How far are you prepared to go? Has the crevasse become too comfortable? If you really want to climb out, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that the Advance Party began the climb some time ago. They're already halfway up. Thousands of activists across the world have been hard at work preparing footholds and securing the ropes to make it easier for the rest of us. There isn't only one path up. There are hundreds of ways of doing it. There are hundreds of battles being fought around the world that need your skills, your minds, your resources. The bad news is that colorful demonstrations, weekend marches, and annual trips to the World Social Forum are not enough. There have to be targeted acts of real civil disobedience with real consequences. Maybe we can't flip a switch and conjure up a revolution. But there are several things we could do. For example, you could make a list of those corporations who have profited from the invasion of Iraq and have offices here in Australia. You could name them, boycott them, occupy their offices, and force them out of business. If it can happen in Bolivia, it can happen in India. It can happen in Australia. Why not? That's only a small suggestion. But remember that if the struggle were to resort to violence, it will lose vision, beauty, and imagination. Most dangerous of all, it will marginalize and eventually victimize women. And a political struggle that does not have women at the heart of it, above it, below it, and within it is no struggle at all. The point is that the battle must be joined. As the wonderful American historian Howard Zinn put it, you can't be neutral on a moving train. Sydney Peace Prize Lecture, November 4, 2004. Breaking the news. This reader goes to press almost 5 years to the day since December 13, 2001, when 5 men, some say 6, drove through the gates of the Indian Parliament in a white ambassador car and attempted what looked like an astonishingly incompetent terrorist strike. Consummate competence appeared to be the hallmark of everything that followed: the gathering of evidence, the speed of the investigation by the special cell of the Delhi police, the arrest and charge sheeting of the accused, and the 40-month-long judicial process that began with the fast-track trial court. The operative phrase in all of this appeared to be. If you follow the story carefully, you'll encounter 2 sets of masks. First, the mask of consummate competence, accused arrested, case cracked in 2 days flat, and then, when things began to come undone, the benign mask of shambling incompetence, shoddy evidence, procedural flaws, material contradictions. But underneath all of this, as each of the essays in this collection shows, is something more sinister, more worrying. Over the last few years the worries have grown into a mountain of misgivings, impossible to ignore. The doubts set in early on, when on December 14, 2001, the day after the Parliament attack, the police arrested Sar Gilani, a young lecturer in Delhi University. He was one of 4 people who were arrested. His outraged colleagues and friends, certain he had been framed, contacted the well-known lawyer Nandita Haxar and asked her to take on his case. This marked the beginning of a campaign for the fair trial of Gilani. It flew in the face of mass hysteria and corrosive propaganda enthusiastically disseminated by the mass media. The campaign was successful, and Gilani was eventually acquitted, along with Afsan Guru, CO accused in the same case. Gilani's acquittal blew a gaping hole in the prosecution's version of the Parliament attack. But in some odd way, in the public mind, the acquittal of 2 of the accused only confirmed the guilt of the other 2. When the government announced that Mohammad Afzal Guru, accused number 1 in the case, would be hanged on October 20, 2006, it seemed as though most people welcomed the news not just with approval, but morbid excitement. But then, once again, the questions resurfaced. To see through the prosecution's case against Gilani was relatively easy. He was plucked out of thin air and transplanted into the center of the conspiracy as its kingpin. Afzal was different. He had been extruded through the sewage system of the hell that Kashmir has become. He surfaced through a manhole, covered in shit, and when he emerged, policemen in the special cell pissed on him. Point 1 The first thing they made him do was a media confession in which he implicated himself completely in the attack. Point 2 The speed with which this happened made many of us believe that he was indeed guilty as charged. It was only much later that the circumstances under which this confession was made were revealed, and even the Supreme Court set it aside, saying that the police had violated legal safeguards. Point 3 From the very beginning there was nothing pristine or simple about Afzal's case. Even today Afzal does not claim complete innocence. It is the nature of his involvement that is being contested. For instance, was he coerced, tortured, and blackmailed into playing even the peripheral part he played? He didn't have a lawyer to put out his version of the story or help anyone to sift through the tangle of lies and fabrications. Various individuals worked it out for themselves. These essays by a group of lawyers, academics, journalists, and writers represent that body of work. It has fractured what only recently appeared to be a national consensus interwoven with mass hysteria. We're late at the barricades, but we're here. Most people, or let's say many people, when they encounter real facts and a logical argument, do begin to ask the right questions. This is exactly what has begun to happen on the Parliament attack case. The questions have created public pressure. The pressure has created fissures, and through these fissures those who have come under the scanner's shadowy individuals, counterintelligence and security agencies, political parties are beginning to surface. They wave flags, hurl abuse, issue hot denials, and cover their tracks with more and more untruths. Thus they reveal themselves. Public unease continues to grow. A group of citizens has come together as a committee, chaired by Nirmala Deshpande, to publicly demand a parliamentary inquiry into the episode. 4 There is an online petition demanding the same thing. Thousands of people have signed on. Every day new articles appear in the papers and on the internet. At least half a dozen websites are following the developments closely. They raise questions about how Mohammed Afzal, who never had proper legal representation, can be sentenced to death, without having had an opportunity to be heard, without a fair trial. They raise questions about fabricated evidence, procedural flaws, and the outright lies that were presented in court and published in newspapers. They show how there is hardly a single piece of evidence that stands up to scrutiny. And then, there are even more disturbing questions that have been raised, which range beyond the fate of Mohammed Afzal. Here are 13 questions about December 13th. Question 1. 4 months before the attack on Parliament, both the government and the police had been saying that Parliament could be attacked. On December 12, 2001, at an informal meeting, Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee warned of an imminent attack on Parliament. 5 On December 13, Parliament was attacked. Given that there was an improved security drill, how did a car bomb packed with explosives enter the Parliament complex? Question 2. Within days of the attack, the special cell of Delhi police said it was a meticulously planned joint operation of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. They said the attack was led by a man called Mohammed who was also involved in the hijacking of IC-814 in 1998. This was later refuted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. 6 None of this was ever proved in court. What evidence did the special cell have for its claim? Question 3. The entire attack was recorded live on closed-circuit television, CCTV. Congress Party MP Kapil Sibal demanded in Parliament that the CCTV recording be shown to the members. He was supported by the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Najma Heptullah, who said that there was confusion about the details of the event. The Chief Whip of the Congress Party, Priya Ranjan Dasmunshi, said, "I counted 6 men getting out of the car. But only 5 were killed." The closed-circuit TV camera recording clearly showed the 6 men. 7 If Dasmunshi was right, why did the police say that there were only 5 people in the car? Who was the 6th person? Where is he now? Why was the CCTV recording not produced by the prosecution as evidence in the trial? Why was it not released for public viewing? Question 4. Why was Parliament adjourned after some of these questions were raised? Question 5. A few days after December 13, the government declared that it had incontrovertible proof of Pakistan's involvement in the attack and announced a massive mobilization of almost 500,000 soldiers to the Indo-Pakistan border. The subcontinent was pushed to the brink of nuclear war. Apart from Afzal's confession, extracted under torture, and later set aside by the Supreme Court, what was the incontrovertible proof? Question 6. Is it true that the military mobilization to the Pakistan border had begun long before the December 13 attack? Question 7. How much did this military standoff, which lasted for nearly a year, cost? How many soldiers died in the process? How many soldiers and civilians died because of mishandled land mines, and how many peasants lost their homes and land because trucks and tanks were rolling through their villages, and landmines were being planted in their fields? Question 8. In a criminal investigation it is vital for the police to show how the evidence gathered at the scene of the attack led them to the accused. How did the police reach Mohammed Afzal? The special cell says Sar Gilani led them to Afzal. 8 But the message to look out for Afzal was actually flashed to the Srinagar police before Gilani was arrested. So how did the special cell connect Afzal to the December 13 attack? Question 9. The courts acknowledge that Afzal was a surrendered militant who was in regular contact with the security forces, particularly the Special Task Force, STF, of Jammu and Kashmir Police. How do the security forces explain the fact that a person under their surveillance was able to conspire in a major militant operation? Question 10. Is it plausible that organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed would rely on a person who had been in and out of STF torture chambers, and was under constant police surveillance, as the principal link for a major operation? Question 11. In his statement before the court, Afzal says that he was introduced to Mohammed and instructed to take him to Delhi by a man called Tariq, who was working with the STF. Tariq was named in the police charge sheet. Who is Tariq and where is he now? Question 12. On December 19, 2001, 6 days after the Parliament attack, Police Commissioner S.M. Shangari, Thane, Maharashtra, identified one of the attackers killed in the Parliament attack as Mohammad Yasin Fateh Mohammed, alias Abu Hamza, of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, who had been arrested in Mumbai in November 2000 and immediately handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police. He gave detailed descriptions to support his statement. If Police Commissioner Shangari was right, how did Mohammad Yasin, a man in the custody of the Jammu and Kashmir police, end up participating in the Parliament attack? If he was wrong, where is Mohammad Yasin now? Question 13. Why is it that we still don't know who the 5 dead terrorists killed in the Parliament attack are? These questions, examined cumulatively, point to something far more serious than incompetence. The words that come to mind are complicity, collusion, and involvement. There's no need for us to feign shock or shrink from thinking these thoughts and saying them out loud. Governments and their intelligence agencies have a hoary tradition of using strategies like this to further their own ends. Look up the burning of the Reichstag and the rise of Nazi power in Germany, 1933, or Operation Gladio, in which European intelligence agencies created acts of terrorism, especially in Italy, in order to discredit militant groups like the Red Brigade. 9. The official response to all of these questions has been dead silence. As things stand, the execution of Afzal has been postponed while the president considers his clemency petition. Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party announced that it would turn Hang Afzal into a national campaign. 10 The campaign was fueled by the usual stale cocktail of religious chauvinism, nationalism, and strategic falsehoods. But it doesn't seem to have taken off. Now other avenues are being explored. Ms. Bitta of the All India Anti-Terrorist Front is parading around the families of some of the security personnel who were killed during the attack. They have threatened to return the government's posthumous bravery medals if Afzal is not hanged by December 13. On balance, it might not be a bad idea for them to turn in those medals until they really know who the attackers were working for. The main strategy seems to be to create confusion and polarize the debate on communal lines. The editor of the Pioneer newspaper writes in his columns that Mohammad Afzal was actually one of the men who attacked Parliament, that he was the first to open fire and kill at least 3 security guards. 11 The columnist Swapan Dasgupta, in an article titled "You Can't Be Good to Evil," suggests that if Afzal is not hanged there would be no point in celebrating the victory of good over evil at Dussehra or Durga Puja. 12 It's hard to believe that falsehoods like this stem only from a poor grasp of facts. In the business of spreading confusion, the mass media, particularly television journalists, can be counted on to be perfect collaborators. On discussions, chat shows, and special reports, we have television anchors playing around with crucial facts, like young children in a sandpit. Torturers, estranged brothers, senior police officers, and politicians are emerging from the woodwork and talking. The more they talk, the more interesting it all becomes. At the end of November 2006, Afzal's older brother Ijaz made it onto a national news channel, CNN-IBN. 13 He was featured on hidden camera, on what was meant to be a sting operation, making we were asked to believe stunning revelations. Ijaz's story had already been on offer to various journalists on the streets of Delhi for weeks. People were wary of him because his rift with his brother's wife and family is well known. More significantly, in Kashmir he is known to have a relationship with the STF. More than one person has suggested an audit of his newfound assets. But here he was now, on the national news, endorsing the Supreme Court decision to hang his brother. Then, saying Afzal had never surrendered, and that it was he, Ijaz, who surrendered his brother's weapon to the border security force. And since he had never surrendered, Ijaz was able to confirm that Afzal was an active militant with the Jaish-e-Mohammed and that Ghazi Baba, chief of operations of the Jaish, used to regularly hold meetings in their home. Ijaz claims that when Ghazi Baba was killed, he was called in by the police to identify the body. On the whole, it sounded as though there had been a case of mistaken identity and that given how much he knew, and all he was admitting, Ijaz should have been the one in custody instead of Afzal. We must keep in mind that behind both Ijaz and Afzal's media confessions, spaced 5 years apart, is the invisible hand of the STF, the dreaded counterinsurgency outfit in Kashmir. They can make anyone say anything at any time. Their methods, both punitive and remunerative, are familiar to every man, woman, and child in the Kashmir Valley. At a time like this, for a responsible news channel to announce that their investigation finds that Afzal was a Jaish militant, based on totally unreliable testimony, is dangerous and irresponsible. Since when did what our brothers say about us become admissible evidence? My brother, for instance, will testify that I'm God's gift to the universe. I could dredge up a couple of ants who'd say I'm a Jaish militant. For a price. How can family feuds be dressed up as breaking news? The other character who is rapidly emerging from the shadowy periphery and wading onto center stage is Deputy Superintendent of Police Dravinder Singh of the STF. He is the man named by Afzal as the police officer who held him in illegal detention and tortured him in the STF camp at Hamama in Srinagar, only a few months before the Parliament attack. In a letter to his lawyer Sushil Kumar, Afzal says that several of the calls made to him and Mohammed, the man killed in the attack, can be traced to Dravinder Singh. Of course no attempt was made to trace these calls. Dravinder Singh was also showcased on the CNN-IBN show, on the by now ubiquitous low-angle shots, cameras shaken all 14. It seemed a bit unnecessary, because Dravinder Singh has been talking a lot these days. He's done recorded interviews, on the phone as well as face-to-face, saying exactly the same shocking things. Weeks before the sting operation, in a recorded interview to Parvaiz Bukhari, at that time a freelance journalist based in Srinagar, he said, "I did interrogate and torture him Afzal at my camp for several days. And we never recorded his arrest in the books anywhere. His description of torture at my camp is true. That was the procedure those days and we did pour petrol in his ass and gave him electric shocks. But I could not break him. He did not reveal anything to me despite our hardest possible interrogation. We tortured him enough for Ghazi Baba but he did not break. He looked like a Pandu those days, what you call a Chutya type. And I had a reputation for torture, interrogation, and breaking suspects. If anybody came out of my interrogation clean, nobody would ever touch him again. He would be considered clean for good by the whole department." 15. On TV this boasting spiraled into policy making. "Torture is the only deterrent for terrorism," he said, "I do it for the nation." 16. He didn't bother to explain why or how the Pandu that he tortured and subsequently released allegedly went on to become the diabolical mastermind of the Parliament attack. Dravinder Singh then said that Afzal was a Jaish militant. If this is true, why wasn't the evidence placed before the courts? And why on earth was Afzal released? Why wasn't he watched? There is a definite attempt to try and dismiss this as incompetence. But given everything we know now, it would take all of Dravinder Singh's delicate professional skills to make some of us believe that. Meanwhile, right-wing commentators have consistently taken to referring to Afzal as a Jaish-e-Mohammed militant. It's as though instructions have been issued that this is to be the party line. They have absolutely no evidence to back their claim, but they know that repeating something often enough makes it the truth. As part of the campaign to portray Afzal as an active militant and not a surrendered militant, S.M. Sahai, Inspector General, Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir Police, appeared on TV to say that he had found no evidence in his records that Afzal had surrendered. 17 It would have been odd if he had, because in 1993 Afzal surrendered not to the Jammu and Kashmir Police, but to the Border Security Force. But why would a TV journalist bother with that kind of detail? And why does a senior police officer need to become part of this game of smoke and mirrors? The official version of the story of the Parliament attack is very quickly coming apart at the seams. Even the Supreme Court judgment, with all its flaws of logic and leaps of faith, does not accuse Mohammed Afzal of being the mastermind of the attack. So who was the mastermind? If Mohammed Afzal is hanged, we may never know. But L.K. Advani, leader of the opposition, wants him hanged at once. Even a day's delay, he says, is against the national interest. 18 Why? What's the hurry? The man is locked up in a high-security cell on death row. He's not allowed out of his cell for even 5 minutes a day. What harm can he do? Talk? Right, perhaps? Surely, even in L.K. Advani's own narrow interpretation of the term, it's in the national interest not to hang Afzal. At least not until there is an inquiry that reveals what the real story is and who actually attacked Parliament. Among the people who have appealed against Mohammed Afzal's death sentence are those who are opposed to capital punishment on principle. They have asked that his death sentence be commuted to a life sentence. To sentence a man who has not had a fair trial, and has not had the opportunity to be heard, to a life sentence is less cruel but just as arbitrary as sentencing him to death. The right thing to do would be to order a retrial of Afzal's case and an impartial, transparent inquiry into the December 13 Parliament attack. It is utterly demonic to leave a man locked up alone in a prison cell, day after day, week after week, leaving him and his family to guess which day will be the last day of his life. A genuine inquiry would have to mean far more than just a political witch hunt. It would have to look into the part played by intelligence, counterinsurgency, and security agencies as well. Offences such as the fabrication of evidence and the blatant violation of procedural norms have already been established in the courts, but they look very much like just the tip of the iceberg. 19 We now have a police officer admitting, boasting, on record that he was involved in the illegal detention and torture of a fellow citizen. Is all of this acceptable to the people, the government, and the courts of this country? Given the track record of Indian governments, past and present, right, left, and center, it is naive, perhaps utopian is a better word, to hope that it will ever have the courage to institute an inquiry that will once and for all uncover the real story. A maintenance dose of pusillanimity is probably encrypted in all governments. But hope has little to do with reason. Ironically, the era of the free market has led to the most successful secessionist struggle ever waged in India, the secession of the middle and upper classes to a country of their own, somewhere up in the stratosphere where they merge with the rest of the world's elite. This kingdom in the sky is a complete universe in itself, hermetically sealed from the rest of India. It has its own newspapers, films, television programs, morality plays, transport systems, malls, and intellectuals. This chapter was the introduction to December 13, a reader, the strange case of the attack on the Indian Parliament, Delhi, Penguin India, 2006. And his life should become extinct, the very strange story of the attack on the Indian Parliament. We know this much: on December 13, 2001, the Indian Parliament was in its winter session. The National Democratic Alliance government led by the Bharatiya Janata Party was under attack for yet another corruption scandal. At 11:30 am, 5 armed men in a white ambassador car outfitted with an improvised explosive device drove through the gates of Parliament House in New Delhi. When they were challenged, they jumped out of the car and opened fire. In the gun battle that followed, all the attackers were killed. 8 security personnel and a gardener were killed, too. The dead terrorists, the police said, had enough explosives to blow up the Parliament building and enough ammunition to take on a whole battalion of soldiers. 1 Unlike most terrorists, These 5 left behind a thick trail of evidence: weapons, mobile phones, phone numbers, ID cards, photographs, packets of dried fruit, and even a love letter. Point 2. Not surprisingly, Prime Minister Abiy Vajpayee seized the opportunity to compare the assault to the September 11 attacks in the United States that had happened only 3 months previously. On December 14, 2001, the day after the attack on Parliament, the special cell of the Delhi police claimed it had tracked down several people suspected to have been involved in the conspiracy. A day later, on December 15, it announced that it had cracked the case. The attack, the police said, was a joint operation carried out by 2 Pakistan-based terrorist groups, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. 12 people were named as being part of the conspiracy: Ghazi Baba of the Jaish, usual suspect I, Maulana Masood Azhar, also of the Jaish, usual suspect 2, Tariq Ahmed, a Pakistani. 5 deceased Pakistani terrorists, we still don't know who they are: 3 Kashmiri men, Sar Gilani, Kakit Hussain Guru, and Mohammed Afzal, and Kakit's wife, Afsan Guru. These were the only 4 to be arrested. Point 3. In the tense days that followed, Parliament was adjourned. On December 21, India recalled its High Commissioner from Pakistan, suspended air, rail, and bus communications, and banned overflights. It put into motion a massive mobilization of its war machinery and moved more than 500,000 troops to the Pakistan border. Foreign embassies evacuated their staff and citizens, and tourists traveling to India were issued cautionary travel advisories. The world watched with bated breath as the subcontinent was taken to the brink of nuclear war. Point 4. All this cost India an estimated Rs. $100 billion, $2 billion, of public money. A few hundred soldiers died just in the panicky process of mobilization. Almost 3.5 years later, on August 4, 2005, the Supreme Court delivered its final judgment in the case. It endorsed the view that the Parliament attack be regarded as an act of war. It said, the attempted attack on Parliament is an undoubted invasion of the sovereign attribute of the state, including the Government of India, which is its alter ego. The deceased terrorists were roused and impelled to action by a strong anti-Indian feeling, as the writing on the fake Home Ministry sticker found on the car, XPW1/8, reveals. It went on to say, the modus operandi adopted by the hardcore Fideans are all demonstrative of launching a war against the Government of India. The text on the fake Home Ministry sticker read as follows: India is a very bad country and we hate India. We want to destroy India, and with the grace of God we will do it. God is with us and we will try our best. The idiot Vajpayee and Advani, we will kill them. They have killed many innocent people and they are very bad persons. Their brother Bush is also a very bad person. He will be next target. He is also the killer of innocent people. He have to die and we will do it. Point 5. This subtly worded sticker manifesto was displayed on the windscreen of the car bomb as it drove into Parliament. Given the amount of text, it's a wonder the driver could see anything at all. Maybe that's why he collided with the Vice President's cavalcade. The police charge sheet was filed in a special fast-track trial court designated for cases under the Prevention of Terrorism Act. On December 16, 2002, the trial court sentenced Gilani, Kakit, and Afzal to death. Afsan Guru was sentenced to 5 years of rigorous imprisonment. A year later the High Court acquitted Gilani and Afsan, but it upheld Kakit's and Afzal's death sentence. Eventually, the Supreme Court too upheld the acquittals and reduced Kakit's punishment to 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. However, it not just confirmed but also enhanced Mohammed Afzal's sentence. He has been given 3 life sentences and a double death sentence. In its August 4, 2005, judgment, the Supreme Court clearly says that there was no evidence that Mohammed Afzal belonged to any terrorist group or organization. But it also says, as is the case with most of the conspiracies, there is and could be no direct evidence of the agreement amounting to criminal conspiracy. However, the circumstances, cumulatively weighed, would unerringly point to the collaboration of the accused Afzal with the slain Fidean terrorists. So no direct evidence, but yes, circumstantial evidence. A controversial paragraph in the judgment goes on to say, the incident, which resulted in heavy casualties, had shaken the entire nation, and the collective conscience of the society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender. 6. To invoke the collective conscience of the society to validate ritual murder, which is what the death penalty is, skates precariously close to valorizing lynch law. It's chilling to think that this has been laid upon us not by predatory politicians or sensation-seeking journalists, though they too have done that, but as an edict from the highest court in the land. Spelling out the reasons for awarding Afzal the death penalty, the judgment goes on to say, the appellant, who is a surrendered militant and who was bent on repeating the acts of treason against the nation, is a menace to the society and his life should become extinct. This sentence combines flawed logic with absolute ignorance of what it means to be a surrendered militant in Kashmir today. So, should Mohammad Afzal's life become extinct? A small but influential minority of intellectuals, activists, editors, lawyers, and public figures have objected to the death sentence as a matter of moral principle. They also argue that there is no empirical evidence to suggest that the death sentence works as a deterrent to terrorists. How can it, when, in this age of fedayeen and suicide bombers, death seems to be the main attraction? If opinion polls, letters to the editor, and the reactions of live audiences in TV studios are a correct gauge of public opinion in India, then the lynch mob is expanding by the hour. It looks as though an overwhelming majority of Indian citizens would like to see Mohammad Afzal hanged every day, weekends included, for the next few years. L.K. Advani, leader of the opposition, displaying an unseemly sense of urgency, wants him to be hanged as soon as possible, without a moment's delay. 7. Meanwhile in Kashmir, public opinion is equally overwhelming. Huge angry protests make it increasingly obvious that if Afzal is hanged, the consequences will be political. Some protest what they see as a miscarriage of justice, but even as they protest, they do not expect justice from Indian courts. They have lived through too much brutality to believe in courts, affidavits, and justice anymore. Others would like to see Mohammad Afzal march to the gallows like Maqbul Butt, a proud martyr to the cause of Kashmir's freedom struggle. 8. On the whole, most Kashmiris see Mohammad Afzal as a sort of prisoner of war being tried in the courts of an occupying power. Which it undoubtedly is. Naturally, political parties, in India as well as in Kashmir, have sniffed the breeze and are cynically closing in for the kill. Sadly, in the midst of the frenzy, Afzal seems to have forfeited the right to be an individual, a real person anymore. He's become a vehicle for everybody's fantasies: nationalists, separatists, and anti-capital punishment activists. He has become India's great villain and Kashmir's great hero, proving only that whatever our pundits, policy makers, and peace gurus say, all these years later, the war in Kashmir has by no means ended. In a situation as fraught and politicized as this, it's tempting to believe that the time to intervene has come and gone. After all, the judicial process lasted 40 months, and the Supreme Court has examined the evidence before it. It has convicted 2 of the accused and acquitted the other 2. Surely this in itself is proof of judicial objectivity? What more remains to be said? There's another way of looking at it. Isn't it odd that the prosecution's case, proved to be so egregiously wrong in one half, has been so gloriously vindicated in the other? The story of Mohammad Afzal is fascinating precisely because he is not Maqbul Butt. Yet his story too is inextricably entwined with the story of the Kashmir Valley. It's a story whose coordinates range far beyond the confines of courtrooms and the limited imagination of people who live in the secure heart of a self-declared superpower. Mohammad Afzal's story has its origins in a war zone whose laws are beyond the pale of the fine arguments and delicate sensibilities of normal jurisprudence. For all these reasons it is critical that we consider carefully the strange, sad, and utterly sinister story of the December 13 Parliament attack. It tells us a great deal about the way the world's largest democracy really works. It connects the biggest things to the smallest. It traces the pathways that connect what happens in the shadowy grottos of our police stations to what goes on in the cold, snowy streets of Paradise Valley, from there to the impersonal malign furies that bring nations to the brink of nuclear war. It raises specific questions that deserve specific, not ideological or rhetorical answers. On October 4 this year, I was one among a very small group of people who had gathered at Yantar Mantar in New Delhi to protest against Mohammad Afzal's death sentence. I was there because I believe Mohammad Afzal is only a pawn in a very sinister game. He's not the dragon he's being made out to be, he's only the dragon's footprint. And if the footprint is made to become extinct, we'll never know who the dragon was. Island. Not surprisingly, that afternoon there were more journalists and TV crews than there were protesters. Most of the attention was on Ghalib, Afzal's angelic-looking little son. Kind-hearted people, not sure of what to do with a young boy whose father was going to the gallows, were plying him with ice cream and cold drinks. As I looked around at the people gathered there, I noted a sad little fact. The convener of the protest, the small, stocky man who was nervously introducing the speakers and making the announcements, was Sar Gilani, a young lecturer in Arabic literature at Delhi University. Accused number 3 in the Parliament attack case. He was arrested on December 14, 2001, a day after the attack, by the special cell of the Delhi police. Though Gilani was brutally tortured in custody, though his family, his wife, young children, and brother were illegally detained, he refused to confess to a crime he hadn't committed. Of course you wouldn't know this if you read newspapers in the days following his arrest. They carried detailed descriptions of an entirely imaginary, non-existent confession. The Delhi police portrayed Gilani as the evil mastermind of the Indian end of the conspiracy. Its scriptwriters orchestrated a hateful propaganda campaign against him, which was eagerly amplified and embellished by a hyper-nationalistic, thrill-seeking media. The police knew perfectly well that in criminal trials, judges are not supposed to take cognizance of media reports. So they knew that their entirely cold-blooded fabrication of a profile for these terrorists would mold public opinion and create a climate for the trial. But it would not come in for any legal scrutiny. Here are some of the malicious outright lies that appeared in the mainstream press. Nita Sharma and Arun Joshi, case cracked, Jayesh behind attack, Hindustan Times, December 16, 2001. In Delhi, the special cell detectives detained a lecturer in Arabic, who teaches at Zakir Hussain College, evening, after it was established that he had received a call made by militants on his mobile phone. Due lecturer was Terror Plan Hub, Times of India, December 17, 2001. The attack on Parliament on December 13 was a joint operation of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, JEM, and Lashkar-e-Toiba, LET, terrorist groups in which a Delhi University lecturer, Syed Ar Gilani, was one of the key facilitators in Delhi, Police Commissioner Ajay Raj Sharma said on Sunday. Devesh K. Pandey, professor, guided the Fayda-e-Ain, Hindu, December 17, 2001. During interrogation, Gilani disclosed that he was in the know of the conspiracy since the day the Fayda-e-Ain attack was planned. Sutirtho Patronobis. Don lectured on terror in free time, Hindustan Times, December 17, 2001. Investigations have revealed that by evening he was at the college teaching Arabic literature. In his free time, behind closed doors, either at his house or at Kakad Hussein's, another suspect to be arrested, he took and gave lessons on terrorism. Professor's proceeds, Hindustan Times, December 17, 2001. Gilani recently purchased a house for 22,200,000 rupees, $44,300, in West Delhi. Delhi police are investigating how he came upon such a windfall. Sujit Thakur, Aligarh Se England Taksha Utran Main Aatangwad Ke Beej Borahati Ha Gilani, from Aligarh to England. Gilani sowed the seeds of terrorism, Rashtriya Sahara, December 18, 2001. According to sources and information collected by investigation agencies, Gilani has made a statement to the police that he was an agent of Jaish-e-Mohammed for a long time. It was because of Gilani's articulation, style of working and sound planning that in 2000 Jaish-e-Mohammed gave him the responsibility of spreading intellectual terrorism. Translation: Mine. Swati Chaturvedi, terror suspect frequent visitor to Pakistan mission, Hindustan Times, December 21, 2001. During interrogation, Gilani has admitted that he had made frequent calls to Pakistan and was in touch with militants belonging to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Gilani said that he had been provided with funds by some members of the Jaish and told to buy 2 flats that could be used in militant operations. Person of the Week, Sunday Times of India, December 23, 2001. A cell phone proved his undoing. Delhi University's Syed A.R. Gilani was the first to be arrested in the December 13 case, a shocking reminder that the roots of terrorism go far and deep. ZTV trumped them all. It produced a film called December 13, a docudrama that claimed to be the truth based on the police charge sheet. A contradiction in terms, wouldn't you say? The film was privately screened for Prime Minister A.B. Vajpayee and Home Minister L.K. Advani. Both men applauded the film. Their approbation was widely reported by the media. 9. The Supreme Court dismissed an appeal to stay the broadcast of the film on the grounds that judges are not influenced by the media. 10. Would the Supreme Court concede that even if judges are beyond being influenced by media reports, the collective conscience of the society might not be? December 13 was broadcast on ZTV's national network a few days before the fast-track trial court sentenced Gilani, Afzal, and Kakut to death. Gilani eventually spent 18 months in jail, many of them in solitary confinement, on death row. He was released when the High Court acquitted him and Afsan Guru. Afsan, who was pregnant when she was arrested, had her baby in prison. Her experience broke her. She now suffers from a serious psychiatric condition. The Supreme Court upheld the acquittal. It found absolutely no evidence to link Gilani with the Parliament attack or with any terrorist organization. Not a single newspaper or journalist or TV channel has seen fit to apologize to Sar Gilani for their lies. But his troubles didn't end there. His acquittal left the special cell with a plot but no mastermind. This, as we shall see, becomes something of a problem. More importantly, Gilani was a free man, now free to meet the press, talk to lawyers, clear his name. On the evening of February 8, 2005, during the course of the final hearings at the Supreme Court, Gilani was making his way to his lawyer's house. A mysterious gunman appeared from the shadows and fired 5 bullets into his body. 11 Miraculously, he survived. It was an unbelievable new twist to the story. Clearly somebody was worried about what he knew, what he would say. One would imagine that the police would give this investigation top priority, hoping it would throw up some vital new leads in the Parliament attack case. Instead, the special cell treated Gilani as though he was the prime suspect in his own assassination. They confiscated his computer and took away his car. Hundreds of activists gathered outside the hospital and called for an inquiry into the assassination attempt, which would include an investigation into the special cell itself. Of course that never happened. More than a year has passed, but nobody shows any interest in pursuing the matter. Odd. So here he was now, Sar Gilani, having survived this terrible ordeal, standing up in public at Yantar Mantar, saying that Mohammed Afzal didn't deserve a death sentence. How much easier it would be for him to keep his head down, stay at home. I was profoundly moved, humbled, by this quiet display of courage. Across the line from Sar Gilani, in the jostling crowd of journalists and photographers, trying his best to look inconspicuous in a lemon t-shirt and gabardine pants, holding a little tape recorder, was another Gilani. Iftikhar Gilani. He had been in prison, too. He was arrested and taken into police custody on June 9, 2002. At the time he was a reporter for the Jammu-based Kashmir Times. He was charged under the Official Secrets Act. 12 His crime was that he possessed obsolete information on Indian troop deployment in Indian-held Kashmir. This information, it turns out, was a published monograph by a Pakistani research institute and was freely available on the internet for anybody who wished to download it. Iftikhar Gilani's computer was seized. Intelligence Bureau officials tampered with his hard drive, meddled with the downloaded file, changed the words Indian-held Kashmir to Jammu and Kashmir to make it sound like an Indian document, and added the words only for reference. Strictly not for circulation, to make it seem like a secret document smuggled out of the Home Ministry. The Directorate General of Military Intelligence, though it had been given a photocopy of the monograph, ignored repeated appeals from Iftikhar Jilani's counsel, kept quiet, and refused to clarify the matter for a whole 6 months. Once again the malicious lies put out by the special cell were obediently reproduced in the newspapers. Here are a few of the lies they told. Iftikhar Jilani, 35-year-old son-in-law of Hurriyat hardliner Syed Ali Shah Gilani, is believed to have admitted in a city court that he was an agent of Pakistan's spy agency. Nita Sharma, Hindustan Times, June 11, 2002. Iftikhar Jilani was the pinpoint man of Syed Salahuddin of Hizbul Mujahideen. Investigations have revealed that Iftikhar used to pass information to Salahuddin about the moves of Indian security agencies. He had camouflaged his real motives behind his journalist's facade so well that it took years to unmask him, well-placed sources said. Pramod Kumar Singh, Pioneer, June 2002. Gilani ke de maad ke gar a akarch hapon main bihisab sampati wa samwadan shell dasta is baramad, enormous wealth and sensitive documents recovered from the house of Gilani's son-in-law during income tax raids. Hindustan, June 10, 2002. Never mind that the police charge sheet recorded a recovery of only 3,450 rupees, $69, from his house. Meanwhile, other media reports said that he had a 3-bedroom flat, an undisclosed income of 2,200,000 rupees, $44,300, had evaded income tax of 7,900,000 rupees, $159,000, and that he and his wife were absconding to evade arrest. But arrested he was. In jail, Iftikhar Jilani was beaten and abjectly humiliated. In his book My Days in Prison he tells of how, among other things, he was made to clean the toilet with his shirt and then wear the same shirt for days. 13 After several months of court arguments and lobbying by his colleagues, when it became obvious that if the case against him continued it would lead to serious embarrassment, he was released. 14. Here he was now. A free man, a reporter come to Yantar Mantar to cover a story. It occurred to me that Sar Gilani, Iftikhar Jilani, and Mohammad Afzal would have been in Tihar jail at the same time, along with scores of other less well-known Kashmiris whose stories we may never learn. It can and will be argued that the cases of both Sar Gilani and Iftikhar Jilani serve only to demonstrate the objectivity of the Indian judicial system and its capacity for self-correction, they do not discredit it. That's only partly true. Both Jilani and Gilani are fortunate to be Delhi-based Kashmiris with a community of articulate, middle-class peers, journalists and university teachers who knew them well and rallied around them in their time of need. Gilani's lawyer Nandita Haksar put together an All India Defence Committee for her client, of which I was a member. 15 There was a coordinated campaign by activists, lawyers and journalists to rally behind Gilani. Well-known lawyers Ram Jethmalani, K.G. Kanabiran, and Vrinda Grover represented him. They exposed the case for what it was: a pack of absurd assumptions, suppositions, and outright lies, bolstered by fabricated evidence. So of course judicial objectivity exists. But it's a shy beast that lives somewhere deep in the labyrinth of our legal system. It shows itself rarely. It takes whole teams of top lawyers to coax it out of its lair and make it come out and play. It's what in newspaper speak would be called a Herculean task. Mohammad Afzal did not have Hercules on his side. For 5 months, from the time he was arrested to the day the police charge sheet was filed, Mohammad Afzal, lodged in a high-security prison, had no legal defense, no legal advice. No top lawyers, no defense committee, in India or Kashmir, and no campaign. Of all the 4 accused, he was the most vulnerable. His case was far more complicated than Gilani's. Significantly, during much of this time, Afzal's younger brother Hilal was illegally detained by the Special Operations Group in Kashmir. He was released after the charge sheet was filed. This is a piece of the puzzle that will only fall into place as the story unfolds. In a serious lapse of procedure, on December 20, 2001, the investigating officer, Assistant Commissioner of Police Rajbir Singh, affectionately known as Delhi's encounter specialist for the number of terrorists he has killed in encounters, called a press conference at the special cell. 16 Mohammad Afzal was made to confess before the media. Deputy Commissioner of Police Ashok Chand told the press that Afzal had already confessed to the police. This turned out to be untrue. Afzal's formal confession to the police took place only the next day, after which he continued to remain in police custody and vulnerable to torture, another serious procedural lapse. In his media confession, Afzal incriminated himself in the Parliament attack completely. 17. During the course of this media confession, a curious thing happened. In response to a direct question, Afzal clearly said that Gilani had nothing to do with the attack and was completely innocent. At this point, Assistant Commissioner of Police Rajbir Singh shouted at him, forced him to shut up, and requested the media not to carry this part of Afzal's confession. And they obeyed. The story came out only 3 months later when the television channel Aaj Tak rebroadcast the confession in a program called Hamal Ke Saudin, 100 Days of the Attack, and somehow kept this part in. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the general public who know little about the law and criminal procedure, Afzal's public confession only confirmed his guilt. The verdict of the collective conscience of the society would not have been hard to second-guess. The day after this media confession, Afzal's official confession was extracted from him. The flawlessly structured, perfectly fluent narrative dictated in articulate English to Deputy Commissioner of Police Ashok Chand, in the deputy's words, "He kept on narrating and I kept on writing," was delivered in a sealed envelope to a judicial magistrate. In this confession, Afzal, now the sheet anchor of the prosecution's case, weaves a masterful tale that connected Ghazi Baba, Maulana Masood Azhar, a man called Tariq, and the 5 dead terrorists, their equipment, arms and ammunition, Home Ministry passes, a laptop, and fake ID cards, detailed lists of exactly how many kilos of what chemical he bought from where, the exact ratio in which they were mixed to make explosives, and the exact times at which he made and received calls on which mobile number. For some reason, by then Afzal had also changed his mind about Gilani and implicated him completely in the conspiracy. Each point of the confession corresponded perfectly with the evidence that the police had already gathered. In other words, Afzal's confessional statement slipped perfectly into the version that the police had already offered the press days ago, like Cinderella's foot into the glass slipper. If it were a film, you could say it was a screenplay, which came with its own box of props. Actually, as we know now, it was made into a film. ZTV owes Afzal some royalty payments. Eventually, both the High Court and the Supreme Court set aside Afzal's confession, citing lapses and violations of procedural safeguards. But Afzal's confession somehow survives, the phantom keystone in the prosecution's case. And before it was technically and legally set aside, the confessional document had already served a major extra-legal purpose. On December 21, 2001, when the government of India launched its war effort against Pakistan, it said it had clear and incontrovertible proof of Pakistan's involvement. 18 Afzal's confession was the only proof of Pakistan's involvement that the government had. Afzal's confession. And the sticker manifesto. Think about it. On the basis of this illegal confession extracted under torture, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were moved to the Pakistan border at huge cost to the public exchequer, and the subcontinent devolved into a game of nuclear brinkmanship in which the whole world was held hostage. Big whispered question, could it have been the other way around? Did the confession precipitate the war, or did the need for a war precipitate the need for the confession? Later, when Afzal's confession was set aside by the higher courts, all talk of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba ceased. The only other link to Pakistan was the identity of the 5 dead Fedayeen. Mohammad Afzal, still in police custody, identified them as Mohammed, Rana, Raja, Hamza, and Haider. The Home Minister said they looked like Pakistanis, the police said they were Pakistanis, and the trial court judge said they were Pakistanis. 19 And there the matter rests. Had we been told that their names were Happy, Bouncy, Lucky, Jolly, and Kiddingamani from Scandinavia, we would have had to accept that, too. We still don't know who they really are or where they're from. Is anyone curious? Doesn't look like it. The High Court said the identity of the 5 deceased thus stands established. Even otherwise it makes no difference. What is relevant is the association of the accused with the said 5 persons and not their names. In his statement of the accused, which, unlike the confession, is made in court and not police custody, Afzal says, "I had not identified any terrorist. Police told me the names of terrorists and forced me to identify them." 20 But by then it was too late for him. On the first day of the trial, the lawyer appointed by the trial court judge agreed to accept Afzal's identification of the bodies and the post-mortem reports as undisputed evidence without formal proof. This baffling move was to have serious consequences for Afzal. To quote from the Supreme Court judgment, the first circumstance against the accused Afzal is that Afzal knew who the deceased terrorists were. He identified the dead bodies of the deceased terrorists. On this aspect the evidence remains unshattered. Of course it's possible that the dead terrorists were foreign militants. But it is just as possible that they were not. Killing people and falsely identifying them as foreign terrorists, or falsely identifying dead people as foreign terrorists, or falsely identifying living people as terrorists, is not uncommon among the police or security forces either in Kashmir or even on the streets of Delhi. 21. The best known among the many well-documented cases in Kashmir, one that went on to become an international scandal, is the killing that took place after the Chittisingpuram massacre. On the night of April 20, 2000, just before US President Bill Clinton arrived in New Delhi, 35 Sikhs were killed in the village of Chittisingpura by unidentified gunmen wearing Indian Army uniforms. 22. In Kashmir many people suspected that Indian security forces were behind the massacre. 5 days later the Special Operations Group and the Rashtriya Rifles, a counterinsurgency unit of the army, killed 5 people in a joint operation outside a village called Pathribal. 23 The next morning they announced that the men were the Pakistan-based foreign militants who had killed the Sikhs in Chittisingpura. The bodies were found burned and disfigured. Under their, unburned, army uniforms, they were in ordinary civilian clothes. It turned out that they were all local people, rounded up from Anantnag district and brutally killed in cold blood. There are others. October 20, 2003, the Srinagar newspaper Al Safa printed a picture of a Pakistani militant who the 18th Rashtriya Rifles claimed they had killed while he was trying to storm an army camp. A baker in Kupwara, Wali Khan, saw the picture and recognized it as his son, Farooq Ahmed Khan, who had been picked up by soldiers in a gypsy, an SUV, 2 months earlier. His body was finally exhumed more than a year later. 24. April 20, 2004, the 18th Rashtriya Rifles posted in the Lolab Valley claimed it had killed 4 foreign militants in a fierce encounter. It later turned out that all 4 were ordinary labourers from Jammu, hired by the army and taken to Kupwara. An anonymous letter tipped off the labourers' families who travelled to Kupwara and eventually had the bodies exhumed. 25. November 9, 2004, the army showcased 47 surrendered militants to the press at Nagroda, Jammu, in the presence of the General Officer commanding 16th Corps of the Indian Army and the Director General of Police, Jammu and Kashmir. The Jammu and Kashmir police later found that 27 of them were just unemployed men who had been given fake names and fake aliases and promised government jobs in return for playing their part in the charade. 26. These are just a few quick examples to illustrate the fact that in the absence of any other evidence, the police's word is just not good enough. The hearings in the fast-track trial court began in May 2002. Let's not forget the climate in which the trial took place. The frenzy over the 9/11 attacks was still in the air. The United States was gloating over its victory in Afghanistan. Gujarat was convulsed by communal frenzy. A few months previously, Coach S6 of the Sabarmati Express had been set on fire and 58 Hindu pilgrims had been burned alive inside. As revenge, in an orchestrated pogrom, 2,000 Muslims were publicly butchered and more than 150,000 driven from their homes. 27. For Afzal, everything that could go wrong went wrong. He was incarcerated in a high-security prison, with no access to the outside world, and no money to hire a lawyer professionally. 3 weeks into the trial, the lawyer appointed by the court asked to be discharged from the case because she had now been professionally hired to be on the team of lawyers for Sar Gilani's defense. The court appointed her junior, a lawyer with very little experience, to represent Afzal. He did not once visit his client in jail to take instructions. He did not summon a single witness for Afzal's defense and barely cross-examined any of the prosecution witnesses. 5 days after he was appointed, on July 8, Afzal asked the court for another lawyer and gave the court a list of lawyers whom he hoped the court might hire for him. Each of them refused. Given the frenzy of propaganda in the media, it was hardly surprising. At a later stage of the trial, when senior advocate Ram Jethmalani agreed to represent Gilani, Shiv Sena mobs ransacked his Mumbai office. 28 The judge expressed his inability to do anything about this and gave Afzal the right to cross-examine witnesses. It's astonishing for the judge to expect a layperson to be able to cross-examine witnesses in a criminal trial. It's a virtually impossible task for someone who does not have a sophisticated understanding of criminal law, including new laws that had just been passed, like the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and the amendments to the Evidence Act and the Telegraph Act. Even experienced lawyers had to work overtime to bring themselves up to date. The case against Afzal was built up in the trial court on the strength of the testimonies of almost 80 prosecution witnesses, landlords, shopkeepers, technicians from cell phone companies, the police themselves. This was a crucial period of the trial, when the legal foundation of the case was being laid. It required meticulous, back-breaking legal work in which evidence needed to be amassed and put on record, witnesses for the defense summoned, and testimonies from prosecution witnesses cross-examined. Even if the verdict of the trial court went against the accused, trial courts are notoriously conservative, the evidence could then be worked on by lawyers in the higher courts. Through this absolutely critical period, Afzal went virtually undefended. It was at this stage that the bottom fell out of his case, and the noose tightened around his neck. Even still, during the trial, the skeletons began to clatter out of the special cell's cupboard in an embarrassing heap. It became clear that the accumulation of lies, fabrications, forged documents, and serious lapses in procedure began from the very first day of the investigation. While the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court judgments have pointed these things out, they have just wagged an admonitory finger at the police, or occasionally called it a disturbing feature, which is a disturbing feature in itself. At no point in the trial have the police been seriously reprimanded, let alone penalized. In fact, almost every step of the way, the special cell displayed an egregious disregard for procedural norms. The shoddy callousness with which the investigations were carried out demonstrates a worrying belief that they wouldn't be found out, and if they were, it wouldn't matter very much. Their confidence does not seem to have been misplaced. There is fudging in almost every part of the investigation. 29 Consider the time and place of the arrests and seizures. The Delhi police said that Afzal and Kakut were arrested in Srinagar based on information given to them by Gilani following his arrest. The court records show that the message to look out for Kakut and Afzal was flashed to the Srinagar police on December 15 at 5:45 am. But according to the Delhi police's records, Gilani was only arrested in Delhi on December 15 at 10 am, 4 hours after they had started looking for Afzal and Kakut in Srinagar. They haven't been able to explain this discrepancy. The High Court judgment puts it on record that the police version contains a material contradiction and cannot be true. It goes down as a disturbing feature. Why the Delhi police needed to lie remains unasked and unanswered. When the police arrest somebody, procedure requires them to have public witnesses for the arrest who sign an arrest memo and a seizure memo for what they may have seized from those who have been arrested: goods, cash, documents, whatever. The police claim they arrested Afzal and Kakut together on December 15 at 11 am in Srinagar. They say they seized the truck the two men were fleeing in, it was registered in the name of Kikit's wife. They also say they seized a Nokia mobile phone, a laptop, and 1 million rupees, $20,100, from Afzal. In his statement of the accused, Afzal says he was arrested at a bus stop in Srinagar and that no laptop, mobile phone, or money was seized from him. Scandalously, the arrest memos for both Afzal and Kikit have been signed in Delhi, by Bismillah, Gilani's younger brother, who was at the time being held in illegal confinement at the Lodi Road police station. Meanwhile, the two witnesses who signed the seizure memo for the phone, the laptop, and the 1 million rupees, $20,100, are both from the Jammu and Kashmir police. One of them is Head Constable Mohammed Akbar, prosecution witness 62, who, as we shall see later, is no stranger to Mohammed Afzal, and is not just any old policeman who happened to be passing by. Even by the Jammu and Kashmir police's own admission, they first located Afzal and Kikit in Parampura fruit mandi. For reasons they don't state, the police didn't arrest them there. They say they followed them to a less public place where there were no public witnesses. So here's another serious inconsistency in the prosecution's case. Of this, the High Court judgment says the time of arrest of accused persons has been seriously dented. Shockingly, it is at this contested time and place of arrest that the police claim to have recovered the most vital evidence that implicates Afzal in the conspiracy, the mobile phone and the laptop. Once again, in the matter of the date and time of the arrests, and in the alleged seizure of the incriminating laptop and the 1 million rupees, $20,100, we have only the word of the police against the word of a terrorist. The seizures continued. The seized laptop, the police said, contained the files that created the fake Home Ministry pass and the fake identity cards. It contained no other useful information. They claimed that Afzal was carrying it to Srinagar in order to return it to Ghazi Baba. The investigating officer, Assistant Commissioner of Police Rajbir Singh, said that the hard disk of the computer had been sealed on January 16, 2002, a whole month after the seizure. But the computer shows that it was accessed even after that date. The courts have considered this but taken no cognizance of it. On a speculative note, isn't it strange that the only incriminating information found on the computer were the files used to make the fake passes and ID cards? And a ZTV film clip showing the Parliament building. If other incriminating information had been deleted, why wasn't this? And why did Ghazi Baba, chief of operations of an international terrorist organization, need a laptop with bad artwork on it so urgently? Consider the mobile phone call records, stared at for long enough, a lot of the hard evidence produced by the special cell begins to look dubious. The backbone of the prosecution's case has to do with the recovery of mobile phones, SIM cards, computerized call records, and the testimonies of officials from cell phone companies and shopkeepers who sold the phones and SIM cards to Afzal and his accomplices. The call records that were produced to show that Kikit, Afzal, Gilani, and Mohammed, one of the dead militants, had all been in touch with each other very close to the time of the attack were uncertified computer printouts, not even copies of primary documents. They were outputs of the billing system stored as text files that could have been easily doctored and at any time. For example, the call records that were produced show that 2 calls had been made at exactly the same time from the same SIM card, but from separate handsets with separate international mobile equipment identity numbers. This means that either the SIM card had been cloned or the call records were doctored. Consider the SIM card. To prop up its version of the story, the prosecution relies heavily on one particular mobile phone number 9811489429. The police say it was Afzal's number, the number that connected Afzal to Mohammed, Afzal to Kikit, and Kikit to Gilani. The police also say that this number was written on the back of the identity tags found on the dead terrorists. Pretty convenient. Lost kitten. Call mom at 981-148-9429. It's worth mentioning that normal procedure requires evidence gathered at the scene of a crime to be sealed. The ID cards were never sealed and remained in the custody of the police and could have been tampered with at any time. The only evidence the police have that 981-148-9429 was indeed Afzal's number is Afzal's confession, which as we have seen is no evidence at all. The SIM card has never been found. The police produced a prosecution witness, Kamal Kishore, who identified Afzal and said that he had sold him a Motorola phone and a SIM card on December 4, 2001. However, the call records the prosecution relied on show that that particular SIM card was already in use on November 6, a whole month before Afzal is supposed to have bought it. So either the witness is lying, or the call records are false. The High Court glosses over this discrepancy by saying that Kamal Kishore had only said that he sold Afzal a SIM card, not this particular SIM card. The Supreme Court judgment loftily says, the SIM card should necessarily have been sold to Afzal prior to 4.12.2001. Consider the identification of the accused. A series of prosecution witnesses, most of them shopkeepers, identified Afzal as the man to whom they had sold various things: ammonium nitrate, aluminum powder, sulfur, a Sujata mixer grinder, packets of dried fruit, and so on. Normal procedure would require these shopkeepers to pick Afzal out from a number of people in a test identification parade. This didn't happen. Instead, Afzal was identified by them when he led the police to these shops while he was in police custody and introduced to the witnesses as an accused in the Parliament attack. Are we allowed to speculate about whether he led the police or the police led him to the shops? After all, he was still in their custody, still vulnerable to torture. If his confession under these circumstances is legally suspect, then why not all of this? The judges have pondered the violation of these procedural norms but have not taken them very seriously. They said that they did not see why ordinary members of the public would have reason to falsely implicate an innocent person. But does this hold true, given the orgy of media propaganda that ordinary members of the public were subjected to, particularly in this case? Does this hold true, if you take into account the fact that ordinary shopkeepers, particularly those who sell electronic goods without receipts in the grey market, are completely beholden to the Delhi police? None of the inconsistencies that I have written about so far are the result of spectacular detective work on my part. A lot of them are documented in an excellent book titled December 13, Terror Over Democracy by Nirmalangshu Mukherjee, in 2 reports, Trial of Errors and Balancing Act, published by the People's Union for Democratic Rights, Delhi, and most important of all, in the 3 thick volumes of judgments of the trial court, the High Court, and the Supreme Court. All these are public documents, lying on my desk. Why is it that when there is this whole murky universe begging to be revealed, our TV channels are busy staging hollow debates between uninformed people and grasping politicians? Why is it that apart from a few sporadic independent commentators, our newspapers carry front-page stories about who the hangman is going to be and macabre details about the length, 60 feet, and weight, 3.75 kilograms, of the rope that will be used to hang Mohammed Afzal? 30. Shall we pause for a moment to say a few hosannas for the free press? It's not an easy thing for most people to do, but if you can, unmoor yourself conceptually, if only for a moment, from the police are good/terrorists or evil ideology. The evidence on offer minus its ideological trappings opens up a chasm of terrifying possibilities. It points in directions in which most of us would prefer not to look. The prize for the most ignored legal document in the entire case goes to the statement of the accused Mohammed Afzal under Section 313 of the Criminal Procedure Code. In this document, the evidence against him is put to him by the court in the form of questions. He can either accept the evidence or dispute it, and he has the opportunity to put down his version of his story in his own words. In Afzal's case, given that he has never had any real opportunity to be heard, this document tells his story in his voice. In this document, Afzal accepts certain charges made against him by the prosecution. He accepts that he met a man called Tariq. He accepts that Tariq introduced him to a man called Mohammed. He accepts that he helped Mohammed come to Delhi and helped him to buy a second-hand white ambassador car. He accepts that Mohammed was one of the 5 Fedayeen who was killed in the attack. The important thing about Afzal's statement of the accused is that he makes no effort to completely absolve himself or claim innocence. But he puts his actions in a context that is devastating. Afzal's statement explains the peripheral part he played in the parliament attack. But it also ushers us toward an understanding of some possible reasons for why the investigation was so shoddy, why it pulls up short at the most crucial junctures, and why it is vital that we do not dismiss this as just incompetence and shoddiness. Even if we don't believe Afzal, given what we do know about the trial and the role of the special cell, it is inexcusable not to look in the direction he's pointing. He gives specific information: names, places, dates. This could not have been easy, given that his family, his brothers, his wife, and young son live in Kashmir and are easy meat for the people he mentions in his deposition. In Afzal's words, "I live in Sapri Jammu and Kashmir, and in the year 2000 when I was there, army used to harass me almost daily, then said once a week. One Raja Mohan Rai used to tell me that I should give information to him about militants. I was a surrendered militant and all militants have to mark attendance at army camp every Sunday. I was not being physically tortured by me. He used to only just threatened me. I used to give him small information which I used to gather from newspaper, in order to save myself. In June/July 2000 I migrated from my village and went to town Baramulla. I was having a shop of distribution of surgical instruments which I was running on commission basis. One day when I was going on my scooter, STF Special Task Force people came and picked me up and they continuously tortured me for 5 days. Somebody had given information to STF that I was again indulging in militant activities. That person was confronted with me and released in my presence. Then I was kept by them in custody for about 25 days and I got myself released by paying rupees 1,100,000 rupees, $2,000. Special cell people had confirmed this incident. Thereafter I was given a certificate by the STF and they made me a special police officer for 6 months. They were knowing I will not work for them. Tariq met me in Palhalan STF camp where I was in custody of STF. Tariq met me later on in Srinagar and told me he was basically working for STF. I told him I was also working for STF. Mohammed, who was killed in attack on Parliament, was along with Tariq. Tariq told me he was from Karan sector of Kashmir and he told me that I should take Mohammed to Delhi as Mohammed has to go out of country from Delhi after some time. I don't know why I was caught by the police of Srinagar on 15.12.2001 December 15, 2001. I was boarding bus at Srinagar bus stop, for going home when police caught me. Witness Akbar, who had deposed in the court that he had apprehended Kakut and me in Srinagar, had conducted a raid at my shop about a year prior to December 2001 and told me that I was selling fake surgical instruments and he took rupees 5,000 roughly $100 from me. I was tortured at special cell and one Bhoop Singh even compelled me to take urine and I saw family of Sar Gilani also there. Gilani was in miserable condition. He was not in a position to stand. We were taken to doctor for examination but instructions used to be issued that we have to tell doctor that everything was all right with a threat that if we do not do so we be again tortured. He then asks the court's permission to add some more information. Mohammed, the slain terrorist of Parliament attack, had come along with me from Kashmir. The person who handed him over to me is Tariq. Tariq is working with security force and STF. JK police. Tariq told me that if I face any problem due to Mohammed he will help me as he knew the security forces and STF very well. Tariq had told me that I just have to drop Mohammed at Delhi and do nothing else. And if I would not take Mohammed with me to Delhi I would be implicated in some other case. I under these circumstances brought Mohammed to Delhi under a compulsion without knowing he was a terrorist. So now we have a picture emerging of someone who could be a key player. Witness Akbar. Prosecution Witness 62, Mohammed Akbar, Head Constable, Parampura Police Station, the Jammu and Kashmir policeman who signed the seizure memo at the time of Afzal's arrest. In a letter to Sushil Kumar, his Supreme Court lawyer, Afzal describes a chilling moment at one point in the trial. In the court, Witness Akbar, who had come from Srinagar to testify about the seizure memo, reassured Afzal in Kashmiri that his family was all right. Afzal immediately recognized that this was a veiled threat. Afzal also says that after he was arrested in Srinagar he was taken to the Parampara police station and beaten, and he was plainly told that his wife and family would suffer dire consequences if he did not cooperate. We already know that Afzal's brother Hilal had been held in illegal detention by the Special Operations Group during some crucial months. In this letter, Afzal describes how he was tortured in the Special Task Force camp with electrodes on his genitals and chilies and petrol in his anus. He mentions the name of Deputy Superintendent of Police Dravinder Singh, who said he needed him to do a small job for him in Delhi. He also says that some of the phone numbers mentioned in the charge sheet can be traced to an Special Task Force camp in Kashmir. It is Afzal's story that gives us a glimpse into what life is really like in the Kashmir Valley. It's only in the not a book version we read about in our newspapers that security forces battle militants and innocent Kashmiris are caught in the crossfire. In the adult version, Kashmir is a valley awash with militants, renegades, security forces, double-crossers, informers, spooks, blackmailers, blackmails, extortionists, spies, both Indian and Pakistani intelligence agencies, human rights activists, NGOs, and unimaginable amounts of unaccounted for money and weapons. There are not always clear lines that demarcate the boundaries between all these things and people. It's not easy to tell who is working for whom. Truth, in Kashmir, is probably more dangerous than anything else. The deeper you dig, the worse it gets. At the bottom of the pit is the Special Operations Group and Special Task Force that Afzal talks about. These are the most ruthless, undisciplined, and dreaded elements of the Indian security apparatus in Kashmir. Unlike the more formal forces, they operate in a twilight zone where policemen, surrendered militants, renegades, and common criminals do business. They prey on the local population, particularly in rural Kashmir. Their primary victims are the thousands of young Kashmiri men who rose up in revolt in the anarchic uprising of the early 1990s and have since surrendered and are trying to live normal lives. In 1989, when Afzal crossed the border to be trained as a militant, he was only 20 years old. He returned with no training, disillusioned with his experience. He put down his gun and enrolled himself in Delhi University. In 1993, without ever having been a practicing militant, he voluntarily surrendered to the Border Security Force. Illogically enough, it was at this point that his nightmares began. His surrender was treated as a crime and his life became a hell. Can young Kashmiri men be blamed if the lesson they draw from Afzal's story is that it would be not just stupid, but also insane to surrender their weapons and submit to the vast range of myriad cruelties the Indian state has on offer for them? The story of Mohammad Afzal has enraged Kashmiris because his story is their story, too. What has happened to him could have happened, is happening, and has happened to thousands of young Kashmiri men and their families. The only difference is that their stories are played out in the dingy bowels of joint interrogation centers, army camps, and police stations where they have been burned, beaten, electrocuted, blackmailed, and killed, their bodies thrown out of the backs of trucks for passers-by to find. Whereas Afzal's story is being performed like a piece of medieval theater on the national stage, in the clear light of day, with the legal sanction of a fair trial, the hollow benefits of a free press, and all the pomp and ceremony of a so-called democracy. If Afzal is hanged, we'll never know the answer to the real question: who attacked the Indian Parliament? Was it Lashkar-e-Taiba? Jaish-e-Mohammed? Or does the answer lie somewhere deep in the secret heart of this country that we all live in and love and hate in our own beautiful, intricate, various, and thorny ways? There ought to be a parliamentary inquiry into the December 13th attack on Parliament. While the inquiry is pending, Afzal's family in Sopari must be protected because they are vulnerable hostages in this bizarre story. To hang Mohammad Afzal without knowing what really happened is a misdeed that will not easily be forgotten. Or forgiven. Nor should it be. Notwithstanding the 10% growth rate. This essay first appeared in Outlook, October 30, 2006. Custodial Confessions, the Media, and the Law. The Supreme Court of India has sentenced Mohammad Afzal, accused number 1 in the Parliament attack case, to death. It acknowledged that the evidence against him was not direct, only circumstantial, but in its now famously controversial statement it said, "The incident, which resulted in heavy casualties, has shaken the entire nation, and the collective conscience of the society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender." 1. Is the collective conscience the same as majority opinion? Would it be fair to say that it is fashioned by the information we receive? And therefore, that in this case, the mass media has played a pivotal role in determining the final court verdict? If so, has it been accurate and truthful? Now, 5 years later, when disturbing questions are being raised about the Parliament attack, is the special cell once again cleverly exploiting the frantic hunt for breaking news? Suddenly spurious exposes are finding their way onto prime-time TV. Unfortunately, some of India's best, most responsible news channels have been caught up in this game in which carelessness and incomprehension is as deadly as malice. A few weeks ago we had a fiasco on CNN-IBN. Last week, December 16, on a 90-minute prime-time show, NDTV showcased an exclusive video of Mohammed Afzal's confession made in police custody, in the days immediately following his arrest. At no point was it clarified that the confession was 5 years old. 2. Much has been said about the authenticity, reliability, and legality of confessions taken in police custody, as well as the circumstances under which this particular confession was extracted. Because of the very real danger that custodial torture will replace real investigation, the Indian Penal Code does not admit confessions made in police custody as legal evidence in a criminal trial. The Prevention of Terrorism Act was considered an outrage on civil rights and was eventually withdrawn, primarily because it made confessions obtained in police custody admissible as legal evidence. In fact, in the case of Afzal's confession, the Supreme Court said the special cell had violated even the tenuous safeguards provided under the Act, and set it aside as being illegal and unreliable. Even before this, the High Court had already reprimanded the special cell sharply for forcing Afzal to incriminate himself publicly in a media confession. 3. So what made NDTV showcase this thoroughly discredited old confession all over again? Why now? How did the special cell video find its way into their hands? Does it have something to do with the fact that Afzal's clemency petition is pending with the President of India and a curative petition asking for a retrial is pending in the Supreme Court? In her column in the Hindustan Times, Barkha Dutt, managing editor of NDTV, said the channel spent many hours debating what the fairest way was to show this video. 4 Clearly, it was a serious decision and demands to be discussed seriously. At the start of the show, for several minutes the image of Afzal confessing was inset with a text that said, "Afzal ne court main guna kabul kiya tha, Afzal has admitted his guilt in court." This is blatantly untrue. Then, for a full 15 minutes the confession ran without comment. After this, an anchor came on and said, "Sansad par Hamil ki kahani, Afzal ki zubini," the story of the Parliament attack, in Afzal's words. This, too, is a travesty of the truth. Well into the program a reporter informed us that Afzal had since withdrawn this confession and had claimed it had been extracted under torture. The smirking anchor then turned to one of the panelists, Sar Gilani, who was also one of the accused in the case, and who knows a thing or two about torture and the special cell, and remarked that if this confession was forced, then Afzal was a very good actor. The anchor has clearly never experienced torture. Or even read the wonderful Uruguayan writer, Eduardo Galeano. The electric cattle prod turns anyone into a prolific storyteller. Nor has he known what it's like to be held in police custody in Delhi while his family was hostage as Afzal's was in the war zone that is Kashmir. Later on, the confession was juxtaposed with what the channel said was Afzal's statement to the court, but was actually the text of a letter he wrote to his High Court lawyer in which he implicates the Special Task Force, STF, in Kashmir and describes how in the months before the Parliament attack the task force illegally detained and tortured him. NDTV does not tell us that a deputy superintendent of the STF has since confirmed that he did illegally detain and torture Afzal. Instead it uses Afzal's letter to discredit him further. The bold caption at the bottom of the frame read, "Afzal ka badalta hawabyan," Afzal's changing statements. There is another serious ethical issue. In Afzal's confession to the special cell in December 2001, as opposed to his media confession, he implicated Sar Gilani and said he was the mastermind of the conspiracy. While this was in line with the special cell's charge sheet, it turned out to be false, and Gilani was acquitted by the Supreme Court. Why was this portion of Afzal's confession left out? So that the confession would seem less constructed, more plausible? Who made that decision to leave it out? NDTV or the special cell? All this makes the broadcast of this program a seriously prejudicial act. It wasn't surprising to watch the collective conscience of society forming its opinion as the show unfolded. The SMS messages on the ticker tape said, Afzal ko bodi main kot k kutan ko killa do, cut him into bits and feed him to the dogs. Afzal ka oth or tong kot k, road main beek mang vani chahai, cut off his arms and legs and make him beg. Then in English, hang him by his balls in Lal Chauk. Hang him and hang those who are supporting him. Even without Sharia courts, we seem to be doing just fine. For the record, the reporter Nita Sharma, credited several times on the program for procuring the video, has been previously exposed for publishing falsehoods, on the encounter in Ansal Plaza, on the Iftikhar Gilani case, and on the Sar Gilani case and now on this one. Nita Sharma was formerly a reporter with the Hindustan Times. Publishing special cell handouts seems to have gotten her a promotion from print journalism to TV. This kind of thing really makes you wonder whether media houses have an inside track on the police and intelligence agencies, or whether it's the other way around. The quietest guest on the panel was M.K. Dar, a former joint director of the Intelligence Bureau. He was pretty enigmatic. He certainly didn't repeat what he has said in his astonishingly frank book Open Secrets, India's Intelligence Unveiled, some day or the other, taking advantage of the weakening fabric of our democracy, some unscrupulous intelligence men may gang up with ambitious army brass and change the political texture of the nation. 5. Weakening fabric of our democracy. I couldn't have put it better. This essay was first published in the Hindustan Times on December 22, 2006. Listening to Grasshoppers, Genocide, Denial, and Celebration. I never met Hrant Dink, a misfortune that will be mine for time to come. From what I know of him, of what he wrote, what he said and did, how he lived his life, I know that had I been here in Istanbul a year ago, I would have been among the 100,000 people who walked with his coffin in dead silence through the wintry streets of this city, with banners saying, "We are all Armenians, we are all Hrant Dink." Perhaps I'd have carried the one that said, 1.5 million plus 1. I wonder what thoughts would have gone through my head as I walked beside his coffin. Maybe I would have heard a reprise of the voice of Araxi Barsamian, mother of my friend David Barsamian, telling the story of what happened to her and her family. She was 10 years old in 1915. She remembered the swarms of grasshoppers that arrived in her village, Dubny, which was north of the historic Armenian city of Dikranajurt, now Diyarbakir. The village elders were alarmed, she said, because they knew in their bones that the grasshoppers were a bad omen. They were right. The end came in a few months, when the wheat in the fields was ready for harvesting. When we left, my family was 25 in the family, Araxi Barsamian says. They took all the men folks. They asked my father, "Where is your ammunition?" He says, "I sold it." So they says, "Go get it." So when he went to the Kurd town, to get it, they beat him and took him all his clothes. And when he came back there, this is my mother tells me story, when he came back there, naked body, he went in the jail, they cut his arms. So he die in the jail. They took all the men's in the field, they tied their hands, and they shooted, killed every one of them. 2. Araxi, her mother, and 3 younger brothers were deported. All of them perished except Araxi. She was the lone survivor. This is, of course, a single testimony that comes from a history that is denied by the Turkish government and many Turks as well. I have not come here to play the global intellectual, to lecture you, or to fill the silence in this country that surrounds the memory, or the forgetting, of the events that took place in Anatolia in 1915. That is what Hrant Dink tried to do, and paid for with his life. The day I arrived in Istanbul, I walked the streets for many hours, and as I looked around, envying the people of Istanbul their beautiful, mysterious, thrilling city, a friend pointed out to me young boys in white caps who seemed to have suddenly appeared like a rash in the city. He explained that they were expressing their solidarity with the child assassin who was wearing a white cap when he killed Hrant. Obviously, the assassination was meant both as a punishment for Hrant and a warning to others in this country who might have been inspired by his courage not just to say the unsayable, but to think the unthinkable. This was the message written on the bullet that killed Hrant Dink. This is the message in the death threats received by Orhan Pamuk, Elif Shafak, and others who have dared to differ with the Turkish government's viewpoint. 3 Before he was killed, Hrant Dink was tried 3 times under Article 301 of the Turkish Penal Code, which makes publicly denigrating Turkishness a criminal offence. Each of these trials was a signal from the Turkish state to Turkey's fascist right wing that Hrant Dink was an acceptable target. How can telling the truth denigrate Turkishness? Who has the right to limit and define what Turkishness is? Hrant Dink has been silenced. But those who celebrate his murder should know that what they did was counterproductive. Instead of silence, it has raised a great noise. Hrant's voice has become a shout that can never be silenced again, not by bullets, or prison sentences, or insults. It shouts, it whispers, it sings, it shatters the bullying silence that has begun to gather once again like an army that was routed and is regrouping. It has made the world curious about something that happened in Anatolia more than 90 years ago. Something that Hrant's enemies wanted to bury. To forget. Well, speaking for myself, my first reaction was to find out what I could about 1915, to read history, to listen to testimonies. Something I might not otherwise have done. Now I have an opinion, an informed opinion about it, but, as I said, that is not what I'm here to inflict on you. The battle with the cap-wearers of Istanbul, of Turkey, is not my battle, it's yours. I have my own battles to fight against other kinds of cap-wearers and torchbearers in my country. In a way, the battles are not all that different. There is one crucial difference, though. While in Turkey there is silence, in India there's celebration, and I really don't know which is worse. I think that silence suggests shame, and shame suggests conscience. Is that too naive and generous an interpretation? Perhaps, but why not be naive and generous? Celebration, unfortunately, does not lend itself to interpretation. It is what it says it is. Lessons from your past have given me an insight into our future. My talk today is not about the past, it's about the future. I want to talk about the foundations that are being laid for the future of India, a country being celebrated all over the world as a role model of progress and democracy. In the state of Gujarat, there was genocide against the Muslim community in 2002. I use the word genocide advisedly, and in keeping with its definition contained in Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The genocide began as collective punishment for an unsolved crime, the burning of a railway coach in which 53 Hindu pilgrims were burned to death. In a carefully planned orgy of supposed retaliation, 2,000 Muslims were slaughtered in broad daylight by squads of armed killers, organized by fascist militias, and backed by the Gujarat government and the administration of the day. Muslim women were gang-raped and burned alive. Muslim shops, Muslim businesses, and Muslim shrines and mosques were systematically destroyed. 2,000 were killed and more than 100,000 people were driven from their homes. 4. Even today, many of them live in ghettos, some built on garbage heaps with no water supply, no drainage, no street lights, no health care. They live as second-class citizens, boycotted socially and economically. 5 Meanwhile, the killers, police as well as civilian, have been embraced, rewarded, promoted. This state of affairs is now considered normal. To seal the normality, in 2004 both Ratan Tata and Mukesh Ambani, India's leading industrialists, praised Gujarat as a dream destination for finance capital. 6. The initial outcry in the national press has settled down. In Gujarat, the genocide has been brazenly celebrated as the epitome of Gujarati pride, Hindu-ness, even Indian-ness. This poisonous brew has been used twice in a row to win state elections, with campaigns that have cleverly used the language and apparatus of modernity and democracy. The helmsman, Narendra Modi, has become a folk hero, called in by the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, to campaign on its behalf in other Indian states. As genocides go, the Gujarat genocide cannot compare with the people killed in the Congo, Rwanda, and Bosnia, where the numbers run into millions, nor is it by any means the first that has occurred in India. In 1984, for instance, 3,000 Sikhs were massacred on the streets of Delhi with similar impunity, by killers overseen by the Congress Party. 7 But the Gujarat genocide is part of a larger, more elaborate and systematic vision. It tells us that the wheat is ripening and the grasshoppers have landed in mainland India. It's an old human habit, genocide is. It has played a sterling part in the march of civilization. Among the earliest recorded genocides is thought to be the destruction of Carthage at the end of the Third Punic War in 149 BC. The word itself, genocide, was coined by Raphael Lemkin only in 1943, and adopted by the United Nations in 1948, after the Nazi Holocaust. Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines it as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intending to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. 8. Since this definition leaves out the persecution of political dissidents, real or imagined, it does not include some of the greatest mass murders in history. Personally, I think the definition by Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonas Sohn, authors of The History and Sociology of Genocide, is more apt. Genocide, they say, is a form of one-sided mass killing in which a state or other authority intends to destroy a group, as that group and membership in it are defined by the perpetrator. 9 Defined like this, genocide would include, for example, the millions killed and the monumental crimes committed by Suharto in Indonesia, Pol Pot in Cambodia, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and Mao in China. All things considered, the word extermination, with its crude evocation of pests and vermin, of infestations, is perhaps the more honest, more apposite word. When a set of perpetrators faces its victims, in order to go about its business of wanton killing, it must first sever any human connection with it. It must see its victims as subhuman, as parasites whose eradication would be a service to society. Here, for example, is an account of the massacre of Pequot Indians by English Puritans led by John Mason in Connecticut in 1636. Those that escaped the fire were slain with the sword, some hewed to pieces, others hewn through with their rapiers, so as they were quickly dispatched, and very few escaped. It was conceived they thus destroyed about 400 at this time. It was a fearful sight to see them thus frying in the fire, and the streams of blood quenching the same, and horrible was the sting and sente thereof, but the victory seemed a sweet sacrifice. 10. And here, approximately 4 centuries later, is Babu Bajrangi, one of the major linchpins of the Gujarat genocide, recorded on camera in the sting operation mounted by the Indian news magazine Tehelka a few months ago. We didn't spare a single Muslim shop, we set everything on fire, we set them on fire and killed them, hacked, burnt, set on fire. We believe in setting them on fire because these bastards don't want to be cremated, they're afraid of it. 11. I hardly need to say that Babu Bajrangi had the blessings of Narendra Modi, the protection of the police, and the love of his people. He continues to work and prosper as a free man in Gujarat. The one crime he cannot be accused of is genocide denial. Genocide denial is a radical variation on the theme of the old, frankly racist, bloodthirsty triumphalism. It probably evolved as an answer to the somewhat patchy dual morality that arose in the 19th century, when Europe was developing limited but new forms of democracy and citizens' rights at home while simultaneously exterminating people in their millions in her colonies. Suddenly countries and governments began to deny or attempt to hide the genocides they had committed. Denial is saying, in effect, Robert J. Lifton observes, that the murderers didn't murder. The victims weren't killed. The direct consequence of denial is that it invites future genocide. 12. Of course, today, when genocide politics meets the free market, official recognition or denial of holocausts and genocides is a multinational business enterprise. It rarely has anything to do with historical fact or forensic evidence. Morality certainly does not enter the picture. It is an aggressive process of high-end bargaining that belongs more to the World Trade Organization than to the United Nations. The currency is geopolitics, the fluctuating market for natural resources, that curious thing called futures trading, and plain old economic and military might. In other words, genocides are often denied for the same set of reasons that genocides are prosecuted. Economic determinism marinated in racial/ethnic/religious/national discrimination. Crudely, the lowering or raising of the price of a barrel of oil, or a ton of uranium, permission granted for a military base, or the opening up of a country's economy could be the decisive factor when governments adjudicate on whether a genocide did or did not occur. Or indeed whether genocide will or will not occur. And if it does, whether it will or will not be reported, and if it is, then what slant that reportage will take. For example, the death of millions in the Congo goes virtually unreported. 13 Why? And was the death of 1 million Iraqis under the sanctions regime, prior to the U.S. invasion in 2003, genocide, which is what UN Humanitarian Coordinator for Iraq Dennis Halliday called it, or was it worth it, as Madeleine Albright, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, claimed? 14 It depends on who makes the rules. Bill Clinton? Or an Iraqi mother who has lost her child? Since the United States is the richest and most powerful country in the world, in the genocide denial seedings it is the world's number one. It continues to celebrate Columbus Day, the day Christopher Columbus arrived in the Americas, which marks the beginning of a Holocaust that wiped out millions of Native Americans, about 90% of the original population. Lord Amherst, the man whose idea it was to distribute blankets infected with smallpox virus to Indians, has a university town in Massachusetts, and a prestigious liberal arts college, named after him. In America's second Holocaust, almost 30 million Africans were kidnapped and sold into slavery. Well, near half of them died in transit. But in 2001, the U.S. delegation could still walk out of the World Conference Against Racism in Durban, refusing to acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade were crimes. Slavery, they insisted, was legal at the time. 15 The United States has also refused to accept that the bombing of Tokyo, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Dresden, and Hamburg, which killed hundreds of thousands of civilians, were crimes, let alone acts of genocide. The argument here is that the government didn't intend to kill civilians. This was an early stage of the development of the concept of collateral damage. 16 Since its first foreign conquest of Mexico in 1848, the U.S. government has militarily intervened abroad, whether overtly or covertly, countless times. Its invasion of Vietnam, with excellent intentions of course, led to the deaths of millions of people in Indochina. 17 None of these actions have been acknowledged as war crimes or genocidal acts. How much evil, asks Robert McNamara, whose career graph took him from the bombing of Tokyo in 1945, 100,000 dead overnight, to being the architect of the war in Vietnam, to president of the World Bank, now sitting in his comfortable chair in his comfortable home in his comfortable country, must we do in order to do good? 18. Could there be a more perfect illustration of Robert J. Lifton's point that the denial of genocide invites more genocide? As a friendly gesture to the government of Turkey, its ally in the volatile politics of the Middle East, the U.S. government concurs with the Turkish government's denial of the Armenian genocide. So does the government of Israel. 19 For the same reasons. For them the Armenian people are suffering a collective hallucination. And what to do when the victims become perpetrators, as they did in the Congo and in Rwanda? What remains to be said about Israel, created out of the debris of one of the cruelest genocides in human history? What of its actions in the occupied territories? Its burgeoning settlements, its colonization of water, its new security wall that separates Palestinian people from their farms, from their work, from their relatives, from their children's schools, from hospitals and health care? It is genocide in a fishbowl, genocide in slow motion, meant especially to illustrate that section of Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which says genocide is any act that is designed to deliberately inflict on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part. Perhaps the ugliest aspect of the genocide game is that genocides have been ranked and seeded like tennis players on the international circuit. Their victims are categorized into worthy or unworthy ones. Take for example the best known, best documented, most condemned genocide by far, the Jewish Holocaust, which took the lives of 6 million Jews. Less publicized in books and films and Holocaust literature is the fact that the Nazis also liquidated thousands of gypsies, communists, homosexuals, and millions of Russian prisoners of war, not all of them Jewish. 20 The Nazi genocide of Jews has been universally accepted as the most horrifying event of the 20th century. In the face of this, some historians call the Armenian genocide the forgotten genocide, and in their fight to remind the world about it, frequently refer to it as the first genocide of the 20th century. Peter Balakian, one of the most knowledgeable scholars of the Armenian genocide, and author of The Burning Tigris, The Armenian Genocide and America's Response, says that the Armenian genocide is a landmark event. It changed history. It was unprecedented. It began the age of genocide, which we must acknowledge the 20th century indeed was. 21. The professor is in error. The era of genocide had begun long ago. The Herero people, for example, were exterminated by the Germans in Southwest Africa only a few years into the 20th century. In October 1904, General Adolf Lebrecht von Trotha ordered that the Herero be exterminated. 22 They were driven into the desert, cut off from food and water, and in this way annihilated. Meanwhile, in other parts of the African continent, genocide was proceeding apace. The French, the British, the Belgians were all busy. King Leopold of Belgium was well into his experiment in commercial expansion in search of slaves, rubber, and ivory in the Congo. 23 The price of his experiment, 10 million human lives. It was one of the most brutal genocides of all time. The battle to control Africa's mineral wealth rages on. Scratch the surface of contemporary horrors in Africa, in Rwanda, the Congo, Nigeria, pick your country, and chances are that you will be able to trace the story back to the old colonial interests of Europe and the new colonial interests of the United States. In Asia, by the last quarter of the 19th century, the British had finished exterminating the Aboriginal people in Tasmania, and most of Australia, starving them out, hunting them down. British convicts were given £5 for every native they hunted down. The last Tasmanian woman, Truganina, died in 1876. Her skeleton is in a museum in Hobart. Look her up when you go there next. The Spanish, the French, and the British, of course, had by then almost finished God's work in the Americas. In the genocide sweepstakes, while pleading for justice for one people, it is so easy to inadvertently do away with the suffering of others. This is the slippery morality of the international politics of genocide. Genocide within genocide, denial within denial, on and on, like Matryoshka dolls. The history of genocide tells us that it's not an aberration, an anomaly, a glitch in the human system. It's a habit as old, as persistent, as much a part of the human condition as love and art and agriculture. Most of the genocidal killing from the 15th century onward has been an integral part of Europe's search for what the Germans famously called Lebensraum, living space. Lebensraum was a word coined by the German geographer and zoologist Friedrich Ratzel to describe what he thought of as dominant human species' natural impulse to expand their territory in their search for not just space, but sustenance. This impulse to expansion would naturally be at the cost of a less dominant species, a weaker species that Nazi ideologues believed should give way, or be made to give way, to the stronger one. The idea of Lebensraum was set out in precise terms in 1901, but Europe had already begun her quest for Lebensraum 400 years earlier, when Columbus landed in America. Sven Lindqvist, author of Exterminate All the Brutes, argues that it was Hitler's quest for Lebensraum in a world that had already been carved up by other European countries that led the Nazis to push through Eastern Europe and on toward Russia. 24 The Jews of Eastern Europe and Western Russia stood in the way of Hitler's colonial ambitions. Therefore, like the native peoples of Africa and America and Asia, they had to be enslaved or liquidated. So, Lindqvist says, the Nazis' racist dehumanization of Jews cannot be dismissed as a paroxysm of insane evil. Once again, it is a product of the familiar mix, economic determinism well marinated in age-old racism very much in keeping with European tradition of the time. It's not a coincidence that the political party that carried out the Armenian genocide in the Ottoman Empire was called the Committee for Union and Progress. Union, racial/ethnic/religious/national, and progress, economic determinism, have long been the twin coordinates of genocide. Armed with this reading of history, is it reasonable to worry about whether a country that is poised on the threshold of progress is also poised on the threshold of genocide? Could the India being celebrated all over the world as a miracle of progress and democracy possibly be poised on the verge of committing genocide? The mere suggestion might sound outlandish and at this point in time, the use of the word genocide surely unwarranted. However, if we look to the future, and if the Tsars of development believe in their own publicity, if they believe that there is no alternative to their chosen model for progress, then they will inevitably have to kill, and kill in large numbers, in order to get their way. In bits and pieces, as the news trickles in, it seems clear that the killing and the dying has already begun. It was in 1989, soon after the collapse of the Soviet Union, that the government of India turned in its membership in the non-aligned movement and signed up for membership in the completely aligned, often referring to itself as the natural ally of Israel and the United States. They have at least this one thing in common: all three are engaged in overt, neo-colonial military occupations: India in Kashmir, Israel in Palestine, the United States in Iraq and Afghanistan. Almost like clockwork, the two major national political parties, the BJP and the Congress, embarked on a joint program to advance India's version of union and progress, whose modern-day euphemisms are nationalism and development. Every now and then, particularly during elections, they stage some noisy familial squabbles, but have managed to gather into their fold even grumbling relatives, like the Communist Party of India, Marxist. The Union Project offers Hindu nationalism, which seeks to unite the Hindu vote, vital, you will admit, for a great democracy like India. The Progress Project aims at a 10% annual growth rate. Both projects are encrypted with genocidal potential. The Union Project has been largely entrusted to the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, the ideological heart, the holding company of the BJP and its militias, the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal. The RSS was founded in 1925. By the 1930s, its founder, Dr. K. B. Hedgewar, a fan of Benito Mussolini's, had begun to model it overtly along the lines of Italian fascism. Hitler, too, was and is an inspirational figure. Here are some excerpts from the RSS Bible, We, or, Our Nationhood, defined by M. Eskil Walker, who succeeded Dr. Hedgewar as head of the RSS in 1940. Ever since that evil day, when Muslims first landed in Hindustan, right up to the present moment, the Hindu nation has been gallantly fighting on to take on these despoilers. The race spirit has been awakening. Then, in Hindustan, land of the Hindus, lives and should live the Hindu nation. All others are traitors and enemies to the national cause, or, to take a charitable view, idiots. The foreign races in Hindustan may stay in the country, wholly subordinated to the Hindu nation, claiming nothing, deserving no privileges, far less any preferential treatment, not even citizens' rights. And again, to keep up the purity of its race and culture, Germany shocked the world by her purging the country of the Semitic races, the Jews. Race pride at its highest has been manifested here, a good lesson for us in Hindustan to learn and profit by. How do you combat this kind of organized hatred? Certainly not with goofy preachings of secular love. By the year 2000, the RSS had more than 60,000 shakas, branches, and an army of more than 4 million Swayamsevaks, volunteers, preaching its doctrine across India. 25 They include India's former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the former Home Minister and current leader of the opposition L.K. Advani, and, of course, the three-time Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi. It also includes senior people in the media, the police, the army, the intelligence agencies, the judiciary, and the administrative services who are informal devotees of Hindutva, the RSS ideology. These people, unlike politicians who come and go, are permanent members of government machinery. But the RSS's real power lies in the fact that it has put in decades of hard work and has created a network of organizations at every level of society, something that no other political or cultural group in India can match. The BJP is its political front. It has a trade union wing, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, women's wing, Rashtra Sevaka Samiti, student wing, Akhil Bharatiya Vidyartha Parishad, an economic wing, Swadeshi Jagran Manch. Its front organization Vidya Bharati is the largest educational organization in the non-governmental sector. It has 13,000 educational institutes, including the Saraswati Vidya Mandir schools with 70,000 teachers and more than 1.7 million students. It has organizations working with tribals, Vanavasi Kalyan Ashram, literature, Akhil Bharatiya Sahitya Parishad, intellectuals, Prajya Bharati, Deendayal Research Institute, historians, Bharatiya Itihas Sankalan Yojanalaya, language, Sanskrit Bharti, slum dwellers, Seva Bharati, Hindu Seva Prathishtan, health, Swami Vivekanand Medical Mission, National Medicos Organization, leprosy patients, Bharatiya Kushta Nivaraksan, cooperatives, Saar Bharati, publication of newspapers and other propaganda material, Bharat Prakashan, Surakai Prakashan, Locket Prakashan, Junganga Prakashan, Archana Prakashan, Bharatiya Vishar Sadhana, Sadhana Pustak and Akashvana Sadhana, caste integration, Samajik Samrista Manch, religion and proselytization, Vivekananda Kendra, Vishva Hindu Parishad, Hindu Jagran Manch, Bajrang Dal. The list goes on and on. On June 11, 1989, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi gave the RSS a gift. He was obliging enough to open the locks of the disputed Babri Masjid in Ayodhya, which the RSS claimed was the birthplace of Lord Ram. At the national executive of the BJP, the party passed a resolution to demolish the mosque and build a temple in Ayodhya. "I'm sure the resolution will translate into votes," said L.K. Advani. In 1990, he crisscrossed the country on his Rath Yatra, his chariot of fire, demanding the demolition of the Babri Masjid, leaving riots and bloodshed in his wake. In 1991, the party won 120 seats in parliament. It had won 2 in 1984. The hysteria orchestrated by Advani peaked in 1992, when the mosque was brought down by a marauding mob. By 1998, the BJP was in power at the centre. Its first act in office was to conduct a series of nuclear tests. Across the country, fascists and corporates, princes and paupers alike, celebrated India's Hindu bomb. Hindutva had transcended petty party politics. In 2002, Narendra Modi's government planned and executed the Gujarat genocide. In the elections that took place a few months after the genocide, he was returned to power with an overwhelming majority. He ensured complete impunity for those who had participated in the killings. In the rare case where there has been a conviction, it is of course the lowly foot soldiers and not the masterminds who stand in the dock. Impunity is an essential prerequisite for genocidal killing. India has a great tradition of granting impunity to mass killers. I could fill volumes with the details. In a democracy, for impunity after genocide, you have to apply through proper channels. Procedure is everything. To begin with, of the 287 people accused, booked under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, 286 are Muslim and one is Sikh. 26 No bail for them, so they're still in prison. In the case of several massacres, the lawyers that the Gujarat government appointed as public prosecutors had actually already appeared for the accused. Several of them belonged to the RSS or the Vishva Hindu Parishad and were openly hostile to those they were supposedly representing. Survivor witnesses found that, when they went to the police to file reports, the police would record their statements inaccurately or refuse to record the names of the perpetrators. In several cases, when survivors had seen members of their families being killed, and burned alive so their bodies could not be found, the police would refuse to register cases of murder. Ehsan Jeffy, the Congress politician and poet who had made the mistake of campaigning against Modi in the Rajkot elections, was publicly butchered by a mob led by a fellow Congress Party worker. In the words of a man who took part in the savagery, 5 people held him, then someone struck him with a sword, chopped off his hand, then his legs, then everything else. And after cutting him to pieces, they put him on the wood they'd piled and set him on fire. Burned him alive. While the mob that lynched Jeffy, murdered 70 people, and gang-raped 12 women before burning them alive was gathering, the Ahmedabad Commissioner of Police, P.C. Pandey, was kind enough to visit the neighborhood. After Modi was re-elected, Pandey was promoted and made Gujarat's Director General of Police. The entire killing apparatus remains in place. The Supreme Court in Delhi made a few threatening noises but eventually put the matter into cold storage. The Congress and the Communist parties made a great deal of noise but did nothing. In the Tehelka sting operation, broadcast recently on a news channel at prime time, apart from Babu Bajrangi, killer after killer recounted how the genocide had been planned and executed, how Modi and senior politicians and police officers had been personally involved. None of this information was new, but there they were, the butchers, on the news networks, not just admitting to but boasting about their crimes. The overwhelming public reaction to the sting was not outrage, but suspicion about its timing. Most people believed that the expose would help Modi win the elections again. Some even believed, quite outlandishly, that he had engineered the sting. He did win the elections. And this time, on the ticket of union and progress. A committee all unto himself. At BJP rallies, thousands of adoring supporters now wear plastic Modi masks, chanting slogans of death. The fascist Democrat has physically mutated into a million little fascists. These are the joys of democracy. Who in Nazi Germany would have dared to put on a Hitler mask? Preparations to recreate the Gujarat blueprint are currently in different stages in the BJP-ruled states of Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Karnataka. To commit genocide, says Peter Balakian, you have to marginalize a subgroup for a long time. This criterion has been well met in India. The Muslims of India have been systematically marginalized and have now joined the Adivasis and Dalits, who have not just been marginalized but dehumanized by caste Hindu society and its scriptures for years, for centuries. There was a time when they were dehumanized in order to be put to work doing things that caste Hindus would not do. Now, with technology, even that labor is becoming redundant. The RSS also pits Dalits against Muslims and Adivasis against Dalits as part of its larger project. While the people were engaged with the Union Project and its doctrine of hatred, India's Progress Project was proceeding apace. The new regime of privatization and liberalization resulted in the sale of the country's natural resources and public infrastructure to private corporations. It has created an unimaginably wealthy upper class and growing middle class who have naturally become militant evangelists for the new dispensation. The Progress Project has its own tradition of impunity and subterfuge, no less horrific than the elaborate machinery of the Union project. At the heart of it lies the most powerful institution in India, the Supreme Court, which is rapidly becoming a pillar of corporate power, issuing order after order allowing for the building of dams, the interlinking of rivers, indiscriminate mining, the destruction of forests and water systems. All of this could be described as ecocide, a prelude perhaps to genocide. And to criticize the court is a criminal offense, punishable by imprisonment. Ironically, the era of the free market has led to the most successful secessionist struggle ever waged in India, the secession of the middle and upper classes to a country of their own, somewhere up in the stratosphere where they merge with the rest of the world's elite. This kingdom in the sky is a complete universe in itself, hermetically sealed from the rest of India. It has its own newspapers, films, television programs, morality plays, transport systems, malls, and intellectuals. And in case you are beginning to think it's all joy, you're wrong. It also has its own tragedies, its own environmental issues, parking problems, urban air pollution, its own class struggles. An organization called Youth for Equality, for example, has taken up the issue of reservations, affirmative action, because it feels upper castes are discriminated against by India's pulverized lower castes. This India has its own people's movements and candlelight vigils, justice for Jessica, the model who was shot in a bar, and even its own people's car, the wagon for the Volks launched by the Tata Group recently. It even has its own dreams that take the form of TV advertisements in which Indian CEOs, smeared with fair and lovely face cream, buy international corporations, including an imaginary East India Company. They are ushered to their plush new offices by fawning white women, who look as though they're longing to be laid, the final prize of conquest, and applauding white men, ready to make way for the new kings. Meanwhile the crowd in the stadium roars to its feet, with credit cards in their pockets, chanting India. India. But there is a problem, and the problem is Lebensraum. A kingdom needs its Lebensraum. Where will the kingdom in the sky find Lebensraum? The sky citizens look toward the old nation. They see Adivasi sitting on the bauxite mountains of Orissa, on the iron ore in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. They see the people of Nandigram, Muslims, Dalits, sitting on prime land, which really ought to be a chemical hub. 27 They see thousands of acres of farmland, and think, these really ought to be special economic zones for our industries. They see the rich fields of Singur and know this really ought to be a car factory for the Tata Nano, the people's car. They think, that's our bauxite, our iron ore, our uranium. What are these people doing on our land? What's our water doing in their rivers? What's our timber doing in their trees? If you look at a map of India's forests, its mineral wealth, and the homelands of the Adivasi people, you'll see that they're stacked up over each other. So in reality, those whom we call poor are the truly wealthy. But when the sky citizens cast their eyes over the land, they see superfluous people sitting on precious resources. The Nazis had a phrase for them: Überzahligen Essern, superfluous eaters. The struggle for Lebensraum, Friedrich Ratzel said, after closely observing the struggle between the indigenous people and their European colonizers in North America, is an annihilating struggle. 28 Annihilation doesn't necessarily mean the physical extermination of people by bludgeoning, beating, burning, bayoneting, gassing, bombing, or shooting them. Except sometimes. Particularly when they try to put up a fight. Because then they become terrorists. Historically, the most efficient form of genocide has been to displace people from their homes, herd them together, and block their access to food and water. Under these conditions, they die without obvious violence and often in far greater numbers. The Nazis gave the Jews a star on their coats and crowded them into reserves, Sven Lindqvist writes, just as the Indians, the Hereros, the Bushmen, the Amandabele, and all the other children of the stars had been crowded together. They died on their own when food supply to the reserves was cut off. 29. The historian Mike Davis writes that 12.2 to 29.3 million people starved to death in India in the famines between 1876 and 1902, while Britain continued to export food and raw material from India. 30 In a democracy, as Amartya Sen says, we are unlikely to have famine. So in place of China's Great Famine, we have India's Great Malnutrition. India hosts more than a third of the world's undernourished children. 31. With the possible exception of China, India today has the largest population of internally displaced people in the world. Dams alone have displaced more than 30 million people. 32 The displacement is being enforced with court decrees or at gunpoint by policemen, government-controlled militias, or corporate thugs. In Nandigram, even the Communist Party of India Maoist has its own armed militia. The displaced are being herded into tenements, camps, and resettlement colonies where, cut off from a means of earning a living, they spiral into poverty. In the state of Chhattisgarh, being targeted by corporates for its wealth of iron ore, there's a different technique. In the name of fighting Maoist rebels, hundreds of villages have been forcibly evacuated and almost 40,000 people moved into police camps. The government is arming some of them, and has created Salwajudam, the supposedly anti-Maoist people's militia, created and funded by the state government. 33 While the poor fight the poor, in conditions that approach civil war, the Tata and Essa groups have been quietly negotiating for the rights to mine iron ore in Chhattisgarh. Can we establish a connection? We wouldn't dream of it. Even though the Salwajudam was announced a day after the Memorandum of Understanding between the Tata Group and the government was signed. 34. It's not surprising that very little of this account of events makes it into the version of the new India currently on the market. That's because what is on sale is another form of denial, the creation of what Robert J. Lifton calls a counterfeit universe. 35 In this universe, systemic horrors are converted into temporary lapses, attributable to flawed individuals, and a more balanced, happier world is presented in place of the real one. The balance is spurious, often union and progress are set off against each other, a liberal secular critique of the union project being used to legitimize the depredations of the progress project. Those at the top of the food chain, those who have no reason to want to alter the status quo, are most likely to be the manufacturers of the counterfeit universe. Their job is to patrol the border, diffuse rage, delegitimize anger, and negotiate a ceasefire. Consider the response of Shah Rukh Khan, Bollywood superstar, heartthrob of millions, to a question about Narendra Modi. I don't know him personally, I have no opinion, he says. Personally they have never been unkind to me. 36 Ramachandra Guha, liberal historian and founding member of the New India Foundation, advises us in his new book, India After Gandhi, The History of the World's Largest Democracy, that the Gujarat government is not really fascist, that the genocide was just an aberration, and that the government corrected itself after elections. 37. Editors and commentators in the secular national press, having got over their outrage at the Gujarat genocide, now assess Modi's administrative skills, which most of them are uniformly impressed by. The editor of the Hindustan Times said, Modi may be a mass murderer, but he's our mass murderer, and went on to air his dilemmas about how to deal with a mass murderer who is also a good chief minister. 38. In this counterfeit version of India, in the realm of culture, in the new Bollywood cinema, in the boom in Indo-Anglian literature, the poor, for the most part, are simply absent. They have been erased in advance. They only put in an appearance as the smiling beneficiaries of microcredit loans, development schemes, and charity meted out by NGOs. Last summer, I happened to wander into a cool room in which 4 beautiful young girls with straightened hair and porcelain skin were lounging, introducing their puppies to one another. One of them turned to me and said, I was on holiday with my family and I found an old essay of yours about dams and stuff. I was asking my brother if he knew about what a bad time these Dalits and Adivasis were having, being displaced and all. I mean just being kicked out of their homes and stuff like that. And you know, my brother's such a jerk, he said they're the ones who are holding India back. They should be exterminated. Can you imagine? The trouble is, I can. The puppies were sweet. I wondered whether dogs could ever imagine exterminating each other. They're probably not progressive enough. That evening, I watched Amitabh Bachchan, another Bollywood superstar, heartthrob of millions, on TV, appearing in a commercial for the Times of India's India Poised campaign. The TV anchor introducing the campaign said it was meant to inspire people to leave behind the constraining ghosts of the past. To choose optimism over pessimism. There are two Indias in this country, Amitabh Bachchan said, in his famous baritone. One India is straining at the leash, eager to spring forth and live up to all the adjectives that the world has been recently showering upon us. The other India is the leash. One India says, give me a chance and I'll prove myself. The other India says, prove yourself first, and maybe then, you'll have a chance. One India lives in the optimism of our hearts. The other India lurks in the skepticism of our minds. One India wants, the other India hopes. One India leads, the other India follows. These conversions are on the rise. With each passing day, more and more people from the other India are coming over to this side. And quietly, while the world is not looking, a pulsating, dynamic new India is emerging. And finally, now in our 60th year as a free nation, the ride has brought us to the edge of time's great precipice. And one India, a tiny little voice in the back of the head, is looking down at the bottom of the ravine and hesitating. The other India is looking up at the sky and saying, it's time to fly 39. Here is the counterfeit universe laid bare. It tells us that the rich don't have a choice, there is no alternative, but the poor do. They can choose to become rich. If they don't, it's because they are choosing pessimism over optimism, hesitation over confidence, want over hope. In other words, they're choosing to be poor. It's their fault. They are weak. And we know what the seekers of Lebensraum think of the weak. They are the constraining ghost of the past. They're already ghosts. Within an ongoing counterfeit universe, Robert J. Lifton says, genocide becomes easy, almost natural. 40. The so-called poor have only one choice, to resist or to succumb. Bachchan is right, they are crossing over, quietly, while the world's not looking. Not to where he thinks, but across another ravine, to another side. The side of armed struggle. From there they look back at the tsars of development and mimic their regretful slogan, there is no alternative. They have watched the great Gandhian people's movements being reduced and humiliated, floundering in the quagmire of court cases, hunger strikes, and counter-hunger strikes. Perhaps these many million constraining ghosts of the past wonder what advice Gandhi would have given the Indians of the Americas, the slaves of Africa, the Tasmanians, the Hereros, the Hottentots, the Armenians, the Jews of Germany, the Muslims of Gujarat. Perhaps they wonder how they can go on hunger strike when they're already starving. How they can boycott foreign goods when they have no money to buy any goods. How they can refuse to pay taxes when they have no earnings. People who have taken to arms have done it with full knowledge of what the consequences of that decision will be. They have done so knowing that they are on their own. They know that the new laws of the land criminalize the poor and conflate resistance with terrorism. They know that appeals to conscience, liberal morality, and sympathetic press coverage will not help them now. They know no international marches, no globalized dissent, no famous writers will be around when the bullets fly. Hundreds of thousands have broken faith with the institutions of India's democracy. Large swathes of the country have fallen out of the government's control. At last count it was supposed to be 25%, 41. The battle stinks of death. It's by no means pretty. How can it be when the helmsman of the army of constraining ghosts is the ghost of Chairman Mao himself? The ray of hope is that many of the foot soldiers don't know who he is. Or what he did. More genocide denial? Maybe. Are they idealists fighting for a better world? Well, anything is better than annihilation. The Prime Minister has declared that the Maoist resistance is the single largest threat to internal security. 42. There have even been appeals to call out the army. The media is agog with breathless condemnation. Here's a typical newspaper column. Nothing out of the ordinary. Stamp out Nagzals, it is called. This government is at last showing some sense in tackling Naxalism. Less than a month ago, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh asked state governments to choke Naxal infrastructure and cripple their activities through a dedicated force to eliminate the virus. It signaled a realization that the focus on tackling Naxalism must be through enforcement of law, rather than wasteful expense on development. 43. Choke. Cripple. Virus. Infested. Eliminate. Stamp out. Yes. The idea of extermination is in the air. And people believe that faced with extermination they have the right to fight back. By any means necessary. Perhaps they've been listening to the grasshoppers. This article was delivered as a lecture in Istanbul on January 18, 2008, to commemorate the first anniversary of the assassination of Hrant Dink, editor of the Turkish-Armenian paper Agos. It appeared in Outlook, February 4, 2008, and the International Socialist Review, issue 58, March-April 2008. As a die. For the past 60 days or so, since about the end of June, the people of Kashmir have been free. Free in the most profound sense. They have shrugged off the terror of living their lives in the gun sights of 500,000 heavily armed soldiers, in the most densely militarized zone in the world. After 18 years of administering a military occupation, the Indian government's worst nightmare has come true. Having declared that the militant movement has been crushed, it is now faced with a nonviolent mass protest, but not the kind it knows how to manage. 1 This one is nourished by people's memory of years of repression in which tens of thousands have been killed, thousands have been disappeared, and hundreds of thousands tortured, injured, and humiliated. 2 That kind of rage, once it finds utterance, cannot easily be tamed, rebutted, and sent back to where it came from. For all these years the Indian state, known among the knowing as the deep state, has done everything it can to subvert, suppress, represent, misrepresent, discredit, interpret, intimidate, purchase and simply snuff out the voice of the Kashmiri people. It has used money, lots of it, violence, lots of it, disinformation, propaganda, torture, elaborate networks of collaborators and informers, terror, imprisonment, blackmail, and rigged elections to subdue what Democrats would call the will of the people. But now the deep state has tripped on its own hubris and bought into its own publicity, as deep states eventually tend to do. It made the mistake of believing that domination was victory, that the normalcy it had enforced through the barrel of a gun was indeed normal, and that the people's sullen silence was acquiescence. The well-endowed peace industry, speaking on the people's behalf, informed us that Kashmiris are tired of violence and want peace. What kind of peace they were willing to settle for was never clarified. Meanwhile, Bollywood's Cash of Kashmir/Muslim terrorist films has brainwashed most Indians into believing that all of Kashmir's sorrows could be laid at the door of evil, people-hating terrorists. To anybody who cared to ask, or, more importantly, to listen, it was always clear that even in their darkest moments, people in Kashmir had kept the fires burning, and that it was not peace alone they yearned for, but freedom, too. Over the last 2 months, the carefully confected picture of an innocent people trapped between two guns, both equally hated, has, pardon the pun, been shot to hell. A sudden twist of fate, an ill-conceived move over the transfer of nearly 100 acres of state forest land to the Amarnath Shrine Board, which manages the annual Hindu pilgrimage to a cave deep in the Kashmir Himalayas, suddenly became the equivalent of tossing a lit match into a barrel of petrol. 3 Until 1989, the Amarnath pilgrimage used to attract about 20,000 people who traveled to the Amarnath cave over a period of about 2 weeks. In 1990, when the overtly Islamic militant uprising in the valley coincided with the spread of virulent Hindutva in the Indian plains, the number of pilgrims began to increase exponentially. By 2008, more than 500,000 pilgrims visited the Amarnath cave, in large groups, their passage often sponsored by Indian business houses. To many people in the valley, this dramatic increase in numbers was seen as an aggressive political statement by an increasingly Hindu fundamentalist Indian state. 4 Rightly or wrongly, the land transfer was viewed as the thin edge of the wedge. It triggered an apprehension that it was the beginning of an elaborate plan to build Israeli-style settlements and change the demography of the valley. Days of massive protest forced the valley to shut down completely. Within hours the protests spread from the cities to villages. Young stone pelters took to the streets and faced armed police who fired straight at them, killing several. For people as well as the government, it resurrected memories of the uprising in the early 90s. Throughout the weeks of protest, hartal, and police firing, while the Hindutva publicity machine charged Kashmiris with committing every kind of communal excess, the 500,000 Amarnath pilgrims completed their pilgrimage, not just unhurt, but touched by the hospitality they had been shown by local people. 5. Eventually, taken completely by surprise at the ferocity of the response, the government revoked the land transfer. 6 But by then the land transfer had become a non-issue, and the protests had spiraled out of control. Massive protests against the revocation erupted in Jammu. There too the issue snowballed into something much bigger. Hindus began to raise issues of neglect and discrimination by the Indian state. For some odd reason they blamed Kashmiris for that neglect. The protests led to the blockading of the Jammu-Srinagar highway, the only functional road link between Kashmir and India. 7 The army was called out to clear the highway and allow safe passage of trucks between Jammu and Srinagar. But incidents of violence against Kashmiri truckers were being reported from as far away as Punjab, where there was no protection at all. 8 As a result, Kashmiri truckers, fearing for their lives, refused to drive on the highway. Truckloads of perishable fresh fruit and valley produce began to rot. It became very obvious that the blockade had caused the situation to spin out of control. The government announced that the blockade had been cleared and that trucks were going through. Embedded sections of the Indian media, quoting the inevitable intelligence sources, began to refer to it as a perceived blockade and even suggest that there had never been one. 9. But it was too late for those games, the damage had been done. It had been demonstrated in no uncertain terms to people in Kashmir that they lived on sufferance and that if they didn't behave themselves they could be put under siege, starved, deprived of essential commodities and medical supplies. The real blockade became a psychological one. The last fragile link between India and Kashmir was all but snapped. To expect matters to end there was, of course, absurd. Hadn't anybody noticed that in Kashmir even minor protests about civic issues like water and electricity inevitably turned into demands for azadi, freedom? To threaten them with mass starvation amounted to committing political suicide. Not surprisingly, the voice that the government of India has tried so hard to silence in Kashmir has massed into a deafening roar. Hundreds of thousands of unarmed people have come out to reclaim their cities, their streets, and mohallas. They have simply overwhelmed the heavily armed security forces by their sheer numbers, and with a remarkable display of raw courage. Raised in a playground of army camps, checkpoints, and bunkers, with screams from torture chambers for a soundtrack, the younger generation has suddenly discovered the power of mass protest, and above all, the dignity of being able to straighten their shoulders and speak for themselves, represent themselves. For them it is nothing short of an epiphany. They're in full flow, not even the fear of death seems to hold them back. And once that fear has gone, of what use is the largest or second largest army in the world? What threat does it hold? Who should know that better than the people of India who won their independence in the way that they did? The circumstances in Kashmir being what they are, it is hard for the spin doctors to fall back on the same old, to claim that it's all the doing of Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, or that people are being coerced by militants. Since the 30s the question of who can claim the right to represent that elusive thing known as Kashmiri sentiment has been bitterly contested. Was it Sheikh Abdullah? The Muslim Conference? Who is it today? The mainstream political parties? The Hurriyat? The militants? This time, the people are on the streets to represent themselves. There have been mass rallies in the past, but none in recent memory that have been so sustained and widespread. The mainstream political parties of Kashmir National Conference, People's Democratic Party faded by the deep state and the Indian media despite the pathetic voter turnout in election after election, appear dutifully for debates in New Delhi's TV studios but can't muster the courage to appear on the streets of Kashmir. The armed militants who, through the worst years of repression, were seen as the only ones carrying the torch of Azadi forward, if they are around at all, seem content to take a back seat and let people do the fighting for a change. The separatist leaders who do appear and speak at the rallies are not leaders so much as followers, being guided by the phenomenal spontaneous energy of a caged, enraged people that has exploded on Kashmir's streets. The leaders, such as they are, have been presented with a full-blown revolution. The only condition seems to be that they have to do as the people say. If they say things that people do not wish to hear, they are gently persuaded to come out, publicly apologize and correct their course. This applies to all of them, including Syed Ali Shah Gilani, who at a public rally recently proclaimed himself the movement's only leader. It was a monumental political blunder that very nearly shattered the fragile new alliance between the various factions of the struggle. Within hours he retracted his statement. 10 Like it or not, this is democracy. No Democrat can pretend otherwise. Day after day, hundreds of thousands of people swarm around places that hold terrible memories for them. They demolish bunkers, break through cordons of concertina wire, and stare straight down the barrels of soldiers' machine guns, saying what very few in India want to hear, Hum kya chahte? Azadi. What do we want? Freedom. And, it has to be said, in equal numbers and with equal intensity, Jeevi Jeevi Pakistan, long live Pakistan. That sound reverberates through the valley like the drumbeat of steady rain on a tin roof, like the roll of thunder during an electric storm. It's the plebiscite that was never held, the referendum that has been indefinitely postponed. On August 15, India's Independence Day, the city of Srinagar shut down completely. The Bakshi Stadium where the governor hoisted the flag was empty except for a few officials. Hours later, Lal Chowk, the nerve center of the city, where in 1992 Murli Manohar Joshi, Bharatiya Janata Party leader and mentor of the controversial Hinduization of children's history textbooks, started a tradition of flag hoisting by the Border Security Force, was taken over by thousands of people who hoisted the Pakistani flag and wished each other happy belated Independence Day. Pakistan celebrates independence on August 14, and Happy Slavery Day. Humor obviously has survived India's many torture centers and Abu Ghraibs in Kashmir. On August 16, hundreds of thousands of people marched to Pampuri, to the village of the Hurriyat leader Sheikh Abdul Aziz, who was shot down in cold blood 5 days earlier. 11 He was part of a massive march to the line of control demanding that since the Jammu road had been blocked, it was only logical that the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad highway be opened for goods and people, the way it used to be before Kashmir was partitioned. On August 18, hundreds of thousands also gathered in Srinagar in the huge TRC grounds, Tourist Reception Center, not the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, close to the United Nations Military Observer Group in India and Pakistan, UNMOJAP, to submit a memorandum asking for 3 things: the end to Indian rule, the deployment of a UN peacekeeping force, and an investigation into 2 decades of war crimes committed with almost complete impunity by the Indian Army and Police. 12. The day before the rally, the deep state was hard at work. A senior journalist friend called to say that late in the afternoon the Home Secretary had called a high-level meeting in New Delhi. Also present were the Defense Secretary and intelligence chiefs. The purpose of the meeting, he said, was to brief the editors of TV news channels that the government had reason to believe that the insurrection was being managed by a small splinter cell of the ISI and to request the channels to keep this piece of exclusive, highly secret intelligence in mind while covering, or preferably not covering, the news from Kashmir. Unfortunately for the deep state, things have gone so far that TV channels, were they to obey those instructions, would run the risk of looking ridiculous. Thankfully, it looks as though this revolution will, after all, be televised. On the night of August 17, the police sealed the city. Streets were barricaded, thousands of armed police manned the barriers. The roads leading into Srinagar were blocked. For the first time in 18 years the police had to plead with Hurriyat leaders to address the rally at the TRC grounds instead of marching right up to the Unmajab office on Gupkar Road, Srinagar's green zone, where, for years, the Indian establishment has barricaded itself in style and splendor. On the morning of August 18, people began pouring into Srinagar from villages and towns across the valley. In trucks, jeeps, buses, and on foot. Once again, barriers were broken and people reclaimed their city. The police were faced with a choice of either stepping aside or executing a massacre. They stepped aside. Not a single bullet was fired. The city floated on a sea of smiles. There was ecstasy in the air. Everyone had a banner: houseboat owners, traders, students, lawyers, doctors. One said, "We are all prisoners, set us free." Another said, "Democracy without justice is demon crazy." Demon crazy. That was a good one. Perhaps he was referring to the twisted logic of a country that needed to commit communal carnage in order to bolster its secular credentials. Or the insanity that permits the world's largest democracy to administer the world's largest military occupation and continue to call itself a democracy. There was a green flag on every lamppost, every roof, every bus stop, and on the top of China trees. A big one fluttered outside the All India Radio building. Road signs to Hazrat Bal, Batmalu, Sapari were painted over. Rawalpindi, they said. Or simply Pakistan. It would be a mistake to assume that the public expression of affection for Pakistan automatically translates into a desire to accede to Pakistan. Some of it has to do with gratitude for the support, cynical or otherwise, for what Kashmiris see as their freedom struggle and the Indian state sees as a terrorist campaign. It also has to do with mischief. With saying and doing what galls India most of all. It's easy to scoff at the idea of a freedom struggle that wishes to distance itself from a country that is supposed to be a democracy and align itself with another that has, for the most part, been ruled by military dictators. A country whose army has committed genocide in what is now Bangladesh. A country that is even now being torn apart by its own ethnic war. These are important questions, but right now perhaps it's more useful to wonder what this so-called democracy did in Kashmir to make people hate it so. Everywhere there were Pakistani flags, everywhere the cry, Pakistan se rishta kiya. La ilaha illallah, what is our bond with Pakistan? There is no God but Allah. Azadai ka matlab kiya. La ilaha illallah, what does freedom mean? There is no God but Allah. For somebody like myself, who is not Muslim, that interpretation of freedom is hard if not impossible to understand. I asked a young woman whether freedom for Kashmir would not mean less freedom for her, as a woman. She shrugged and said, "What kind of freedom do we have now? The freedom to be raped by Indian soldiers." Her reply silenced me. The Indian military occupation of Kashmir makes monsters of us all. It allows Hindu chauvinists to target and victimize Muslims in India by holding them hostage to the freedom struggle being waged by Muslims in Kashmir. It's all being stirred into a poisonous brew and administered intravenously, straight into our bloodstream. Standing in the grounds of the TRC, surrounded by a sea of green flags, it was impossible to doubt or ignore the deeply Islamic nature of the uprising taking place around me. It was equally impossible to label it a vicious, terrorist jihad. For Kashmiris it was a catharsis. A historical moment in a long and complicated struggle for freedom with all the imperfections, cruelties, and confusions that freedom struggles have. This one cannot by any means call itself pristine and will always be stigmatized by, and will someday, I hope, have to account for, among other things, the brutal killings of Kashmiri Pandits in the early years of the uprising, culminating in the exodus of almost the entire community from the Kashmir Valley. As the crowd continued to swell, I listened carefully to the slogans, because rhetoric often clarifies things and holds the key to all kinds of understanding. I'd heard many of them before a few years ago at a militant's funeral. A new one, obviously coined after the blockade, was, Kashmir ki mandi. Rawalpindi. It doesn't lend itself to translation, but it means, Kashmir's marketplace? Rawalpindi. Another was Kuni Lakir Tod Du, Aar Par Jod Du, break down the blood-soaked line of control, let Kashmir be united again. There were plenty of insults and humiliation for India, I Jabaran I Zalaman, Kashmir Hamara Khad Du, O oppressors, O wicked ones, get out of our Kashmir. Jis Kashmir Ko Kun Se Seen Cha, Vo Kashmir Hamara Hai. The Kashmir we have irrigated with our blood, that Kashmir is ours. The slogan that cut through me like a knife and clean broke my heart was this one, Nanga Bhuka Hindustan, John Sepra Pakistan, naked, starving India, more precious than life itself Pakistan. Why was it so galling, so painful to listen to this? I tried to work it out and settled on 3 reasons. First, because we all know that the first part of the slogan is the embarrassing and unadorned truth about India, the emerging superpower. Second, because all Indians who are not Nanga or Bhuka are and have been complicit in complex and historical ways with the elaborate cultural and economic systems that make Indian society so cruel, so vulgarly unequal. And third, because it was painful to listen to people who have suffered so much themselves, mock others who suffer, in different ways, but no less intensely, under the same oppressor. In that slogan I saw the seeds of how easily victims can become perpetrators. It took hours for Mirwais Umar Farooq and Syed Ali Shah Gilani to wade through the thronging crowds and make it onto the podium. When they arrived they were borne aloft on the shoulders of young men, over the surging crowd to the podium. The roar of greeting was deafening. Mirwais Umar spoke first. He repeated the demand that the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, the Disturbed Areas Act, and the Public Safety Act under which thousands have been killed, jailed, and tortured be withdrawn. He called for the release of political prisoners, for the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad road to be opened for the free movement of goods and people, and for the demilitarization of the Kashmir Valley. Syed Ali Shah Gilani began his address with a recitation from the Quran. He then said what he has said before, on hundreds of occasions. The only way for the struggle to succeed, he said, was to turn to the Quran for guidance. He said Islam would guide the struggle and that it was a complete social and moral code that would govern the people of a free Kashmir. He said Pakistan had been created as the home of Islam and that that goal should never be subverted. He said just as Pakistan belonged to Kashmir, Kashmir belonged to Pakistan. He said minority communities would have full rights and their places of worship would be safe. Each point he made was applauded. Oddly enough, the apparent doctrinal clarity of what he said made everything a little unclear. I wondered how the somewhat disparate views of the various factions in this freedom struggle would resolve themselves. The Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front's vision of an independent state, Gilani's desire to merge with Pakistan, and Mirwais Umar balanced precariously between them. An old man with a red eye standing next to me said, Kashmir was one country. Half was taken by India, the other half by Pakistan. Both by force. We want freedom. I wondered if, in the new dispensation, the old man would get a hearing. I wondered what he would think of the trucks that roared down the highways in the plains of India, owned and driven by men who knew nothing of history, or of Kashmir, but still had slogans on their tailgates that said, Dud mango to Kheer Denga, Kashmir mango to Chur Denga, ask for milk, you'll get cream, ask for Kashmir, we'll cut you open. Briefly, I had another thought. I imagined myself standing in the heart of a Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh or Vishva Hindu Parishad rally being addressed by L.K. Advani. Replace the word Islam with the word Hindutva, replace the word Pakistan with Hindustan, replace the sea of green flags with saffron ones, and we would have the Bharatiya Janata Party's nightmare vision of an ideal India. Is that what we should accept as our future? Monolithic religious states handing down a complete social and moral code, a complete way of life? Millions of us in India reject the Hindutva project. Our rejection springs from love, from passion, from a kind of idealism, from having enormous emotional stakes in the society in which we live. What our neighbors do, how they choose to handle their affairs does not affect our argument, it only strengthens it. Arguments that spring from love are also fraught with danger. It is for the people of Kashmir to agree or disagree with the Islamic project, which is as contested, in equally complex ways, all over the world by Muslims, as Hindutva is contested by Hindus. Perhaps now that the threat of violence has receded and there is some space in which to debate views and air ideas, it is time for those who are part of the struggle to outline a vision for what kind of society they are fighting for. Perhaps it is time to offer people something more than martyrs, slogans, and vague generalizations. Those who wish to turn to the Quran for guidance, will, no doubt, find guidance there. But what of those who do not wish to do that, or for whom the Quran does not make any place? Do the Hindus of Jammu and other minorities also have the right to self-determination? Will the hundreds of thousands of Kashmiri Pandits living in exile, many of them in terrible poverty, have the right to return? Will they be paid reparations for the terrible losses they have suffered? Or will a free Kashmir do to its minorities what India has done to Kashmiris for 61 years? What will happen to homosexuals and adulterers and blasphemers? What of thieves and layfangas, rascals, and writers who do not agree with the complete social and moral code? Will we be put to death as we are in Saudi Arabia? Will the cycle of death, repression, and bloodshed continue? History offers many models for Kashmir's thinkers and intellectuals and politicians to study. What will the Kashmir of their dreams look like? Algeria? Iran? South Africa? Switzerland? Pakistan? At a crucial time like this, few things are more important than dreams. A lazy utopia and a flawed sense of justice will have consequences that do not bear thinking about. This is not the time for intellectual sloth or a reluctance to assess a situation clearly and honestly. It could be argued that the prevarication of Maharaja Hari Singh in 1947 has been its great modern tragedy, one that eventually led to unthinkable bloodshed and the prolonged bondage of people who were very nearly free. Already the spectre of partition has reared its head. Hindutva networks are alive with rumors about Hindus in the valley being attacked and forced to flee. In response, phone calls from Jammu reported that an armed Hindu militia was threatening a massacre and that Muslims from the two Hindu-majority districts were preparing to flee. Memories of the bloodbath that ensued and claimed the lives of more than 1 million people when India and Pakistan were partitioned have come flooding back. That nightmare will haunt all of us forever. There is absolutely no reason to believe that history will repeat itself. Not unless it is made to. Not unless people actively work to create such a cataclysm. However, none of these fears of what the future holds can justify the continued military occupation of a nation and a people. No more than the old colonial argument about how the natives were not ready for freedom justified the colonial project. Of course, there are many ways for the Indian state to continue to hold on to Kashmir. It could do what it does best. Wait. And hope the people's energy will dissipate in the absence of a concrete plan. It could try and fracture the fragile coalition that is emerging. It could extinguish this non-violent uprising and rein armed militancy. It could increase the number of troops from 500,000 to 1,000,000. A few strategic massacres, a couple of targeted assassinations, some disappearances, and a massive round of arrests should do the trick for a few more years. The unimaginable sums of public money that are needed to keep the military occupation of Kashmir going ought by right to be spent instead on schools and hospitals and food for an impoverished, malnutritioned population in India. What kind of government can possibly believe that it has the right to spend it on more weapons, more concertina wire, and more prisons in Kashmir? The Indian military occupation of Kashmir makes monsters of us all. It allows Hindu chauvinists to target and victimize Muslims in India by holding them hostage to the freedom struggle being waged by Muslims in Kashmir. It's all being stirred into a poisonous brew and administered intravenously, straight into our bloodstream. At the heart of it all is a moral question. Does any government have the right to take away people's liberty with military force? India needs Azadi from Kashmir just as much if not more than Kashmir needs Azadi from India. This essay first appeared in The Guardian, on August 22, 2008, and in Outlook, on September 1, 2008. 9 is not 11, and November isn't September. We've forfeited the rights to our own tragedies. As the carnage in Mumbai raged on, day after horrible day, our 24-hour news channels informed us that we were watching India's 9/11. And like actors in a Bollywood rip-off of an old Hollywood film, we're expected to play our parts and say our lines, even though we know it's all been said and done before. As tension in the region builds, U.S. Senator John McCain has warned Pakistan that, if it didn't act fast to arrest the bad guys, he had personal information that India would launch airstrikes on terrorist camps in Pakistan and that Washington could do nothing because Mumbai was India's 9/11 one. But November isn't September, 2008 isn't 2001, Pakistan isn't Afghanistan, and India isn't America. So perhaps we should reclaim our tragedy and pick through the debris with our own brains and our own broken hearts so that we can arrive at our own conclusions. It's odd how, in the last week of November, thousands of people in Kashmir supervised by thousands of Indian troops lined up to cast their vote, while the richest quarters of India's richest city ended up looking like war-torn Kupwara, one of Kashmir's most ravaged districts. The Mumbai attacks are only the most recent of a spate of terrorist attacks on Indian towns and cities this year. Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Delhi, Guwahati, Jaipur, and Malajaon have all seen serial bomb blasts in which hundreds of ordinary people have been killed and wounded. If the police are right about the people they have arrested as suspects in these previous attacks, both Hindu and Muslim, all Indian nationals, it obviously indicates that something's going very badly wrong in this country. If you were watching television, you might not have heard that ordinary people, too, died in Mumbai. They were mowed down in a busy railway station and a public hospital. The terrorists did not distinguish between poor and rich. They killed both with equal cold-bloodedness. The Indian media, however, was transfixed by the rising tide of horror that breached the glittering barricades of India shining and spread its stench in the marbled lobbies and crystal ballrooms of two incredibly luxurious hotels and a small Jewish center. Point 2. We're told that one of these hotels is an icon of the city of Mumbai. That's absolutely true. It's an icon of the easy, obscene injustice that ordinary Indians endure every day. On a day when the newspapers were full of moving obituaries by beautiful people about the hotel rooms they had stayed in, the gourmet restaurants they loved, ironically one was called Kandahar, and the staff who served them, a small box on the top left-hand corner in the inner pages of a national newspaper, sponsored by a pizza company, I think, said, "Hungry, Kia. Hungry, et." It then, with the best of intentions, I'm sure, informed its readers that, on the International Hunger Index, India ranked below Sudan and Somalia. But of course this isn't that war. That one's still being fought in the Dalit Bastis, settlements, of our villages, on the banks of the Narmada and the Koil-Karo rivers, in the rubber estate in Chengara, in the villages of Nandigram, Singur, and Lalgarh in West Bengal, in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Orissa, and the slums and shanty towns of our gigantic cities. That war isn't on TV yet. So maybe, like everyone else, we should deal with the one that is. There is a fierce, unforgiving fault line that runs through the contemporary discourse on terrorism. On one side, let's call it side A, are those who see terrorism, especially Islamist terrorism, as a hateful, insane scourge that spins on its own axis, in its own orbit, and has nothing to do with the world around it, nothing to do with history, geography, or economics. Therefore, Side A says, to try to place it in a political context, or even to try to understand it, amounts to justifying it and is a crime in itself. Side B believes that, though nothing can ever excuse or justify it, terrorism exists in a particular time, place, and political context, and to refuse to see that will only aggravate the problem and put more and more people in harm's way. Which is a crime in itself. The sayings of Hafiz Saeed, who founded the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Army of the Pure, in 1990 and who belongs to the hardline Salaf tradition of Islam, certainly bolsters the case of Side A. Hafiz Saeed approves of suicide bombing, hates Jews, Shias, and democracy, and believes that jihad should be waged until Islam, his Islam, rules the world. Among the things he said are, there can't be any peace while India remains intact. Cut them so much that they kneel before you and ask for mercy. 3. And India has shown us this path for jihad. We would like to give India a tit-for-tat response and reciprocate in the same way by killing the Hindus, just like it is killing the Muslims in Kashmir. 4. But where would Side A accommodate the sayings of Babu Bajrangi of Ahmedabad, India, who sees himself as a democrat, not a terrorist? He was one of the major linchpins of the 2002 Gujarat genocide and has said, on camera, "We didn't spare a single Muslim shop, we set everything on fire, we set them on fire and killed them, hacked, burnt, set on fire. We believe in setting them on fire because these bastards don't want to be cremated, they're afraid of it. I have just one last wish. Let me be sentenced to death. I don't care if I'm hanged. Give me 2 days before my hanging and I will go and have a field day in Jahapura, a Muslim-dominated area, where 7 or 800,000 of these people stay. I will finish them off. Let a few more of them die. At least 25,000 to 50,000 should die. 5. And where inside A's scheme of things would we place the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, Bible, we, or our nationhood defined by M.S. Golwalkar, who became head of the RSS in 1944. It says, ever since that evil day, when Muslims first landed in Hindustan, right up to the present moment, the Hindu nation has been gallantly fighting to shake off the despoilers. Or, to keep up the purity of the race and its culture, Germany shocked the world by her purging of its Semitic race, the Jews. Race pride at its highest has been manifested there, a good lesson for us in Hindustan to learn and profit by. 6. Muslims are not the only people in the gun sights of the Hindu right. Dalits have been consistently targeted. Recently, in Kandhamal and Orissa, Christians were the target of 2.5 months of violence that left at least 16 dead. 7 40,000 have been driven from their homes, many of whom now live in refugee camps. 8. All these years Hafiz Saeed has lived the life of a respectable man in Lahore as the head of the Jamaat-ud-Dawa, which many believe is a front organization for the Lashkar-e-Taiba. He continues to recruit young boys for his own bigoted jihad with his twisted, fiery sermons. On December 11, the United Nations imposed sanctions on the Jamaat-ud-Dawa. The Pakistani government succumbed to international pressure and put Hafiz Saeed under house arrest. Babu Bajrangi, meanwhile, is out on bail and lives the life of a respectable man in Gujarat. A couple of years after the genocide, he left the Vishva Hindu Parishad, a militia of the RSS, to join the Shiv Sena, another right-wing nationalist party. Narendra Modi, Bajrangi's former mentor, is still the chief minister of Gujarat. So the man who presided over the Gujarat genocide was re-elected twice and is deeply respected by India's biggest corporate houses, Reliance and Tata. The policemen who supervised and sometimes even assisted the rampaging Hindu mobs in Gujarat have been rewarded and promoted. The RSS has 60,000 branches and more than 4 million volunteers preaching its doctrine of hate across India. They include Narendra Modi, but also former Prime Minister A.B. Vajpayee, current leader of the opposition L.K. Advani, and a host of other senior politicians, bureaucrats, and police and intelligence officers. And if that's not enough to complicate our picture of secular democracy, we should place on record that there are plenty of Muslim organizations within India preaching their own narrow bigotry. So, on balance, if I had to choose between side A and side B, I'd pick side B. We need context. Always. On this nuclear subcontinent, that context is partition. The Radcliffe Line, which separated India and Pakistan and tore through states, districts, villages, fields, communities, water systems, homes, and families, was drawn virtually overnight. It was Britain's final, parting kick to us. Partition triggered the massacre of more than 1 million people and the largest migration of a human population in contemporary history. 8 million people, Hindus fleeing the new Pakistan, Muslims fleeing the new kind of India, left their homes with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Each of those people carries, and passes down, a story of unimaginable pain, hate, horror, but yearning, too. That wound, those torn but still unsevered muscles, that blood and those splintered bones still lock us together in a close embrace of hatred, terrifying familiarity but also love. It has left Kashmir trapped in a nightmare from which it can't seem to emerge, a nightmare that has claimed more than 60,000 lives. Pakistan, the land of the pure, became the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and then very quickly a corrupt, violent military state, openly intolerant of other faiths. India on the other hand declared herself an inclusive, secular democracy. It was a magnificent undertaking, but Babu Bajrangi's predecessors had been hard at work since the 1920s, dripping poison into India's bloodstream, undermining that idea of India even before it was born. By 1990, they were ready to make a bid for power. In 1992 Hindu mobs exhorted by L.K. Advani stormed the Babri Masjid and demolished it. By 1998, the Bharatiya Janata Party was in power at the centre. The US war on terror put the wind in their sails. It allowed them to do exactly as they pleased, even to commit genocide and then present their fascism as a legitimate form of chaotic democracy. This happened at a time when India had opened its huge market to international finance and it was in the interests of international corporations and the media houses they owned to project it as a country that could do no wrong. That gave Hindu nationalists all the impetus and the impunity they needed. This, then, is the larger historical context of terrorism on the subcontinent and of the Mumbai attacks. It shouldn't surprise us that Hafiz Saeed of the Lashkar-e-Taiba is from Shimla, India, and L.K. Advani of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh is from Sindh, Pakistan. In much the same way as it did after the 2001 Parliament attack, the 2002 burning of the Sabarmati Express, and the 2007 bombing of the Samjhota Express, the Government of India announced that it has clear and incontrovertible proof that the Lashkar-e-Taiba, backed by Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, was behind the Mumbai strikes. 9 The Lashkar has denied involvement but remains the prime accused. According to the police and intelligence agencies, the Lashkar operates in India through an organization called the Indian Mujahideen. Two Indian nationals, Sheikh Mukhtar Ahmed, a special police officer working for the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and Tawsif Rehman, a resident of Kolkata in West Bengal, have been arrested in connection with the Mumbai attacks. 10 So already the neat accusation against Pakistan is getting a little messy. Almost always when these stories unspool they reveal a complicated global network of foot soldiers, trainers, recruiters, middlemen, and undercover intelligence and counterintelligence operatives working not just on both sides of the India-Pakistan border, but in several countries simultaneously. In today's world, trying to pin down the provenance of a terrorist strike and isolate it within the borders of a single nation-state is very much like trying to pin down the provenance of corporate money. It's almost impossible. In circumstances like these, airstrikes to take out terrorist camps may take out the camps, but certainly will not take out the terrorists. And neither will war. In our bid for the moral high ground, let's also try not to forget that the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, of neighbouring Sri Lanka, one of the world's most deadly militant groups, was trained by the Indian Army, 11. Thanks largely to the part it was forced to play as America's ally, first in its war in support of the Afghan Islamists and then in its war against them, Pakistan, whose territory is reeling under these contradictions, is careening toward civil war. As recruiting agents for America's jihad against the Soviet Union, it was the job of the Pakistani Army and the Inter-Services Intelligence to nurture and channel funds to Islamic fundamentalist organizations. Having wired up these Frankensteins and released them into the world, the United States expected it could rein them in like pet mastiffs whenever it wanted to. Certainly it did not expect them to come calling in the heart of the homeland on September 11. So once again, Afghanistan had to be violently remade. Now the debris of a re-ravaged Afghanistan has washed up on Pakistan's borders. Nobody, least of all the Pakistani government, denies that it is presiding over a country that is threatening to implode. The terrorist training camps, the fire-breathing mullahs, and the maniacs who believe that Islam will, or should, rule the world are mostly the detritus of 2 Afghan wars. Their ire rains down on the Pakistani government and Pakistani civilians as much, if not more, than it does on India. If, at this point, India decides to go to war, perhaps the descent of the whole region into chaos will be complete. The debris of a bankrupt, destroyed Pakistan will wash up on India's shores, endangering us as never before. If Pakistan collapses, we can look forward to having millions of non-state actors with an arsenal of nuclear weapons at their disposal as neighbors. It's hard to understand why those who steer India's ship are so keen to replicate Pakistan's mistakes and call damnation upon this country by inviting the United States to further meddle clumsily and dangerously in our extremely complicated affairs. A superpower never has allies. It only has agents. On the plus side, the advantage of going to war is that it's the best way for India to avoid facing up to the serious trouble building on our home front. The Mumbai attacks were broadcast live, and exclusive, on most of our 67 24-hour news channels and God knows how many international ones. TV anchors in their studios and journalists at Ground Zero kept up an endless stream of excited commentary. Over 3 days and 3 nights we watched in disbelief as a small group of very young men, armed with guns and gadgets, exposed the powerlessness of the police, the elite National Security Guard, and the Marine Commandos of this supposedly mighty, nuclear-powered nation. While they did this, they indiscriminately massacred unarmed people, in railway stations, hospitals, and luxury hotels, unmindful of their class, caste, religion, or nationality. Part of the helplessness of the security forces had to do with having to worry about hostages. In other situations, in Kashmir for example, their tactics are not so sensitive. Whole buildings are blown up. Human shields are used. The US and Israeli armies don't hesitate to send cruise missiles into buildings and drop daisy cutters on wedding parties in Palestine, Iraq, and Afghanistan. This was different. And it was on TV. The boy terrorists' nonchalant willingness to kill and be killed mesmerized their international audience. They delivered something different from the usual diet of suicide bombings and missile attacks that people have grown inured to on the news. Here was something new. Die Hard 25. The gruesome performance went on and on. TV ratings soared. Ask any television magnate or corporate advertiser who measures broadcast time in seconds, not minutes, what that's worth. Eventually the killers died, and died hard, all but one. Perhaps, in the chaos, some escaped. We may never know. Throughout the standoff the terrorists made no demands and expressed no desire to negotiate. Their purpose was to kill people, and inflict as much damage as they could, before they were killed themselves. They left us completely bewildered. When we say, nothing can justify terrorism, what most of us mean is that nothing can justify the taking of human life. We say this because we respect life, because we think it's precious. So what are we to make of those who care nothing for life, not even their own? The truth is that we have no idea what to make of them, because we can sense that even before they've died, they've journeyed to another world where we cannot reach them. One TV channel, India TV, broadcast a phone conversation with one of the attackers, who called himself Imran Babar 12. I cannot vouch for the veracity of the conversation, but the things he talked about were the things contained in the terror emails that were sent out before several other bomb attacks in India. Things we don't want to talk about anymore: the demolition of the Babri Masjid in 1992, the genocidal slaughter of Muslims in Gujarat in 2002, the brutal repression in Kashmir. You're surrounded, the anchor told him. You're definitely going to die. Why don't you surrender? We die every day, he replied in a strange, mechanical way. It's better to live one day as a lion than die this way. He didn't seem to want to change the world. He just seemed to want to take it down with him. If the men were indeed members of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, why didn't it matter to them that a large number of their victims were Muslim, or that their action was likely to result in a severe backlash against the Muslim community in India whose rights they claim to be fighting for? Terrorism is a heartless ideology, and like most ideologies that have their eye on the big picture, individuals don't figure in their calculations except as collateral damage. It has always been a part of, and often even the aim of, terrorist strategy to exacerbate a bad situation in order to expose hidden fault lines. The blood of martyrs irrigates terrorism. Hindu terrorists need dead Hindus, communist terrorists need dead proletarians, Islamist terrorists need dead Muslims. The dead become the demonstration, the proof of victimhood, which is central to the project. A single act of terrorism is not in itself meant to achieve military victory, at best it is meant to be a catalyst that triggers something else, something much larger than itself, a tectonic shift, a realignment. The act itself is theater, spectacle, and symbolism, and today the stage on which it pirouettes and performs its acts of bestiality is live TV. Even as the Mumbai attacks were being condemned by TV anchors, the effectiveness of the terror strikes was being magnified 1,000-fold by their broadcasts. Through the endless hours of analysis and the endless op-ed essays, in India at least, there has been very little mention of the elephants in the room, Kashmir, Gujarat, and the demolition of the Babri Masjid. Instead, we had retired diplomats and strategic experts debate the pros and cons of a war against Pakistan. We had the rich threatening not to pay their taxes unless their security was guaranteed. Is it all right for the poor to remain unprotected? We had people suggest that the government step down and that each state in India be handed over to a separate corporation. We had the death of former Prime Minister V.P. Singh, the hero of Dalits and lower castes, and the villain of upper caste Hindus pass without a mention. We had Suketu Mehta, author of Maximum City and co-writer of the Bollywood film Mission Kashmir, give us his analysis of why religious bigots, both Hindu and Muslim, hate Mumbai, perhaps because Mumbai stands for lucre, profane dreams, and an indiscriminate openness. His prescription, the best answer to the terrorists is to dream bigger, make even more money, and visit Mumbai more than ever. 13 Didn't George Bush ask Americans to go out and shop after 9/11? Ah yes. September 11th, the day we can't seem to get away from. Though one chapter of horror in Mumbai has ended, another might have just begun. Day after day, a powerful, vociferous section of the Indian elite, goaded by marauding TV anchors who make Fox News look almost radical and left-wing, have taken to mindlessly attacking politicians, all politicians, glorifying the police and the army, and virtually asking for a police state. It isn't surprising that those who have grown plump on the pickings of democracy, such as it is, should now be calling for a police state. The era of pickings is long gone. We're now in the era of grabbing by force, and democracy has a terrible habit of getting in the way. Dangerous, stupid oversimplifications like the police are good / politicians are bad, chief executives are good / chief ministers are bad, army is good / government is bad, India is good / Pakistan is bad are being bandied about by TV channels that have already whipped their viewers into a state of almost uncontrollable hysteria. Tragically, this regression into intellectual infancy comes at a time when people in India were beginning to see that, in the business of terrorism, victims and perpetrators sometimes exchange roles. It's an understanding that the people of Kashmir, given their dreadful experiences of the last 20 years, have honed to an exquisite art. On the mainland we're still learning. If Kashmir won't willingly integrate into India, it's beginning to look as though India will integrate / disintegrate into Kashmir. It was after the 2001 Parliament attack that the first serious questions began to be raised. A campaign by a group of lawyers and activists exposed how innocent people had been framed by the police and the press, how evidence was fabricated, how witnesses lied, how due process had been criminally violated at every stage of the investigation. Eventually, the courts acquitted 2 out of the 4 accused, including Sar Gilani, the man whom the police claimed was the mastermind of the operation. A third, Kakit Guru, was acquitted of all the charges brought against him, but was then convicted for a fresh, comparatively minor offence. The Supreme Court upheld the death sentence of another of the accused, Mohammad Afzal. In its judgment, the court acknowledged that there was no proof that Mohammad Afzal belonged to any terrorist group but went on to say, the collective conscience of the society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender. Even today we don't really know who the terrorists that attacked the Indian Parliament were and who they worked for. More recently, on September 19, 2008, we had the controversial encounter at Batla House in Jamia Nagar, Delhi, where the special cell of the Delhi police gunned down 2 Muslim students in their rented flat under seriously questionable circumstances, claiming that they were responsible for serial bombings in Delhi, Jaipur, and Ahmedabad in 2008. An assistant commissioner of police, Mohan Chand Sharma, who played a key role in the Parliament attack investigation, lost his life as well. He was one of India's many encounter specialists, known and rewarded for having summarily executed several terrorists. There was an outcry against the special cell from a spectrum of people, ranging from eyewitnesses in the local community to senior Congress party leaders, students, journalists, lawyers, academics, and activists, all of whom demanded a judicial inquiry into the incident. In response, the Bharatiya Janata Party and L.K. Advani lauded Mohan Chand Sharma as a braveheart and launched a concerted campaign in which they targeted those who had dared to question the integrity of the police, saying to do so was suicidal and calling them anti-national. 14 Of course there has been no inquiry. Only days after the Batla House event, another story about terrorists surfaced in the news. In a report submitted to a sessions court, the Central Bureau of Investigation said that a team from Delhi's special cell, the same team that led the Batla House encounter, including Mohan Chand Sharma, had abducted 2 innocent men, Irshad Ali and Morav Kamar, in December 2005, planted 2 kilograms of RDX, explosives, and 2 pistols on them, and then arrested them as terrorists who belonged to Al-Badr, which operates out of Kashmir. 15 Ali and Kamar, who have spent years in jail, are only 2 examples out of hundreds of Muslims who have been similarly jailed, tortured, and even killed on false charges. This pattern changed in October 2008 when Maharashtra's Anti-Terrorism Squad, ATS, which was investigating the September 2008 Malajaon blasts, arrested a Hindu preacher, Sadhvi Prajya, a self-styled God-man, Swami Dayanand Pandey, and Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, a serving officer of the Indian Army. All the arrested belong to Hindu nationalist organizations, including a Hindu supremacist group called Abhinav Bharat. 16 The Shiv Sena, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the RSS condemned the Maharashtra ATS, and vilified its chief, Hemant Karkar, claiming he was part of a political conspiracy and declaring that Hindus could not be terrorists. 17 L.K. Advani changed his mind about his policy on the police and made rabble-rousing speeches to huge gatherings in which he denounced the ATS for daring to cast aspersions on holy men and women. On November 24, 2008, newspapers reported that the ATS was considering an investigation into the high-profile Vishva Hindu Parishad chief Pravin Togadiya's possible role in the blasts in Malajaon, a predominantly Muslim town. 18 2 days later, in an extraordinary twist of fate, the chief of the ATS, Hemant Karkar, was killed in the Mumbai attacks. The chances are that the new chief, whoever he is, will find it hard to withstand the political pressure that is bound to be brought on him over the Malajaon investigation. While the San Parivar does not seem to have come to a final decision over whether or not it is anti-national and suicidal to question the police, Arnab Goswami, anchor person of Times Now television, has stepped up to the plate. He has taken to naming, demonizing, and openly heckling people who have dared to question the integrity of the police and armed forces. My name and the name of the well-known lawyer Prashant Bhushan have come up several times. At one point, while interviewing a former police officer, Arnab Goswami turned to the camera. "I hope Arundhati Roy and Prashant Bhushan are listening," he said. "We haven't invited them to our show because we think they are disgusting." 19 For a TV anchor to do this in an atmosphere as charged and as frenzied as the one that prevails today amounts to incitement, as well as threat, and would probably in different circumstances have cost a journalist his or her job. So, according to a man aspiring to be the next Prime Minister of India, and another who is the public face of a mainstream TV channel, citizens have no right to raise questions about the police. This in a country with a shadowy history of suspicious terror attacks, murky investigations, and fake encounters. This in a country that boasts of the highest number of custodial deaths in the world, and yet refuses to ratify the United Nations Convention Against Torture. 20. A country where the ones who make it to torture chambers are the lucky ones because at least they've escaped being encountered by our encounter specialists. A country where the line between the underworld and the encounter specialists virtually does not exist. 21. How should those of us whose hearts have been sickened by the knowledge of all this view the Mumbai attacks, and what are we to do about them? There are those who point out that US strategy has been successful inasmuch as the United States has not suffered a major attack on its home ground since 9/11. However, some would say that what America is suffering now is far worse. If the idea behind the 9/11 terror attacks was to goad America into showing its true colors, what greater success could the terrorists have asked for? The US military is bogged down in two unwinnable wars, which have made the United States the most hated country in the world. Those wars have contributed greatly to the unraveling of the American economy and who knows, perhaps eventually the American empire. Could it be that battered, bombed Afghanistan, the graveyard of the Soviet Union, will be the undoing of this one, too? Hundreds of thousands of people, including thousands of American soldiers, have lost their lives in Iraq and Afghanistan. The frequency of terrorist strikes on US allies/agents, including India, and US interests in the rest of the world has increased dramatically since 9/11. George W. Bush, the man who led the US response to 9/11, is a despised figure not just internationally, but also by his own people. Who can possibly claim that the United States is winning the war on terror? Homeland security has cost the US government billions of dollars. Few countries, certainly not India, can afford that sort of price tag. But even if we could, the fact is that this vast homeland of ours cannot be secured or policed in the way the United States has been. It's not that kind of homeland. We have a hostile nuclear weapons state that is slowly spinning out of control as a neighbor, we have a military occupation in Kashmir and a shamefully persecuted, impoverished minority of more than 150 million Muslims who are being targeted as a community and pushed to the wall, whose young see no justice on the horizon, and who, were they to totally lose hope and radicalize, will end up as a threat not just to India, but to the whole world. If 10 men can hold off the National Security Guard commandos and the police for 3 days, and if it takes 500,000 soldiers to hold down the Kashmir Valley, do the math. What kind of homeland security can secure India? Nor for that matter will any other quick fix. Anti-terrorism laws are not meant for terrorists, they're for people that governments don't like. That's why they have a conviction rate of less than 2%. They're just a means of putting inconvenient people away without bail for a long time and eventually letting them go. Terrorists like those who attacked Mumbai are hardly likely to be deterred by the prospect of being refused bail or being sentenced to death. It's what they want. What we're experiencing now is blowback, the cumulative result of decades of quick fixes and dirty deeds. The carpet's squelching under our feet. The only way to contain it would be naive to say end terrorism is to look at the monster in the mirror. We're standing at a fork in the road. One sign points in the direction of justice, the other says civil war. There's no third sign, and there's no going back. Choose. This essay was published first by Outlook, on December 22, 2008, The Guardian, on December 12, 2008, and the International Socialist Review, Issue 63, January-February 2009. Democracy's Failing Light. While we're still arguing about whether there's life after death, can we add another question to the cart? Is there life after democracy? What sort of life will it be? By democracy I don't mean democracy as an ideal or an aspiration. I mean the working model, Western liberal democracy, and its variants, such as they are. So, is there life after democracy? Attempts to answer this question often turn into a comparison of different systems of governance and end with a somewhat prickly, combative defense of democracy. It's flawed, we say. It isn't perfect, but it's better than everything else that's on offer. Inevitably, someone in the room will say, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, is that what you would prefer? Whether democracy should be the utopia that all developing societies aspire to is a separate question altogether. I think it should. The early, idealistic phase can be quite heady. The question about life after democracy is addressed to those of us who already live in democracies or in countries that pretend to be democracies. It isn't meant to suggest that we lapse into older, discredited models of totalitarian or authoritarian governance. It's meant to suggest that the system of representative democracy, too much representation, too little democracy, needs some structural adjustment. The question here, really, is what have we done to democracy? What have we turned it into? What happens once democracy has been used up? When it has been hollowed out and emptied of meaning? What happens when each of its institutions has metastasized into something dangerous? What happens now that democracy and the free market have fused into a single predatory organism with a thin, constricted imagination that revolves almost entirely around the idea of maximizing profit? Is it possible to reverse this process? Can something that has mutated go back to being what it used to be? What we need today, for the sake of the survival of this planet, is long-term vision. Can governments whose very survival depends on immediate, extractive, short-term gain provide this? Could it be that democracy, the sacred answer to our short-term hopes and prayers, the protector of our individual freedoms and nurturer of our avaricious dreams, will turn out to be the endgame for the human race? Could it be that democracy is such a hit with modern humans precisely because it mirrors our greatest folly, our nearsightedness? Our inability to live entirely in the present, like most animals do, combined with our inability to see very far into the future, makes us strange in-between creatures, neither beast nor prophet. Our amazing intelligence seems to have outstripped our instinct for survival. We plunder the earth hoping that accumulating material surplus will make up for the profound, unfathomable thing that we have lost. It would be conceit to pretend that the essays in this book provide answers to any of these questions. They only demonstrate, in some detail, the fact that it looks as though the beacon could be failing and that democracy can perhaps no longer be relied upon to deliver the justice and stability we once dreamed it would. All the essays were written as urgent, public interventions at critical moments in India during the state-backed genocide against Muslims in Gujarat, just before the date set for the hanging of Mohammed Afzal, the accused in the December 13, 2001, Parliament attack, during U.S. President George Bush's visit to India, during the mass uprising in Kashmir in the summer of 2008, after the November 26, 2008, Mumbai attacks. Often they were not just responses to events, they were responses to the responses. Though many of them were written in anger, at moments when keeping quiet became harder than saying something, the essays do have a common thread. They're not about unfortunate anomalies or aberrations in the democratic process. They're about the consequences of and the corollaries to democracy, they're about the fire in the ducts. I should also say that they do not provide a panoramic overview. They're a detailed underview of specific events that I hoped would reveal some of the ways in which democracy is practiced in the world's largest democracy. Or the world's largest demon crazy, as a Kashmiri protester on the streets of Srinagar once put it. His placard said, "Democracy without justice is demon crazy." As a writer, a fiction writer, I have often wondered whether the attempt to always be precise, to try and get it all factually right, somehow reduces the epic scale of what is really going on. Does it eventually mask a larger truth? I worry that I am allowing myself to be railroaded into offering prosaic, factual precision when maybe what we need is a feral howl, or the transformative power and real precision of poetry. Something about the cunning, Brahmanical, intricate, bureaucratic, file-bound, apply through proper channels nature of governance and subjugation in India seems to have made a clerk out of me. My only excuse is to say that it takes odd tools to uncover the maze of subterfuge and hypocrisy that cloaks the callousness and the cold, calculated violence of the world's favorite new superpower. Repression through proper channels sometimes engenders resistance through proper channels. As resistance goes, this isn't enough, I know. But for now, it's all I have. Perhaps someday it will become the underpinning for poetry and for the feral howl. Listening to Grasshoppers was a lecture I gave in Istanbul in January 2008 on the first anniversary of the assassination of the Armenian journalist Hrant Dink. He was shot down on the street outside his office for daring to raise a subject that is forbidden in Turkey: the 1915 genocide of Armenians, in which more than 1 million people were killed. My lecture was about the history of genocide and genocide denial and the old, almost organic relationship between progress and genocide. I have always been struck by the fact that the political party in Turkey that carried out the Armenian genocide was called the Committee for Union and Progress. Most of the essays in this collection are, in fact, about the contemporary correlation between union and progress, or, in today's idiom, between nationalism and development, those unimpeachable twin towers of modern, free market democracy. Both of these in their extreme form are, as we now know, encrypted with the potential of bringing about ultimate, apocalyptic destruction, nuclear war, climate change. Though these essays were written between 2002 and 2008, the invisible marker, the starting gun, is the year 1989, when, in the rugged mountains of Afghanistan, capitalism won its long jihad against Soviet communism. Of course, the wheels spin again. Could it be that those same mountains are now in the process of burying capitalism? It's too early to tell. Within months of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Indian government, once a leader of the non-aligned movement, performed a high-speed somersault and aligned itself completely with the United States, monarch of the new unipolar world. The rules of the game changed suddenly and completely. Millions of people who lived in remote villages and deep in the heart of untouched forests, some of whom had never heard of Berlin or the Soviet Union, could not have imagined how events that occurred in those faraway places would affect their lives. The process of their dispossession and displacement had already begun in the early 1950s, when India opted for the Soviet-style development model, in which huge steel plants, pilot, Bokaro, and large dams, thousands of them, would occupy the commanding heights of the economy. The era of privatization and structural adjustment accelerated that process at a mind-numbing speed. Today, words like progress and development have become interchangeable with economic reforms, deregulation, and privatization. Freedom has come to mean choice. It has less to do with the human spirit than with different brands of deodorant. Market no longer means a place where you buy provisions. The market is a deterritorialized space where faceless corporations do business, including buying and selling futures. Justice has come to mean human rights, and of those, as they say, a few will do. This theft of language, this technique of usurping words and deploying them like weapons, of using them to mask intent and to mean exactly the opposite of what they have traditionally meant, has been one of the most brilliant strategic victories of the Tsars of the new dispensation. It has allowed them to marginalize their detractors, deprive them of a language to voice their critique, and dismiss them as being anti-progress, anti-development, anti-reform, and of course anti-national negativists of the worst sort. Talk about saving a river or protecting a forest and they say, "Don't you believe in progress?" To people whose land is being submerged by dam reservoirs, and whose homes are being bulldozed, they say, "Do you have an alternative development model?" To those who believe that a government is duty-bound to provide people with basic education, health care, and social security, they say, "You're against the market." And who accept a creed and could be against markets? To reclaim these stolen words requires explanations that are too tedious for a world with a short attention span and too expensive in an era when free speech has become unaffordable for the poor. This language heist may prove to be the keystone of our undoing. 2 decades of this kind of progress in India has created a vast middle class punch-drunk on sudden wealth and the sudden respect that comes with it, and a much, much vaster, desperate, underclass. Tens of millions of people have been dispossessed and displaced from their land by floods, droughts, and desertification caused by indiscriminate environmental engineering and massive infrastructural projects, dams, mines, and special economic zones. All developed in the name of the poor, but really meant to service the rising demands of the new aristocracy. The battle for land lies at the heart of the development debate. Before he became India's finance minister, P. Chidambaram was Enron's lawyer and member of the board of directors of Vedanta, a multinational mining corporation that is currently devastating the Nyamgiri Hills in Orissa. Perhaps his career graph informed his worldview. Or maybe it's the other way around. In an interview a year ago, he said that his vision was to get 85% of India's population to live in cities. One that process is well underway and is quickly turning India into a police state in which people who refuse to surrender their land are being made to do so at gunpoint. Perhaps this is what makes it so easy for P. Chidambaram to move so seamlessly from being finance minister to being home minister. The portfolios are separated only by an osmotic membrane. Underlying this nightmare masquerading as vision is the plan to free up vast tracts of land and all of India's natural resources, leaving them ripe for corporate plunder in effect, to reverse the post-independence policy of land reforms. Already forests, mountains, and water systems are being ravaged by marauding multinational corporations, backed by a state that has lost its moorings and is committing what can only be called ecocide. In eastern India, bauxite and iron ore mining is destroying whole ecosystems, turning fertile land into desert. In the Himalayas, hundreds of high dams are being planned, the consequences of which can only be catastrophic. In the plains, embankments built along rivers, ostensibly to control floods, have led to rising riverbeds, causing even more flooding, more waterlogging, more salinization of agricultural land, and the destruction of livelihoods of millions of people. Most of India's holy rivers, including the Ganga, have been turned into unholy drains that carry more sewage and industrial effluent than water. Hardly a single river runs its course and meets the ocean. Based on the absurd notion that a river flowing into the sea is a waste of water, the Supreme Court, in an act of unbelievable hubris, has arbitrarily ordered that India's rivers be interlinked, like a mechanical water supply system. Implementing this would mean tunneling through mountains and forests, altering natural contours and drainage systems of river basins and destroying deltas and estuaries. In other words, wrecking the ecology of the entire subcontinent. B. N. Kirpal, the judge who passed this order, joined the Environmental Board of Coca-Cola after he retired. Nice touch. The regime of free market economic policies, administered by people who are blissfully ignorant of the fate of civilizations that grew too dependent on artificial irrigation, has led to a worrying shift in cropping patterns. Sustainable food crops, suitable to local soil conditions and microclimates, have been replaced by water-guzzling, hybrid, and genetically modified cash crops, which, apart from being wholly dependent on the market, are also heavily dependent on chemical fertilizers, pesticides, canal irrigation, and the indiscriminate mining of groundwater. As abused farmland, saturated with chemicals, gradually becomes exhausted and infertile, agricultural input costs rise, ensnaring small farmers in a debt trap. Over the last few years, more than 180,000 Indian farmers have committed suicide. 2 While state granaries are bursting with food that eventually rots, starvation and malnutrition approaching the same levels as sub-Saharan Africa stock the land. 3 Truly the 9% growth rate is beginning to look like a downward spiral. The higher the rate of this kind of growth, the worse the prognosis. Any oncologist will tell you that. It's as though an ancient society, decaying under the weight of feudalism and caste, was churned in a great machine. The churning has ripped through the mesh of old inequalities, recalibrating some of them but reinforcing most. Now the old society has curdled and separated into a thin layer of thick cream and a lot of water. The cream is India's market of many million consumers, of cars, cell phones, computers, Valentine's Day greeting cards, the envy of international business. The water is of little consequence. It can be sloshed around, stored in holding ponds, and eventually drained away. Or so they think, the men in suits. They didn't bargain for the violent civil war that has broken out in India's heartland, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa, West Bengal. Coming back to 1989. As if to illustrate the connection between union and progress, at exactly the same time that the Congress government was opening up India's markets to international finance, the right-wing Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, then in the opposition, began its virulent campaign of Hindu nationalism, popularly known as Hindutva. In 1990, its leader, L.K. Advani, travelled across the country whipping up hatred against Muslims and demanding that the Babri Masjid, an old 16th-century mosque that stood on a disputed site in Ayodhya, be demolished and a Ram temple built in its place. In 1992, a mob, egged on by Advani, demolished the mosque. In early 1993, a mob rampaged through Mumbai attacking Muslims, killing almost 1,000 people. As revenge, a series of bomb blasts ripped through the city, killing about 250 people. Feeding off the communal frenzy it had generated, the BJP, which had only 2 seats in parliament in 1984, defeated the Congress Party in 1998 and came to power at the centre. It's not a coincidence that the rise of Hindutva corresponded with the historical moment when the United States substituted communism with Islam as its great enemy. The radical Islamist Mujahideen whom President Reagan once entertained at the White House and compared to America's founding fathers suddenly began to be called terrorists. CNN's live broadcast of the 1990–1991 Gulf War Operation Desert Storm made it to elite drawing rooms in Indian cities, bringing with it the early thrills of satellite TV. Almost simultaneously, the Indian government, once a staunch friend of the Palestinians, turned into Israel's natural ally. Now India and Israel do joint military exercises, share intelligence, and probably exchange notes on how best to administer occupied territories. By 1998, when the BJP took office, the Progress project of privatization and liberalization was 8 years old. Though it had campaigned vigorously against the economic reforms, saying they were a process of looting through liberalization, once it came to power the BJP embraced the free market enthusiastically and threw its weight behind huge corporations like Enron. In representative democracies, once they're elected, the people's representatives are free to break their promises and change their minds. Within weeks of taking office, the BJP conducted a series of thermonuclear tests. Though India had thrown its hat into the nuclear ring in 1975, politically the 1998 nuclear tests were of a different order altogether. The orgy of triumphant nationalism with which the tests were greeted introduced a chilling new language of aggression and hatred into mainstream public discourse. None of what was being said was new, it's just that what was once considered unacceptable was suddenly being celebrated. Since then, Hindu communalism and nuclear nationalism, like corporate globalization, have vaulted over the stated ideologies of political parties. The venom has been injected straight into our bloodstream. It's there now in all its violence and banality for us to deal with in our daily lives, regardless of whether the government at the center calls itself secular or not. The Muslim community has seen a sharp decline in its fortunes and is now at the bottom of the social pyramid, along with Dalits and Adivasis. 5. Certain events that occur in the life of a nation have the effect of parting the curtains and giving ordinary people a glimpse into the future. The 1998 nuclear tests were one such. You don't need the gift of prophecy to tell in which direction India was heading. This is an excerpt from The End of Imagination, an essay that I wrote after the nuclear tests. Explosion of self-esteem, road to resurgence, a moment of pride. These were headlines in the papers in the days following the nuclear tests. These are not just nuclear tests, they are nationalism tests, we were repeatedly told. This has been hammered home, over and over again. The bomb is India, India is the bomb. Not just India, Hindu India. Therefore, be warned, any criticism of it is not just anti-national, but anti-Hindu. This is one of the unexpected perks of having a nuclear bomb. Not only can the government use it to threaten the enemy, it can use it to declare war on its own people. Us. Why does it all seem so familiar? Is it because, even as you watch, reality dissolves and seamlessly rushes forward into the silent, black and white images from old film scenes of people being hounded out of their lives, rounded up, and herded into camps? Of massacre, of mayhem, of endless columns of broken people making their way to nowhere? Why is there no soundtrack? Why is the hall so quiet? Have I been seeing too many films? Am I mad? Or am I right? Could those images be the inescapable culmination of what we have set into motion? Could our future be rushing forward into our past? 6. The us I referred to was those of us who do not belong to or identify ourselves with the Hindu majority. By past, I was referring to the partition of India in 1947, when more than 1 million Hindus and Muslims killed each other, and 8 million became refugees. In February 2002, following the burning of a train coach in which 58 Hindu pilgrims returning from Ayodhya were burned alive, the BJP government in Gujarat, led by Chief Minister Narendra Modi, presided over a carefully planned genocide against Muslims in the state. The Islamophobia generated all over the world by the September 11, 2001, attacks put wind in their sails. The machinery of the Gujarat state stood by and watched while more than 2,000 people were massacred. 7 women were gang-raped and burned alive. 150,000 Muslims were driven from their homes. The community was and continues to be ghettoized, socially and economically ostracized. Gujarat has always been a communally tense state. There have been riots before. But this was not a riot. It was a genocidal massacre, and though the number of victims was insignificant compared to the horror of, say, Rwanda, Sudan, or the Congo, the Gujarat carnage was designed as a public spectacle whose aims were unmistakable. It was a public warning to Muslim citizens from the government of the world's favorite democracy. After the carnage, Narendra Modi pressed for early elections. He was returned to power with a mandate from the people of Gujarat. 5 years later he repeated his success. He is now serving a third term as chief minister, widely appreciated across the country for his clear thinking and his faith in the free market. To be fair to the people of Gujarat, the only alternative they had to Narendra Modi's brand of Hindutva, nuclear, was the Congress party's candidate, Shankar Sinvala, a disgruntled former BJP chief minister. All he had to offer was Hindutva, light and muddled. Not surprisingly, it didn't make the cut. The Gujarat genocide is the subject of Democracy, Who Is She When She's at Home, written in May 2002 when murderous mobs still roamed the streets, killing and intimidating Muslims. I have deliberately not updated the text of any of the essays, because I thought it would be interesting to see how a hard look at the systemic nature of what is going on often contains within it a forecast of events that are still to come. So instead of updating the text of the essays, I've added new notes. For example, a paragraph in the essay on the Gujarat genocide says, "Can we expect an anniversary celebration next year? Or will there be someone else to hate by then?" Alphabetically, Adivasis, Buddhists, Christians, Dalits, Parsis, Sikhs. Those who wear jeans or speak English or those who have thick lips or curly hair. We won't have to wait long. Mobs led by Congress party leaders had already slaughtered thousands of Sikhs on the streets of Delhi in 1984, as revenge for the assassination of Indira Gandhi by her Sikh bodyguards. Goons belonging to the Bajrang Dal, a Hindu militia, attacked an Australian missionary, Graham Staines, and his 2 young sons, and burned them alive in January 1999. By December 2007, attacks on Christians by Hindu militias moved beyond stray incidents. In several states, Gujarat, Karnataka, Orissa, Christians were attacked, churches gutted. In Kandhamal, Orissa, at least 16 Dalit and Adivasi Christians were killed by Hindu Dalits and Adivasis. 9. Hinduizing Dalits and Adivasis, pitting them against each other, as well as against Muslims and Maoists, is perhaps the mainstay of the Hindutva project. Tens of thousands of Christians now live in refugee camps or hide in the surrounding forests, afraid to venture out to tend their fields and crops. Once again, it's not a coincidence that these communities live in forests and on mineral-rich lands that corporations have their eyes on and governments want vacated. So the Hindutva Shivers camps, under the pretext of bringing them into the Hindu fold, are a means of controlling people. In December 2008, protected by the first ever BJP government to come to power in a southern state, Hindu vigilante mobs in Bangalore and Mangalore, the hub of India's IT industry, began to attack women who wear jeans and Western clothes. 10 The threat is ongoing. Hindu militias have vowed to turn Karnataka into another Gujarat. That the BJP has struck roots in states like Karnataka and Gujarat, both frontrunners in the globalization project, once again illustrates the organic relationship between union and progress. Or, if you like, between fascism and the free market. In January 2009, that relationship was sealed with a kiss at a public function. The CEOs of two of India's biggest corporations, Ratan Tata, of the Tata Group, and Mukesh Ambani, of Reliance Industries, while accepting the Gujarat Garima Pride of Gujarat Award, celebrated the development policies of Narendra Modi, architect of the Gujarat genocide, and warmly endorsed him as a candidate for Prime Minister. As this book goes to press, the nearly $2 billion 2009 general election has just been concluded. 11 That's a lot more than the budget of the US elections. According to some media reports, the actual amount that was spent is closer to $10 billion. 12 Where, might one ask, does that kind of money come from? The Congress and its allies, the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, have won a comfortable majority. Interestingly, more than 90% of the independent candidates who stood for elections lost. Clearly, without sponsorship it's hard to win an election. And independent candidates cannot promise subsidized rice, free TVs, and cash for votes, those demeaning acts of vulgar charity that elections have been reduced to. 13. When you take a closer look at the calculus that underlies elections, words like comfortable and majority turn out to be deceptive, if not outright inaccurate. For instance, the actual share of votes polled by the UPA in these elections works out to only 10.3% of the country's population. It's interesting how the cleverly layered mathematics of electoral democracy can turn a tiny minority into a thumping mandate. 14 Anyway, be that as it may, the point is that it will not be L.K. Advani, hate-monger incarnate, but Dr. Manmohan Singh, gentle architect of the market reforms, a man who has never won an election in his life, who will be Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy for a second term. In the run-up to the polls, there was absolute consensus across party lines about the economic reforms. K.N. Govindacharya, formerly the chief ideologue of the BJP, progenitor of the Ram Janmabhoomi movement, sarcastically suggested that the Congress and BJP form a coalition. 15 In some states they already have. In Chhattisgarh, for example, the BJP runs the government and Congress politicians run the Salwa Judam, a vicious government-backed people's militia. The Judam and the government have formed a joint front against the Maoists in the forests, who are engaged in a deadly and often brutal armed struggle against displacement and against land acquisition by corporations waiting to set up steel factories and to begin mining iron ore, tin, and all the other wealth stashed below the forest floor. So, in Chhattisgarh, we have the remarkable spectacle of the two biggest political parties of India in an alliance against the Adivasis of Dantewara, India's poorest, most vulnerable people. Already 644 villages have been emptied. 50,000 people have moved into Salwa Judam camps. 300,000 are hiding in the forests and are being called Maoist terrorists or sympathizers. The battle is raging, and the corporations are waiting. It is significant that India is one of the countries that blocked a European move in the UN asking for an international probe into war crimes that may have been committed by the government of Sri Lanka in its recent offensive against the Tamil Tigers. 16 Governments in this part of the world have taken note of Israel's Gaza blueprint as a good way of dealing with terrorism: keep the media out and close in for the kill. That way they don't have to worry too much about who's a terrorist and who isn't. There may be a little flurry of international outrage, but it goes away pretty quickly. Things do not augur well for the forest-dwelling people of Chhattisgarh. Reassured by the sort of constructive collaboration, the consensus between political parties, few were more enthusiastic about the elections than some of the major corporate houses. They seem to have realized that a democratic mandate can legitimize their pillaging in a way that nothing else can. Several corporations ran extravagant advertising campaigns on TV, some featuring Bollywood film stars urging people, young and old, rich and poor, to go out and vote. Shops and restaurants in Khan Market, Delhi's most tony market, offered discounts to those whose index, voting, fingers were marked with indelible ink. Democracy suddenly became the cool new way to be. You know how it is, the Chinese do sport, so they had the Olympics. India does democracy, so we had an election. Both are heavily sponsored, TV-friendly spectator sports. The BBC commissioned a coach on a train, the India election special, that took journalists from all over the world on a sightseeing tour to witness the miracle of Indian elections. The train coach had a slogan painted on it: "Will India's voters revive the world's fortunes?" 17 BBC, Hindi, had a poster up in a cafe near my home. It featured a $100 bill, with Ben Franklin, morphing into a 500 rupee note, with Gandhi. It said, "Kya India ka vote bakayega duniya ka note?" Will India's votes rescue the world's notes? In these flagrant and unabashed ways, an electorate has been turned into a market, voters are seen as consumers, and democracy is being welded to the free market. Ergo, those who cannot consume do not matter. What does the victory of the UPA mean in this election? Obviously myriad things. The debate is wide open. Interpreting an Indian election is about as exact a science as sorcery. Voting patterns are intricately connected with local issues and caste and community equations that vary literally from polling booth to polling booth. There can be no reliable big conclusion. But here's something to think about. In its time in office, in order to mitigate the devastation caused by its economic policies, the former Congress regime passed 3 progressive, critics call them populist and controversial, parliamentary acts: the Forest Rights Act, which gave forest dwellers legal right to land and the traditional use of forest produce, the Right to Information Act, and, most important of all, the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, NREGA. The NREGA guarantees every rural family 100 days of work, hard, manual labor, a year at minimum wages. It amounts to an average of 8,000 rupees, a little more than $120, per family per year. Enough for a good meal in a restaurant, including wine and dessert. Imagine how hellish times must be for even that tiny amount of money to come as a relief to millions of people who are reeling under the impact of the precipitous loss of their lands and their livelihoods. Talk about crumbs from the high table. But then, which one of us has the heart, or the right, to argue that no crumbs are better than crumbs? Or, indeed, that no elections are better than meaningless elections? Implementing the NREGA, seeing that the crumbs actually reach the people they're meant for, has occupied all the time and energy of some of India's finest and most committed social activists for the last several years. They have had to battle cartels of corrupt government officers, power brokers, and middlemen. They have faced threats and a fair amount of violence. One rural activist in the Jharkhand immolated himself in anger and frustration at the injustice of it all. Ironically, the NREGA only made it through Parliament because of pressure brought to bear on the UPA government by the left front and, it must be said, by Sonia Gandhi. It was passed despite tremendous resistance from the mandarins of the free market within the Congress party. The corporate media were more or less unanimously hostile to the act. Needless to say, come election time, the NREGA became one of the main planks of the Congress party's campaign. There's little doubt that the goodwill it generated among the very poor translated into votes for the Congress. But now that the elections are over, victory is being attributed to the very policies that the NREGA was passed to mitigate. The captains of industry have lost no time in claiming the people's mandate as their own. It's fast forward for markets, the business papers crowed the morning after. Vote was for reforms, says India Incorporated 18. There is an even greater irony: the left front, acting with the duplicity that has become second nature to all parliamentary political parties, took a sharp turn to the right. Even while it criticized the government's economic policies at the centre, it tried to enforce similar ones on its home turf in West Bengal. It announced that it was going to build a chemical hub in the district of Nandigram, a manufacturing unit for the Tata Nano in Singur, and a Jindal steel plant in the forests of Lalgarh in Puralaya. It began to acquire land, most of it fertile farmland, virtually at gunpoint. The massive, militant uprisings that followed were put down with bullets and lathi charges. Lumpen party militias ran amok among the protesters, raping women and killing people. But eventually the combination of genuine mass mobilization and militancy worked. The people prevailed. They won all three battles and forced the government to back off. The Tatas had to move the Nano project to Gujarat, that laboratory of fascism, which offered a good investment climate. The left front was decimated in the elections in West Bengal, something that has not happened in the last 30 years. The irony doesn't end there. In a fiendishly clever sleight of hand, the defeat of the left is being attributed to its obstructionism and anti-development policies. Corporate captains feel easy without left, the Hindustan Times said. 19 The stock market surged, looking forward to a summer of joy. CEOs on TV channels celebrated the new government's liberation from the left. Hectoring news anchors have announced that the UPA no longer has any excuse to prevaricate on implementing reforms, unless of course it has closet socialists hiding in its midst. This is the wonderful thing about democracy. It can mean anything you want it to mean. The absence of a genuinely left-wing party in mainstream politics is not something to celebrate. But the parliamentary left has only itself to blame for its humiliation. It's not a tragedy that it has been cut to size. Perhaps this will create the space for some truly progressive politics. For the sake of argument, let's for a moment contemplate the absurd and accept that India Incorporated and the captains of industry are right and that India's millions did in fact vote for the speeding up of market reforms. Is that good news or bad news? Should we be celebrating the fact that millions of people who have something to teach the world, who have another imagination, another worldview, and a more sustainable way of life, have decided to embrace a discredited ideology, one that has pushed this planet into a crisis from which it may never recover? What good will forest rights be when there are no forests? What good will the right to information be if there is no redress for our grievances? What good are rivers without water? What good are plains without mountains to water and sustain them? It's as though we're hurtling down a cliff in a bus without brakes and fighting over what songs to sing. Jai-ho, perhaps. 20. For better or for worse, the 2009 elections seem to have ensured that the Progress project is up and running. However, it would be a serious mistake to believe that the Union project has fallen by the wayside. As the 2009 election campaign unrolled, two things got saturation coverage in the media. One was the 100,000 rupee, $2,000, people's car, the Tata Nano, the wagon for the Volks rolling out of Modi's Gujarat. The sops and subsidies Modi gave the Tatas had a lot to do with Ratan Tata's warm endorsement of him. 21 The other is the hate speech of the BJP's monstrous new debutante, Varun Gandhi, another descendant of the Nehru dynasty, who makes even Narendra Modi sound moderate and retiring. In a public speech, Varun Gandhi called for Muslims to be forcibly sterilized. This will be known as a Hindu bastion, no Muslim dare raise his head here, he said, using a derogatory word for someone who has been circumcised. I don't want a single Muslim vote. 22. Varun Gandhi is a modern politician, working the democratic system, doing everything he can to create a majority and consolidate his vote bank. A politician needs a vote bank, like a corporation needs a mass market. Both need help from the mass media. Corporations buy that help. Politicians must earn it. Some earn it by dint of hard work, others with dangerous circus stunts. Varun Gandhi's hate speech bought him instant national headlines. His brief stint in prison, for violating the Election Commission's Code of Conduct, cut short by an indulgent court order, made him an instant martyr. He was gently chastised for his impetuousness by his party elders, on TV, for public consumption. But then, in order to export his coarse appeal, he, like Narendra Modi, was flown around in a chopper as a star campaigner for the BJP in other constituencies. Varun Gandhi won his election with a colossal margin. It makes you wonder, are the people always right? It is worrying to think what lessons the BJP will draw from its few decisive victories and its many decisive losses in this election. In several of the constituencies where it has won, hate speech, indeed, have served it well. It still remains by far the second largest political party, with a powerful national presence, the only real challenge to the Congress. It will certainly live to fight another day. The question is, will it turn the burners up or down? This said, it would be a travesty to lay all the blame for divisive politics at the door of the BJP. Whether it's nuclear tests, the unsealing of the locks of the Babri Masjid, the culture of creating fissures and pitting castes and communities against each other, or passing retrograde laws, the Congress got there first and has never been shy of keeping the ball in play. In the past, both parties have used massacres to gain political mileage. Sometimes they feast off them obliquely, sometimes they accuse each other of committing mass murder. In this election, both the Congress and the BJP have brazenly fielded candidates believed to be involved in public lynchings and mass murder. At no point has either seen to it that the guilty are punished or that justice is delivered. Despite their vicious public exchange of accusations, they have colluded to protect one another from real consequences. Eventually, the massacres get absorbed into the labyrinth of India's judicial system where they are left to bubble and ferment before being trundled out as campaign material for the next election. You could say it's all a part of the fabric of Indian democracy. Hard to see from a train window. Whether the new infusion of young blood into the Congress will change the old party's methods of doing business remains to be seen. The hoary institutions of Indian democracy, the judiciary, the police, the free press, and, of course, elections, far from working as a system of checks and balances, quite often do the opposite. They provide each other cover to promote the larger interests of union and progress. In the process, they generate such confusion, such a cacophony, that voices raised in warning just become part of the noise. And that only helps to enhance the image of the tolerant, lumbering, colorful, somewhat chaotic democracy. The chaos is real. But so is the consensus. Speaking of consensus, there's the small and ever-present matter of Kashmir. When it comes to Kashmir, the consensus in India is hardcore. It cuts across every section of the establishment, including the media, the bureaucracy, the intelligentsia, and even Bollywood. The war in the Kashmir Valley is almost 20 years old now and has claimed about 70,000 lives. Tens of thousands have been tortured, several thousand have disappeared, women have been raped, tens of thousands widowed. 500,000 Indian troops patrol the Kashmir Valley, making it the most militarized zone in the world. The United States had about 165,000 active duty troops in Iraq at the height of its occupation. The Indian Army now claims that it has, for the most part, crushed militancy in Kashmir. Perhaps that's true. But does military domination mean victory? How does a government that claims to be a democracy justify a military occupation? By holding regular elections, of course. Elections in Kashmir have had a long and fascinating past. The blatantly rigged state election of 1987 was the immediate provocation for the armed uprising that began in 1990. Since then, elections have become a finely honed instrument of the military occupation, a sinister playground for India's deep state. Intelligence agencies have created political parties and decoy politicians, they have constructed and destroyed political careers at will. It is they more than anyone else who decide what the outcome of each election will be. After every election, the Indian establishment declares that India has won a popular mandate from the people of Kashmir. In the summer of 2008, a dispute over land being allotted to the Amarnath Shrine Board coalesced into a massive, non-violent uprising. Day after day, hundreds of thousands of people defied soldiers and policemen who fired straight into the crowds, killing scores of people and thronged the streets. From early morning to late in the night, the city reverberated to chants of Azadi. Azadi. Freedom. Freedom. Fruit sellers weighed fruit chanting Azadi. Azadi. Shopkeepers, doctors, houseboat owners, guides, weavers, carpet sellers, everybody was out with placards, Everybody shouted Azadai! Azadai! The protests went on for several days. The protests were massive. They were democratic, and they were non-violent. For the first time in decades, fissures appeared in mainstream public opinion in India. 23 The Indian state panicked. Unsure of how to deal with this mass civil disobedience, it ordered a crackdown. It enforced the harshest curfew in recent memory with shoot-on-sight orders. In effect, for days on end, it virtually caged millions of people. The major pro-freedom leaders were placed under house arrest, several others were jailed. House-to-house searches culminated in the arrests of hundreds of people. The Jama Masjid was closed for Friday prayers for an unprecedented 7 weeks at a stretch. Once the rebellion was brought under control, the government did something extraordinary. It announced elections in the state. Pro-independence leaders called for a boycott. They were rearrested. Almost everybody believed the elections would become a huge embarrassment for the Indian government. The security establishment was convulsed with paranoia. Its elaborate network of spies, renegades, and embedded journalists began to buzz with renewed energy. No chances were taken. Even I, who had nothing to do with any of what was going on, was put under house arrest in Srinagar for 2 days. Calling for elections was a huge risk. But the gamble paid off. People turned out to vote in droves. It was the biggest voter turnout since the armed struggle began. It helped that the polls were scheduled so that the first districts to vote were the most militarized districts even within the Kashmir Valley. None of India's analysts, journalists, and psephologists cared to ask why people who had only weeks ago risked everything, including bullets and shoot-on-sight orders, should have suddenly changed their minds. None of the high-profile scholars of the great festival of democracy who practically live in TV studios when there are elections in mainland India, picking apart every forecast and exit poll and every minor percentile swing in the vote count, talked about what elections mean in the presence of such a massive, year-round troop deployment, an armed soldier for every 20 civilians. No one speculated about the mystery of hundreds of unknown candidates who materialized out of nowhere to represent political parties that had no previous presence in the Kashmir Valley. Where had they come from? Who was financing them? No one was curious. No one spoke about the curfew, the mass arrests, the lockdown of constituencies that were going to the polls. Not many talked about the fact that campaigning politicians went out of their way to delink Azadai and the Kashmir dispute from elections, which they insisted were only about municipal issues: roads, water, electricity. No one talked about why people who have lived under a military occupation for decades, where soldiers could barge into homes and whisk away people at any time of the day or night, might need someone to listen to them, to take up their cases, to represent them. 24. The minute elections were over, the establishment and the mainstream press declared victory for India, once again. The most worrying fallout was that in Kashmir, people began to parrot their colonizers' view of themselves as a somewhat pathetic people who deserved what they got. Never trust a Kashmiri, several Kashmiris said to me. We're fickle and unreliable. Psychological warfare, technically known as PSYOPs, has been an instrument of official policy in Kashmir. Its depredations over decades, its attempt to destroy people's self-esteem, are arguably the worst aspect of the occupation. It's enough to make you wonder whether there is any connection at all between elections and democracy. The trouble is that Kashmir sits on the fault lines of a region that is awash in weapons and sliding into chaos. The Kashmiri freedom struggle, with its crystal-clear sentiment but fuzzy outlines, is caught in the vortex of several dangerous and conflicting ideologies: Indian nationalism, corporate as well as Hindu, shading into imperialism; Pakistani nationalism, breaking down under the burden of its own contradictions; US imperialism, made impatient by a tanking economy; and a resurgent medieval Islamist Taliban, fast gaining legitimacy, despite its insane brutality, because it is seen to be resisting an occupation. Each of these ideologies is capable of a ruthlessness that can range from genocide to nuclear war. Add Chinese imperial ambitions, an aggressive, reincarnated Russia, and the huge reserves of natural gas in the Caspian region and persistent whispers about natural gas, oil, and uranium reserves in Kashmir and Ladakh, and you have the recipe for a new Cold War, which, like the last one, is cold for some and hot for others. In the midst of all this, Kashmir is set to become the conduit through which the mayhem unfolding in Afghanistan and Pakistan spills into India, where it will find purchase in the anger of the young among India's 150 million Muslims who have been brutalized, humiliated, and marginalized. Notice has been given by the series of terrorist strikes that culminated in the Mumbai attacks of 2008. There is no doubt that the Kashmir dispute ranks right up there, along with Palestine, as one of the oldest, most intractable disputes in the world. That does not mean that it cannot be resolved. Only that the solution will not be completely to the satisfaction of any one party, one country, or one ideology. Negotiators will have to be prepared to deviate from the party line. We haven't yet reached the stage where the government of India is even prepared to admit that there's a problem, let alone negotiate a solution. Right now it has no reason to. Internationally, its stocks are soaring. And while its neighbors deal with bloodshed, civil war, concentration camps, refugees, and army mutinies, India has just concluded a beautiful election. However, demon crazy can't fool all the people all the time. India's temporary, shotgun solutions to the unrest in Kashmir, pardon the pun, have magnified the problem and driven it deep into a place where it is poisoning the aquifers. Perhaps the story of the Siachen Glacier, the highest battlefield in the world, is the most appropriate metaphor for the insanity of our times. Thousands of Indian and Pakistani soldiers have been deployed there, enduring chill winds and temperatures that dip to -40 degrees Celsius. Of the hundreds who have died there, many have died just from the cold from frostbite and sunburn. The glacier has become a garbage dump now, littered with the detritus of war, thousands of empty artillery shells, empty fuel drums, ice axes, old boots, tents, and every other kind of waste that thousands of warring human beings generate. The garbage remains intact, perfectly preserved at those icy temperatures, a pristine monument to human folly. While the Indian and Pakistani governments spend billions of dollars on weapons and the logistics of high-altitude warfare, the battlefield has begun to melt. Right now, it has shrunk to about half its size. The melting has less to do with the military standoff than with people far away, on the other side of the world, living the good life. They're good people who believe in peace, free speech, and in human rights. They live in thriving democracies whose governments sit on the UN Security Council and whose economies depend heavily on the export of war and the sale of weapons to countries like India and Pakistan. And Rwanda, Sudan, Somalia, the Republic of Congo, Iraq, Afghanistan, it's a long list. The glacial melt will cause severe floods in the subcontinent and eventually severe drought that will affect the lives of millions of people. 25 That will give us even more reasons to fight. We'll need more weapons. Who knows, that sort of consumer confidence may be just what the world needs to get over the current recession. Then everyone in the thriving democracies will have an even better life and the glaciers will melt even faster. While I read listening to grasshoppers to a tense audience packed into a university auditorium in Istanbul, tense because words like unity, progress, genocide, and Armenian tend to anger the Turkish authorities when they are uttered close together, I could see Rakel Dink, Hrant Dink's widow, sitting in the front row, crying the whole way through. When I finished, she hugged me and said, "We keep hoping." Why do we keep hoping? We, she said. Not you. The words of Faiz Ahmed Faiz, sung so hauntingly by Abida Parveen, came to me. Na hin niga main manzil to justiju hai sahi. Na hin wisal mayasar to arzu hai sahi. I tried to translate them for her, sort of. If dreams are thwarted, then yearning must take their place. If reunion is impossible, then longing must take its place. You see what I meant about poetry? First published in Outlook, July 23, 2009. Mr. Chidambaram's War. The Low, flat-topped hills of South Orissa have been home to the Dongriakand long before there was a country called India or a state called Orissa. The hills watched over the Kind. The Kind watched over the hills and worshipped them as living deities. Now these hills have been sold for the bauxite they contain. For the Kind it's as though God has been sold. They ask how much God would go for if the God were Ram or Allah or Jesus Christ. Perhaps the Kind are supposed to be grateful that their Nyamgiri hills, home to their Nyam Raja, God of universal law, has been sold to a company with a name like Vedanta, the branch of Hindu philosophy that teaches the ultimate nature of knowledge. It's one of the biggest mining corporations in the world and is owned by Anil Agarwal, the Indian billionaire who lives in London in a mansion that once belonged to the Shah of Iran. Vedanta is only one of the many multinational corporations closing in on Orissa. If the flat-topped hills are destroyed, the forests that clothe them will be destroyed, too. So will the rivers and streams that flow out of them and irrigate the plains below. So will the Dongriakand. So will the hundreds of thousands of tribal people who live in the forested heart of India, and whose homeland is similarly under attack. In our smoky, crowded cities, some people say, so what? Someone has to pay the price of progress. Some even say, let's face it, these are people whose time has come. Look at any developed country, Europe, the US, Australia, they all have a past. Indeed they do. So why shouldn't we? In keeping with this line of thought, the government has announced Operation Green Hunt, a war purportedly against the Maoist rebels headquartered in the jungles of central India. Of course, the Maoists are by no means the only ones rebelling. There is a whole spectrum of struggles all over the country that people are engaged in: the landless, the Dalits, the homeless, workers, peasants, weavers. They're pitted against a juggernaut of injustices, including policies that allow a wholesale corporate takeover of people's land and resources. However, it is the Maoists whom the government has singled out as being the biggest threat. 2 years ago, when things were nowhere near as bad as they are now, the Prime Minister described the Maoists as the single largest internal security threat to the country. This will probably go down as the most popular and often repeated thing he ever said. For some reason, the comment he made on January 6, 2009, at a meeting of state chief ministers, when he described the Maoists as having only modest capabilities, doesn't seem to have had the same raw appeal. He revealed his government's real concern on June 18, 2009, when he told Parliament, if left-wing extremism continues to flourish in parts which have natural resources of minerals, the climate for investment would certainly be affected. Who are the Maoists? They are members of the banned Communist Party of India, Maoist, CPI, Maoist, one of the several descendants of the CPI, Marxist-Leninist, which led the 1969 Naxalite uprising and was subsequently liquidated by the Indian government. The Maoists believe that the innate structural inequality of Indian society can only be redressed by the violent overthrow of the Indian state. In its earlier avatars as the Maoist Communist Center in Jharkhand and Bihar, and the People's War Group in Andhra Pradesh, the Maoists had tremendous popular support. When the ban on them was briefly lifted in 2004, 1.5 million people attended their rally in Warangal. But eventually their intercession in Andhra Pradesh ended badly. They left a violent legacy that turned some of their staunchest supporters into harsh critics. After a paroxysm of killing and counter-killing by the Andhra police as well as the Maoists, the People's War Group was decimated. Those who managed to survive fled Andhra Pradesh into neighbouring Chhattisgarh. There, deep in the heart of the forest, they joined colleagues who had already been working there for decades. Not many outsiders have any first-hand experience of the real nature of the Maoist movement in the forest. A recent interview with one of its top leaders, Comrade Ganapathy, in Open magazine didn't do much to change the minds of those who view the Maoists as a party with an unforgiving, totalitarian vision, which countenances no dissent whatsoever. Comrade Ganapathy said nothing that would persuade people that, were the Maoists ever to come to power, they would be equipped to properly address the almost insane diversity of India's caste-ridden society. His casual approval of the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, of Sri Lanka was enough to send a shiver down even the most sympathetic of spines, not just because of the brutal ways in which the LTTE chose to wage its war, but also because of the cataclysmic tragedy that has befallen the Tamil people of Sri Lanka, whom it claimed to represent, and for whom it surely must take some responsibility. Right now in central India, the Maoists' guerrilla army is made up almost entirely of desperately poor tribal people living in conditions of such chronic hunger that it verges on famine of the kind we only associate with sub-Saharan Africa. They are people who, even after 60 years of India's so-called independence, have not had access to education, health care, or legal redress. They are people who have been mercilessly exploited for decades, consistently cheated by small businessmen and money lenders, the women raped as a matter of right by police and forest department personnel. Their journey back to a semblance of dignity is due in large part to the Maoist cadre who have lived and worked and fought by their side for decades. If the tribals have taken up arms, they have done so because a government that has given them nothing but violence and neglect now wants to snatch away the last thing they have, their land. Clearly, they do not believe the government when it says it only wants to develop their region. Clearly, they do not believe that the roads as wide and flat as aircraft runways that are being built through their forests in Dantewada by the National Mineral Development Corporation are being built for them to walk their children to school on. They believe that if they do not fight for their land, they will be annihilated. That is why they have taken up arms. Even if the ideologues of the Maoist movement are fighting to eventually overthrow the Indian state, right now even they know that their ragged, malnutritioned army, the bulk of whose soldiers have never seen a train or a bus or even a small town, are fighting only for survival. In 2008, an expert group appointed by the Planning Commission submitted a report called Development Challenges in Extremist Affected Areas. It said, "The Naxalite, Maoist, movement has to be recognized as a political movement with a strong base among the landless and poor peasantry and Adivasis. Its emergence and growth need to be contextualized in the social conditions and experience of people who form a part of it. The huge gap between state policy and performance is a feature of these conditions. Though its professed long-term ideology is capturing state power by force, in its day-to-day manifestation it is to be looked upon as basically a fight for social justice, equality, protection, and local development. A very far cry from the single largest internal security threat. Since the Maoist rebellion is the flavor of the week, everybody, from the sleekest fat cat to the most cynical editor of the most sold-out newspaper in this country, seems to be suddenly ready to concede that decades of accumulated injustice lie at the root of the problem. But instead of addressing that problem, which would mean putting the brakes on this 21st century gold rush, they are trying to head the debate off in a completely different direction, with a noisy outburst of pious outrage about Maoist terrorism. But they're only speaking to themselves. The people who have taken to arms are not spending all their time watching, or performing for TV, or reading the papers, or conducting SMS polls for the moral science question of the day: is violence good or bad? SMS your reply to. They're out there. They're fighting. They believe they have the right to defend their homes and their land. They believe that they deserve justice. In order to keep its better-off citizens absolutely safe from these dangerous people, the government has declared war on them. A war, which it tells us, may take between 3 and 5 years to win. Odd, isn't it, that even after the Mumbai attacks of 26/11, the government was prepared to talk with Pakistan? It's prepared to talk to China. But when it comes to waging war against the poor, it's playing hard. It's not enough that special police with totemic names like greyhounds, cobras, and scorpions are scouring the forests with a license to kill. It's not enough that the Central Reserve Police Force, the Border Security Force, and the notorious Naga Battalion have already wreaked havoc and committed unconscionable atrocities in remote forest villages. It's not enough that the government supports and arms the Salwajudum, the people's militia that has killed and raped and burned its way through the forests of Dantewada, leaving 300,000 people homeless or on the run. Now the government is going to deploy the Indo-Tibetan Border Police and tens of thousands of paramilitary troops. It plans to set up a brigade headquarters in Bilaspur, which will displace 9 villages, and an air base in Rajanantgaon, which will displace 7. Obviously, these decisions were taken a while ago. Surveys have been done, sites chosen. Interesting. War has been in the offing for a while. And now the helicopters of the Indian Air Force have been given the right to fire in self-defense, the very right that the government denies its poorest citizens. Fire at whom? How in God's name will the security forces be able to distinguish a Maoist from an ordinary person who is running terrified through the jungle? Will Adivasis carrying the bows and arrows they have carried for centuries now count as Maoists, too? Are non-combatant Maoist sympathizers valid targets? When I was in Dantewada, the superintendent of police showed me pictures of 19 Maoists whom his boys had killed. I asked him how I was supposed to tell they were Maoists. He said, "See ma'am, they have malaria medicines, Dettol bottles, all these things from outside. What kind of war is Operation Green Hunt going to be? Will we ever know?" Not much news comes out of the forests. Lalgarh in West Bengal has been cordoned off. Those who try to go in are being beaten and arrested. And called Maoists, of course. In Dantewada, the Vanvazai Chaitanya Ashram, a Gandhian ashram run by Himanshu Kumar, was bulldozed in a few hours. It was the last neutral outpost before the war zone, a place where journalists, activists, researchers, and fact-finding teams could stay while they worked in the area. Meanwhile, the Indian establishment has unleashed its most potent weapon. Almost overnight, our embedded media has substituted its steady supply of planted, unsubstantiated, hysterical stories about Islamist terrorism with planted, unsubstantiated, hysterical stories about red terrorism. In the midst of this racket, at ground zero, the cordon of silence is being inexorably tightened. The Sri Lanka solution could very well be in the cards. It's not for nothing that the Indian government blocked a European move in the UN asking for an international probe into war crimes committed by the government of Sri Lanka in its recent offensive against the Tamil Tigers. The first move in that direction is the concerted campaign that has been orchestrated to shoehorn the myriad forms of resistance taking place in this country into a simple George Bush binary: if you are not with us, you are with the Maoists. The deliberate exaggeration of the Maoist threat helps the state to justify militarization. And surely does no harm to the Maoists. Which political party would be unhappy to be singled out for such attention? While all the oxygen is being used up by this new doppelganger of the war on terror, the state will use the opportunity to mop up the hundreds of other resistance movements in the sweep of its military operation, calling them all Maoist sympathizers. I use the future tense, but this process is well underway. The West Bengal government tried to do this in Nandigram and Singur but failed. Right now in Lalgarh, the Pulashi Santrash Birodhi Genocide Hiranar Committee or the People's Committee Against Police Atrocities, which is a people's movement that is separate from, though sympathetic to, the Maoists, is routinely referred to as an overground wing of the CPI, Maoist. Its leader, Chhatradhar Mahato, now arrested and being held without bail, is always called a Maoist leader. We all know the story of Dr. Binayak Sen, a medical doctor and a civil liberties activist, who spent 2 years in jail on the absolutely facile charge of being a courier for the Maoists. While the light shines brightly on Operation Green Hunt, in other parts of India, away from the theatre of war, the assault on the rights of the poor, of workers, of the landless, of those whose lands the government wishes to acquire for public purpose, will pick up pace. Their suffering will deepen and it will be that much harder for them to get a hearing. Once the war begins, like all wars, it will develop a momentum, a logic, and an economics of its own. It will become a way of life, almost impossible to reverse. The police will be expected to behave like an army, a ruthless killing machine. The paramilitary will be expected to become like the police, a corrupt, bloated administrative force. We've seen it happen in Nagaland, Manipur, and Kashmir. The only difference in the heartland will be that it'll become obvious very quickly to the security forces that they're only a little less wretched than the people they're fighting. In time, the divide between the people and the law enforcers will become porous. Guns and ammunition will be bought and sold. In fact, it's already happening. Whether it's the security forces or the Maoists or non-combatant civilians, the poorest people will die in this rich people's war. However, if anybody believes that this war will leave them unaffected, they should think again. The resources it'll consume will cripple the economy of this country. Last week, civil liberties groups from all over the country organized a series of meetings in Delhi to discuss what could be done to turn the tide and stop the war. The absence of Dr. Balagopal, one of the best-known civil rights activists of Andhra Pradesh, who died 2 weeks ago, closed around us like a physical pain. He was one of the bravest, wisest political thinkers of our time and left us just when we needed him most. Still, I'm sure he would have been reassured to hear speaker after speaker displaying the vision, the depth, the experience, the wisdom, the political acuity, and, above all, the real humanity of the community of activists, academics, lawyers, judges, and a range of other people who make up the civil liberties community in India. Their presence in the capital signaled that outside the arc lights of our TV studios and beyond the drumbeat of media hysteria, even among India's middle classes, a humane heart still beats. Small wonder then that these are the people whom the Union Home Minister recently accused of creating an intellectual climate that was conducive to terrorism. If that charge was meant to frighten people, to cow them down, it had the opposite effect. The speakers represented a range of opinion from the liberal to the radical left. Though none of those who spoke would describe themselves as Maoist, few were opposed in principle to the idea that people have a right to defend themselves against state violence. Many were uncomfortable about Maoist violence, about the people's courts that delivered summary justice, about the authoritarianism that was bound to permeate an armed struggle and marginalize those who did not have arms. But even as they expressed their discomfort, they knew that people's courts only existed because India's courts are out of reach for ordinary people and that the armed struggle that has broken out in the heartland is not the first, but the very last option of a desperate people pushed to the very brink of existence. The speakers were aware of the dangers of trying to extract a simple morality out of individual incidents of heinous violence, in a situation that had already begun to look very much like war. Everybody had graduated long ago from equating the structural violence of the state with the violence of the armed resistance. In fact, retired Justice P.B. Savant went so far as to thank the Maoists for forcing the establishment of this country to pay attention to the egregious injustice of the system. Hargopal from Andhra Pradesh spoke of his experience as a civil rights activist through the years of the Maoist interlude in his state. He mentioned in passing the fact that in a few days in Gujarat in 2002, Hindu mobs led by the Bajrang Dal and the Vishva Hindu Parishad had killed more people than the Maoists ever had even in their bloodiest days in Andhra Pradesh. People who had come from the war zones, from Lalgarh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Orissa, described the police repression, the arrests, the torture, the killing, the corruption, and the fact that in places like Orissa, they seemed to take orders directly from the officials who worked for the mining companies. People described the dubious, malign role being played by certain NGOs funded by aid agencies wholly devoted to furthering corporate prospects. Again and again they spoke of how in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh activists as well as ordinary people, anyone who was seen to be a dissenter, were being branded Maoists and imprisoned. They said that this, more than anything else, was pushing people to take up arms and join the Maoists. They asked how a government that professed its inability to resettle even a fraction of the 50 million people who had been displaced by development projects was suddenly able to identify 140,000 hectares of prime land to give to industrialists for more than 300 special economic zones, India's onshore tax havens for the rich. They asked what brand of justice the Supreme Court was practicing when it refused to review the meaning of public purpose in the Land Acquisition Act, even when it knew that the government was forcibly acquiring land in the name of public purpose to give to private corporations. They asked why, when the government says that the writ of the state must run, it seems to only mean that police stations must be put in place. Not schools or clinics or housing, or clean water, or a fair price for forest produce, or even being left alone and free from the fear of the police, anything that would make people's lives a little easier. They asked why the writ of the state could never be taken to mean justice. There was a time, Perhaps 10 years ago, when in meetings like these, people were still debating the model of development that was being thrust on them by the new economic policy. Now the rejection of that model is complete. It is absolute. Everyone from the Gandhians to the Maoists agree on that. The only question now is, what is the most effective way to dismantle it? An old college friend of a friend, a big noise in the corporate world, had come along for one of the meetings out of morbid curiosity about a world he knew very little about. Even though he had disguised himself in a Fabindia he couldn't help looking, and smelling, expensive. At one point, he leaned across to me and said, "Someone should tell them not to bother. They won't win this one. They have no idea what they're up against. With the kind of money that's involved here, these companies can buy ministers and media barons and policy wonks, they can run their own NGOs, their own militias, they can buy whole governments. They'll even buy the Maoists. These good people here should save their breath and find something better to do. When people are being brutalized, what better thing is there for them to do than to fight back? It's not as though anyone's offering them a choice, unless it's to commit suicide, like the 180,000 farmers caught in a spiral of debt have done. Am I the only one who gets the distinct feeling that the Indian establishment and its representatives in the media are far more comfortable with the idea of poor people killing themselves in despair than with the idea of them fighting back? For several years, people in Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Jharkhand, and West Bengal, some of them Maoists, many not, have managed to hold off the big corporations. The question now is, how will Operation Green Hunt change the nature of their struggle? What exactly are the fighting people up against? It's true that, historically, mining companies have almost always won their battles against local people. Of all corporations, leaving aside the ones that make weapons, they probably have the most merciless past. They are cynical, battle-hardened campaigners, and when people say, "John Denga par Jamin na Hindenga, we'll give away our lives, but never our land," it probably bounces off them like a light drizzle on a bomb shelter. They've heard it before, in 1,000 different languages, in 100 different countries. Right now in India, many of them are still in the first-class arrivals lounge, ordering cocktails, blinking slowly like lazy predators, waiting for the memorandums of understanding they have signed, some as far back as 2005, to materialize into real money. But 4 years in a first-class lounge is enough to test the patience of even the truly tolerant. There's only that much space they're willing to make for the elaborate, if increasingly empty, rituals of democratic practice, the rigged public hearings, the fake environmental impact assessments, the purchased clearances from various ministries, the long drawn-out court cases. Even phony democracy is time-consuming. And time, for industrialists, is money. So what kind of money are we talking about? In their seminal, soon-to-be published work, Out of This Earth, East India Atabasis and the Aluminum Cartel, Samarendra Das and Felix Padel say that the financial value of the bauxite deposits of Orissa alone is $2.27 trillion, more than twice India's gross domestic product. That was at 2004 prices. At today's prices it would be about $4 trillion. A trillion has 12 zeros. Of this, officially the government gets a royalty of less than 7%. Quite often, if the mining company is a known and recognized one, the chances are that, even though the ore is still in the mountain, it will have already been traded on the futures market. So, while for the Atabasis the mountain is still a living deity, the fountainhead of life and faith, the keystone of the ecological health of the region, for the corporation, it's just a cheap storage facility. Goods and storage have to be accessible. From the corporation's point of view, the bauxite will have to come out of the mountain. If it can't be done peacefully, then it will have to be done violently. Such are the pressures and the exigencies of the free market. That's just the story of the bauxite in Orissa. Expand the $4 trillion to include the value of the millions of tons of high-quality iron ore in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand and the 28 other precious mineral resources, including uranium, limestone, dolomite, coal, tin, granite, marble, copper, diamond, gold, quartzite, corundum, beryl, alexandrite, silica, fluorite, and garnet. Add to that the power plants, the dams, the highways, the steel and cement factories, the aluminum smelters, and all the other infrastructure projects that are part of the hundreds of memorandums of understanding, more than 90 in Jharkhand alone, that have been signed. That gives us a rough outline of the scale of the operation and the desperation of the stakeholders. The forest once known as the Dandakaranya, which stretches from West Bengal through Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, parts of Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra, is home to millions of India's tribal people. The media has taken to calling it the Red Corridor or the Maoist Corridor. It could just as accurately be called the Memorandum of Understanding Corridor. It doesn't seem to matter at all that the fifth schedule of the Constitution provides protection to Adivasi people and disallows the alienation of their land. It looks as though the clause is there only to make the Constitution look good, a bit of window dressing, a slash of makeup. Scores of corporations, from relatively unknown ones to the biggest mining companies and steel manufacturers in the world, are in the fray to appropriate Adivasi homelands. The Mittals, Jindals, Tata, Essa, POSCO, Rio Tinto, BHP Billiton, and, of course, Vedanta. There's a memorandum of understanding on every mountain, river, and forest glade. We're talking about social and environmental engineering on an unimaginable scale. And most of this is secret. It's not in the public domain. Somehow I don't think that the plans that are afoot to destroy one of the world's most pristine forests and ecosystems, as well as the people who live in it, will be discussed at the Climate Change Conference in Copenhagen. Our 24-hour news channels that are so busy hunting for macabre stories of Maoist violence and making them up when they run out of the real thing seem to have no interest at all in this side of the story. I wonder why? Perhaps it's because the development lobby to which they are so much enthralled says the mining industry will ratchet up the rate of GDP growth dramatically and provide employment to the people it displaces. This does not take into account the catastrophic costs of environmental damage. But even on its own narrow terms, it is simply untrue. Most of the money goes into the bank accounts of the mining corporations. Less than 10% comes to the public exchequer. A very tiny percentage of the displaced people get jobs, and those who do earn slave wages to do humiliating, back-breaking work. By caving into this paroxysm of greed, we are bolstering other countries' economies with our ecology. When the scale of money involved is what it is, the stakeholders are not always easy to identify. Between the CEOs in their private jets and the wretched tribal special police officers in the people's militias who for a couple of thousand rupees, roughly $40, a month fight their own people, rape, kill, and burn down whole villages in an effort to clear the ground for mining to begin, there is an entire universe of primary, secondary, and tertiary stakeholders. These people don't have to declare their interests, but they're allowed to use their positions and good offices to further them. How will we ever know which political party, which ministers, which members of parliament, which politicians, which judges, which NGOs, which expert consultants, which police officers, have a direct or indirect stake in the booty? How will we know which newspapers reporting the latest Maoist atrocity, which TV channels reporting directly from ground zero or, more accurately, making it a point not to report from ground zero, or even more accurately, lying blatantly from ground zero are stakeholders? What is the provenance of the billions of dollars, several times more than India's GDP, secretly stashed away by Indian citizens in Swiss bank accounts? Where did the $2 billion spent on the last general elections come from? Where do the hundreds of millions of rupees that political parties and politicians pay the media for the high-end, low-end, and live pre-election coverage packages that P. Sainath recently wrote about come from? The next time you see a TV anchor haranguing a numb studio guest, shouting, "Why don't the Maoists stand for elections? Why don't they come into the mainstream?" do SMS the channel saying, because they can't afford your rates. What are we to make of the fact that the Union Home Minister, P. Chidambaram, the CEO of Operation Green Hunt, has, in his career as a corporate lawyer, represented several mining corporations? What are we to make of the fact that he was a non-executive director of Vedanta, a position from which he resigned the day he became finance minister in 2004? What are we to make of the fact that, when he became finance minister, one of the first clearances he gave for foreign direct investment was to Twin Star Holdings, a Mauritius-based company, to buy shares in Sterlite, a part of the Vedanta Group? What are we to make of the fact that, when activists from Orissa filed a case against Vedanta in the Supreme Court, citing its violations of government guidelines and pointing out that the Norwegian pension fund had withdrawn its investment from the company alleging gross environmental damage and human rights violations committed by the company, Justice Kapadia suggested that Vedanta be substituted with Sterlite, a sister company of the same group. He then blithely announced in an open court that he too had shares in Sterlite. He gave the forest clearance to Sterlite to go ahead with the mining despite the fact that the Supreme Court's own expert committee had explicitly said that permission should be denied and that mining would ruin the forests, water sources, environment, and the lives and livelihoods of the thousands of tribals living there. Justice Kapadia gave this clearance without rebutting the report of the Supreme Court's own committee. What are we to make of the fact that the Silwajudam, the brutal ground-clearing operation disguised as a spontaneous people's militia in Dantewada, was formally inaugurated in 2005, just days after the Memorandum of Understanding with the Tatas was signed? And that the Jungle Warfare Training School in Bastar was set up just around then? What are we to make of the fact that 2 weeks ago, on October 12, 2009, the mandatory public hearing for Tata Steel's Rs 10,000 crore, $2 billion, steel project in Lohandaguda, Dantewada, was held in a small hall inside the collectorate, cordoned off with massive security, with a hired audience of 50 tribal people brought in from 2 Bastar villages in a convoy of government jeeps. The public hearing was declared a success and the district collector congratulated the people of Bastar for their cooperation. What are we to make of the fact that just around the time the Prime Minister began to call the Maoists the single largest internal security threat, which was a signal that the government was getting ready to go after them, the share prices of many of the mining companies in the region skyrocketed? The mining companies desperately need this war. It's an old technique. They hope the impact of the violence will drive out the people who have so far managed to resist the attempts that have been made to evict them. Whether this will indeed be the outcome or whether it'll simply swell the ranks of the Maoists remains to be seen. Reversing this argument, Dr. Ashok Mitra, former finance minister of West Bengal, in an article called The Phantom Enemy argues that the grisly serial murders that the Maoists are committing are a classic tactic, learned from guerrilla warfare textbooks. He suggests that they have built and trained a guerrilla army that is now ready to take on the Indian state and that the Maoist rampage is a deliberate attempt on their part to invite the wrath of a blundering, angry Indian state, which the Maoists hope will commit acts of cruelty that will enrage the Adivasis. That rage, Dr. Mitra says, is what the Maoists hope can be harvested and transformed into an insurrection. This, of course, is the charge of adventurism that several currents of the left have always leveled at the Maoists. It suggests that Maoist ideologues are not above inviting destruction on the very people they claim to represent in order to bring about a revolution that will bring them to power. Ashok Mitra is an old communist who had a ringside seat during the Naxalite uprising of the 1960s and 1970s in West Bengal. His views cannot be summarily dismissed. But it's worth keeping in mind that the Adivasi people have a long and courageous history of resistance that predates the birth of Maoism. To look upon them as brainless puppets being manipulated by a few middle-class Maoist ideologues is to do them something of a disservice. Presumably Dr. Mitra is talking about the situation in Lalgarh where, up to now, there has been no talk of mineral wealth. Lest we forget, the current uprising in Lalgarh was sparked by the Chief Minister's visit to inaugurate a Jindal steel factory. And where there's a steel factory, can the iron ore be very far away? The people's anger has to do with their desperate poverty and the decades of suffering at the hands of the police and the Harmads, the armed militia of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, that has ruled West Bengal for more than 30 years. Even if, for argument's sake, we don't ask what tens of thousands of police and paramilitary troops are doing in Lalgarh and we accept the theory of Maoist adventurism, it would still be only a very small part of the picture. The real problem is that the flagship of India's miraculous growth story has run aground. It came at a huge social and environmental cost. And now, as the rivers dry up and forests disappear, as the water table recedes and as people realize what is being done to them, the chickens are coming home to roost. All over the country, there's unrest, there are protests by people refusing to give up their land and their access to resources, refusing to believe false promises anymore. Suddenly, it's beginning to look as though the 10% growth rate and democracy are mutually incompatible. To get the bauxite out of the flat-topped hills, to get iron ore out from under the forest floor, to get 85% of India's people off their land and into the cities, which is what Mr. Chidambaram says he'd like to see, India has to become a police state. The government has to militarize. To justify that militarization, it needs an enemy. The Maoists are that enemy. They are to corporate fundamentalists what the Muslims are to Hindu fundamentalists. Is there a fraternity of fundamentalists? Is that why the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh has expressed open admiration for Mr. Chidambaram? It would be a grave mistake to imagine that the paramilitary troops, the Rajanand Gaon Air Base, the Bilaspur Brigade Headquarters, the Unlawful Activities Act, the Chhattisgarh Special Public Security Act, and Operation Green Hunt are all being put in place just to flush out a few thousand Maoists from the forests. In all the talk of Operation Green Hunt, whether or not Mr. Chidambaram goes ahead and presses the button, I detect the kernel of a coming state of emergency. Here's a math question: if it takes 600,000 soldiers to hold down the tiny valley of Kashmir, how many will it take to contain the mounting rage of hundreds of millions of people? Instead of narco-analyzing Kobad Gandhi, the recently arrested Maoist leader, it might be a better idea to talk to him. In the meanwhile, will someone who's going to the climate change conference in Copenhagen later this year please ask the only question worth asking: can we please leave the bauxite in the mountain? First published in Outlook, November 9, 2009. The President took the salute. The Minister says that for India's sake, people should leave their villages and move to the cities. He's a Harvard man. He wants speed and numbers. 500 million migrants, he thinks, will make a good business model. Not everybody likes the idea of their cities filling up with the poor. A judge in Bombay called slum dwellers pickpockets of urban land. Another said, while ordering the bulldozing of unauthorized colonies, that people who couldn't afford to live in cities shouldn't live in them. When those who had been evicted went back to where they came from, they found their villages had disappeared under great dams and dusty quarries. Their homes were occupied by hunger and policemen. The forests were filling up with armed guerrillas. They found that the wars from the edge of India, in Kashmir, Nagaland, Manipur, had migrated to its heart. People returned to live on city streets and pavements, in hovels on dusty construction sites, wondering which corner of this huge country was meant for them. The minister said that migrants to cities were mostly criminals and carried a kind of behavior which is unacceptable to modern cities. The middle class admired him for his forthrightness, for having the courage to call a spade a spade. The minister said he would set up more police stations, recruit more policemen, and put more police vehicles on the road to improve law and order. In the drive to beautify Delhi for the Commonwealth Games, laws were passed that made the poor vanish, like laundry stains. Street vendors disappeared, rickshaw pullers lost their licenses, small shops and businesses were shut down. Beggars were rounded up, tried by mobile magistrates in mobile courts, and dropped outside the city limits. The slums that remained were screened off, with vinyl billboards that said "Delhiciously yours." New kinds of policemen patrolled the streets, better armed, better dressed, and trained not to scratch their privates in public, no matter how grave the provocation. There were cameras everywhere, recording everything. Two young criminals carrying a kind of behavior that was unacceptable to modern cities escaped the police dragnet and approached a woman sitting between her sunglasses and the leather seats of her shiny car at a traffic crossing. Shamelessly they demanded money. The woman was rich and kind. The criminals' heads were no higher than her car window. Their names were Rukmini and Kamli. Or maybe Marunisa and Shabano. Who cares? The woman gave them money and some motherly advice. 10 rupees, 20 cents, to Kamli, or Shabano. Share it, she told them, and sped away when the lights changed. Rukmini and Kamli, or Marunisa and Shabano, tore into each other like gladiators, like lifers in a prison yard. Each sleek car that flashed past them, and almost crushed them, carried the reflection of their battle, their fight to the finish, on its shining door. Eventually both girls disappeared without a trace, like thousands of children do in Delhi. The games were a success. 2 months later, on the 62nd anniversary of India's Republic Day, the armed forces showcased their new weapons at the Republic Day Parade, a missile launcher system, Russian multi-barrel rocket launchers, combat aircraft, light helicopters, and underwater weapons for the Navy. The new T-90 battle tank was called Bhishma. The older one was Arjun. Varanastra was the name of the latest heavyweight torpedo, and Marich was a decoy system to seduce incoming torpedoes. Hanuman and Vajra are the names painted on the armoured vehicles that patrol Kashmir's frozen streets. The names from the Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, and the Mahabharata were a coincidence. Daredevils from the Army's Corps of Signals rode motorcycles in a rocket formation, then they formed a cluster of flying birds and finally a human pyramid. The army band played the national anthem. The president took the salute. 3 Sukhoi fighter jets made a trishul in the sky. Shiva's trishul. Is India a Hindu republic? Only accidentally. The thrilled crowd turned its face up to the weak winter sun and applauded the aerobatics. High in the sky, the winking silver sides of the jets carried the reflection of Rukmini and Kamli's, or Marunisa and Shabano's, fight to the death. As a writer, a fiction writer, I have often wondered whether the attempt to always be precise, to try and get it all factually right, somehow reduces the epic scale of what is really going on. Does it eventually mask a larger truth? I worry that I am allowing myself to be railroaded into offering prosaic, factual precision when maybe what we need is a feral howl, or the transformative power and real precision of poetry. First published as the introduction to Arundhati Roy, Broken Republic, 3 Essays, New Delhi, Hamish Hamilton/Penguin India, 2011. Walking with the Comrades. The terse, typewritten note slipped under my door in a sealed envelope confirmed my appointment with India's gravest internal security threat. I'd been waiting for months to hear from them. I had to be at the Madanteshwari Mandir in Dantewada, Chhattisgarh, at any of 4 given times on 2 given days. That was to take care of bad weather, punctures, blockades, transport strikes, and sheer bad luck. The note said, writer should have camera, tika, and coconut. Meter will have cap, Hindi Outlook magazine, and bananas. Password, Namaskar Guruji. Namaskar Guruji. I wondered whether the meter and greeter would be expecting a man. And whether I should get myself a mustache. There are many ways to describe Dantewada. It's an oxymoron. It's a border town smack in the heart of India. It's the epicenter of a war. In Dantewada, the police wear plain clothes and the rebels wear uniforms. The jail superintendent is in jail. The prisoners are free, 300 of them escaped from the Old Town jail 2 years ago. Women who have been raped are in police custody. The rapists give speeches in the bazaar. It's an upside-down, inside-out town. Across the Indravati River, in the area controlled by the Maoists, is the place the police call Pakistan. There the villages are empty, but the forest is full of people. Children who ought to be in school run wild. In the lovely forest villages, the concrete school buildings have either been blown up and lie in a heap, or they are full of policemen. The deadly war that is unfolding in the jungle is a war that the government of India is both proud and shy of. Operation Green Hunt has been proclaimed as well as denied. P. Chidambaram, India's Home Minister, and CEO of the war, says it does not exist, that it's a media creation. And yet substantial funds have been allocated to it and tens of thousands of troops are being mobilized for it. Though the theatre of war is in the jungles of central India, it will have serious consequences for us all. If ghosts are the lingering spirits of someone, or something, that has ceased to exist, then perhaps the new 4-lane highway crashing through the forest is the opposite of a ghost. Perhaps it is the harbinger of what is still to come. The antagonists in the forest are disparate and unequal in almost every way. On one side is a massive paramilitary force armed with the money, the firepower, the media, and the hubris of an emerging superpower. On the other, ordinary villagers armed with traditional weapons, backed by a superbly organized, hugely motivated Maoist guerrilla fighting force with an extraordinary and violent history of armed rebellion. The Maoists and the paramilitary are old adversaries and have fought older avatars of one another several times before: Telangana in the 1950s, West Bengal, Bihar, Srikakulam in Andhra Pradesh in the late 1960s and 1970s, and then again in Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, and Maharashtra from the 1980s all the way through to the present. They are familiar with one another's tactics and have studied one another's combat manuals closely. Each time, it seemed as though the Maoists, or their previous avatars, had been not just defeated, but literally, physically exterminated. Each time, they have re-emerged, more organized, more determined, and more influential than ever. Today once again the insurrection has spread through the mineral-rich forests of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa, and West Bengal homeland to millions of India's tribal people, dreamland to the corporate world. It's easier on the liberal conscience to believe that the war in the forests is a war between the government of India and the Maoists, who call elections a sham and parliament a pigsty and have openly declared their intention to overthrow the Indian state. It's convenient to forget that tribal people in central India have a history of resistance that predates Mao by centuries. That's a truism, of course. If they didn't, they wouldn't exist. The Ho, the Oraon, the Kols, the Santhals, the Mundas, and the Gonds have all rebelled several times, against the British, against zamindars and money lenders. The rebellions were cruelly crushed, many thousands killed, but the people were never conquered. Even after independence, tribal people were at the heart of the first uprising that could be described as Maoist, in Naxalbari village in West Bengal, where the word Naxalite now used interchangeably with Maoist originates. Since then, Naxalite politics has been inextricably entwined with tribal uprisings, which says as much about the tribals as it does about the Naxalites. This legacy of rebellion has left behind a furious people who have been deliberately isolated and marginalized by the Indian government. The Indian Constitution, the moral underpinning of Indian democracy, was adopted by Parliament in 1950. It was a tragic day for tribal people. The Constitution ratified colonial policy and made the state the custodian of tribal homelands. Overnight, it turned the entire tribal population into squatters on their own land. It denied them their traditional rights to forest produce, it criminalized a whole way of life. In exchange for the right to vote, it snatched away their right to livelihood and dignity. Having dispossessed them and pushed them into a downward spiral of indigence, in a cruel sleight of hand, the government began to use their own penury against them. Each time it needed to displace a large population for dams, irrigation projects, mines, it talked of bringing tribals into the mainstream or of giving them the fruits of modern development. Of the tens of millions of internally displaced people, more than 30 million by big dams alone, refugees of India's progress, the great majority are tribal people. When the government begins to talk of tribal welfare, it's time to worry. The most recent expression of concern has come from Home Minister P. Chidambaram, who says he doesn't want tribal people living in museum cultures. The well-being of tribal people didn't seem to be such a priority during his career as a corporate lawyer, representing the interests of several major mining companies. So it might be an idea to inquire into the basis for his new anxiety. Over the past 5 years or so, the governments of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa, and West Bengal have signed hundreds of memorandums of understanding with corporate houses, worth several $billion, all of them secret, for steel plants, sponge iron factories, power plants, aluminum refineries, dams, and mines. In order for the memorandums to translate into real money, tribal people must be moved. Therefore, this war. When a country that calls itself a democracy openly declares war within its borders, what does that war look like? Does the resistance stand a chance? Should it? Who are the Maoists? Are they just violent nihilists foisting an outdated ideology on tribal people, goading them into a hopeless insurrection? What lessons have they learned from their past experience? Is armed struggle intrinsically undemocratic? Is the sandwich theory of ordinary tribals being caught in the crossfire between the state and the Maoists an accurate one? Are Maoists and tribals two entirely discrete categories as is being made out? Do their interests converge? Have they learned anything from each other? Have they changed each other? The day before I left, my mother called, sounding sleepy. "I've been thinking," she said, with a mother's weird instinct, "what this country needs is revolution." An article on the internet says that Israel's Mossad is training 30 high-ranking Indian police officers in the techniques of targeted assassinations, to render the Maoist organization headless. There's talk in the press about the new hardware that has been bought from Israel, laser rangefinders, thermal imaging equipment and unmanned drones, so popular with the U.S. Army. Perfect weapons to use against the poor. The drive from Raipur to Dantewada takes about 10 hours through areas known to be Maoist-infested. These are not careless words. Infestation implies disease/pests. Diseases must be cured. Pests must be exterminated. Maoists must be wiped out. In these creeping, innocuous ways, the language of genocide has entered our vocabulary. To protect the highway, security forces have secured a narrow bandwidth of forest on either side. Further in, it's the Raj of the Dada log. The brothers. The comrades. On the outskirts of Raipur, a massive billboard advertises Vedanta, the company our Home Minister once worked with, cancer hospital. In Orissa, where it is mining bauxite, Vedanta is financing a university. In these creeping, innocuous ways, mining corporations enter our imaginations, the gentle giants who really care. It's called corporate social responsibility. It allows mining companies to be like the legendary actor and former Chief Minister NTR, who liked to play all the parts in Telugu mythologicals, the good guys and the bad guys, all at once, in the same movie. This corporate social responsibility masks the outrageous economics that underpins the mining sector in India. For example, according to the recent Lokayukta report for Karnataka, for every ton of iron ore mined by a private company, the government gets a royalty of Rs 27.55 cents, and the mining company makes Rs $5,102. In the bauxite and aluminum sector, the figures are even worse. We're talking about daylight robbery to the tune of billions of dollars. Enough to buy elections, governments, judges, newspapers, TV channels, NGOs, and aid agencies. What's the occasional cancer hospital here or there? I don't remember seeing Vedanta's name on the long list of memorandums of understanding signed by the Chhattisgarh government. But I'm twisted enough to suspect that if there's a cancer hospital, there must be a flat-topped bauxite mountain somewhere. We pass Kankar, famous for its counter-terrorism and jungle warfare college run by Brigadier B.K. Panwar, Rumpelstiltskin of this war, charged with the task of turning corrupt, sloppy policemen, straw, into jungle commandos, gold. Fight a guerrilla like a guerrilla, the motto of the warfare training school, is painted on the rocks. The men are taught to run, slither, jump on and off airborne helicopters, ride horses, for some reason, eat snakes and live off the jungle. The brigadier takes great pride in training street dogs to fight terrorists. 800 policemen graduate from the warfare training school every 6 weeks. 20 similar schools are being planned all over India. The police force is gradually being turned into an army. In Kashmir, it's the other way around. The army is being turned into an administrative police force. Upside down. Inside out. Either way, the enemy is the people. It's late. Jagdalpur is asleep, except for the many hoardings of Rahul Gandhi asking people to join the Youth Congress. He's been to Bastar twice in recent months but hasn't said anything much about the war. It's probably too messy for the People's Prince to meddle in at this point. His media managers must have put their foot down. The fact that the Salwajudam, the dreaded, government-sponsored vigilante group responsible for rapes, killings, for burning down villages and driving hundreds of thousands of people from their homes is led by Mahendra Karma, a Congress MLA, does not get much play in the carefully orchestrated publicity around Rahul Gandhi. I arrived at the Madanteshwari Mandir well in time for my appointment, first day, first show. I had my camera, my small coconut, and a powdery red tika on my forehead. I wondered if someone was watching me and having a laugh. Within minutes a young boy approached me. He had a cap and a backpack school bag. Chipped red nail polish on his fingernails. No Hindi outlook, no bananas. Are you the one who's going in? He asked me. No, Namaskar Guruji. I did not know what to say. He took out a soggy note from his pocket and handed it to me. It said, Outlook Nahin Mila, couldn't find Outlook, ... And the bananas. I ate them, he said, I got hungry. He really was a security threat. His backpack said Charlie Brown, not your ordinary blockhead. He said his name was Mangtu. I soon learned that Dandakaranya, the forest I was about to enter, was full of people who had many names and fluid identities. It was like a bomb to me, that idea. How lovely not to be stuck with yourself, to become someone else for a while. We walked to the bus stand, only a few minutes away from the temple. It was already crowded. Things happened quickly. There were two men on motorbikes. There was no conversation, just a glance of acknowledgement, a shifting of body weight, the revving of engines. I had no idea where we were going. We passed the house of the superintendent of police, which I recognized from my last visit. He was a candid man. See, ma'am, frankly speaking, this problem can't be solved by us police or military. The problem with these tribals is they don't understand greed. Unless they become greedy, there's no hope for us. I have told my boss, remove the force and instead put a TV in every home. Everything will be automatically sorted out. In no time at all we were riding out of town. No tail. It was a long ride, 3 hours by my watch. It ended abruptly in the middle of nowhere, on an empty road with forest on either side. Mangta got off. I did too. The bikes left, and I picked up my backpack and followed the small internal security threat into the forest. It was a beautiful day. The forest floor was a carpet of gold. In a while we emerged on the white, sandy banks of a broad flat river. It was obviously monsoon-fed, so now it was more or less a sand flat, at the center a stream, ankle-deep, easy to wade across. Across was Pakistan. Out there, ma'am, the candid superintendent of police had said to me, my boys shoot to kill. I remembered that as we began to cross. I saw us in a policeman's rifle sights, tiny figures in a landscape, easy to pick off. But Mangta seemed quite unconcerned, and I took my cue from him. Waiting for us on the other bank, in a lime green shirt that said Horlicks, was Chandu. A slightly older security threat. Maybe 20. He had a lovely smile, a cycle, a jerrycan with boiled water, and many packets of glucose biscuits for me, from the party. We caught our breath and began to walk again. The cycle, it turned out, was a red herring. The route was almost entirely non-cyclable. We climbed steep hills and clambered down rocky paths along some pretty precarious ledges. When he couldn't wheel it, Chandu lifted the cycle and carried it over his head as though it weighed nothing. I began to wonder about his bemused village boy air. I discovered, much later, that he could handle every kind of weapon, except for a light machine gun, he informed me cheerfully. 3 beautiful, sozzled men with flowers in their turbans walked with us for about half an hour, before our paths diverged. At sunset, their shoulder bags began to crow. They had roosters in them, which they had taken to market but hadn't managed to sell. Chandu seems to be able to see in the dark. I have to use my flashlight. The crickets start up and soon there's an orchestra, a dome of sound over us. I long to look up at the night sky, but I dare not. I have to keep my eyes on the ground. One step at a time. Concentrate. I hear dogs. But I can't tell how far away they are. The terrain flattens out. I steal a look at the sky. It makes me ecstatic. I hope we're going to stop soon. Soon, Chandu says. It turns out to be more than an hour. I see silhouettes of enormous trees. We arrive. The village seems spacious, the houses far away from each other. The house we enter is beautiful. There's a fire, some people sitting around. More people outside, in the dark. I can't tell how many. I can just about make them out. A murmur goes around. Lal Salam, comrade, red salute, comrade. Lal Salam, I say. I'm beyond tired. The lady of the house calls me inside and gives me chicken curry cooked in green beans and some red rice. Fabulous. Her baby is asleep next to me, her silver anklets gleam in the firelight. After dinner, I unzip my sleeping bag. It's a strange intrusive sound, the big zip. Someone puts on the radio. BBC Hindi service. The Church of England has withdrawn its funds from Vedanta's Nayamgiri project, citing environmental degradation and rights violations of the Dongriakan tribe. I can hear cowbells, snuffling, shuffling, cattle farting. All's well with the world. My eyes close. We're up at 5 a.m. On the move by 6 o'clock. In another couple of hours, we cross another river. We walk through some beautiful villages. Every village has a family of tamarind trees watching over it, like a clutch of huge, benevolent gods. Sweet, Bastar tamarind. By 11 a.m., the sun is high, and walking is less fun. We stop at a village for lunch. Chandu seems to know the people in the house. A beautiful young girl flirts with him. He looks a little shy, maybe because I'm around. Lunch is raw papaya with masoor dal and red rice. And red chili powder. We're going to wait for the sun to lose some of its vehemence before we start walking again. We take a nap in the gazebo. There is a spare beauty about the place. Everything is clean and necessary. No clutter. A black hen parades up and down the low mud wall. A bamboo grid stabilizes the rafters of the thatched roof and doubles as a storage rack. There's a grass broom, 2 drums, a woven reed basket, a broken umbrella, and a whole stack of flattened, empty, corrugated cardboard boxes. Something catches my eye. I need my spectacles. Here's what's printed on the cardboard: Ideal Power 90 High Energy Emulsion Explosive, Class 2, SD Cat ZZ. We start walking again at about 2 p.m. In the village we are going to meet a Didi, sister, comrade, who knows what the next step of the journey will be. Chandu doesn't. There is an economy of information, too. Nobody is supposed to know everything. But when we reach the village, Didi isn't there. There is no news of her. For the first time, I see a little cloud of worry settling over Chandu. A big one settles over me. I don't know what the systems of communication are, but what if they've gone wrong? We're parked outside a deserted school building, a little way out of the village. Why are all the government village schools built like concrete bastions, with steel shutters for windows and sliding folding steel doors? Why not like the village houses, with mud and thatch? Because they double up as barracks and bunkers. In the villages in Abu Ahmad, Chandu says, schools are like this, he scratches a building plan with a twig in the earth. 3 octagons attached to each other like a honeycomb. So they can fire in all directions. He draws arrows to illustrate his point, like a cricket graphic, a batsman's wagon wheel. There are no teachers in any of the schools, Chandu says. They've all run away. Or have you chased them away? No, we only chase police. But why should teachers come here, to the jungle, when they get their salaries sitting at home? Good point. He informs me that this is a new area. The party has entered only recently. About 20 young people arrive, girls and boys. In their teens and early 20s. Chandu explains that this is the village-level militia, the lowest rung of the Maoists' military hierarchy. I have never seen anyone like them before. They are dressed in saris and lungis, some in frayed olive green fatigues. The boys wear jewelry, headgear. Every one of them has a muzzle-loading rifle, what's called a burmar. Some also have knives, axes, a bow, an arrow. One boy carries a crude mortar fashioned out of a heavy 3-foot GI pipe. It's filled with gunpowder and shrapnel and ready to be fired. It makes a big noise but can only be used once. Still, it scares the police, they say, and giggle. War doesn't seem to be uppermost on their minds. Perhaps because their area is outside the home range of the Silwajudum. They have just finished a day's work, helping to build fencing around some village houses to keep the goats out of the fields. They're full of fun and curiosity. The girls are confident and easy with the boys. I have a sensor for this sort of thing, and I am impressed. Their job, Chandu says, is to patrol and protect a group of 4 or 5 villages and to help in the fields, clean wells, or repair houses, doing whatever's needed. Still no Didi. What to do? Nothing. Wait. Help out with some chopping and peeling. After dinner, without much talk, everybody falls in line. Clearly, we are moving. Everything moves with us, the rice, vegetables, pots and pans. We leave the school compound and walk single file into the forest. In less than half an hour, we arrive in a glade where we are going to sleep. There's absolutely no noise. Within minutes everyone has spread their blue plastic sheets, the ubiquitous yahilai, without which there will be no revolution. Chandu and Mangta share one and spread one out for me. They find me the best place, by the best grey rock. Chandu says he has sent a message to Didi. If she gets it, she will be here first thing in the morning. If she gets it. It's the most beautiful room I have slept in a long time. My private suite in a 1,000-star hotel. I'm surrounded by these strange, beautiful children with their curious arsenal. They're all Maoists for sure. Are they all going to die? Is the jungle warfare training school for them? And the helicopter gunships, the thermal imaging, and the laser rangefinders? Why must they die? What for? To turn all of this into a mine? I remember my visit to the open cast iron ore mines in Kianyihar, Orissa. There was a forest there once. And children like these. Now the land is like a raw, red wound. Red dust fills your nostrils and lungs. The water is red, the air is red, the people are red, their lungs and hair are red. All day and all night trucks rumble through their villages, bumper to bumper, thousands and thousands of trucks, taking ore to Paradip port from where it will go to China. There it will turn into cars and smoke and sudden cities that spring up overnight. Into a growth rate that leaves economists breathless. Into weapons to make war. Everyone's asleep except for the sentries who take 1.5-hour shifts. Finally, I can look at the stars. When I was a child growing up on the banks of the Meenachal River, I used to think the sound of crickets, which always started up at twilight, was the sound of stars revving up, getting ready to shine. I'm surprised at how much I love being here. There is nowhere else in the world that I would rather be. Who should I be tonight? Comrade Rahel, under the stars? Maybe Didi will come tomorrow. They arrive in the early afternoon. I can see them from a distance. About 15 of them, all in olive green uniforms, running toward us. Even from a distance, from the way they run, I can tell they are the heavy hitters. The People's Liberation Guerrilla Army, PLGA. For whom the thermal imaging and laser-guided rifles. For whom the jungle warfare training school. They carry serious rifles, INSAs, self-loading rifles, 2 have AK-47s. The leader of the squad is Comrade Madhav, who has been with the party since he was 9. He's from Warangal, Andhra Pradesh. He's upset and extremely apologetic. There was a major miscommunication, he says again and again, which usually never happens. I was supposed to have arrived at the main camp on the very first night. Someone dropped the baton in the jungle relay. The motorcycle drop was to have been at an entirely different place. We made you wait, we made you walk so much. We ran all the way when the message came that you were here. I said it was okay, that I had come prepared to wait and walk and listen. He wants to leave immediately, because people in the camp were waiting, and worried. It's a few hours walk to the camp. It's getting dark when we arrive. There are several layers of sentries and concentric circles of patrolling. There must be 100 comrades lined up in 2 rows. Everyone has a weapon. And a smile. They begin to sing, Lal Lal Salam, Lal Lal Salam, Ainaval Sathayan Ko Lal Lal Salam, red salute to the comrades who have arrived. It is sung sweetly, as though it was a folk song about a river or a forest blossom. With the song, the greeting, the handshake, and the clenched fist. Everyone greets everyone, murmuring Lalis Lam, Mlalis Lam Lalis Lam. Other than a large blue yahili spread out on the floor, about 15 feet square, there are no signs of a camp. This one has a yahili roof as well. It's my room for the night. I was either being rewarded for my days of walking or being pampered in advance for what lay ahead. Or both. Either way, it was the last time in the entire trip that I was going to have a roof over my head. Over dinner I meet Comrade Narmada, in charge of the Krantakari Adivasi Mahila Sangathan, CAMS, who has a price on her head, Comrade Saraha of the PLGA, who is only as tall as her self-loading rifle, Comrade Moss, which means black girl in Gandhi, who has a price on her head too, Comrade Rupi, the tech wizard, Comrade Rayu, who's in charge of the division I'd been walking through, and Comrade Venu, or Murali or Sanu or Sushil, whatever you would like to call him, clearly the most senior of them all. Maybe Central Committee, maybe even Politburo. I'm not told, I don't ask. Between us we speak Gandhi, Halbai, Telugu, Punjabi, and Malayalam. Only Moss speaks English. So we all communicate in Hindi. Comrade Moss is tall and quiet and seems to have to swim through a layer of pain to enter the conversation. But from the way she hugs me, I can tell she's a reader. And that she misses having books in the jungle. She will tell me her story only later. When she trusts me with her grief. Bad news arrives, as it does in this jungle. A runner, with biscuits. Handwritten notes on sheets of paper, folded and stapled into little squares. There's a bag full of them. Like chips. News from everywhere. The police have killed 5 people in Ongnar village, 4 from the militia and 1 ordinary villager, Santhu Patai, 25, Fulo Vade, 22, Kanda Patai, 22, Ramali Vade, 20, Dalsai Koram, 22. They could have been the children in my star-spangled dormitory of last night. Then good news arrives. A small contingent of people with a plump young man. He's in fatigues too, but they look brand new. Everybody admires them and comments on the fit. He looks shy and pleased. He's a doctor who has come to live and work with the comrades in the forest. The last time a doctor visited Dandakaranya was many years ago. On the radio there's news about the Home Minister's meeting with chief ministers of states affected by left-wing extremism. The chief ministers of Jharkhand and Bihar are being demure and have not attended. Everybody sitting around the radio laughs. Around the time of elections, they say, right through the campaign, and then maybe a month or two after the government is formed, mainstream politicians all say things like Nagzals are our children. You can set your watch to the schedule of when they will change their minds and grow fangs. I am introduced to Comrade Kamla. I am told that I must on no account go even 5 feet away from my Yahilai without waking her. Because everybody gets disoriented in the dark and could get seriously lost. I don't wake her. I sleep like a log. In the morning Kamla presents me with a yellow polythene packet with one corner snipped off. Once it used to contain ABI's gold refined soya oil. Now it was my loo mug. Nothing's wasted on the road to the revolution. Even now I think of Comrade Kamla all the time, every day. She's 17. She wears a homemade pistol on her hip. And boy, what a smile. But if the police come across her, they'll kill her. They might rape her first. No questions will be asked. Because she's an internal security threat. After breakfast, Comrade Venu, Sushil, Sanu, Murali, is waiting for me, sitting cross-legged on the Yahilai, looking for all the world like a frail village school teacher. I'm going to get a history lesson. Or, more accurately, a lecture on the history of the last 30 years in the Dandakaranya forest, which has culminated in the war that's swirling through it today. For sure, it's a partisan's version. But then, what history isn't? In any case, the secret history must be made public if it is to be contested, argued with, instead of merely being lied about, which is what is happening now. Comrade Venu has a calm, reassuring manner and a gentle voice that will, in the days to come, surface in a context that will completely unnerve me. This morning he talks for several hours, almost continuously. He's like a little store manager who has a giant bunch of keys with which to open up a maze of lockers full of stories, songs, and insights. Comrade Venu was in one of the 7 armed squads who crossed the Godavari from Andhra Pradesh and entered the Dandakaranya forest, DK, in party speak, in June 1980, 30 years ago. He is one of the original 49ers. They belonged to People's War Group, PWG, a faction of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, CPIML, the original Naxalites. PWG was formally announced as a separate, independent party in April that year, under Kondapalli Sitharamaiah. PWG had decided to build a standing army, for which it would need a base. DK was to be that base, and those first squads were sent in to reconnoiter the area and begin the process of building guerrilla zones. The debate about whether communist parties ought to have a standing army, and whether or not a people's army is a contradiction in terms, is an old one. PWG's decision to build an army came from its experience in Andhra Pradesh, where its Land to the Tiller campaign led to a direct clash with the landlords and resulted in the kind of police repression that the party found impossible to withstand without a trained fighting force of its own. By 2004, PWG had merged with the other CPI, ML, factions, Party Unity, and the Maoist Communist Center, which functions for the most part out of Bihar and Jharkhand, to become what it is now, the Communist Party of India Maoist. Dandakaranya is part of what the British, in their white man's way, called Gondwana, land of the Gonds. Today the state boundaries of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra slice through the forest. Breaking up a troublesome people into separate administrative units is an old trick. But these Maoists and Maoist Gonds don't pay much attention to things like state boundaries. They have different maps in their heads, and like other creatures of the forest, they have their own paths. For them, roads are not meant for walking on. They're meant only to be crossed, or as is increasingly becoming the case, ambushed. Though the Gonds, divided between the Koya and Dorla tribes, are by far the biggest majority, there are small settlements of other tribal communities, too. The non-Adivasi communities, traders, and settlers, live on the edges of the forest, near the roads and markets. The PWG were not the first evangelicals to arrive in Dandakaranya. Baba Amti, the well-known Gandhian, had opened his ashram and leprosy hospital in Warora in 1975. The Ramakrishna mission had begun opening village schools in the remote forests of Abulhamad. In North Bastar, Baba Bihari Das had started an aggressive drive to bring tribals back into the Hindu fold, which involved a campaign to denigrate tribal culture, induce self-hatred, and introduce Hinduism's great gift caste. The first converts, the village chiefs and big landlords, people like Mahendra Karma, founder of the Salwajudam, were conferred the status of Dwij, twice-born, Brahmins. Of course, this was a bit of a scam, because nobody can become a Brahmin. If they could, we'd be a nation of Brahmins by now. But this counterfeit Hinduism is considered good enough for tribal people, just like the counterfeit brands of everything else: biscuits, soap, matches, oil that are sold in village markets. As part of the Hindutva drive, the names of villages were changed in land records, as a result of which most have two names now: people's names and government names. Inner village, for example, became Chinnari. On voters' lists, tribal names were changed to Hindu names. Masa Karma became Mahendra Karma. Those who did not come forward to join the Hindu fold were declared Kapwais, by which they meant untouchables, who later became the natural constituency for the Maoists. The PWG first began work in South Bastar and Gadchirali. Comrade Venu describes those first months in some detail, how the villagers were suspicious of them and wouldn't let them into their homes. No one would offer them food or water. The police spread rumors that they were thieves. The women hid their jewelry in the ashes of their wood stoves. There was an enormous amount of repression. In November 1980, in Gadchirali, the police opened fire at a village meeting and killed an entire squad. That was DK's first encounter killing. It was a traumatic setback, and the comrades retreated across the Godavari and returned to Adil Abad, but in 1981 they returned. They began to organize tribal people to demand a rise in the price they were being paid for tendul leaves, which are used to make beedis. At the time, traders paid 3 paise for a bundle of about 50 leaves. It was a formidable job to organize people entirely unfamiliar with this kind of politics, to lead them on strike. Eventually the strike was successful and the price was doubled, to 6 paise a bundle. But the real success for the party was to have been able to demonstrate the value of unity and a new way of conducting a political negotiation. Today, after several strikes and agitations, the price of a bundle of tendul leaves is re-1. It seems a little improbable at these rates, but the turnover of the tendu business runs into hundreds of crores of rupees, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Every season, the government floats tenders and gives contractors permission to extract a fixed volume of tendul leaves, usually between 1,500 and 5,000 standard bags known as manak boras. Each manak bora contains about 1,000 bundles. Of course, there's no way of ensuring that the contractors don't extract more than they're meant to. By the time the tendu enters the market, it is sold in kilos. The slippery arithmetic and the sly system of measurement that converts bundles into manak boras into kilos is controlled by the contractors and leaves plenty of room for manipulation of the worst kind. The most conservative estimate puts their profit per standard bag at about Rs. $1,123. That's after paying the party a commission of Rs. $122.60 per bag. Even by that gauge, a small contractor, 1,500 bags, makes about Rs. 16 lakh a season, and a big one, 5,000 bags, up to Rs. 55 lakh, $118,000. A more realistic estimate would be several times this amount. Meanwhile, the gravest internal security threat makes just enough to stay alive until the next season. We're interrupted by some laughter and the sight of Nilesh, one of the young PLGA comrades, walking rapidly toward the cooking area, slapping himself. When he comes closer, I see that he's carrying a leafy nest of angry red ants that have crawled all over him and are biting him on his arms and neck. Nilesh is laughing, too. Have you ever eaten ant chutney? Comrade Venu asks me. I know red ants well, from my childhood in Kerala. I've been bitten by them, but I've never eaten them. The chapali turns out to be nice. Sour. Lots of folic acid. Nilesh is from Bijapur, which is at the heart of Salwajudam operations. Nilesh's younger brother joined the Judam on one of its looting and burning sprees and was made a special police officer. He lives in the Basaguda camp with his mother. His father refused to go and stayed behind in the village. In effect, it's a family blood feud. Later on, when I had an opportunity to talk to him, I asked Nilesh why his brother had done that. He was very young, Nilesh said. He got an opportunity to run wild and hurt people and burn houses. He went crazy, did terrible things. Now he is stuck. He can never come back to the village. He will not be forgiven. He knows that. We return to the history lesson. The party's next big struggle, Comrade Venu says, was against the Ballarpur paper mills. The government had given the Thapars a 45-year contract to extract 1.5 lakh tons of bamboo at a hugely subsidized rate. Small beer compared to bauxite, but still. The tribals were paid 10 paise for a bundle, which contained 20 culms of bamboo. I won't yield to the vulgar temptation of comparing that with the profits the Thapars were making. A long agitation, a strike, followed by negotiations with officials of the paper mill in the presence of the people, tripled the price to 30 paise per bundle. For the tribal people, these were huge achievements. Other political parties had made promises but showed no signs of keeping them. People began to approach the PWG asking if they could join up. But the politics of tendu, bamboo, and other forest produce was seasonal. The perennial problem, the real bane of people's lives, was the biggest landlord of all, the Forest Department. Every morning, forest officials, even the most junior of them, would appear in villages like a bad dream, preventing people from plowing their fields, collecting firewood, plucking leaves, picking fruit, grazing their cattle, from living. They brought elephants to overrun fields and scattered babol seeds to destroy the soil as they passed by. People would be beaten, arrested, humiliated, their crops destroyed. Of course, from the Forest Department's point of view, these were illegal people engaged in unconstitutional activity, and the department was only implementing the rule of law. Their sexual exploitation of women was just an added perk in a hardship posting. Emboldened by the people's participation in these struggles, the party decided to confront the Forest Department. It encouraged people to take over forest land and cultivate it. The Forest Department retaliated by burning new villages that came up in forest areas. In 1986, it announced a national park in Bijapur, which meant the eviction of 60 villages. More than half of them had already been moved out, and construction of national park infrastructure had begun when the party moved in. It demolished the construction and stopped the eviction of the remaining villages. It prevented the Forest Department from entering the area. On a few occasions, officials were captured, tied to trees, and beaten by villagers. It was cathartic revenge for generations of exploitation. Eventually, the Forest Department fled. Between 1986 and 2000, the party redistributed 300,000 acres of forest land. Today, Comrade Venu says, there are no landless peasants in Dandakaranya. For today's generation of young people, the Forest Department is a distant memory, the stuff of stories mothers tell their children, about a mythological past of bondage and humiliation. For the older generation, freedom from the Forest Department meant genuine freedom. They could touch it, taste it. It meant far more than India's independence ever did. They began to rally to the party that had struggled with them. The 7 Squad team had come a long way. Its influence now ranged across a 60,000 square kilometer stretch of forest, thousands of villages and millions of people. But the departure of the Forest Department heralded the arrival of the police. That set off a cycle of bloodshed. Fake encounters by the police, ambushes by the PWG. With the redistribution of land came other responsibilities, irrigation, agricultural productivity, and the problem of an expanding population arbitrarily clearing forest land. A decision was taken to separate mass work and military work. Today, Dandakaranya is administered by an elaborate structure of Janatana Sarkars, people's governments. The organizing principles came from the Chinese Revolution and the Vietnam War. Each Janatana Sarkar is elected by a cluster of villages whose combined population can range from 500 to 5,000. It has 9 departments: Krishi, Agriculture, Vyaparadayog, Trade and Industry, Arthik, Economic, Nyaya, Justice, Raksha, Defense, Hospital, Health, Jansampark, Public Relations, School Riddhi Rivaha, Education and Culture, and Jungle. A group of Janatana Sarkars come under an area committee. 3 area committees make up a division. There are 10 divisions in Dandakaranya. We have a Save the Jungle department now, Comrade Venu says. You must have read the government report that says forest has increased in Naxal areas. Ironically, Comrade Venu says, the first people to benefit from the party's campaign against the forest department were the Mukhiyas, village chiefs, the Dwij brigade. They used their manpower and their resources to grab as much land as they could while the going was good. But then people began to approach the party with their internal contradictions, as Comrade Venu put it quaintly. The party began to turn its attention to issues of equity, class, and injustice within tribal society. The big landlords sensed trouble on the horizon. As the party's influence expanded, theirs had begun to wane. Increasingly, people were taking their problems to the party instead of to the Mukhiyas. Old forms of exploitation began to be challenged. On the day of the first rain, people were traditionally supposed to till the Mukhiyas' land instead of their own. That stopped. They no longer offered them the first day's picking of mahua or other forest produce. Obviously, something needed to be done. Enter Mahendra Karma, one of the biggest landlords in the region and at the time a member of the CPI. In 1990, he rallied a group of Mukhiyas and landlords and started a campaign called the Jan Jagran Abhiyan, Public Awakening Campaign. Their way of awakening the public was to form a hunting party of about 300 men to comb the forest, killing people, burning houses, and molesting women. The then Madhya Pradesh government Chhattisgarh had not yet been created, provided police backup. In Maharashtra, something similar called Democratic Front began its assault. People's War responded to all of this in true People's War style, by killing a few of the most notorious landlords. In a few months, the Jan Jagran Abhiyan, the White Terror Comrade Venu's term for it faded. In 1998, Mahendra Karma, who had by now joined the Congress Party, tried to revive the Jan Jagran Abhiyan. This time it fizzled out even faster than before. Then, in the summer of 2005, fortune favored him. In April, the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, government in Chhattisgarh signed 2 memorandums of understanding to set up integrated steel plants, the terms of which are secret. One for Rs 7,000 crore, $1.5 billion, with Essa Steel in Baladila, and the other for Rs 10,000 crore, $2.1 billion, with Tata Steel in Lohandaguda. That same month, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh made his famous statement about the Maoists being the gravest internal security threat to India. It was an odd thing to say at the time, because actually the opposite was true. The Congress government in Andhra Pradesh had just outmaneuvered the Maoists, decimated them. They had lost about 1,600 of their cadre and were in complete disarray. The Prime Minister's statement sent the share value of mining companies soaring. It also sent a signal to the media that the Maoists were fair game for anyone who chose to go after them. In June 2005, Mahendra Karma called a secret meeting of Mukhiyas in Kutru village and announced the Salwajudam, the purification hunt. A lovely melange of tribal earthiness and Dwij/Nazi sentiment. Unlike the Jan Jagran Abhiyan, the Salwajudam was a ground-clearing operation, meant to move people out of their villages into roadside camps, where they could be policed and controlled. In military terms, it's called strategic hamletting. It was devised by General Sir Harold Briggs in 1950 when the British were at war against the Communists in Malaya. The Briggs plan became very popular with the Indian Army, which has used it in Nagaland, Mizoram, and Telangana. The BJP Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Raman Singh, announced that as far as his government was concerned, villagers who did not move into the camps would be considered Maoists. So, in Bastar, for an ordinary villager, just staying at home became the equivalent of indulging in dangerous terrorist activity. Along with a steel mug of black tea, as a special treat, someone hands me a pair of earphones and switches on a little MP3 player. It's a scratchy recording of Mr. Manhar, then the Superintendent of Police of Bijapur, briefing a junior officer over the wireless about the rewards and incentives the state and central governments are offering to Jagreet, awakened, villages and to people who agree to move into camps. He then gives clear instructions that villages that refuse to surrender should be burnt and journalists who want to cover Naxalites should be shot on sight. I'd read about this in the papers long ago. When the story broke, as punishment it's not clear to whom the superintendent was transferred to the State Human Rights Commission. The first village the Salwajudam burnt, on June 18, 2005, was Ambali. Between June and December 2005, it burned, killed, raped, and looted its way through hundreds of villages of South Dantewada. The centers of its operations were the districts of Bijapur and Baramgarh, near Baladila, where SS Steel's new plant was proposed. Not coincidentally, these were also Maoist strongholds, where the Janatana Sarkars had done a great deal of work, especially in building water harvesting structures. The Janatana Sarkars became the special target of the Salwajudam's attacks. Hundreds of people were killed in the most brutal ways. About 60,000 people moved into camps, some voluntarily, others out of terror. Of these, about 3,000 were appointed special police officers on a salary of Rs. $1,532. For these paltry crumbs, young people, like Nilesh's brother, have sentenced themselves to a life sentence in a barbed wire enclosure. Cruel as they have been, they could end up being the worst victims of this horrible war. No Supreme Court judgment ordering the Salwajudam to be dismantled can change their fate. The remaining hundreds of thousands of people went off the government radar. But the development funds for these 644 villages did not. What happens to that little gold mine? Many of them made their way to Andhra Pradesh and Orissa, where they usually migrated to work as contract labor during the chili picking season. But tens of thousands fled into the forest, where they still remain, living without shelter, coming back to their fields and homes only in the daytime. In the slipstream of the Salwajudam, a swarm of police stations and camps appeared. The idea was to provide carpet security for a creeping reoccupation of Maoist-controlled territory. The assumption was that the Maoists would not dare to attack such a large concentration of security forces. The Maoists, for their part, realized that if they did not break that carpet security, it would amount to abandoning people whose trust they had earned and with whom they had lived and worked for 25 years. They struck back in a series of attacks on the heart of the security grid. On January 26, 2006, the PLGA attacked the Gungalore police camp and killed 7 people. On July 17, 2006, the Salwajudam camp at Irabor was attacked, 20 people were killed and 150 injured. You might have read about it. Maoists attacked the relief camp set up by the state government to provide shelter to the villagers who had fled from their villages because of terror unleashed by the Naxalites. On December 13, 2006, they attacked the Basaguda relief camp and killed 3 special police officers and a constable. On March 15, 2007, came the most audacious of them all. 120 PLGA guerrillas attacked the Rani Badalikanya ashram, a girls' hostel that had been converted into a barrack for 80 Chhattisgarh police, and special police officers, while the girls still lived in it as human shields. The PLGA entered the compound, cordoned off the annex in which the girls lived, and attacked the barracks. Some 55 policemen and special police officers were killed. None of the girls was hurt. The candid superintendent of police of Dantewada had shown me his PowerPoint presentation with horrifying photographs of the burned, disemboweled bodies of the policemen amidst the ruins of the blown-up school building. They were so macabre, it was impossible not to look away. He looked pleased at my reaction. The attack on Rani Badalai caused an uproar in the country. Human rights organizations condemned the Maoists not just for their violence, but also for being anti-education and attacking schools. But in Dandakaranya, the Rani Badalai attack became a legend. Songs, poems, and plays were written about it. The Maoist counter-offensive did break the carpet security and gave people breathing space. The police and the Silwajudam retreated into their camps, from which they now emerge usually in the dead of night only in packs of 300 or 1,000 to carry out cordon and search operations in villages. Gradually, except for the special police officers and their families, the rest of the people in the Silwajudam camps began to return to their villages. The Maoists welcomed them back and announced that even special police officers could return if they genuinely, and publicly, regretted their actions. Young people began to flock to the PLGA. The PLGA had been formally constituted in December 2000. Over the last 30 years, its armed squads had very gradually expanded into sections, sections had grown into platoons, and platoons into companies. But after the Silwajudam's depredations, the PLGA was rapidly able to declare battalion strength. The Silwajudam had not just failed, it had backfired badly. As we now know, it was not just a local operation by a small-time hood. Regardless of the doublespeak in the press, the Silwajudam was a joint operation by the state government of Chhattisgarh and the Congress Party, which was in power at the center. It could not be allowed to fail. Not when all those memorandums of understanding were still waiting, like wilting hopefuls on the marriage market. The government was under tremendous pressure to come up with a new plan. They came up with Operation Green Hunt. The Silwajudam special police officers are called Koya Commandos now. It has deployed the Chhattisgarh Armed Force, the Central Reserve Police Force, the Border Security Force, the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, the Central Industrial Security Force, Greyhounds, Scorpions, Cobras. And a policy that's affectionately called WAM, winning hearts and minds. Significant wars are often fought in unlikely places. Free market capitalism defeated Soviet communism in the bleak mountains of Afghanistan. Here in the forests of Dantewada, a battle rages for the soul of India. Plenty has been said about the deepening crisis in Indian democracy and the collusion between big corporations, major political parties, and the security establishment. If anybody wants to do a quick spot check, Dantewada is the place to go. A draft report titled State Agrarian Relations and the Unfinished Task of Land Reform, Volume 1, said that Tata Steel and Essa Steel were the first financiers of the Silwajudam. Because it was a government report, it created a flurry when it was reported in the press. That fact has subsequently been dropped from the final report. Was it a genuine error, or did someone receive a gentle, integrated steel tap on the shoulder? On October 12, 2009, the mandatory public hearing for Tata's steel plant, meant to be held in Lohandaguda where local people could come, actually took place in a small hall inside the collectorate in Jagdalpur, many miles away, cordoned off with massive security. A hired audience of 50 tribals was brought in a guarded convoy of government jeeps. After the meeting, the district collector congratulated the people of Lohandaguda for their cooperation. The local newspapers reported the lie, even though they knew better. The advertisements rolled in. Despite villagers' objections, land acquisition for the project has begun. The Maoists are not the only ones who seek to depose the Indian state. It's already been deposed several times by Hindu fundamentalism and economic totalitarianism. Lohandaguda, a 5-hour drive from Dantewada, never used to be an Naxalite area. But it is now. Comrade Juri, who sat next to me while I ate the ant chutney, works in the area. She said they decided to move in after graffiti had begun to appear on the walls of village houses, saying, Naxali Aao, hey main Bakao, Naxals come and save us. A few months ago, Vimal Meshram, president of the village panchayat, was shot dead in the market. He was Tata's man, Juri says. He was forcing people to give up their land and accept compensation. It's good that he's been finished. We lost a comrade, too. They shot him. Do you want more Chaipali? She's only 20. We won't let the Tatas come there. People don't want them. Juri is not PLGA. She's in the Chetna Nata Manch, the cultural wing of the party. She sings. She writes songs. She's from Abulhamad. She's married to Comrade Madhav. She fell in love with his singing when he visited her village with a Chetna Nata Manch troupe. I feel I ought to say something at this point. About the futility of violence, about the unacceptability of summary executions. But what should I suggest they do? Go to court? Do a dharna at Yantar Mantar, New Delhi? A rally? A relay hunger strike? It sounds ridiculous. The promoters of the new economic policy who find it so easy to say there is no alternative should be asked to suggest an alternative resistance policy. A specific one, to these specific people, in this specific forest. Here. Now. Which party should they vote for? Which democratic institution in this country should they approach? Which door did the Narmada Bachao Andolan not knock on during the years and years it fought against big dams on the Narmada? It's dark. There's a lot of activity in the camp, but I can't see anything. Just points of light moving around. It's hard to tell whether they are stars or fireflies or Maoists on the move. Little Mengtu appears from nowhere. I found out that he's part of the first batch of the young communists' mobile school, who are being taught to read and write and tutored in basic communist principles. Indoctrination of young minds, our corporate media howls. The TV advertisements that brainwash children before they can even think are not seen as a form of indoctrination. The young communists are not allowed to carry guns or wear uniforms. But they trail the PLGA squads, with stars in their eyes, like groupies of a rock band. Mengtu has adopted me with a gently proprietorial air. He has filled my water bottle and says I should pack my bag. A whistle blows. The blue Yahili tent is dismantled and folded up in 5 minutes flat. Another whistle and all 100 comrades fall in line. 5 rows. Comrade Raju is the director of ops. There's a roll call. I'm in the line too, shouting out my number when Comrade Kamla, who is in front of me, prompts me. We count to 20 and then start from 1, because that's as far as most Gons count. 20 is enough for them. Maybe it should be enough for us, too. Chandu is in fatigues now and carries a Sten gun. In a low voice, Comrade Raju is briefing the group. It's all in Gandhi, I don't understand a thing, but I keep hearing the word RV later. Raju tells me it stands for rendezvous. It's a Gandhi word now. We make RV points so that in case we come under fire and people have to scatter, they know where to regroup. He cannot possibly know the kind of panic this induces in me. Not because I'm scared of being fired on, but because I'm scared of being lost. I'm a directional dyslexic, capable of getting lost between my bedroom and my bathroom. What will I do in 60,000 square kilometers of forest? Come hell or high water, I'm going to be holding on to Comrade Raju's palu. Before we start walking, Comrade Venu comes up to me. Okay, then, comrade. I'll take your leave. I'm taken aback. He looks like a little mosquito in a woolen cap and chap pals, surrounded by his guards, 3 women, 3 men. Heavily armed. We are very grateful to you, comrade, for coming all the way here, he says. Once again the handshake, the clenched fist. Lal salam, comrade. He disappears into the forest, the keeper of the keys. And in a moment, it's as though he was never here. I'm a little bereft. But I have hours of recordings to listen to. And as the days turn into weeks, I will meet many people who paint color and detail into the grid he drew for me. We begin to walk in the opposite direction. Comrade Raju, smelling of iodex from a mile off, says with a happy smile, my knees are gone. I can only walk if I have had a fistful of painkillers. Comrade Raju speaks perfect Hindi and has a deadpan way of telling the funniest stories. He worked as an advocate in Raipur for 18 years. Both he and his wife Malti were party members and part of its city network. At the end of 2007, one of the key people in the Raipur network was arrested, tortured, and eventually turned informer. He was driven around Raipur in a closed police vehicle and made to point out his former colleagues. Comrade Malti was one of them. On January 22, 2008, she was arrested along with several others. The charge against her is that she mailed CDs containing video evidence of Salwajudam atrocities to several members of parliament. Her case rarely comes up for hearing because the police know their case is flimsy. But the new Chhattisgarh Special Public Security Act allows the police to hold her without bail for several years. Now the government has deployed several battalions of Chhattisgarh police to protect the poor members of parliament from their own mail, Comrade Roy says. He did not get caught because he was in Dandakaranya at the time, attending a meeting. He's been here ever since. His two school-going children, who were left alone at home, were interrogated extensively by the police. Finally, their home was packed up and they went to live with an uncle. Comrade Roy received news of them for the first time only a few weeks ago. What gives him this strength, this ability to hold on to his acid humor? What keeps them all going, despite all they have endured? Their faith and hope and love for the party. I encounter it again and again, in the deepest, most personal ways. We're moving in single file now. Myself and 100 senselessly violent, bloodthirsty insurgents. I looked around at the camp before we left. There are no signs that almost 100 people had camped here, except for some ash where the fires had been. I cannot believe this army. As far as consumption goes, it's more Gandhian than any Gandhian and has a lighter carbon footprint than any climate change evangelist. But for now, it even has a Gandhian approach to sabotage. Before a police vehicle is burnt, for example, it is stripped down and every part cannibalized. The steering wheel is straightened out and made into a Burmar, the Rexine upholstery stripped and used for ammunition pouches, the battery for solar charging. The new instructions from the High Command are that captured vehicles should be buried and not cremated, so they can be resurrected when needed. Should I write a play, I wonder Gandhi get your gun? Or will I be lynched? We're walking in pitch darkness and dead silence. I'm the only one using a torch, pointed down so that all I can see in its circle of light are Comrade Kamla's bare heels in her scuffed, black chappals, showing me exactly where to put my feet. She is carrying 10 times more weight than I am. Her backpack, her rifle, a huge bag of provisions on her head, one of the large cooking pots, and 2 shoulder bags full of vegetables. The bag on her head is perfectly balanced, and she can scramble down slopes and slippery rock pathways without so much as touching it. She is a miracle. It turns out to be a long walk. I'm grateful to the history lesson because apart from everything else it gave my feet a rest for a whole day. It's the most beautiful thing, walking in the forest at night. And I'll be doing it night after night. We're going to a celebration of the centenary of the 1910 Bumkal Rebellion in which the Koyas rose up against the British. Bumkal means earthquake. Comrade Roy says people will walk for days together to come for the celebration. The forest must be full of people on the move. There are celebrations in all the DK divisions. We are privileged because Comrade Leng, the master of ceremonies, is walking with us. In Gandhi, Leng means the voice. Comrade Leng is a tall, middle-aged man from Andhra Pradesh, a colleague of the legendary and beloved singer-poet Gedder, who founded the radical cultural organization Jan Nata Manch, JNM, in 1972. Eventually, JNM became a formal part of the PWG and in Andhra Pradesh could draw audiences numbering in the tens of thousands. Comrade Leng joined in 1977 and became a famous singer in his own right. He lived in Andhra through the worst repression, the era of encounter killings in which friends died almost every day. He himself was picked up one night from his hospital bed, by a woman superintendent of police masquerading as a doctor. He was taken to the forest outside Warangal to be encountered. But luckily, Gatter got the news and managed to raise an alarm. When People's War decided to start a cultural organization in DK in 1998, Comrade Leng was sent to head the Chetna Nata Manch. And here he is now, walking with me, for some reason wearing an olive green shirt and purple pajamas with pink bunnies on them. There are 10,000 members in Chetna Nata Manch now, he told me. We have 500 songs, in Hindi, Gondi, Chhattisgarhi, and Halbai. We have printed a book with 140 of our songs. Everybody writes songs. The first time I spoke to him, he sounded very grave, very single-minded. But days later, sitting around a fire, still in those pajamas, he tells us about a very successful, mainstream Telugu film director, a friend of his, who always plays a Naxalite in his own films. I asked him, Comrade Leng said in his lovely Telugu accented Hindi, why do you think Naxalites are always like this? And he did a deft caricature of a crouched, high-stepping, hunted-looking man emerging from the forest with an AK-47 and left us screaming with laughter. I'm not sure whether I'm looking forward to the Bumkal celebrations. I fear I'll see traditional tribal dances stiffened by Maoist propaganda, rousing, rhetorical speeches and an obedient audience with glazed eyes. We arrive at the grounds quite late in the evening. A temporary monument, of bamboo scaffolding wrapped in red cloth, has been erected. On top, above the hammer and sickle of the Maoist party, is the bow and arrow of the Janatana Sarkar, wrapped in silver foil. Appropriate, the hierarchy. The stage is huge, also temporary, on a sturdy scaffolding covered by a thick layer of mud plaster. Already, there are small fires scattered around the ground, people have begun to arrive and are cooking their evening meal. They're only silhouettes in the dark. We thread our way through them, Lal Salam, Lal Salam, Lal Salam, and keep going for about 15 minutes until we re-enter the forest. At our new campsite, we have to fall in again. Another roll call. And then instructions about sentry positions and firing arcs, decisions about who will cover which area in the event of a police attack. RV points are fixed again. Also, a miracle. An advance party has arrived and cooked dinner already. For dessert, Kamla brings me a wild guava that she has plucked on the walk and squirreled away for me. From dawn, there is the sense of more and more people gathering for the day's celebration. There's a buzz of excitement building up. People who haven't seen each other in a long time meet again. We can hear the sound of mics being tested. Flags, banners, posters, buntings are going up. A poster with the pictures of the 5 people who were killed in Ongnar the day we arrived has appeared. I'm drinking tea with Comrade Narmada, Comrade Moss, and Comrade Rupi. Comrade Narmada talks about the many years she worked in Gadchirali before becoming the DK head of the Krantakari Adivasi Mahila Sangathan. Rupi and Moss have been urban activists in Andhra Pradesh and tell me about the long years of struggle by women within the party, not just for their rights, but also to make the party see that equality between men and women is central to a dream of a just society. We talk about the 1970s and the stories of women within the Naxalite movement who were disillusioned by male comrades who thought themselves great revolutionaries but were hobbled by the same old patriarchy, the same old chauvinism. Moss says things have changed a lot since then, though they still have a way to go. The party's Central Committee and Politburo have no women yet. Around noon, another PLGA contingent arrives. This one is headed by a tall, lithe, boyish-looking man. This comrade has 2 names, Sukdev and Gudsa Usandi, neither of them his. Sukdev is the name of a very beloved comrade who was martyred. In this war, only the dead are safe enough to use their real names. As for Gudsa Usandi, many comrades have been Gudsa Usandi at one point or another. A few months ago, it was Comrade Rayu. Gudsa Usandi is the name of the party's spokesperson for Dandakaranya. So even though Sukdev spends the rest of the trip with me, I have no idea how I'd ever find him again. I'd recognize his laugh anywhere, though. He came to DK in 1988, he says, when the PWG decided to send 1/3 of its forces from North Telangana into DK. He's nicely dressed, in civil, Gandhi wore civilian clothes, as opposed to dress, the Maoist uniform, and could pass off as a young executive. I ask him why no uniform. He says he's been traveling and has just come back from the Keshkal Ghats near Kankar. There are reports of 3 million tons of bauxite that a company called Vedanta has its eye on. Bingo! 10 on 10 for my instincts. Sukhdev says he went there to measure the people's temperature. To see if they were prepared to fight. They want squads now. And guns. He throws his head back and roars with laughter. I told them it's not so easy, bye. From the stray wisps of conversation and the ease with which he carries his AK-47, I can tell he's also high up and hands-on PLGA. Jungle Post arrives. There's a biscuit for me. It's from Comrade Venu. On a tiny piece of paper, folded and refolded, he has written down the lyrics of a song he promised he would send me. Comrade Narmada smiles when she reads them. She knows this story. It goes back to the 1980s, around the time when people first began to trust the party and come to it with their problems, their inner contradictions, as Comrade Venu put it. Women were among the first to come. One evening an old lady sitting by the fire got up and sang a song for the Dada log. She was a Maadaya, among whom it was customary for women to remove their blouses and remain bare-breasted after they were married. Jumper polo inter Dada, Dakanili. Tan tasam inter Dada, Dakanili. Bada papam kitam Dada, Dakanili. Duniya kadile mata Dada, Dakanili. They say we cannot keep our blouses, Dada, Dakanili. They make us take them off, Dada. In what way have we sinned, Dada? The world's changed, has it not, Dada? Adam hatik Dada, Dakanili. Idananga dantam Dada, Dakanili. Id pisval mani Dada, Dakanili. Mavakoya turku vihate Dada, Dakanili. But when we go to the market, Dada, we have to go half naked, Dada. We don't want this life, Dada. Tell our ancestors this, Dada. This was the first women's issue the party decided to campaign against. It had to be handled delicately, with surgical tools. In 1986, it set up the Adivasi Mahila Sangathan, which evolved into the Krantakari Adivasi Mahila Sangathan and now has 90,000 enrolled members. It could well be the largest women's organization in the country. They're all Maoists, by the way, all 90,000 of them. Are they going to be wiped out? And what about the 10,000 members of Chetna Nata Manch? Them too. CAM's campaigns against the Adivasi traditions of forced marriage and abduction. Against the custom of making menstruating women live outside the village in a hut in the forest. Against bigamy and domestic violence. It hasn't won all its battles, but then which feminists have? For instance, in Dandakaranya, even today women are not allowed to sow seeds. In party meetings, men agree that this is unfair and ought to be done away with. But, in practice, they simply don't allow it. So the party decided that women would sow seeds on common land, which belongs to the Janatana Sarkar. On that land, they sow seed, grow vegetables, and build check dams. A half victory, not a whole one. As police repression has grown in Bastar, the women of CAMS have become a formidable force and rally in their hundreds, sometimes thousands, to physically confront the police. The very fact that CAMS exists has radically changed traditional attitudes and eased many of the traditional forms of discrimination against women. For many young women, joining the party, in particular the PLGA, became a way of escaping the suffocation of their own society. Comrade Sushala, a senior office-bearer of CAMS, talks about the Salwajudam's rage against CAMS women. She says one of their slogans was Hum do bibi Layanj. Layanj. We will have 2 wives. We will. A lot of the rape and bestial sexual mutilation was directed at members of CAMS. Many young women who witnessed the savagery then joined the PLGA, and now women make up 45% of its cadre. Comrade Narmada sends for some of them and they join us in a while. Comrade Rinki has very short hair. A bob cut, as they say in Gandhi. It's brave of her, because here, Bobcut means Maoist. For the police, that's more than enough evidence to warrant summary execution. Comrade Rinki's village, Korma, was attacked by the Naga Battalion and the Salwajudam in 2005. At that time, Rinki was part of the village militia. So were her friends Lucky and Suki, who were also members of CAMS. After burning the village, the Naga Battalion caught Lucky and Suki and one other girl, gang-raped and killed them. They raped them on the grass, Rinki says, but after it was over, there was no grass left. It's been years now, the Naga Battalion has gone, but the police still come. They come whenever they need women, or chickens. Ajitha has a bob cut, too. The Judam came to Korsil, her village, and killed 3 people by drowning them in a nala. Ajitha was with the militia and followed the Judam at a distance to a place close to the village called Paral Nar Todak. She watched them rape 6 women and shoot a man in his throat. Comrade Laxmi, who is a beautiful girl with a long plait, tells me she watched the Judam burn 30 houses in her village, Hahor. We had no weapons then, she says, we could do nothing but watch. She joined the PLGA soon after. Laxmi was one of the 150 guerrillas who walked through the jungle for 3.5 months in 2008, to Naya Garhan Orissa, to raid a police armory from which they captured 1,200 rifles and 200,000 rounds of ammunition. Comrade Sumita joined the PLGA in 2004, before the Salwajudam began its rampage. She joined, she says, because she wanted to escape from home. Women are controlled in every way, she told me. In our village, girls were not allowed to climb trees. If they did, they would have to pay a fine of Rs $500, $10, or a hen. If a man hits a woman and she hits him back, she has to give the village a goat. Men go off to the hills for months together to hunt. Women are not allowed to go near the kill, the best part of the meat goes to men. Women are not allowed to eat eggs. Good reason to join a guerrilla army? Sumita tells the story of 2 of her friends, Talam Parvati and Kamla, who worked with CAMS. Talam Parvati was from Polkaya village in South Bastar. Like everyone else from there, she too watched the Salwajudam burn her village. She then joined the PLGA and went to work in the Keshkal Ghats. In 2009, she and Kamla had just finished organizing the March 8 Women's Day celebrations in the area. They were together in a little hut just outside a village called Vajo. The police surrounded the hut at night and began to fire. Kamla fired back, but she was killed. Parvati escaped but was found and killed the next day. That's what happened last year on Women's Day. And here's a press report from a national newspaper about Women's Day this year. Bastar rebels bat for women's rights. Sehar Khan, Mail Today, Raipur, March 7, 2010. The government may have pulled out all stops to combat the Maoist menace in the country. But a section of rebels in Chhattisgarh has more pressing matters in hand than survival. With International Women's Day around the corner, Maoists in the Bastar region of the state have called for week-long celebrations to advocate women's rights. Posters were also put up in Bijapur, a part of Bastar district. The call by the self-styled champions of women's rights has left the state police astonished. The Inspector General of Bastar, T.J. Longkumar said, "I have never seen such an appeal from the Naxalites, who believe only in violence and bloodshed." And then the report goes on to say, "I think the Maoists are trying to counter our highly successful Jan Jagran Abhiyan, mass awareness campaign. We started the ongoing campaign with an aim to win popular support for Operation Green Hunt, which was launched by the police to root out left-wing extremists," the Inspector General said. This cocktail of malice and ignorance is not unusual. Gudsa Usandi, chronicler of the parties present, knows more about this than most people. His little computer and MP3 recorder are full of press statements, denials, corrections, party literature, lists of the dead, TV clips, and audio and video material. The worst thing about being Gudsa Usandi, he says, is issuing clarifications which are never published. We could bring out a thick book of our unpublished clarifications about the lies they tell about us. He speaks without a trace of indignation, in fact, with some amusement. What's the most ridiculous charge you've had to deny? He thinks back. In 2007, we had to issue a statement saying, Nahin bai, ham gai ko hathod se nahin mara, no brother, we did not kill the cows with a hammer. In 2007, the Raman Singh government announced a Gai Yojana, cow scheme, an election promise, a cow for every Adivasi. One day the TV channels and newspapers reported that Naxalites had attacked a herd of cows and bludgeoned them to death with hammers because they were anti-Hindu, anti-BJP. You can imagine what happened. We issued a denial. Hardly anybody carried it. Later, it turned out that the man who had been given the cows to distribute was a rogue. He sold them and said we had ambushed him and killed the cows. And the most serious? Oh, there are dozens, they are running a campaign, after all. When the Salwajudam started, the first day they attacked a village called Ambali, burned it down, and then all of them special police officers, the Naga battalion, police moved toward Kotrapal. You must have heard about Kotrapal. It's a famous village, it has been burnt 22 times for refusing to surrender. When the Judam reached Kotrapal, our militia was waiting for it. They had prepared an ambush. 2 officers died. We captured 7, the rest ran away. The next day the newspapers reported that the Naxalites had massacred poor Adivasis. Some said we had killed hundreds. Even a respectable magazine like Frontline said we had killed 18 innocent Adivasis. Even K. Balagopal, the human rights activist, who is usually meticulous about facts, even he said this. We sent a clarification. Nobody published it. Later, in his book, Balagopal acknowledged his mistake. But who noticed? I asked what happened to the 7 people who were captured. The area committee called a Jan Adalat, People's Court. 4,000 people attended it. They listened to the whole story. 2 of the special police officers were sentenced to death. 5 were warned and let off. The people decided. Even with informers, which is becoming a huge problem nowadays, people listen to the case, the stories, the confessions, and say, Iska hum risk nahin le sakt, we're not prepared to take the risk of trusting this person, or iska risk hum lenj, we are prepared to take the risk of trusting this person. The press always reports about informers who are killed. Never about the many who are let off. So everybody thinks it is some bloodthirsty procedure in which everybody is always killed. It's not about revenge, it's about survival and saving future lives. Of course, there are problems, we've made terrible mistakes, we have even killed the wrong people in our ambushes thinking they were policemen, but it is not the way it's portrayed in the media. The dreaded people's courts. How can we accept them? Or approve this form of rude justice? On the other hand, what about encounters, fake and otherwise the worst form of summary justice that get policemen and soldiers bravery medals, cash awards, and out-of-turn promotions from the Indian government? The more they kill, the more they are rewarded. Bravehearts they are called, the encounter specialists. Anti-nationals, we are called, those of us who dare to question them. And what about the Supreme Court that brazenly admitted it did not have enough evidence to sentence Mohammed Afzal, accused in the December 2001 Parliament attack, to death, but did so anyway, because the collective conscience of the society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender. At least in the case of the Kotrapal Jan Adalat, the collective was physically present to make its own decision. It wasn't made by judges who had lost touch with ordinary life a long time ago, presuming to speak on behalf of an absent collective. What should the people of Kotrapal have done, I wonder? Sent for the police? The sound of drums has become really loud. It's bum call time. We walk to the grounds. I can hardly believe my eyes. There is a sea of people, the most wild, beautiful people, dressed in the most wild, beautiful ways. The men seem to have paid much more attention to themselves than the women. They have feathered headgear and painted tattoos on their faces. Many have eye makeup and white, powdered faces. There's lots of militia, girls in saris of breathtaking colors with rifles slung carelessly over their shoulders. There are old people, children, and red buntings arc across the sky. The sun is sharp and high. Comrade Leng speaks. And several office holders of the various Janatana Sarkars. Comrade Nidhi, an extraordinary woman who has been with the party since 1997, is such a threat to the nation that in January 2007 more than 700 policemen surrounded Inner Village because they heard she was there. Comrade Nidhi is considered to be so dangerous and is being hunted with such desperation not because she has led many ambushes, which she has, but because she is an Adivasi woman who is loved by people in the village and is a real inspiration to young people. She speaks with her AK on her shoulder. It's a gun with a story. Almost everyone's gun has a story, who it was snatched from, how, and by whom. A Chetna Natya Manch troupe performs a play about the Bumkal uprising. The evil white colonizers wear hats and golden straw for hair, and bully and beat Adivasis to pulp, causing endless delight in the audience. Another troupe from South Gungalore performs a play called Natir Judam Pito, Story of the Blood Hunt. Juri translates for me. It's the story of two old people who go looking for their daughter's village. As they walk through the forest, they get lost because everything is burnt and unrecognizable. The Solwajudam has even burned the drums and the musical instruments. There are no ashes because it has been raining. They cannot find their daughter. In their sorrow, the old couple starts to sing, and hearing them, the voice of their daughter sings back to them from the ruins. The sound of our village has been silenced, she sings. There's no more pounding of rice, no more laughter by the well. No more birds, no more bleating goats. The taut string of happiness has been snapped. Her father sings back, my beautiful daughter, don't cry today. Everyone who is born must die. These trees around us will fall, flowers will bloom and fade, one day this world will grow old. But who are we dying for? One day our looters will learn, one day truth will prevail, but our people will never forget you, not for thousands of years. A few more speeches. Then the drumming and the dancing begins. Each Janatana Sarkar has its own troupe. Each troupe has prepared its own dance. They arrive one by one, with huge drums, and they dance wild stories. The only character every troupe has in common is Bad Mining Man, with a helmet and dark glasses, and usually smoking a cigarette. But there's nothing stiff, or mechanical, about their dancing. As they dance, the dust rises. The sound of drums becomes deafening. Gradually, the crowd begins to sway. And then it begins to dance. They dance in little lines of 6 or 7, men and women separate, with their arms around each other's waists. Thousands of people. This is what they've come for. For this. Happiness is taken very seriously here, in the Dandakaranya forest. People will walk for miles, for days together to feast and sing, to put feathers in their turbans and flowers in their hair, to put their arms around each other and drink mahua and dance through the night. No one sings or dances alone. This, more than anything else, signals their defiance toward a civilization that seeks to annihilate them. I can't believe all this is happening right under the noses of the police. Right in the midst of Operation Green Hunt. At first, the PLGA comrades watch the dancers, standing aside with their guns. But then, one by one, like ducks who cannot bear to stand on the shore and watch other ducks swim, they move in and begin to dance, too. Soon there are lines of olive-green dancers, swirling with all the other colors. And then, as sisters and brothers and parents and children and friends who haven't met for months, years sometimes, encounter each other, the lines break up and reform and the olive green is distributed among the swirling saris and flowers and drums and turbans. It surely is a people's army. For now, at least. And what Chairman Mao said about the gorillas being the fish and people being the water they swim in is, at this moment, literally true. Chairman Mao. He's here, too. A little lonely, perhaps, but present. There's a photograph of him, up on a red cloth screen. Marx, too. And Chiru Mazumdar, the founder and chief theoretician of the Naxalite movement. His abrasive rhetoric fetishizes violence, blood, and martyrdom and often employs a language so coarse as to be almost genocidal. Standing here, on Bumcall Day, I can't help thinking that his analysis, so vital to the structure of this revolution, is so removed from its emotion and texture. When he said that only an annihilation campaign could produce the new man who will defy death and be free from all thought of self-interest, could he have imagined that this ancient people, dancing into the night, would be the ones on whose shoulders his dreams would come to rest? It's a great disservice to everything that is happening here that the only thing that seems to make it to the outside world is the stiff, unbending rhetoric of the ideologues of a party that has evolved from a problematic past. When Chiru Mazumdar famously said, "China's chairman is our chairman and China's path is our path," he was prepared to extend it to the point where the Naxalites remained silent while General Yahya Khan committed genocide in East Pakistan, Bangladesh, because at the time, China was an ally of Pakistan. There was silence, too, over the Khmer Rouge and its killing fields in Cambodia. There was silence over the egregious excesses of the Chinese and Russian revolutions. Silence over Tibet. Within the Naxalite movement, too, there have been violent excesses, and it's impossible to defend much of what they've done. But can anything they have done compare with the sordid achievements of the Congress and the BJP in Punjab, Kashmir, Delhi, Mumbai, Gujarat? And yet, despite these terrifying contradictions, Chiru Mazumdar was a visionary in much of what he wrote and said. The party he founded, and its many splinter groups, has kept the dream of revolution real and present in India. Imagine a society without that dream. For that alone, we cannot judge him too harshly. Especially not while we swaddle ourselves with Gandhi's pious humbug about the superiority of the non-violent way and his notion of trusteeship. The rich man will be left in possession of his wealth, of which he will use what he reasonably requires for his personal needs and will act as a trustee for the remainder to be used for the good of society. How strange it is, though, that the contemporary tsars of the Indian establishment, the state that crushed the Naxalites so mercilessly, should now be saying what Chiru Mazumdar said so long ago: China's path is our path. Upside down. Inside out. China's path has changed. China has become an imperial power now, preying on other countries, other people's resources. The party is still right, although the party has changed its mind. When the party is a suitor, as it is now in Dandakaranya, wooing the people, attentive to their every need, then it genuinely is a people's party, its army genuinely a people's army. But after the revolution, how easily this love affair can turn into a bitter marriage. How easily the people's army can turn upon the people. Today in Dandakaranya, the party wants to keep the bauxite in the mountain. Tomorrow, will it change its mind? But should we let apprehensions about the future immobilize us in the present? The dancing will go on all night. I walk back to the camp. Moss is there, awake. We chat late into the night. I give her my copy of Neruda's Captain's Verses. I brought it along, just in case. She asks, again and again, what do they think of us outside? What do students say? Tell me about the women's movement. What are the big issues now? She asks about me, my writing. I try and give her an honest account of my chaos. Then she starts to talk about herself, how she joined the party. She tells me that her partner was killed last May, in a fake encounter. He was arrested in Nashik and taken to Warangal to be killed. They must have tortured him badly. She was on her way to meet him when she heard he had been arrested. She's been in the forest ever since. After a long silence, she tells me she was married once before, years ago. He was killed in an encounter, too, she says, and adds with heartbreaking precision, but in a real one. I lie awake on my yahilai, thinking of Moss's protracted sadness, listening to the drums and the sounds of protracted happiness from the grounds, and thinking about Chiru Mazumdar's idea of protracted war, the central precept of the Maoist party. This is what makes people think the Maoists' offer to enter peace talks is a hoax, a ploy to get breathing space to regroup, rearm themselves, and go back to waging protracted war. What is protracted war? Is it a terrible thing in itself, or does it depend on the nature of the war? What if the people here in Dandakaranya had not waged their protracted war for the last 30 years, where would they be now? And are the Maoists the only ones who believe in protracted war? Almost from the moment India became a sovereign nation, it turned into a colonial power, annexing territory, waging war. It has never hesitated to use military interventions to address political problems. Kashmir, Hyderabad, Goa, Nagaland, Manipur, Telangana, Assam, Punjab, the Naxalite uprising in West Bengal, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, and now across the tribal areas of central India. Tens of thousands have been killed with impunity, hundreds of thousands tortured. All of this behind the benign mask of democracy. Who have these wars been waged against? Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Communists, Dalits, Tribals, and, most of all, against the poor who dare to question their lot instead of accepting the crumbs that are flung at them. It's hard not to see that the Indian state is an essentially upper caste Hindu state, regardless of the party in power, that harbors a reflexive hostility toward the other. One that, in true colonial fashion, sends the Nagas and Mizos to fight in Chhattisgarh, Sikhs to Kashmir, Kashmiris to Orissa, Tamilians to Assam, and so on. If this isn't protracted war, what is? Unpleasant thoughts on a beautiful, starry night. Sukdev is smiling to himself, his face lit by his computer screen. He's a crazy workaholic. I ask him what's funny. I was thinking about the journalists who came last year for the Bumkal celebrations. They came for a day or two. One posed with my AK, had himself photographed and then went back and called us killing machines or something. The dancing hasn't stopped and it's daybreak. The lines are still going, hundreds of young people still dancing. They won't stop, Comrade Raju says, not until we start packing up. On the grounds I run into Comrade Doctor. He's been running a little medical camp on the edge of the dance floor. I want to kiss his fat cheeks. Why can't he be at least 30 people instead of just one? Why can't he be 1,000 people? I ask him what it's looking like, the health of Dandakaranya. His reply makes my blood run cold. Most of the people he has seen, he says, including those in the PLGA, have a hemoglobin count that's between 5 and 6, when the standard for Indian women is 11. There's TB caused by more than 2 years of chronic anemia. Young children are suffering from protein energy malnutrition grade 2, in medical terminology called kwashiorkor. I looked it up later. It's a word derived from the Ga language of coastal Ghana and means the sickness a baby gets when the new baby comes. Basically, the old baby stops getting mother's milk, and there's not enough food to provide it nutrition. It's an epidemic here, like in Biafra, Comrade Doctor says. I have worked in villages before, but I've never seen anything like this. Apart from this, there's malaria, osteoporosis, tapeworm, severe ear and tooth infections, and primary amenorrhea, which is when malnutrition during puberty causes a woman's menstrual cycle to disappear or never appear in the first place. There are no clinics in this forest apart from 1 or 2 in Gadchirali. No doctors. No medicines. He's off now, with his little team, on an 8-day trek to Abu Ahmad. He's in dress too, Comrade Doctor. So, if they find him, they'll kill him. Comrade Raju says that it isn't safe for us to continue to camp here. We have to move. Leaving Bumkal involves a lot of goodbyes spread over time. Lal lal salam, lal lal salam. Janwale Sathayan ko lal lal salam. Red salute to departing comrades. Firmailing, Firmailing. Dandakaranya jungle main Firmailing. We'll meet again, someday, in the Dandakaranya forest. It's never taken lightly, the ceremony of arrival and departure, because everybody knows that when they say we'll meet again they actually mean we may never meet again. Comrade Narmada, Comrade Moss, and Comrade Rupi are going separate ways. Will I ever see them again? So, once again, we walk. It's becoming hotter every day. Kamla picks the first fruit of the tendu for me. It tastes like shaku. I've become a tamarind fiend. This time we camp near a stream. Women and men take turns to bathe in batches. In the evening, Comrade Raju receives a whole packet of biscuits. News. 60 people arrested in Manpur division at the end of January 2010 have not yet been produced in court. Huge contingents of police have arrived in South Bastar. Indiscriminate attacks are on. On November 8, 2009, in Kishlaram village, Bijapur Jilla, Durko Madka, 60, and Kovazi Suklu, 68, were killed. On November 24, Madhavi Baman, 15, was killed in Pangodi village. On December 3, Madhavi Budram from Koranjid was also killed. On December 11, Gumiapal village, Darba division, 7 people killed, names yet to come. On December 15, Kotrapal village, Viko Sambar and Madhavi Mati, both with cams, were killed. On December 30, Veshapal village Punam Pandu and Punam Motu, father and son, were killed. On January 2010, date unknown, head of the Janatana Sarkar in Kaika village, Gungalore, was killed. On January 9, 4 people were killed in Serpangudan village, Jagargonda area. On January 10, 3 people were killed in Pulam Puladai village, no names yet. On January 25, 7 people were killed in Takalad village, Indravati area. On February 10, Bumkal Day, Kumli was raped and killed in Dumnair village, Abu Ahmad. She was from a village called Paver. 2,000 troops of the Indo-Tibetan Border Police are camped in the Rajanand Gaon forests. 5,000 additional Border Security Force troops have arrived in Kankar. And then, PLGA quota filled. Some dated newspapers have arrived, too. There's a lot of press about Naxalites. One screaming headline sums up the political climate perfectly: Kadidu, Maro, Samarpan Karo, eliminate, kill, make them surrender. Below that, Varda K. Lilaktantra Ka Dwar Kolahai, democracy's door is always open for talks. A second says the Maoists are growing cannabis to make money. The third has an editorial saying that the area we've camped in and are walking through is entirely under police control. The young communists take the clips away to practice their reading. They walk around the camp reading the anti-Maoist articles loudly in radio announcer voices. New day. New place. We're camped on the outskirts of User village, under huge mahua trees. The mahua has just begun to flower and is dropping its pale green blossoms like jewels on the forest floor. The air is suffused with its slightly heady smell. We're waiting for the children from the Batpal school, which was closed down after the Ongnar encounter. It's been turned into a police camp. The children have been sent home. This is also true of the schools in Nelwood, Munjameta, Edka, Vedomakot, and Donara. The Batpal school children don't show up. Comrade Nidhi, most wanted, and Comrade Vinod lead us on a long walk to see the series of water harvesting structures and irrigation ponds that have been built by the local Janatana Sarkar. Comrade Nidhi talks about the range of agricultural problems they have to deal with. Only 2% of the land is irrigated. In Abu Ahmad, ploughing was unheard of until 10 years ago. In Gadchirali on the other hand, hybrid seeds and chemical pesticides are edging their way in. We need urgent help in the agriculture department, Comrade Vinod says. We need people who know about seeds, organic pesticides, permaculture. With a little help we could do a lot. Comrade Ramu is the farmer in charge of the Janatana Sarkar area. He proudly shows us around the fields, where they grow rice, brinjal, gongara, onions, kohlrabi. Then, with equal pride, he shows us a huge but bone-dry irrigation pond. What's this? This one doesn't even have water during the rainy season. It's dug in the wrong place, he says, a smile wrapped around his face. It's not ours, it was dug by the Ludi Sarkar, the government that loots. There are two parallel systems of government here, Janatana Sarkar and Ludi Sarkar. I think of what Comrade Venu said to me, they want to crush us, not only because of the minerals, but because we are offering the world an alternative model. It's not an alternative yet, this idea of Gram Swaraj with a gun. There's too much hunger, too much sickness here. But it has certainly created the possibilities for an alternative. Not for the whole world, not for Alaska, or New Delhi, nor even perhaps for the whole of Chhattisgarh, but for itself. For Dandakaranya. It's the world's best kept secret. It has laid the foundations for an alternative to its own annihilation. It has defied history. Against the greatest odds it has forged a blueprint for its own survival. It needs help and imagination, it needs doctors, teachers, farmers. It does not need war. But if war is all it gets, it will fight back. Over the next few days, I meet women who work with CAMs, various office bearers of the Janatana Sarkars, members of the Dandakaranya Adivasi Kisan Mazdoor Sangathan, the families of people who had been killed, and just ordinary people trying to cope with life in these terrifying times. I met three sisters Sukiari, Sukde, and Sukali not young, perhaps in their 40s, from Narayanpur district. They have been in camps for 12 years. The villagers depend on them to deal with the police. The police come in groups of 200 to 300. They steal everything, jewelry, chickens, pigs, pots and pans, bows and arrows, Sukali says, they won't even leave a knife. Her house in Inner has been burned twice, once by the Naga Battalion and once by the Central Reserve Police Force. Sukiari has been arrested and jailed in Jagdalpur for 7 months. Once they took away the whole village, saying the men were all Nagzals. Sukiari followed with all the women and children. They surrounded the police station and refused to leave until the men were freed. Whenever they take someone away, Sukde says, you have to go immediately and snatch them back. Before they write any report. Once they write in their book, it becomes very difficult. Sukiari, who as a child was abducted and forcibly married to an older man, she ran away and went to live with her sister, now organizes mass rallies, speaks at meetings. The men depend on her for protection. I asked her what the party means to her. Nagzalvad ka matlab hamara parivar, Nagzalvad means our family. When we hear of an attack, it is like our family has been hurt, Sukiari says. I asked her if she knew who Mao was. She smiled shyly, he was a leader. We're working for his vision. I met Comrade Somarigati. 20 years old, and she has already served a 2-year jail sentence in Jagdalpur. She was in Inner Village on January 8, 2007, the day that 740 policemen laid a cordon around it because they had information that Comrade Nidhi was there. She was, but she had left by the time they arrived. But the village militia, of which Somari was a member, was still there. The police opened fire at dawn. They killed 2 boys, Suklal Gadi and Kishru Gada. Then they caught 3 others, 2 boys, Dusri Salam and Rana, and Somari. Dusri and Rana were tied up and shot. Somari was beaten within an inch of her life. The police got a tractor with a trailer and loaded the dead bodies into it. Somari was made to sit with the dead bodies and taken to Narayanpur. I met Shamri, mother of Comrade Dilip who was shot on July 6, 2009. She says that after they killed him, the police tied her son's body to a pole, like an animal and carried it with them. They need to produce bodies to get their cash rewards, before someone else muscles in on the kill. Shamri ran behind them all the way to the police station. By the time they reached, the body did not have a scrap of clothing on it. On the way, Shamri says, they left the body by the roadside while they stopped at a dhaba to have tea and biscuits. Which they did not pay for. Picture this mother for a moment, following her son's corpse through the forest, stopping at a distance to wait for his murderers to finish their tea. They did not let her have her son's body back so she could give him a proper funeral. They only let her throw a fistful of earth in the pit in which they buried the others they had killed that day. Shamri says she wants revenge. Badla ku badla, blood for blood. I met the elected members of the Marskola Janatana Sarkar that administers 6 villages. They described a police raid. They come at night, 300, 400, sometimes 1,000 of them. They lay a cordon around a village and lie in wait. At dawn they catch the first people who go out to the fields and use them as human shields to enter the village, to show them where the booby traps are. Booby traps has become a Gandhi word. Everybody always smiles when they say it or hear it. The forest is full of booby traps, real and fake. Even the PLGA needs to be guided past villages. Once the police enter a village, they loot and steal and burn houses. They come with dogs. The dogs catch those who try and run. They chase chickens and pigs, and the police kill them and take them away in sacks. Special police officers come along with the police. They're the ones who know where people hide their money and jewelry. They catch people and take them away. And extract money before they release them. They always carry some extra Naxal dresses with them in case they find someone to kill. They get money for killing Naxals, so they manufacture some. Villagers are too frightened to stay at home. In this tranquil-looking forest, life seems completely militarized now. People know words like cordon and search, firing, advance, retreat, down, action. To harvest their crops, they need the PLGA to do a sentry patrol. Going to the market is a military operation. The markets are full of mukbers, informers, whom the police have lured from their villages with money. I'm told there's a mukber mohalla, informers colony, in Narayanpur where at least 4,000 mukbers stay. The men can't go to market anymore. The women go, but they're watched closely. If they buy even a little extra, the police accuse them of buying it for Naxals. Chemists have been instructed not to let people buy medicines except in very small quantities. Low-price rations from the public distribution system, sugar, rice, kerosene, are warehoused in or near police stations, making it impossible for most people to buy. Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines genocide as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, or forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. All the walking seems to have finally gotten to me. I'm tired. Kamla gets me a pot of hot water. I bathe behind a tree in the dark. But I can't eat dinner and crawl into my bag to sleep. Comrade Raju announces that we have to move. This happens frequently, of course, but tonight it's hard. We have been camped in an open meadow. We'd heard shelling in the distance. There are 104 of us. Once again, single file through the night. Crickets. The smell of something like lavender. It must have been past 11 p.m. when we arrived at the place where we will spend the night. An outcrop of rocks. Formation. Roll call. Someone switches on the radio. BBC says there's been an attack on a camp of Eastern Frontier Rifles in Lalgarh, West Bengal. 60 Maoists on motorcycles. 14 policemen killed. 10 missing. Weapons snatched. There's a murmur of pleasure in the ranks. Maoist leader Kishanji is being interviewed. When will you stop this violence and come for talks? When Operation Green Hunt is called off? Anytime. Tell Chidambaram we will talk. Next question, it's dark now, you have laid landmines, reinforcements have been called in, will you attack them, too? Kishanji, yes, of course, otherwise people will beat me. There's laughter in the ranks. Sukhdef the clarifier says, they always say land mines. We don't use land mines. We use IEDs. Another luxury suite in the 1,000-star hotel. I'm feeling ill. It starts to rain. There's a little giggling. Kamla throws a yahili over me. What more do I need? Everyone else just rolls themselves into their yahilis. By next morning the body count in Lalgarh has gone up to 21, 10 are missing. Comrade Raju is considerate this morning. We don't move till evening. One night, people are crowded like moths around a point of light. It's Comrade Sukhdef's tiny computer, powered by a solar panel, and they're watching Mother India, the barrels of their rifles silhouetted against the sky. Kamla doesn't seem interested. I ask her if she likes watching movies. Nahin Diddy. Surf ambush video. No Diddy. Only ambush videos. Later, I ask Comrade Sukhdef about these ambush videos. Without batting an eyelid, he plays one for me. It starts with shots of Dandakaranya, rivers, waterfalls, the close-up of a bare branch of a tree, a brain fever bird calling. Then suddenly a comrade is wiring up an IED, concealing it with dry leaves. A cavalcade of motorcycles is blown up. There are mutilated bodies and burning bikes. The weapons are being snatched. 3 policemen, looking shell-shocked, have been tied up. Who's filming it? Who's directing operations? Who's reassuring the captured cops that they will be released if they surrender? They were. I confirm that later. I know that gentle, reassuring voice. It's Comrade Venu. It's the Kujar ambush, Comrade Sukhdef says. He also has a video archive of burned villages, testimonies from eyewitnesses and relatives of the dead. On the singed wall of a burnt house, it says, Nagaye. Born to kill. There's footage of a little boy whose fingers were chopped off to inaugurate the Bastar chapter of Operation Green Hunt. There's even a TV interview with me. My study. My books. Strange. At night, on the radio, there's news of another Naxal attack. This one in Jamui, Bihar. It says 125 Maoists attacked a village and killed 10 people belonging to the Kora tribe in retaliation for giving police information that led to the death of 6 Maoists. Of course, we know that the media report may or may not be true. But, if it is, this one's unforgivable. Comrade Raju and Sukhdef look distinctly uncomfortable. The news that has been coming from Jharkhand and Bihar is disturbing. The gruesome beheading of the policeman Francis in Dhuvar is still fresh in everyone's mind. It's a reminder of how easily the discipline of armed struggle can dissolve into lumpen acts of criminalized violence or into ugly wars of identity between castes and communities and religious groups. By institutionalizing injustice in the way that it does, the Indian state has turned this country into a tinderbox of massive unrest. The government is quite wrong if it thinks that by carrying out targeted assassinations to render the CPI, Maoist, headless, it will end the violence. On the contrary, the violence will spread and intensify, and the government will have nobody to talk to. On my last few days, we meander through the lush, beautiful Indravati Valley. As we walk along a hillside, we see another line of people walking in the same direction, but on the other side of the river. I'm told they are on their way to an anti-dam meeting in Kujar village. They're overground and unarmed. A local rally for the valley. I jump ship and join them. The Bodhgat Dam will submerge the entire area that we have been walking in for days. All that forest, all that history, all those stories. More than 100 villages. Is that the plan then? To drown people like rats, so that the integrated steel plant in Lohandaguda and the bauxite mine and aluminum refinery in the Keshkal Ghats can have the river? At the meeting, people who have come from miles away say the same thing we have all heard for years. We will drown, but we won't move. They are thrilled that someone from Delhi is with them. I tell them Delhi is a cruel city that neither knows nor cares about them. Only weeks before I came to Dandakaranya, I visited Gujarat. The Sardar Sarovar Dam has more or less reached its full height now. And almost every single thing the Narmada Bakayo Andolan predicted would happen has happened. People who were displaced have not been rehabilitated, but that goes without saying. The canals have not been built. There's no money. So Narmada water is being diverted into the empty riverbed of the Sabarmati, which was dammed a long time ago. Most of the water is being guzzled by cities and big industry. The downstream effects saltwater ingress into an estuary with no river are becoming impossible to mitigate. There was a time when believing that big dams were the temples of modern India was misguided, but perhaps understandable. But today, after all that has happened, and when we know all that we do, it has to be said that big dams are a crime against humanity. The Bodhgat Dam was shelved in 1984 after local people protested. Who will stop it now? Who will prevent the foundation stone from being laid? Who will stop the Indravati from being stolen? Someone must. On the last night, we camped at the base of the steep hill we would climb in the morning, to emerge on the road from where a motorcycle would pick me up. The forest has changed even since I first entered it. The Kairanji, silk cotton, and mango trees have begun to flower. The villagers from Kujar send a huge pot of freshly caught fish to the camp. And a list for me, of 71 kinds of fruit, vegetables, pulses, and insects they get from the forest and grow in their fields, along with the market price. It's just a list. But it's also a map of their world. Jungle Post arrives. 2 biscuits for me. A poem and a pressed flower from Comrade Narmada. A lovely letter from Moss. Who is she? Will I ever know? Comrade Sukhdef asks if he can download the music from my iPod onto his computer. We listen to a recording of Iqbal Bano singing Faiz Ahmed Faiz's Hum Dekaj, We Will Witness the Day, at the famous concert in Lahore at the height of the repression during the Zia-ul-Haq years. Jab Ali Safamardati Haram, Masnad Pe Bithi Jayanj. When the heretics and the reviled will be seated on high. Sab Taj Uchhil Jayanj Sab Takt Jire Jayanj. All crowns will be snatched away, all thrones toppled. Hum Dekaj. 50,000 people in the audience in that Pakistan begin a defiant chant, Inkilab Zindabad. Inkilab Zindabad. Long live the revolution. All these years later, that chant reverberates around this forest. Strange, the alliances that get made. The Home Minister's been issuing veiled threats to those who erroneously offer intellectual and material support to Maoists. Does sharing music qualify? At dawn, I say goodbye to Comrade Madhav and Juri, to young Mangtu and all the others. Comrade Chandu has gone to organize the bikes and will come with me to the main road. Comrade Raju isn't coming, the climb would be hell on his knees. Comrade Nidhi, most wanted, Comrade Sukhdef, Kamla, and 5 others will take me up the hill. As we start walking, Nidhi and Sukhdef casually but simultaneously unclick the safety catches of their axe. It's the first time I've seen them do that. We're approaching the border. Do you know what to do if we come under fire? Sukhdef asks casually, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Yes, I said, immediately declare an indefinite hunger strike. He sat down on a rock and laughed. We climbed for about an hour. Just below the road, we sat in a rocky alcove, completely concealed, like an ambush party, listening for the sound of the bikes. When it comes, the farewell must be quick. Lal salam comrades. When I looked back, they were still there. Waving. A little not. People who live with their dreams, while the rest of the world lives with its nightmares. Every night I think of this journey. That night sky, those forest paths. I see Comrade Kamla's heels in her scuffed chap pals, lit by the light of my torch. I know she must be on the move. Marching, not just for herself, but to keep hope alive for us all. First published in Outlook, March 29, 2010. Trickle-down revolution. The law locks up the hapless felon who steals the goose from off the common, but lets the greater felon loose who steals the common from the goose. Anonymous, England, 1821. In the early morning hours of July 2, 2010, in the remote forests of Adilabad, the Andhra Pradesh State Police fired a bullet into the chest of a man called Kemkuri Rajkumar, known to his comrades as Azad. Azad was a member of the Politburo of the banned Communist Party of India, Maoist, and had been nominated by his party as its chief negotiator for the proposed peace talks with the Government of India. Why did the police fire at point-blank range and leave those telltale burn marks, when they could so easily have covered their tracks? Was it a mistake or was it a message? They killed a second person that morning, Hemchandra Pandey, a young journalist who was travelling with Azad when he was apprehended. Why did they kill him? Was it to make sure no eyewitness remained alive to tell the tale? Or was it just whimsy? In the course of a war, if, in the preliminary stages of a peace negotiation, one side executes the envoy of the other side, it's reasonable to assume that the side that did the killing does not want peace. It looks very much as though Azad was killed because someone decided that the stakes were too high to allow him to remain alive. That decision could turn out to be a serious error of judgment. Not just because of who he was, but because of the political climate in India today. Days after I said goodbye to the comrades and emerged from the Dandakaranya forest, I found myself charting a weary but familiar course to Yantar Mantar, on Parliament Street in New Delhi. Yantar Mantar is an old observatory built by Maharaja Sawai Singh II of Jaipur in 1710. In those days it was a scientific marvel, used to tell the time, predict the weather, and study the planets. Today, it's a not-so-hot tourist attraction that doubles up as Delhi's little showroom for democracy. For some years now, protests unless they are patronized by political parties or religious organizations have been banned in Delhi. The Boat Club on Rajpathi, which has in the past seen huge, historic rallies that sometimes lasted for days, is out of bounds for political activity now and is only available for picnics, balloon sellers and boat rides. As for India Gate, candlelight vigils and boutique protests for middle-class causes, such as justice for Jessica the model who was killed in a Delhi bar by a thug with political connections, are allowed, but nothing more. Section 144, an old 19th-century law that bans the gathering of more than 5 people who have a common object which is unlawful in a public place, has been clamped on parts of the city. The law was passed by the British in 1861 to prevent a repeat of the 1857 mutiny. It was meant to be an emergency measure but has become a permanent fixture in many parts of India. Perhaps it was in gratitude for laws like these that our Prime Minister, while accepting an honorary degree from Oxford, thanked the British for bequeathing us such a rich legacy. Our judiciary, our legal system, our bureaucracy and our police are all great institutions, derived from British Indian administration, and they have served the country well. Yantar Mantar is the only place in Delhi where Section 144 is not enforced. People from all over the country, fed up with being ignored by the political establishment and the media, converge there, desperately hoping for a hearing. Some take long train journeys. Some, like the victims of the Bhopal gas leak, have walked for weeks, all the way to Delhi. Though they had to fight each other for the best spot on the burning, or freezing, pavement, until recently protesters were allowed to camp in Yantar Mantar for as long as they liked, weeks, months, even years. Under the malevolent gaze of the police and the special branch, they would put up their faded shamiyanas and banners. From here they declared their faith in democracy by issuing their memorandums, announcing their protest plans and staging their indefinite hunger strikes. From here they tried, but never succeeded, to march on Parliament. From here they hoped. Of late, though, democracy's timings have been changed. It's strictly office hours now, 9 to 5. No overtime. No sleepovers. No matter from how far people have come, no matter if they have no shelter in the city, if they don't leave by 6 p.m., they are forcibly dispersed, by the police if necessary, with batons and water cannons if things get out of hand. The new timings were ostensibly instituted to make sure that the 2010 Commonwealth Games that New Delhi is hosting go smoothly. But nobody's expecting the old timings back anytime soon. Maybe it's in the fitness of things that what's left of our democracy should be traded in for an event that was created to celebrate the British Empire. Perhaps it's only right that 400,000 people should have had their homes demolished and been driven out of the city overnight. Or that hundreds of thousands of roadside vendors should have had their livelihoods snatched away by order of the Supreme Court so city malls could take over their share of business. And that tens of thousands of beggars should have been shipped out of the city while more than 100,000 galley slaves were shipped in to build the flyovers, metro tunnels, Olympic-size swimming pools, warm-up stadiums, and luxury housing for athletes. The old empire may not exist. But obviously our tradition of servility has become too profitable an enterprise to dismantle. I was at Yantar Mantar because 1,000 pavement dwellers from cities all over the country had come to demand a few fundamental rights, the right to shelter, to food, ration cards, to life, protection from police brutality and criminal extortion by municipal officers. It was early spring, the sun was sharp, but still civilized. This is a terrible thing to have to say, but it's true, you could smell the protest from a fair distance. It was the accumulated odor of 1,000 human bodies that had been dehumanized, denied the basic necessities for human, or even animal, health and hygiene for years, if not a whole lifetime. Bodies that had been marinated in the refuse of our big cities, bodies that had no shelter from the harsh weather, no access to clean water, clean air, sanitation, or medical care. No part of this great country, none of the supposedly progressive schemes, no single urban institution has been designed to accommodate them. Not the Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, not any other slum development, employment guarantee, or welfare scheme. Not even the sewage system they shit on top of it. They are shadow people, who live in the cracks that run between schemes and institutions. They sleep on the streets, eat on the streets, make love on the streets, give birth on the streets, are raped on the streets, cut their vegetables, wash their clothes, raise their children, live and die on the streets. If the motion picture were an art form that involved the olfactory senses, in other words, if cinema smelled, then films like Slumdog Millionaire would not win Oscars. The stench of that kind of poverty wouldn't blend with the aroma of warm popcorn. The people at the protest in Yantar Mantar that day were not even slum dogs, they were pavement dwellers. Who were they? Where had they come from? They were the refugees of India's shining, the people who are being sloshed around like toxic effluent in a manufacturing process that has gone berserk. The representatives of the more than 60 million people who have been displaced, by rural destitution, by slow starvation, by floods and drought, many of them man-made, by mines, steel factories and aluminum smelters, by highways and expressways, by the 3,300 big dams built since independence, and now by special economic zones. They're part of the 830 million people of India who live on less than Rs 40 cents a day, the ones who starve while millions of tons of food grain are either eaten by rats in government warehouses or burnt in bulk, because it is cheaper to burn food than to distribute it to poor people. They are the parents of the tens of millions of malnourished children in our country, of the 2 million who die every year before they reach the age of 5. They are the millions who make up the chain gangs that are transported from city to build the new India. Is this what is known as enjoying the fruits of modern development? What must they think, these people, about a government that sees fit to spend $9 billion of public money, 2,000% more than the initial estimate, for a 2-week sports extravaganza which, for fear of terrorism, malaria, dengue, and New Delhi's new superbug, many international athletes have refused to attend? Which the Queen of England, titular head of the Commonwealth, would not consider presiding over, not even in her most irresponsible dreams. What must they think of the fact that most of those billions have been stolen and salted away by politicians and games officials? Not much, I guess. Because for people who live on less than 20 rupees, 40 cents, a day, money on that scale must seem like science fiction. It probably doesn't occur to them that it's their money. That's why corrupt politicians in India never have a problem sweeping back into power, using the money they stole to buy elections. Then, they feign outrage and ask, why don't the Maoists stand for elections? Standing there, in that dim crowd on that bright day, I thought of all the struggles that are being waged by people in this country against big dams in the Narmada Valley, Pallavaram, Arunachal Pradesh, against mines in Orissa, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, against the police by the Adivasis of Lalgarh, against the grabbing of their lands for industries and special economic zones all over the country. How many years, and in how many ways, people have fought to avoid just such a fate. I thought of Mas, Narmada, Rupi, Niti, Mangtu, Madhav, Saraha, Rayu, Gudsa Usandi, and Comrade Kamala, my young bodyguard during the time I spent with the Maoists in the jungle, with their guns slung over their shoulders. I thought of the great dignity of the forest I had so recently walked in and the rhythm of the Adivasi drums at the Bumkal celebration in Bastar, like the soundtrack of the quickening pulse of a furious nation. I thought of Padma with whom I travelled to Warangal. She is only in her 30s, but when she walks upstairs, she has to hold the banister and drag her body behind her. She was arrested just a week after she had had an appendix operation. She was beaten until she had an internal hemorrhage and had to have several organs removed. When they cracked her knees, the police explained helpfully that it was to make sure she would never walk in the jungle again. She was released after serving an 8-year sentence. Now she runs the Amarula Badha Mitrala Committee, the committee of relatives and friends of martyrs. It retrieves the bodies of people killed in fake encounters. Padma spends her time crisscrossing northern Andhra Pradesh, in whatever transport she can find, usually a tractor, transporting the corpses of people whose parents or spouses are too poor to make the journey to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones. The tenacity, the wisdom, and the courage of those who have been fighting for years, for decades, to bring change, or even the whisper of justice to their lives, is something extraordinary. Whether people are fighting to overthrow the Indian state, or fighting against big dams, or only fighting a particular steel plant or mine or special economic zone, the bottom line is that they are fighting for their dignity, for the right to live and smell like human beings. They are fighting because, as far as they are concerned, the fruits of modern development stink like dead cattle on the highway. On the 64th anniversary of India's independence, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh climbed into his bulletproof soapbox in the Red Fort to deliver a passionless, bone-chillingly banal speech to the nation. Listening to him, who would have guessed that he was addressing a country that, despite having the second highest economic growth rate in the world, has more poor people than 26 of Africa's poorest countries put together? All of you have contributed to India's success, he said. The hard work of our workers, our artisans, our farmers has brought our country to where it stands today. We are building a new India in which every citizen would have a stake, an India which would be prosperous and in which all citizens would be able to live a life of honor and dignity in an environment of peace and goodwill. An India in which all problems could be solved through democratic means. An India in which the basic rights of every citizen would be protected. Some would call this graveyard humor. He might as well have been speaking to people in Finland or Sweden. If our Prime Minister's reputation for personal integrity extended to the text of his speeches, this is what he should have said. Brothers and sisters, greetings to you on this day on which we remember our glorious past. Things are getting a little expensive, I know, and you keep moaning about food prices, but look at it this way: more than 650 million of you are engaged in and are living off agriculture as farmers and farm labor. But your combined efforts contribute less than 18% of our GDP. So what's the use of you? Look at our IT sector. It employs 0.2% of the population and accounts for 5% of our GDP. Can you match that? It is true that in our country employment hasn't kept pace with growth, but fortunately 60% of our workforce is self-employed. 90% of our labor force is employed by the unorganized sector. True, they manage to get work only for a few months in the year, but since we don't have a category called underemployed, we just keep that part a little vague. It would not be right to enter them in our books as unemployed. Coming to the statistics that say we have the highest infant and maternal mortality in the world, we should unite as a nation and ignore bad news for the time being. We can address these problems later, after our trickle-down revolution, when the health sector has been completely privatized. Meanwhile, I hope you are all buying medical insurance. As for the fact that the per capita food grain availability has actually decreased over the last 20 years, which happens to be the period of our most rapid economic growth, believe me, that's just a coincidence. My fellow citizens, we are building a new India in which our 100 richest people, millionaires and billionaires, hold assets worth a full 25% of our GDP. Wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands is always more efficient. You have all heard the saying that too many cooks spoil the broth. We want our beloved billionaires, our few hundred millionaires, their near and dear ones and their political and business associates, to be prosperous and to live a life of honor and dignity in an environment of peace and goodwill in which their basic rights are protected. I am aware that my dreams cannot come true by solely using democratic means. In fact, I have come to believe that real democracy flows through the barrel of a gun. This is why we have deployed the Army, the Police, the Central Reserve Police Force, the Border Security Force, the Central Industrial Security Force, the Pradeshik Armed Constabulary, the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, the Eastern Frontier Rifles, as well as the Scorpions, Greyhounds, and Cobras to crush the misguided insurrections that are erupting in our mineral-rich areas. Our experiments with democracy began in Nagaland, Manipur, and Kashmir. Kashmir, I need not reiterate, is an integral part of India. We have deployed more than 500,000 soldiers to bring democracy to the people there. The Kashmiri youth who have been risking their lives by defying curfew and throwing stones at the police for the last 2 months are Lashkar-e-Taiba militants who actually want employment, not Azadi. Tragically, 60 of them have lost their lives before we could study their job applications. I have instructed the police from now on to shoot to maim rather than kill these misguided youths. In his 7 years in office, Manmohan Singh has allowed himself to be cast as Sonia Gandhi's tentative, mild-mannered underling. It's an excellent disguise for a man who, for the last 20 years, first as finance minister and then as prime minister, has powered through a regime of new economic policies that has brought India into the situation in which it finds itself now. This is not to suggest that Manmohan Singh is not an underling. Only that all his orders don't come from Sonia Gandhi. In his autobiography, A Prattler's Tale, Ashok Mitra, former finance minister of West Bengal, tells his story of how Manmohan Singh rose to power. In 1991, when India's foreign exchange reserves were dangerously low, the Narasimha Rao government approached the International Monetary Fund, IMF, for an emergency loan. The IMF agreed on 2 conditions. The first was structural adjustment and economic reform. The second was the appointment of a finance minister of its choice. That man, says Mitra, was Manmohan Singh. Over the years, he has stacked his cabinet and the bureaucracy with people who are evangelically committed to the corporate takeover of everything: water, electricity, minerals, agriculture, land, telecommunications, education, health, no matter what the consequences. Sonia Gandhi and her son play an important part in all of this. Their job is to run the Department of Compassion and Charisma and to win elections. They are allowed to make, and also to take credit for, decisions that appear progressive but are actually tactical and symbolic, meant to take the edge off popular anger and allow the big ship to keep on rolling. The best example of this is the rally that was organized for Rahul Gandhi to claim victory for the cancellation of Vedanta's permission to mine Nyamgirai for bauxite, a battle that the Dongriakan tribe and a coalition of activists, local as well as international, have been fighting for years. At the rally, Rahul Gandhi announced that he was a soldier for the tribal people. He didn't mention that the economic policies of his party are predicated on the mass displacement of tribal people. Or that every other bauxite Giri Hill in the neighborhood was having the hell mined out of it, while this soldier for the tribal people looked away. Rahul Gandhi may be a decent man. But for him to go around talking about the 2 Indias, the rich India and the poor India, as though the party he represents has nothing to do with it, is an insult to everybody's intelligence, including his own. The division of labor between politicians who have a mass base and win elections, and those who actually run the country but either do not need to, judges and bureaucrats, or have been freed of the constraint of winning elections, like the Prime Minister, is a brilliant subversion of democratic practice. To imagine that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are in charge of the government would be a mistake. The real power has passed into the hands of a coven of oligarchs, judges, bureaucrats, and politicians. They in turn are run like prize race horses by the few corporations who more or less own everything in the country. They may belong to different political parties and put up a great show of being political rivals, but that's just subterfuge for public consumption. The only real rivalry is the business rivalry between corporations. A senior member of the coven is P. Chidambaram, who some say is so popular with the opposition that he may continue to be Home Minister even if the Congress were to lose the next election. That's probably just as well. He may need a few extra years in office to complete the task he has been assigned. But it doesn't matter if he stays or goes. The die has been rolled. In a lecture at Harvard, his old university, in October 2007, Chidambaram outlined that task. The lecture was called Poor Rich Countries, The Challenges of Development. He called the 3 decades after independence the lost years and exulted about the GDP growth rate, which rose from 6.9% in 2002 to 9.4% by 2007. What he said is important enough for me to inflict a chunk of his charmless prose on you. One would have thought that the challenge of development in a democracy will become less formidable as the economy cruises on a high-growth path. The reality is the opposite. Democracy, rather, the institutions of democracy and the legacy of the socialist era have actually added to the challenge of development. Let me explain with some examples. India's mineral resources include coal, the 4th largest reserves in the world, iron ore, manganese, mica, bauxite, titanium ore, chromite, diamonds, natural gas, petroleum, and limestone. Common sense tells us that we should mine these resources quickly and efficiently. That requires huge capital, efficient organizations, and a policy environment that will allow market forces to operate. None of these factors is present today in the mining sector. The laws in this behalf are outdated, and Parliament has been able to only tinker at the margins. Our efforts to attract private investment in prospecting and mining have, by and large, failed. Meanwhile, the sector remains virtually captive in the hands of the state governments. Opposing any change in the status quo are groups that espouse quite legitimately the cause of the forests or the environment or the tribal population. There are also political parties that regard mining as a natural monopoly of the state and have ideological objections to the entry of the private sector. They garner support from the established trade unions. Behind the unions, either known or unknown to them, stand the trading mafia. The result, actual investment is low, the mining sector grows at a tardy pace and it acts as a drag on the economy. I shall give you another example. Vast extent of land is required for locating industries. Mineral-based industries such as steel and aluminum require large tracts of land for mining, processing and production. Infrastructure projects like airports, seaports, dams, and power stations need very large extents of land so that they can provide road and rail connectivity and the ancillary and support facilities. Hitherto, land was acquired by the governments in exercise of the power of eminent domain. The only issue was payment of adequate compensation. That situation has changed. There are new stakeholders in every project, and their claims have to be recognized. We are now obliged to address issues such as environmental impact assessment, justification for compulsory acquisition, right compensation, solatium, rehabilitation and resettlement of the displaced persons, alternative house sites and farmland, and one job for each affected family. 1. Allowing market forces to mine resources quickly and efficiently is what colonizers did to their colonies, what Spain and North America did to South America, what Europe did, and continues to do, in Africa. It's what the apartheid regime did in South Africa. What puppet dictators in small countries do to bleed their people. It's a formula for growth and development, but for someone else. It's an old story. Must we really go over that ground again? Now that mining licenses have been issued with the urgency you'd associate with a knockdown distress sale, and the scams that are emerging have run into billions of dollars, now that mining companies have polluted rivers, mined away state borders, wrecked ecosystems, and unleashed civil war, the consequence of what the Coven has set into motion is playing out. Like an ancient lament over ruined landscapes and the bodies of the poor. Note the regret with which the minister in his lecture talks about democracy and the obligations it entails, democracy rather, the institutions of democracy and the legacy of the socialist era have actually added to the challenge of development. He follows that up with the standard issue clutch of lies about compensation, rehabilitation, and jobs. What compensation? What solatium? What rehabilitation? And what job for each family? 60 years of industrialization in India has created employment for 6% of the workforce. As for being obliged to provide justification for the compulsory acquisition of land, a cabinet minister surely knows that to compulsorily acquire tribal land, which is where most of the minerals are, and turn it over to private mining corporations is illegal and unconstitutional under the Panchayat, Extension to Scheduled Areas, Act or PESA. Passed in 1996, PESA is an amendment that attempts to right some of the wrongs done to tribal people by the Indian Constitution when it was adopted by Parliament in 1950. It overrides all existing laws that may be in conflict with it. It is a law that acknowledges the deepening marginalization of tribal communities and is meant to radically recast the balance of power. As a piece of legislation, it is unique because it makes the community the collective a legal entity and it confers on tribal societies who live in scheduled areas the right to self-governance. Under PESA, compulsory acquisition of tribal land cannot be justified on any count. So, ironically, those who are being called Maoists, which includes everyone who is resisting land acquisition, are actually fighting to uphold the Constitution, while the government is doing its best to vandalize it. Between 2008 and 2009, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Village Administration, commissioned 2 researchers to write a chapter for a report on the progress of Panchayati Raj in the country. The chapter is called PESA, Left-Wing Extremism and Governance, Concerns and Challenges in India's Tribal Districts. Its authors are Ajay Dandekar and Chitrangada Chowdhury. Here are some extracts. The Central Land Acquisition Act of 1894 has till date not been amended to bring it in line with the provisions of PESA. At the moment, this colonial-era law is being widely misused on the ground to forcibly acquire individual and community land for private industry. In several cases, the practice of the state government is to sign high-profile MOUs with corporate houses and then proceed to deploy the Acquisition Act to ostensibly acquire the land for the state industrial corporation. This body then simply leases the land to the private corporation, a complete travesty of the term acquisition for a public purpose, as sanctioned by the Act. There are cases where the formal resolutions of Gram Sabhas expressing dissent have been destroyed and substituted by forged documents. What is worse, no action has been taken by the state against concerned officials even after the facts got established. The message is clear and ominous. There is collusion in these deals at numerous levels. The sale of tribal lands to non-tribals in the Schedule 5 areas is prohibited in all these states. However, transfers continue to take place and have become more perceptible in the post-liberalization era. The principal reasons are transfer through fraudulent means, unrecorded transfers on the basis of oral transactions, transfers by misrepresentation of facts and misstating the purpose, forcible occupation of tribal lands, transfer through illegal marriages, collusive title suits, incorrect recording at the time of the survey, land acquisition process, eviction of encroachments and in the name of exploitation of timber and forest produce and even on the pretext of development of welfarism. In their concluding section, they say, the memorandums of understanding signed by the state governments with industrial houses, including mining companies, should be re-examined in a public exercise, with Gram Sabhas at the center of this inquiry. Point 2. Here it is then not troublesome activists, not the Maoists, but a government report calling for the mining memorandums of understanding to be re-examined. What does the government do with this document? How does it respond? On April 24, 2010, at a formal ceremony, the Prime Minister released the report. Brave of him, you would think. Except, this chapter wasn't in it. It was dropped. Half a century ago, just a year before he was killed, Che Guevara wrote, "When the oppressive forces maintain themselves in power against laws they themselves established, peace must be considered already broken." Indeed it must. In 2009, Manmohan Singh said in Parliament, if left-wing extremism continues to flourish in parts which have natural resources of minerals, the climate for investment would certainly be affected. It was a furtive declaration of war. Permit me a small digression here, a moment to tell a very short tale of two Sikhs. In his last petition to the Punjab governor, before he was hanged by the British government in 1931, Bhagat Singh, the celebrated Sikh revolutionary and Marxist said, "Let us declare that the state of war does exist and shall exist so long as India's toiling masses and the natural resources are being exploited by a handful of parasites. They may be purely British capitalist or mixed British and Indian or even purely Indian. All these things make no difference. If you pay attention to many of the struggles taking place in India, people are demanding no more than their constitutional rights. But the government of India no longer feels the need to abide by the Indian constitution, which is supposed to be the legal and moral framework on which our democracy rests. As constitutions go, it is an enlightened document, but its enlightenment is not used to protect people. Quite the opposite. It's used as a spiked club to beat down those who are protesting against the growing tide of violence being perpetrated by a state on its people in the name of the public good." In a recent article in Outlook, May 3, B.G. Verghese came out waving that club in defense of the state and big corporations. "The Maoists will fade away, democratic India and the constitution will prevail, despite the time it takes and the pain involved." 3 to this, Azad replied. It was the last piece he wrote before he was murdered. "In which part of India is the constitution prevailing, Mr. Verghese? In Dantewada, Bijapur, Kankar, Narayanpur, Rajanandgaon, in Jharkhand, Orissa? In Lalgarh, Jangal Mahal? In the Kashmir Valley? Manipur? Where was your constitution hiding for 25 long years after thousands of Sikhs were massacred? When thousands of Muslims were decimated? When lakhs of peasants are compelled to commit suicide? When thousands of people are murdered by state-sponsored Salwajudam gangs? When Adivasi women are gang-raped? When people are simply abducted by uniformed goons? Your constitution is a piece of paper that does not even have the value of toilet paper for the vast majority of the Indian people." After Azad was killed, several media commentators tried to paper over the crime by shamelessly inverting what he had said in that piece, accusing him of calling the Indian constitution a piece of toilet paper. If the government will not respect the constitution, then perhaps we should push for an amendment to the preamble itself. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic, could be substituted with we, the upper castes and classes of India, having secretly resolved to constitute India into a corporate, Hindu, satellite state. The insurrection in the Indian countryside, in particular in the tribal heartland, poses a radical challenge not only to the Indian state, but to resistance movements, too. It questions the accepted ideas of what constitutes progress, development, and indeed civilization itself. It questions the ethics as well as the effectiveness of different strategies of resistance. These questions have been asked before, yes. They have been asked persistently, peacefully, year after year, in 100 different ways by the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, the Koil Karo and Gandhamardhan agitations and hundreds of other people's movements. It was asked most persuasively and perhaps most visibly by the Narmada Bachao Andolan, the anti-dam movement in the Narmada Valley. The government of India's only answer has been repression, deviousness, and the kind of opacity that can only come from a pathological disrespect for ordinary people. Worse, it went ahead and accelerated the process of displacement and dispossession to a point where people's anger has built up in ways that cannot be controlled. Today, the poorest people in the world have managed to stop some of the richest corporations in their tracks. It's a huge victory. Those who have risen up are aware that their country is in a state of emergency. They are aware that, like the people of Kashmir, Manipur, Nagaland, and Assam, they too have now been stripped of their civil rights by laws like the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and the Chhattisgarh Special Public Security Act, which criminalize every kind of dissent by word, deed, and even intent. During the emergency era, grim as it was, people still allowed themselves to dream of bettering their lot, to dream of justice. When Indira Gandhi declared the emergency on the midnight of June 25, 1975, she did it to crush an incipient revolution. The Naxalite uprising in Bengal had been more or less decimated. But then millions of people were rallying to Jayaprakash Narayan's call for Sampoorna Kranti, total revolution. At the heart of all the unrest was the demand for land to the tiller. Even back then, it was no different. You needed a revolution to implement land redistribution, which is one of the directive principles of the Constitution. 35 years later, things have changed drastically. Justice, that grand, beautiful idea, has been whittled down to mean human rights. Equality is a utopian fantasy. The word has, more or less, been evicted from our vocabulary. The poor have been pushed to the wall. From fighting for land for the landless, revolutionary parties and resistance movements have had to lower their sights to fighting for people's rights to hold on to what little land they have. The only kind of land redistribution that seems to be in the cards is land being grabbed from the poor and redistributed to the rich, for their land banks, which go by the name of special economic zones. The landless, mostly Dalits, the jobless, the slum dwellers, and the urban working class are more or less out of the reckoning. In places like Lalgarh in West Bengal, people are only asking the police and the government to leave them alone. The Adivasi organization called the People's Committee Against Police Atrocities, PCAPA, began with one simple demand that the superintendent of police visit Lalgarh and apologize to the people for the atrocities his men had committed on villagers. That was considered preposterous. How could half-naked savages expect a government officer to apologize to them? So people barricaded their villages and refused to let the police in. The police stepped up the violence. People responded with fury. Now, 2 years down the line, and many gruesome rapes, killings, and fake encounters later, it's all-out war. The PCAPA has been banned and dubbed a Maoist outfit. Its leaders have been jailed or shot. A similar fate has befallen the Chesai Mulya Adivasi San in Narayanputna in Orissa and the Visthapanvarahi Ekta Manch in Patka in Jharkhand. People who once dreamed of justice and equality, who dared to demand land to the tiller, have been reduced to demanding an apology from the police for being beaten and maimed. Is this progress? During the emergency, the saying goes, when Mrs. Gandhi asked the press to bend, it crawled. And yet, in those days, there were instances when national dailies defiantly published blank editorials to protest censorship. Irony of ironies, one of those defiant editors was B.G. Verghese. This time around, in the undeclared emergency, there's not much scope for defiance because the media is the government. Nobody, except the corporations that control them, can tell it what to do. Senior politicians, ministers, and officers of the security establishment vie to appear on TV, feebly imploring Arnab Goswami or Barka Dutt for permission to interrupt the day's sermon. Several TV channels and newspapers are overtly manning Operation Green Hunt's war room and its disinformation campaign. There was the identically worded story about the 1,500 crore Maoist industry filed under the byline of different reporters in several different papers. Almost all newspapers and TV channels ran stories blaming the PCAPA, used interchangeably with Maoists, for the horrific train derailment near Jhargram in West Bengal in May 2010 in which 140 people died. 2 of the main suspects have been shot down by the police in encounters, even though the mystery around that train accident is still unraveling. The Press Trust of India put out several untruthful stories, faithfully showcased by the Indian Express, including one about Maoists mutilating the bodies of policemen they had killed. The denial, which came from the police themselves, was published postage stamp size hidden in the middle pages. There are the several identical interviews, all of them billed as exclusive, with a female guerrilla about how she had been raped and re-raped by Maoist leaders. She was supposed to have recently escaped from the forests, and the clutches of the Maoists, to tell the world her tale. Now it turns out that she has been in police custody for months. The atrocity-based analyses shouted out at us from our TV screens is designed to smoke up the mirrors and hustle us into thinking, yes, the tribals have been neglected and are having a very bad time, yes, they need development, yes, it's the government's fault, but right now there is a crisis. We need to get rid of the Maoists, secure the land, and then we can help the tribals. As war closes in, the armed forces have announced, in the way only they can, that they too are getting into the business of messing with our heads. In June 2010, they released 2 operational doctrines. One was a joint doctrine for air-land operations. The other was a doctrine on military psychological operations, which constitutes a planned process of conveying a message to select target audience, to promote particular themes that result in desired attitudes and behavior, which affect the achievement of political and military objectives of the country. The doctrine also provides guidelines for activities related to perception management in subconventional operations, especially in an internal environment wherein misguided population may have to be brought into the mainstream. The press release went on to say that the doctrine on military psychological operations is a policy, planning, and implementation document that aims to create a conducive environment for the armed forces to operate by using the media available with the services to their advantage. A month later, at a meeting of chief ministers of Naxalite-affected states, a decision was taken to escalate the war. 36 battalions of the India Reserve Force were added to the existing 105 battalions, and 16,000 special police officers, civilians armed and contracted to function as police, were added to the existing 30,000. The Home Secretary promised to hire 175,000 policemen over the next 5 years. It's a good model for an employment guarantee scheme: hire half the population to shoot the other half. You can fool around with the ratios if you like. 2 days later, the army chief told his senior officers to be mentally prepared to step into the fight against Naxalism. It might be in 6 months or in a year or 2, but if we have to maintain our relevance as a tool of the state, we will have to undertake things that the nation wants us to do. By August, newspapers were reporting that the on-again, off-again option of using the Air Force was on again. The Indian Air Force can fire in self-defense in anti-Maoist operations, the Hindustan Times said. The permission has been granted but with strict conditionalities. We cannot use rockets or the integral guns of the helicopters, and we can retaliate only if fired upon. To this end, we have side-mounted machine guns on our choppers that are operated by our Garrets, IAF commandos. That's a relief. No integral guns, only side-mounted machine guns. Maybe 6 months or in a year or 2 is about as long as it will take for the brigade headquarters in Bilaspur and the air base in Rajanand to be ready. Maybe by then, in a great show of democratic spirit, the government will give in to popular anger and repeal the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, AFSPA, which allows non-commissioned officers to kill on suspicion, in Manipur, Nagaland, Assam, and Kashmir. Once the applause subsides and the celebration peters out, AFSPA will be recast, as the Home Minister has suggested, along the lines of the Jeevan Reddy report, to sound more humane but to be more deadly. Then it can be promulgated all over the country under a new name. Maybe that will give the armed forces the impunity they need to do what the nation wants them to do, to be deployed in the parts of India against the poorest of the poor who are fighting for their very survival. Maybe that's how Comrade Kamla will die while she's trying to bring down a helicopter gunship or a military training jet with her pistol. Or maybe by then she will have graduated to an AK-47 or a light machine gun looted from a government armory, or a murdered policeman. Maybe by then the media available to the services will have managed the perceptions of those of us who still continue to be misguided to receive the news of her death with equanimity. So here's the Indian state, in all its democratic glory, willing to loot, starve, lay siege to, and now deploy the Air Force in self-defense against its poorest citizens. Self-defense? Ah, yes. Operation Green Hunt is being waged in self-defense by a government that is trying to restore land to poor people whose land has been snatched away by commie corporations. When the government uses the offer of peace talks to draw the deep-swimming fish up to the surface and then kill them, do peace talks have a future? Is either side genuinely interested in peace or justice? One question people have is, are the Maoists really interested in peace? Is there anything they can be offered within the existing system that will deflect the Maoists from their stated goal of overthrowing the Indian state? The answer to that is, of course not. The Maoists do not believe that the present system can deliver justice. The thing is that an increasing number of people are beginning to agree with them. If we lived in a society with a genuinely democratic impulse, one in which ordinary people felt they could at least hope for justice, then the Maoists would be only a small, marginalized group of militants with very little popular appeal. The other contention is that Maoists want a ceasefire to take the heat off themselves for a while so that they can use the time to regroup and consolidate their position. Azad, in an interview to The Hindu, April 14, 2010, was surprisingly candid about this. It doesn't need much of a common sense to understand that both sides will utilize the situation of a ceasefire to strengthen their respective sides. He then went on to explain that a ceasefire, even a temporary one, would give respite to ordinary people who are caught in a war zone. The government, on the other hand, desperately needs this war. Read the business papers to see how desperately. The eyes of the international business community are boring holes into its back. It needs to deliver, and fast. To keep its mask from falling, it must continue to offer talks on the one hand and undermine them on the other. The elimination of Azad was an important victory because it silenced a voice that had begun to sound dangerously reasonable. For the moment, at least, peace talks have been successfully derailed. There is plenty to be cynical about in the discussion around peace talks. The thing to remember is that for us ordinary folks, no peace talks means an escalating war. Over the last few months, the government has poured tens of thousands of heavily armed paramilitary troops into the forest. The Maoists responded with a series of aggressive attacks and ambushes. More than 200 policemen have been killed. The bodies keep coming out of the forest. Slain policemen wrapped in the national flag, slain Maoists, displayed like hunters' trophies, their wrists and ankles lashed to bamboo poles, bullet-ridden bodies, bodies that don't look human anymore, mutilated in ambushes, beheadings, and summary executions. Of the bodies being buried in the forest, we have no news. The theater of war has been cordoned off, closed to activists and journalists. So there are no body counts. On April 6, 2010, in its biggest strike ever, the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army ambushed a Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, company in Dantewada and killed 76 policemen. The party issued a coldly triumphant statement. Television milked the tragedy for everything it was worth. The nation was called upon to condemn the killing. Many of us were not prepared to, not because we celebrate killing, nor because we are all Maoists, but because we have thorny, naughty views about Operation Green Hunt. For refusing to buy shares in the rapidly growing condemnation industry, we were branded terrorist sympathizers and had our photographs flashed repeatedly on TV like wanted criminals. What was a CRPF contingent doing? Patrolling tribal villages with 21 AK-47 rifles, 38 INSAS rifles, 7 SLRs, 6 light machine guns, 1 Sten gun, and 1 2-inch mortar. To ask that question almost amounted to an act of treason. Days after the ambush, I ran into 2 paramilitary commandos chatting to a bunch of drivers in a Delhi car park. They were waiting for their VIP to emerge from some restaurant or health club or hotel. Their view on what is going on involved neither grief nor patriotism. It was simple accounting. A balance sheet. They were talking about how many lakhs of rupees in bribes it takes for a man to get a job in the paramilitary forces and how most families incur huge debts to pay that bribe. That debt can never be repaid by the pathetic wages paid to a Jawan. The only way to repay it is to do what policemen in India do: blackmail and threaten people, run protection rackets, demand payoffs, do dirty deals. In the case of Dantewada, loot villagers, steal cash and jewelry. But if the man dies an untimely death, it leaves the families hugely in debt. The anger of the men in the car park was directed at the government and senior police officers who make fortunes from bribes and then so casually send young men to their death. They knew that the handsome compensation that was announced for the dead in the April 6 attack was just to blunt the impact of the scandal. It was never going to be standard practice for every policeman who dies in this sordid war. Small wonder then that the news from the war zone is that CRPF men are increasingly reluctant to go on patrol. There are reports of them fudging their daily logbooks, filling them with phantom patrols. Maybe they're beginning to realize that they are only poor cocky trash, cannon fodder in a rich man's war. And there are thousands waiting to replace each one of them when they are gone. On May 17, 2010, in another major attack, the Maoists blew up a bus in Dantewada and killed about 44 people. Of them, 16 were special police officers, SPOs, in other words, members of the dreaded government-sponsored People's Militia, the Salwajudum. The rest of the dead were, shockingly, ordinary people, mostly Adivasis. The Maoists expressed perfunctory regret for having killed civilians, but they came that much closer to mimicking the state's collateral damage defense. Last month, the Maoists kidnapped 4 policemen in Bihar and demanded the release of some of their senior leaders. A few days into the hostage drama, they killed one of them, an Adivasi policeman called Lucas Tet. 2 days later, they released the other 3. By killing a prisoner in custody, the Maoists once again harmed their own cause. It was another example of the Janus-faced morality of revolutionary violence that we can expect more of in a war zone, in which tactics trump rectitude and make the world a worse place. Not many analysts and commentators who were pained by the Maoist killing of civilians in Dantewada noticed that at exactly the same time as the bus was blown up by the Maoists in Dantewada, the police had surrounded several villages in Kalinganagar in Orissa, and in Balatithi and Potko in Jharkhand, and had fired on thousands of protesters resisting the takeover of their lands by the Tatas, the Jindals, and POSCO. Even now, the siege continues. The wounded cannot be taken to the hospital because of the police cordons. Videos uploaded on YouTube show armed riot police massing in the hundreds, confronted by ordinary villagers, some of whom are armed with bows and arrows. The one favor that Operation Green Hunt has done ordinary people is that it has clarified things to them. Even the children in the villages know that the police work for the companies and that Operation Green Hunt isn't a war against Maoists. It's a war against the poor. There's nothing small about what's going on. We are watching a democracy turning on itself, trying to eat its own limbs. We're watching incredulously as those limbs refuse to be eaten. Of all the various political formations involved in the current insurrection, none is more controversial than the Communist Party of India, CPI, Maoist. The most obvious reason is its unapologetic foregrounding of armed struggle as the only path to revolution. Sumanta Banerjee's book In the Wake of Naxalbari is one of the most comprehensive accounts of the movement, for it documents the early years, the almost harebrained manner in which the Naxalites tried to jump-start the Indian Revolution by annihilating the class enemy and expecting the masses to rise up spontaneously. It describes the contortions it had to make in order to remain aligned with China's foreign policy, how Naxalism spread from state to state and how it was mercilessly crushed. Buried deep inside the fury that is directed against them by the orthodox left as well as by the liberal intelligentsia is an unease they seem to feel with themselves and a puzzling, almost mystical, protectiveness toward the Indian state. It's as though, when they are faced with a situation that has genuine revolutionary potential, they blink. They find reasons to look away. Political parties and individuals who have not, in the last 25 years, ever lent their support to, say, the Narmada Bachao Andolan, or marched in solidarity with any one of the many peaceful people's movements in the country, have suddenly begun to extol the virtues of nonviolence and Gandhian satyagraha. On the other hand, those who have been actively involved in these struggles may strongly disagree with the Maoists, they are wary, even exasperated, but they do see them as a part of the same resistance. It's hard to say who dislikes the Maoists more, the Indian state, its army of strategic experts and its instinctively right-wing middle class, or the Communist Party of India, CPI, and Communist Party of India, Marxist, usually called the CPI-M, and the several splinter groups that were part of the original Marxist-Leninists or the liberal left. The argument begins with nomenclature. The more orthodox communists do not believe that Maoism is an ism at all. The Maoists, in turn, call the mainstream parliamentary communists social fascists and accuse them of economism, basically, of gradually bargaining away the prospect of revolution. Each faction believes itself to be the only genuinely revolutionary Marxist party or political formation. Each believes the other has misinterpreted communist theory and misunderstood history. Anyone who isn't a card-carrying member of one or the other group will be able to see that none of them is entirely wrong or entirely right about what it says. But bitter splits, not unlike those in religious sects, are the natural corollary of the rigid conformity to the party line demanded by all communist parties. So they dip into a pool of insults that dates back to the Russian and Chinese revolutions, to the great debates between Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, to Chairman Mao's Red Book, and hurl them at each other. They accuse each other of the incorrect application of Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong thought, almost as though it's an ointment that's being rubbed in the wrong place. My earlier essay Walking with the Comrades landed directly in the flight path of this debate. It got its fair share of entertaining insults, which deserve a pamphlet of their own. Other than the debate about whether or not to enter electoral politics, the major disagreement between the various strands of communism in India centers around their reading of whether conditions in the country are ripe for revolution. Is the prairie ready for the fire, as Mao announced in China, or is it still too damp for the single spark to ignite it? The trouble is that India lives in several centuries simultaneously, so perhaps the prairie, that vast stretch of flat grassland, is the wrong analogy for India's social and political landscape. Maybe a warren would be a better one. To arrive at a consensus about the timing of the revolution is probably impossible. So everybody marches to their own drumbeat. The CPI and the CPI-M have more or less postponed the revolution to the afterlife. For Charu Majumdar, founder of the Naxalite movement, it was meant to have happened 30 years ago. According to Ganapathy, current chief of the Maoists, it's about 50 years away. Today, 40 years after the Naxalbari uprising, the main charge against the Maoists by the parliamentary left continues to be what it always was. They are accused of suffering from what Lenin called an infantile disorder, of substituting mass politics with militarism, and of not having worked at building a genuinely revolutionary proletariat. They are seen as having contempt for the urban working class, of being an ideologically ossified force that can only function as a frog on the back of innocent, read primitive, jungle-dwelling tribal people who, according to orthodox Marxists, have no real revolutionary potential. This is not the place perhaps to debate a vision that says people have to first become wage earners, enslaved to a centralized industrial system, before they can be considered revolutionary. The charge that the Maoists are irrelevant to urban working class movements, to the Dalit movement, to the plight of farmers and agricultural workers outside the forests is true. There is no doubt that the Maoists' militarized politics makes it almost impossible for it to function in places where there is no forest cover. However, it could equally be argued that the major communist parties have managed to survive in the mainstream only by compromising their ideologies so drastically that it is impossible to tell the difference between them and other bourgeois political parties anymore. It could be argued that the smaller factions that have remained relatively uncompromised have managed to do so because they do not pose a threat to anybody. Whatever their faults or achievements as bourgeois parties, few would associate the word revolutionary with the CPI or CPI-M anymore. The CPI does play a role in some of the struggles against mining companies in Orissa. But even in their chosen sphere of influence, they cannot claim to have done a great service to the proletariat they say they represent. Apart from their traditional bastions in Kerala and West Bengal, both of which they are losing their grip over, they have very little presence in any other part of the country, urban or rural, forest or plains. They have run their trade unions into the ground. They have not been able to stanch the massive job losses and the virtual disbanding of the formal workforce that mechanization and the new economic policies have caused. They have not been able to prevent the systematic dismantling of workers' rights. They have managed to alienate themselves almost completely from Adivasi and Dalit communities. In Kerala, many would say they have done a better job than other political parties, but their 30-year rule in West Bengal has left that state in ruins. The repression they unleashed in Nandigram and Singur, and now against the Adivasis of Jangal Mahal, will probably drive them out of power for a few years. Only for as long as it takes Mamata Banerjee to prove that she is not the vessel into which people should pour their hopes. Still, while listing a litany of their sins, it must be said that the demise of the mainstream communist parties is not something to be celebrated. At least not unless it makes way for a new, more vital and genuinely left movement in India. The Maoists, in their current as well as earlier avatars, have had a different political trajectory. The redistribution of land, by violent means if necessary, was always the centerpiece of their political activity. They have been completely unsuccessful in that endeavor. But their militant interventions, in which thousands of their cadre as well as ordinary people paid with their lives, shone a light on the deeply embedded structural injustice of Indian society. If nothing else, from the time of the Telangana movement, which in some ways was a precursor to the uprising in Naxalbari, the Naxalite movement, for all its faults, sparked an anger about being exploited and a desire for self-respect in some of the most oppressed communities. In West Bengal, it led to Operation Barga. A bargadar is a sharecropper, and to a far lesser extent in Andhra Pradesh, it shamed governments into carrying out some land reform. Even today, all the talk about uneven development and exploitation of tribal areas by the Prime Minister, the government's plans to transfer joint forest management funds from the Forest Department directly to the Gram Panchayats, the Planning Commission's announcement that it will allocate Rs 14,000 crore, $3 billion, for tribal development, has come as a strategy to defuse the Maoist menace. If those funds do end up benefiting the Adivasi community, instead of being siphoned away by middlemen, then the menace surely ought to be given some credit. Though the Maoists have virtually no political presence outside forested areas, they do have a presence, an increasingly sympathetic one, in the popular imagination as a party that stands up for the poor against the intimidation and bullying of the state. If Operation Green Hunt eventually becomes an outright war instead of a sub-conventional one, if ordinary Adivasis start dying in huge numbers, that sympathy could ignite in unexpected ways. Among the most serious charges leveled against the Maoists is that its leaders have a vested interest in keeping people poor and illiterate in order to retain their hold on them. Critics ask why, after working in areas like Dandakaranya for 30 years, they still do not run schools and clinics, why they don't have check dams and advanced agriculture, and why people were still dying of malaria and malnutrition. Good question. But it ignores the reality of what it means to be a banned organization whose members, even if they are doctors or teachers, are liable to be shot on sight. It would be more useful to direct the same question to the government of India that has none of these constraints. Why is it that in tribal areas that are not overrun by Maoists, there are no schools, no hospitals, no check dams? Why do people in Chhattisgarh suffer from such acute malnutrition that doctors have begun to call it nutritional AIDS because of the effect it has on the human immune system? In their censored chapter in the Ministry of Panchayati Raj report, Ajay Dandekar and Chitrangada Chowdhury, no fans of the Maoists, they call the party ideology brutal and cynical, right? So the Maoists today have a dual effect on the ground in Pesa areas. By virtue of the gun they wield, they are able to evoke some fear in the administration at the village/block/district level. They consequently prevent the common villagers' powerlessness over the neglect or violation of protective laws like PESA, for example, warning a lady, who might be demanding bribes in return for fulfilling the duty mandated to him under the Forest Rights Act, a trader who might be paying an exploitative rate for forest produce, or a contractor who is violating the minimum wage. The party has also done an immense amount of rural development work, such as mobilizing community labor for farm ponds, rainwater harvesting and land conservation works in the Dandakaranya region, which villagers testified had improved their crops and improved their food security situation. 5. In their recently published empirical analysis of the working of the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, NREGA, in 200 Maoist-affected districts in Orissa, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand, which appeared in the Economic and Political Weekly, authors Kaustaf Banerjee and Partha Saha say. The field survey revealed that the charge that the Maoists have been blocking developmental schemes does not seem to hold much ground. In fact, Bastar seems to be doing much better in terms of NREGA than some other areas. On top of that, the wage struggles, the enforcement of minimum wages can be traced back to the wage struggles led by the Maoists in that area. A clear result that we came across is the doubling of the wage rates for tendul leaf collection in most Maoist areas. Also, the Maoists have been encouraging the conduct of social audits, since this helps in the creation of a new kind of democratic practice hitherto unseen in India. 6. Implicit in much of the debate around Maoists is the old, patronizing tendency to cast the masses, the Adivasi people in this case, in the role of the dim-witted horde, completely controlled by a handful of wicked outsiders. One university professor, a well-known Maoist baiter, accused the leaders of the party of being parasites preying on poor Adivasis. To bolster his case, he compared the lack of development in Dandakaranya to the prosperity in Kerala. After suggesting that the non-Adivasi leaders were all cowards hiding safely in the forest, he appealed to all Adivasi Maoist guerrillas and village militia to surrender before a panel of middle-class Gandhian activists, handpicked by him. He called for the non-Adivasi leadership to be tried for war crimes. Why non-Adivasi Gandhians are acceptable, but not non-Adivasi Maoists, he did not say. There is something very disturbing about this inability to credit ordinary people with being capable of weighing the odds and making their own decisions. In Orissa, for instance, there are a number of diverse struggles being waged by unarmed resistance movements which often have sharp differences with each other. And yet between them all, they have managed to temporarily stop some major corporations from being able to proceed with their projects: the Tatas in Kalinganagar, POSCO in Jagatsinghpur, Vedanta in Nyamgirai. Unlike in Bastar, where they control territory and are well entrenched, the Maoists tend to use Orissa only as a corridor for their squads to pass through. As the security forces are closing in on people and ratcheting up the repression, they have to think very seriously about the pros and cons of involving the Maoists into their struggles. Will its armed squads stay and fight the state repression that will inevitably follow a Maoist action? Or will they retreat and leave unarmed people to deal with police terror? Activists and ordinary people, falsely accused of being Maoists, are already being jailed. Many have been killed in cold blood. But a tense, uneasy dance continues between the unarmed resistance movements and the CPI, Maoist. On occasion, the party has done irresponsible things, which have led to horrible consequences for ordinary people. In 2006, at the height of the tension between the Dalit and Adivasi communities in Kandhamal district, the Maoists shot dead Laxmanananda Saraswati, leader of the Vishva Hindu Parishad, a fascist outfit of proselytizers, working among Adivasis to bring them back into the Hindu fold. After the murder, enraged Kandha tribals who had been recently converted to Hinduism were encouraged to go on a rampage. Almost 400 villages were convulsed with anti-Christian violence. 54 Panadalit Christians were killed, more than 200 churches burnt, tens of thousands had to flee their homes. Many still live in camps, unable to return. A somewhat different, but equally dangerous situation is brewing in Narayanputna and Korapat, districts where the Chesai Mulya Adivasi San, which the police say is a Maoist front, is fighting to restore land to Adivasis that was illegally appropriated by local moneylenders and liquor dealers, many of them Dalit. These areas are reeling under police terror, with hundreds of Adivasis thrown in Korapat jail and thousands living in the forests, afraid to go home. People who live in situations like this do not simply take instructions from a handful of ideologues who appear out of nowhere waving guns. Their decisions of what strategies to employ take into account a whole host of considerations, the history of the struggle, the nature of the repression, the urgency of the situation, and the landscape in which their struggle is taking place. The decision of whether to be a Gandhian or a Maoist, militant or peaceful, or a bit of both, like in Nandigram, is not always a moral or ideological one. Quite often, it's a tactical one. Gandhian satyagraha, for example, is a kind of political theatre. In order for it to be effective, it needs a sympathetic audience, which villagers deep in the forest do not have. When a posse of 800 policemen lay a cordon around a forest village at night and begin to burn houses and shoot people, will a hunger strike help? Can starving people go on a hunger strike? And do hunger strikes work when they are not on TV? Equally, guerrilla warfare is a strategy that villages in the plains, with no cover for tactical retreat, cannot afford. Fortunately, people are capable of breaking through ideological categories, and of being Gandhian in Yantar Mantar, militant in the plains and guerrilla fighters in the forest without necessarily suffering from a crisis of identity. The strength of the insurrection in India is its diversity, not uniformity. Since the government has expanded its definition of Maoist to include anybody who opposes it, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the Maoists have moved to center stage. However, their doctrinal inflexibility, their reputed inability to countenance dissent, to work with other political formations and, most of all, their single-minded, grim, military imagination makes them too small to fill the giant pair of boots that is currently on offer. When I met Comrade Rupi in the forest, the first thing the techie whiz did after greeting me was to ask about an interview with me published soon after the Maoists had attacked Rani Badalai, a girls' school in Dantewada that had been turned into a police camp. More than 50 policemen and special police officers were killed. "We were glad," she said, "that you refused to condemn our Rani Badalai attack, but then in the same interview you said that if the Maoists ever come to power, the first person we would hang would probably be you. Why did you say that? Why do you think we're like that?" I was settling into my long answer, but we were distracted. I would probably have started with Stalin's purges, in which millions of ordinary people and almost half of the 75,000 Red Army officers were either jailed or shot, and 98 out of 139 Central Committee members were arrested, and gone on to the huge price people paid for China's Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, and might have ended with the Petamalapuram incident in Andhra Pradesh, when the Maoists, in its previous avatar as People's War, killed the village sarpanch and assaulted women activists for refusing to obey their call to boycott elections. Coming back to the question, who can fill that giant pair of boots? Perhaps it cannot, and should not be, a single pair of feet. Sometimes it seems very much as though those who have a radical vision for a newer, better world do not have the steel it takes to resist the military onslaught, and those who have the steel do not have the vision. Right now, the Maoists are the most militant end of a bandwidth of resistance movements fighting an assault on Adivasi homelands by a cartel of mining and infrastructure companies. To deduce from this that the CPI, Maoist, is in principle a party with a new way of thinking about development or the environment might be a little far-fetched. The one reassuring sign is that it has cautiously said that it is against big dams. If it means what it says, that alone would automatically lead to a radically different development model. For a political party that is widely seen as opposing the onslaught of corporate mining, the Maoists' policy, and practice, on mining remains pretty woolly. In several places where people are fighting mining companies, there is a persistent view that the Maoists are not averse to allowing mining and mining-related infrastructure projects to go ahead as long as they are given protection money. From interviews and statements made by their senior leaders on the subject of mining, what emerges is just a sort of "we'll do a better job" approach. They vaguely promise environmentally sustainable mining, higher royalties, better resettlement for the displaced, and higher stakes for the stakeholders. The present Minister for Mining and Mineral Resources, too, thinking along the same lines, stood up in Parliament and promised that 26% of the profits from mining would go into tribal development. What a feast that will be for the pigs at the trough! But let's take a brief look at the star attraction in the mining belt, the several $1 trillion worth of bauxite. There is no environmentally sustainable way of mining bauxite and processing it into aluminum. It's a highly toxic process that has been exported out of their own environments by most Western countries. To produce 1 ton of aluminum, you need about 6 tons of bauxite, more than 1,000 tons of water, and a massive amount of electricity. For that amount of captive water and electricity, you need big dams, which, as we know, come with their own cycle of cataclysmic destruction. Last of all, the big question: what is the aluminum for? Where is it going? Aluminum is the principal ingredient in the weapons industry for other countries' weapons industries. Given this, what would a sane, sustainable mining policy be? Suppose, for the sake of argument, the CPI, Maoist, was given control of the so-called Red Corridor, the tribal homeland with its riches of uranium, bauxite, limestone, dolomite, coal, tin, granite, marble. How would it go about the business of policymaking and governance? Would it mine minerals to put on the market in order to create revenue, build infrastructure, and expand its operations? Or would it mine only enough to meet people's basic needs? How would it define basic needs? For instance, would nuclear weapons be a basic need in a Maoist nation-state? Judging from what is happening in Russia and China and even Vietnam, eventually communist and capitalist societies have one thing in common: the DNA of their dreams. After their revolutions, after building socialist societies that millions of workers and peasants paid for with their lives, both countries now have unbridled capitalist economies. For them, too, the ability to consume has become the yardstick by which progress is measured. For this kind of progress you need industry. To feed the industry you need a steady supply of raw material. For that you need mines, dams, domination, colonies, war. Old powers are waning, new ones rising. Same story, different characters: rich countries plundering poor ones. Yesterday, it was Europe and America, today it's India and China. Maybe tomorrow it'll be Africa. Will there be a tomorrow? Perhaps it's too late to ask, but hope has little to do with reason. Can we expect that an alternative to what looks like certain death for the planet will come from the imagination that has brought about this crisis in the first place? It seems unlikely. The alternative, if there is one, will emerge from the places and the people who have resisted the hegemonic impulse of capitalism and imperialism instead of being co-opted by it. Here in India, even in the midst of all the violence and greed, there is still immense hope. If anyone can do it, we can do it. We still have a population that has not yet been completely colonized by that consumerist dream. We have a living tradition of those who have struggled for Gandhi's vision of sustainability and self-reliance, for socialist ideas of egalitarianism and social justice. We have Ambedkar's vision, which challenges the Gandhians as well as the socialists in serious ways. We have the most spectacular coalition of resistance movements with experience, understanding, and vision. Most important of all, India has a surviving Adivasi population of almost 100 million. They are the ones who still know the secrets of sustainable living. If they disappear, they will take those secrets with them. Wars like Operation Green Hunt will make them disappear. So victory for the prosecutors of these wars will contain within itself the seeds of destruction, not just for Adivasis, but eventually, for the human race. That's why the war in central India is so important. That's why we need a real and urgent conversation between all those political formations that are resisting this war. The day capitalism is forced to tolerate non-capitalist societies in its midst and to acknowledge limits in its quest for domination, the day it is forced to recognize that its supply of raw material will not be endless, is the day when change will come. If there is any hope for the world at all, it does not live in climate change conference rooms or in cities with tall buildings. It lives low, down on the ground, with its arms around the people who go to battle every day to protect their forests, their mountains, and their rivers, because they know that the forests, the mountains, and the rivers protect them. The first step toward reimagining a world gone terribly wrong would be to stop the annihilation of those who have a different imagination, an imagination that is outside of capitalism as well as communism. An imagination that has an altogether different understanding of what constitutes happiness and fulfillment. To gain this philosophical space, it is necessary to concede some physical space for the survival of those who may look like the keepers of our past, but who may really be the guides to our future. To do this, we have to ask our rulers, can you leave the water in the rivers? The trees in the forest? Can you leave the bauxite in the mountain? If they say they cannot, then perhaps they should stop preaching morality to the victims of their wars. First published in Outlook, September 20, 2010. Kashmir's Fruits of Discord. A week before he was elected in 2008, President Obama said that solving the dispute over Kashmir's struggle for self-determination, which has led to 3 wars between India and Pakistan since 1947, would be among his critical tasks. His remarks were greeted with consternation in India, and he has said almost nothing about Kashmir since then. But on Monday, November 8, 2010, during his visit here, he pleased his hosts immensely by saying the United States would not intervene in Kashmir and announcing his support for India's seat on the UN Security Council. Point 2. While he spoke eloquently about threats of terrorism, he kept quiet about human rights abuses in Kashmir. Whether Obama decides to change his position on Kashmir again depends on several factors: how the war in Afghanistan is going, how much help the United States needs from Pakistan, and whether the government of India goes aircraft shopping this winter. An order for 10 Boeing C-17 Globemaster III aircraft, worth $5.8 billion, among other huge business deals in the pipeline, may ensure the president's silence. But neither Obama's silence nor his intervention is likely to make the people in Kashmir drop the stones in their hands. I was in Kashmir 10 days ago, in that beautiful valley on the Pakistani border, home to 3 great civilizations: Islamic, Hindu, and Buddhist. It's a valley of myth and history. Some believe that Jesus died there, others that Moses went there to find the lost tribe. Millions worship at the Hazrat Bal shrine, where a few days a year a hair of the Prophet Muhammad is displayed to believers. Now Kashmir, caught between the influence of militant Islam from Pakistan and Afghanistan, America's interests in the region, and Indian nationalism, which is becoming increasingly aggressive and Hinduized, is considered a nuclear flashpoint. It is patrolled by more than 500,000 soldiers and has become the most highly militarized zone in the world. The atmosphere on the highway between Kashmir's capital, Srinagar, and my destination, the little apple town of Shopian in the south, was tense. Groups of soldiers were deployed along the highway, in the orchards, in the fields, on the rooftops, and outside shops in the little market squares. Despite months of curfew, the stone pelters calling for Azadi, freedom, inspired by the Palestinian Intifada, were out again. Some stretches of the highway were covered with so many of these stones that you needed an SUV to drive over them. Fortunately, the friends I was with knew alternative routes down the back lanes and village roads. The long cut gave me the time to listen to their stories of this year's uprising. The youngest, still a boy, told us that when 3 of his friends were arrested for throwing stones, the police pulled out their fingernails, every nail, on both hands. For 3 years in a row now, Kashmiris have been in the streets protesting what they see as India's violent occupation. But the militant uprising against the Indian government that began with the support of Pakistan 20 years ago is in retreat. The Indian Army estimates that there are fewer than 500 militants operating in the Kashmir Valley today. The war has left 70,000 dead and tens of thousands debilitated by torture. Many thousands have disappeared. More than 200,000 Kashmiri Hindus have fled the valley. Though the number of militants has come down, the number of Indian soldiers deployed remains undiminished. But India's military domination ought not to be confused with a political victory. Ordinary people armed with nothing but their fury have risen up against the Indian security forces. A whole generation of young people who have grown up in a grid of checkpoints, bunkers, army camps, and interrogation centers, whose childhood was spent witnessing catch-and-kill operations, whose imaginations are imbued with spies, informers, unidentified gunmen, intelligence operatives, and rigged elections, has lost its patience as well as its fear. With an almost mad courage, Kashmir's young have faced down armed soldiers and taken back their streets. Since April, when the army killed 3 civilians and then passed them off as terrorists, masked stone throwers, most of them students, have brought life in Kashmir to a grinding halt. The Indian government has retaliated with bullets, curfew, and censorship. Just in the last few months, 111 people have been killed, most of them teenagers, more than 3,000 have been wounded and 1,000 arrested. But still they come out, the young, and throw stones. They don't seem to have leaders or belong to a political party. They represent themselves. And suddenly the second largest standing army in the world doesn't quite know what to do. The Indian government doesn't know with whom to negotiate. And many Indians are slowly realizing that they have been lied to for decades. The once solid consensus on Kashmir suddenly seems a little fragile. I was in a bit of trouble the morning we drove to Shopian. A few days earlier, at a public meeting in Delhi, I said that Kashmir was disputed territory, and, contrary to the Indian government's claims, it couldn't be called an integral part of India. Outraged politicians and news anchors demanded that I be arrested for sedition. The government, terrified of being seen as soft, issued threatening statements, and the situation escalated. Day after day, on prime-time news, I was being called a traitor, a white-collar terrorist, and several other names reserved for insubordinate women. But sitting in that car on the road to Shopian, listening to my friends, I could not bring myself to regret what I had said in Delhi. We were on our way to visit a man called Shakil Ahmed Ahangar. The previous day he had come all the way to Srinagar, where I had been staying, to press me, with an urgency that was hard to ignore, to visit Shopian. I first met Shakil in June 2009, only a few weeks after the bodies of Nilofar, his 22-year-old wife, and Asiya, his 17-year-old sister, were found lying 1,000 yards apart in a shallow stream in a high-security zone, a flood-lit area between army and state police camps. The first post-mortem report confirmed rape and murder. But then the system kicked in. New autopsy reports overturned the initial findings, and after the ugly business of exhuming the bodies, rape was ruled out. It was declared that in both cases the cause of death was drowning. 3 Protests shut Shopian down for 47 days, and the valley was convulsed with anger for months. Eventually, it looked as though the Indian government had managed to defuse the crisis. But the anger over the killings has magnified the intensity of this year's uprising. Shakil wanted us to visit him in Shopian because he was being threatened by the police for speaking out, and he hoped our visit would demonstrate that people even outside of Kashmir were looking out for him, that he was not alone. It was apple season in Kashmir, and as we approached Shopian we could see families in their orchards, busily packing apples into wooden crates in the slanting afternoon light. I worried that a couple of the little red-cheeked children who looked so much like apples themselves might be crated by mistake. The news of our visit had preceded us, and a small knot of people were waiting on the road. Shakil's house is on the edge of the graveyard where his wife and sister are buried. It was dark by the time we arrived, and there was a power failure. We sat in a semicircle around a lantern and listened to him tell the story we all knew so well. Other people entered the room. Other terrible stories poured out, ones that are not in human rights reports, stories about what happens to women who live in remote villages where there are more soldiers than civilians. Shakil's young son tumbled around in the darkness, moving from lap to lap. Soon he'll be old enough to understand what happened to his mother, Shakil said more than once. Just when we rose to leave, a messenger arrived to say that Shakil's father-in-law Nilofar's father was expecting us at his home. We sent our regrets. It was late and if we stayed longer it would be unsafe for us to drive back. Minutes after we said goodbye and crammed ourselves into the car, a friend's phone rang. It was a journalist colleague of his with news for me. The police are typing up the warrant. She's going to be arrested tonight. We drove in silence for a while, past truck after truck being loaded with apples. It's unlikely, my friend said finally. It's just psyops. But then, as we picked up speed on the highway, we were overtaken by a car full of men waving us down. Two men on a motorcycle asked our driver to pull over. I steeled myself for what was coming. A man appeared at the car window. He had slanting emerald eyes and a salt and pepper beard that went halfway down his chest. He introduced himself as Abdul Hai, father of the murdered Nilofar. "How could I let you go without your apples?" he said. The bikers started loading 2 crates of apples into the back of our car. Then Abdul Hai reached into a pocket of his worn brown cloak and brought out an egg. He placed it in my palm and folded my fingers over it. And then he placed another in my other hand. The eggs were still warm. "God bless and keep you," he said, and walked away into the dark. What greater reward could a writer want? I wasn't arrested that night. Instead, in what is becoming a common political strategy, officials outsourced their displeasure to the mob. A few days after I returned home, the women's wing of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the right-wing Hindu nationalist opposition, staged a demonstration outside my house, calling for my arrest. Television vans arrived in advance to broadcast the event live. The murderous Bajrang Dal, a militant Hindu group,